to drop the weight with SLC Fat Loss?
Because I believe in it. I'm living it. It's a part of my life now.
All right, so would you recommend SLC Fat Loss to somebody, and why?
Absolutely. It's the best program I've ever been into, and I've tried lots of diet programs.
Thank you so much, Dale. To learn the success of losing up to 1 pound of healthy fat a day and to start that own success story of your own, get a hold of the folks at slcfatloss.com. Here's the website again. That's slcfatloss.com.
Results may vary.
This is Devin Dampier. As a new quarterback for the Utes, preparation is everything. Every practice, every play, every decision. And that preparation starts long before I step on the field. It starts with what I put in my body. That's why I choose Culligan Water, Salt Lake City. Their healthy, clean water isn't about quenching thirst. It's about optimal hydration, faster recovery, peak performance. It's the foundation of staying sharp on and off the field. For me and for my game, it's got to be Culligan of Salt Lake City. Drink what I drink. Visit CulliganSLC.com or call 801-509-9602.
Cougar fans, game day isn't just for the players, it's for you. Power every tailgate, every high five, and every play with bucked up energy. Clean energy, bold flavors, zero crash. Whether you're charging the stadium steps or locking in for the post-game show, Bucked Up keeps you laser focused and ready to roar. Find it at 7-Eleven, Maverick, Harmon's, and Dick's Sporting Goods. Visit your local Bucked Up retail store today or go to buckedup.com and use code ZONE to claim 20%. Now go out and get bucked up.
Hey guys, 13-year NFL veteran and Super Bowl champion Jason McCourty here, and I'm the Innovation Ambassador at FAIR, Food Allergy and Research Education. I would say the most challenging thing as a parent of a kid who has a food allergy is probably the ignorance that I myself had in the beginning. I didn't know what anaphylactic shock was. I didn't know the dangers, let alone the things that she needed to be able to have a normal life. When you go to drop your kid off, and every single time in the beginning, we'd have to go through everything she was allergic to. Preparation is everything. And me, for playing football for 13 years, it was all throughout the course of the week. It's getting ready for game day. When you're on the field, you're playing for your fans. At home, you're playing for your family. My playbook, read labels, keep it allergy friendly, and have an epinephrine nasal spray as a backup plan. Because when my family's safe from food allergens, that's the real victory. Visit foodallergy.org to learn more.
In classrooms across the country, chronic absenteeism is on the rise.
Sophia A., grade 4, absent.
Julio M., grade 6, absent.
Aisha S., grade 12, absent.
These absences are often due to the absence of crucial needs, like transportation, healthcare, a working computer, mental health support. The list goes on.
Olivia H., absent.
Preston L., absent.
Chloe B., absent.
The reasons why they're absent are very real, and yet the solution is someone present to help them along their path. When site coordinators from communities and schools are on hand, they connect kids to the resources they need. And when they do, 99% of students are present and remain in school throughout the year.
Jacob O., grade 10,
present.
Communities and Schools works directly with students, helping them overcome obstacles to succeed in school and in life. Learn more at communitiesinschools.org. Being present matters.
Grab a friend and come check out the Garden Restaurant. You'll be greeted by the delicious smell of fresh baked goods like our famous Lionhouse rolls and our brand new cinnamon rolls. Open weekdays 11 to 3. Fresh flavors, iconic location. The Garden Restaurant.
The KSL Sports Zone and Hercules Credit Union are highlighting people that impact youth sports. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Hercules Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colbert, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. It's time to get your morning started with the news you need to know. News update. This is what's trending with DJ and PK. Hashtag NFL.
I don't like getting too binary, but winning, that's a good response. But we can't get attached to the binary system that our league is judged on necessarily, because it is a 17-game season and the process has to be great. So just dig into the details in the process, enjoy it, practice well, and then let game day take care of itself.
Bring right back up and just started John with C.J. Gardner-Johnson. Just what's the mentality like in those moments for you?
We don't take it. That's about it.
Aaron Rodgers on winning. Baker Mayfield on his nature as a player. Don't take bleep. The Dolphins have been taking bleep. Holy cow. Not a good start, and now they get the Bills. Yak, you want to go with your lock of the week on a Thursday night game and use the Bills early? Good team versus bad team, it would seem tempting. You going to save it? I've already used the Bills.
I already have mine picked. I'm holding on.
Oh, you've got one for the weekend. All right, get to our lock of the week. We're all 2-0. No one's made a mistake yet. Thursday injury updates from the NFL. 49ers quarterback Brock Purdy, significant progress in rehabbing his turf toe injury. There's a chance he could be cleared. He could be cleared to play this week as they take on the Cardinals. Did participate on a limited basis in practice this week. Chargers outside linebacker Khalil Mack's left elbow injury that he suffered Monday night is not season-ending. Jim Harbaugh says Mack will go on the IR, so that means he's out at least 4 games, but did not say what the injury was. And he said, he's like the Wolverine, one of the toughest things I've ever seen.
That's about as Jim Harbaugh as it gets.
Now back to turf toe. Cincinnati Bengals not ruling out Joe Burrow returning later this season despite his need to have surgery to fix a turf toe injury. And talk about him being out 3 months. Now the season's turned into a marathon here, so 3 months is mid-December. Maybe he's back for 2 to 4 regular season games at the end of the year. We'll see how that works out. Arizona quarterback Kyler Murray apologizing for a social media post that included him wearing a retro Michael Vick jersey and posting with one of his pet bulldogs, drawing criticism from Vick's dogfighting scandal. Doesn't seem to be much upside about posting about that. Social media stuff's all self-inflicted. Why post anything? Why? PK was just talking about staying off of it. Unless you're ordered to do it for work, and we are in a line of work where that happens. What are you getting out of that?
Not much.
Washington Commanders return to the District of Columbia as official. The Council of the District of Columbia voting in favor 11-2 to support the RFK Stadium project. Played there, I think, from the 60s.
3 decades.
Yeah, 30 years. A lot of legendary games in that stadium, which is now super run down.
They were there for 30 years, left for about 30, and now going back.
There's if you've ever been there, there's a massive amount of land around that stadium. Huge. We'll see what they can build there, but PK always talks about what they've done with the baseball project in Atlanta and building the whole, essentially, neighborhood around it.
The Battery, yeah.
Yep. You can clearly see where that could be done in Washington, D.C. DJ and PK.
Hashtag college football.
College football is officially moving to a single off-season transfer portal window. The Division I Administrative Committee voted to approve a legislative change that eliminates the spring transfer window, but they did not sign off on establishing January 2nd to the 11th as the lone portal window for FBS and FCS players, meaning the length and dates of the winter window will be revisited and debated soon. February? Nobody's worried about academics now. Who cares if it's in the middle of a semester? The spring date was during a semester. What's the point? They're not there to play school. They're there to play football. It does seem weird to put a date in January 2nd and 11th. All right, you 4 teams that are still playing. Some of you guys are going to need to quit on your team in a very public way right now. Ready and go. And coaches already quit on team at times like that. But to make it a rule that that's the only place that you're allowed to leave your team seems like another step. I can't imagine that NBA free agency would begin during, right after Game 3 of the Western Conference Finals. That would seem weird to me. Colorado set to reinstall Caden Salter as the Buffalo starting quarterback against Wyoming. He started the first 2 games of the season before Ryan Staub started last week against Houston. Obviously, they lost that game to Houston. Houston off to a 3-0 start. South Carolina star quarterback Lenore Sellers questionable on the SEC availability report issued yesterday after he left the Gamecocks' 31-7 loss to Vanderbilt. He got a hit to the head in that game. So listed as questionable. We're getting into conference. We're going to have to get used to this in the Big 12. It starts this week.
And we got our first one for Utah yesterday, and we'll talk about it.
DJ and PK.
Hashtag Major League Baseball.
Fly ball to left. This is going to do it. Ian Happ is there, and the Cubs are in the playoffs. The Cubs are going to be a postseason team here in 2025.
Here's the 2-1 now, Tuve. And he rips it. Alakaye! Left field and deep for Altuve, his 26th of the season.
Peterson delivers. Manny swings, sends it in the air to left field. Nimmo's backing up. He is watching. It's going to go! A grand slam for Manny Machado. Home run number 26 is a big one in the Big Apple. And the Pods go back ahead. It's 6-2.
You betcha.
Ohtani with a high drive, right center field. This ball is gone. How's that for insurance? Number 51 on the season for Shohei Ohtani. He's coming home to make it 4-0 Dodgers.
Dodgers beat the Phillies 5-0. Ohtani's home runs, and the dude's a big-time star, so every time he hits one, especially now that he's gotten to 50, everyone's a big deal. But Blake Snell struck out a season-high 12 batters. It's the kind of pitching you need to win in the postseason right there. That's got to make Dodger fans feel good.
He also didn't want to leave, come out of the game.
Like more pitchers to do that. People won Cy Youngs and World Series, and the world didn't end. And I know they throw harder and more breaking stuff, and they're trying to protect their arms. But honestly, don't we just have just nonstop Tommy John surgery updates in this segment? It's not working. Plus, is he trying to be tough guy, set the tone for the team and the staff? We're going to do this. It's mid-September. None of this peak and early stuff now. We're into the last week of the season. Here comes the postseason. Heard the Padres win. They beat the Mets 7-4. Are the Mets going to get that last spot in the playoffs? Is anybody who gets that spot going to do anything? I mean, you'd say probably not, but, man, the Diamondbacks, they got in. Didn't look like they were set up to do anything, but they did a couple years ago, so... The race is on. Well, it's been on. It continues right down to the wire here. The Mets still a game and a half up on the Diamondbacks, 2 on the Reds, 2 on the Giants. Giants beat the Diamondbacks 5-1. Arizona spoiling a 9-inning, 1-hit bid by Brandon Pfaadt. Did I pronounce his name right? P-F-A-A.
I believe so, yeah.
And you heard the Cubbies clinch. They're in. They beat the Pirates 8-4. Seattle's 10-game win streak is over. They were beaten by the Royals 7-5. Cleveland sprinting towards the postseason. They are on the outside looking in the wild card race. 2.5 games behind the Red Sox, 2.5 games behind the Mariners, 4.5 behind the Yankees, who are in a much more comfortable situation here. But Cleveland, trying to keep the heat on, has won 6 in a row here. They just beat Detroit 4-0. Bees beat the Aviators 11-6. They'll play again tonight, 8 o'clock. Tony Park's on the air at 7:50. DJ and PK.
Hashtag RSL.
Yedlin into the air for Luna, making a run to the end line. Turns, cuts it back for Ojeda. Ojeda, square ball. Caliscan shot, deflected, and a spectacular goal! Gozo throws himself at the bar. Half side volley, half bike, and Gozo with an athletic finish. And RSL has a goal in the 76th minute. Junqua tries to send it in. It's beyond everybody. It's Boanga. Boanga one-on-one with Cabral. Out comes Cabral. Laid off. Shot. A goal. Son has the hat trick in the 82nd minute. It's 3-1, and he puts it to bed.
And Boanga adds another goal, and LAFC beats RSL 4-1. Big game in the playoff race. Pablo Mastroeni saying a week and a half ago they had to win 5 of the last 7, and they beat Kansas City. But now they lose here, so now they need to win 4 or 5. And they got road games at LAFC Sunday, and then in October they got to go to Seattle. 2 places they don't usually win. But if they're going to hit the numbers Pablo was talking about, they're going to need to win in one of those places. LAFC moves past Seattle into 4th in the West. Gives them home field in the first round if they hold on to it, and you would expect they would because they added Son here in the summer window. And he did have an early goal, but his impact in the last 2 games, he's clearly fitting in. Scored in the first minute in San Jose in their last game, and then gets the hat trick last night. RSL beaten on the counter again and again. Pablo talked about moments afterwards. They were really good for long stretches. He was really critical of the 2 second-half goals that they just should have fouled and stopped those plays. But they didn't. They get beat 4-1. And at the end of the game, Victor Olatunji got a red card for a headbutt. So now he's out for the LAFC game. They'll be shorthanded there. It's not looking good. It's still doable. 4 teams separated by 1 point for the last playoff berth, but that was definitely a blow. They'll play in BMO Stadium in Los Angeles Sunday. You'll hear the game on the Zone. And Gozo's goal, it's in defeat, so it's a foot net, but wow. Wow. He's 18 years old. He's out there with grown men, and he pulls that out? Yeah, that was unbelievable. But ultimately, it didn't matter. Not converting the penalty a few minutes before that, it's always a massive momentum swing. He could have gotten back in the game. Who knows at 2-1 if everything would have broken the same way and Gozo's goal would have tied it up 2-2, but opportunity squandered for sure. Apparently, Cruz is great at taking penalties. It's the first one I have seen him take. I guess he's taken them at training, but I haven't been out there when he's done it. It surprised me because Luna had been taking it, and Luna was 2 for 2 on the year. This isn't a team that earns a lot of penalties. Olatunji earned it, getting taken down in the 6-yard box. But they went with Cruz, and he couldn't score, and it might not have mattered anyway the way LAFC was piling up goals. DJ and PK.
Hashtag NHL.
Utah Mammoth opened training camp formally today. Team will practice in 2 groups at the new facility. We had on Bill Armstrong late in yesterday's show. You can get it wherever you get your podcasts. And he talked about the new facility and having 2 rinks and explained that, a little bit of snow on the ice, just the shavings as players skate around, cut, accelerate, that kind of stuff, slows down the ice. This is a fast team. The ice is going to be better at the Delta Center, and it's going to be better at their new facility in Sandy. This team's going to play fast, and you're going to see it.
Well, in the new facility, there was a soft opening for. I went down and toured it, and pretty incredible what they're building. Now, there's a long way to go still.
Connor Ingram and the team mutually agreeing to part ways. He will likely end up waivers, so that'll give him a chance to get his pick of NHL teams or go to the AHL, play. I mean, he didn't play much last year. Get some sharpness and then wait for inevitably something's going to happen and somebody's going to get hurt and somebody's going to need a goaltender. So Connor Ingram will be moving on. That's what's trending. Brought to you by Shamrock Plumbing. There's no job too big or too small. Get the personal touch with Shamrock Plumbing. Coming up, Barry Trammell, sports columnist for the Tulsa World at 8 o'clock. Talk Big 12 football with him. A good schedule of games this week. Several intriguing games. A couple of them non-conference games, but several intriguing conference games as well. And we will get his thoughts on those games coming up at 8 o'clock. And then Mark Harlan, University of Utah Athletic Director, at 9 o'clock. In advance of the battle of unbeaten 3-0 teams, nationally ranked, 16th ranked Utah, 17th ranked Texas Tech, and Big Noon showing up. We'll talk with Mark Harlan coming up at 9 o'clock. DJ and PK, it's 97.5 The Zone. The question of the day is next.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
I-15 northbound is now open in South Salt Lake after the 4 right lanes were closed earlier due to an accident, but the transition ramp to go eastbound on I-80 remains closed due to that crash. Backups all the way to 7200 South in Murray right now. Also crashed in North Salt Lake on southbound 15, causing some delays for that coming out of Davis County towards downtown Salt Lake City at this moment. This update is brought to you by the Whipple Service Champions. From system installs to fast fixes to delivering award-winning heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical services, call the Whipple Service Champions for the win today. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Jake Hatch here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's game week for the Cougars, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. It's the first road trip of the year for the Cougars as they make the long flight east for a showdown against East Carolina. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Cougar football. Then catch a special early edition of College Football Saturday starting at 8 a.m. with a postgame show immediately following the game on KSLSports.com. Your home for the best coverage of BYU football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
When you stay in your home, what you love gets to stay too. From the gardens that grow wild to the grandkids that run wilder. From the Friday night baseball games to the Sunday morning brunches. Even the daily crosswords and weekly book clubs. There's room for it all with help from Home Instead, the largest in-home senior care network with over 30 years of trusted experience delivering the peace of mind you deserve. Visit Home Instead online for a better what's next.
Summer's wrapping up and life is picking back up. Early mornings, long days, and a to-do list that doesn't quit. And neither should you. Who has time to slow down due to body pain? That's why there's Aleve to keep you going. With just one pill, Aleve delivers longer-lasting body pain relief per dose compared to other leading OTC branded pain relievers. Aleve helps keep you moving from sunup to sundown with up to 12 hours of pain relief per dose so you can keep moving and be ready for whatever's next. Use as directed.
I'm Walker Kessler, and I play basketball for a living. So I know how important it is to have the support of a team you can trust. That's why I love UCCU. UCCU is more than a credit union. They're a true financial partner, a local team of experts your entire family can trust at every step of your financial journey. Just visit uccu.com and elevate your banking experience.
Fall is football season. Hi, this is Doug Wright. You know me as Utah's Mr. Sports, and I know that nothing goes better with fall football than looking forward to a delicious meal after the game at Ruth's Chris Steakhouse. We're so fortunate we've got two locations, one in the heart of downtown Salt Lake City at 275 Southwest Temple, or of course up in the Park City area at Hotel Park City. You can count on the meal prepared perfectly to your tastes. Each and every steak is served sizzling hot on a 500-degree plate, and if you happen to not be in the mood for steak, their entrees are incredible, from seafood to poultry. Sometimes they have specialty entrees on the menu, and of course their desserts are legendary, and the side dishes that you pass around the table to share are wonderful. Ruth's Chris Steakhouse. It's fall. It's time to enjoy football and a delicious meal from Ruth's Chris.
If you've been quoted for a new furnace or AC and it felt more like a sales pitch than a solution, you're not alone. Many home service companies in Utah have been bought out by big corporations focused on profits, not people. At Your Service Pros is different. Locally owned, family operated, 5-star rated, and trusted by Utah families for over 20 years. Let them help you with their $49 furnace tune-ups, $39 electrical inspections, and $75 off electrical repairs. Because they know things are tight and want to help you prep your home affordably. Get a free second opinion because you deserve honest answers. If your system can be repaired, they'll fix it. If it needs replacing, they'll show you affordable options. Their goal is to earn your trust, not upsell you. Let At Your Service Pros be your pro and go-to for heating, air, plumbing, and electrical. Call 801-YOUR-PRO or online at atyourservicepros.com. At Your Service Pros, 801-YOUR-PRO.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation, an irregular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduced stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. Stroke risk may increase. Eliquis can cause serious and potentially fatal bleeding. Don't take if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or bleed longer. A spinal injection increases blood clot risk, which may cause paralysis. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding or bruising, or back pain, tingling, numbness, muscle weakness, or incontinence. Aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
The first ever Home Run Derby X Final is coming to Salt Lake City. Wow! Quarterfinals September 19th, semis and finals September 20th at the ballpark at America First Square. MLB legends Adrian Gonzalez, Ryan Zimmerman, and more join softball stars and college standouts for 2 days of nonstop action. Towering home runs, slick defense, target smashing hits, plus fireworks and a drone show to cap the celebration. Get your tickets now at MLB.com/HRDX Salt Lake. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission.
This is your Cougars at 30 update. Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
BYU at East Carolina Saturday. Kalani Sitake asked about his thoughts on prepping for this game versus the Pirates versus previous matchups.
We have to be able to do some things defensively to combat the highly explosive offense. They have talented receivers that can catch the ball, physical line, running backs that can catch the ball and run, a quarterback that's really efficient and knows where to go with the ball, and then he's not small either, so he can get up and go, and he can run too and use his legs when it's needed. So this is a difficult task, and I think Jay and the defense is going to be really excited for the matchup.
This Cougar Update brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue. Kenny J's Catering delivers bold, smoky barbecue no matter the occasion. Check out the catering menu at kennyjsbarbecue.com for weddings, work, or any event. That's kennyjsbarbecue.com.
This is Utah's best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth. Here we go. From the guys who have been there for all the biggest moments in Utah sports history. You're listening to DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Nominate the youth sports volunteer that you know for their Hercules Hero of the Week. Submit your nomination at kslsports.com/contest. Now listen every Thursday afternoon to JJ and Alex for the winner. Help us celebrate the efforts of those volunteers making an impact with the Hercules Hero of the Week. Sponsored by Hercules First Federal Credit Union and Beehive Meals.
DJ and PK, it is time for Hot Takes or Toast. And the question of the morning, Texas Tech's injury report lists 14 players. Utah's injury report lists 4 players. What gives? Raising eyebrows, PK.
Well, just a healthy group of people.
That is what Ryan says. I guess Texas Tech has more injured players. Shane says it's King Kyle at his best. He thinks the league should just bow down to him. Did he release a depth chart, or is that still beneath him?
It's beneath him.
DC Johnson, Shane, they've only got 4 injured players, LOL, but you keep doing you, boo-boo.
And the other one says 14? That's just a rash of injuries?
Yeah, I mean, you could say that, but when they're listing them as probable, I don't know if you should even consider an injury. I mean, they're on the report, but if they're probable in a game of this magnitude, I assume they're playing.
Well, that's the way you're supposed to do it, though. Yeah. They're adhering to the rules.
Yes.
Utah.
No probables, no questionables, no doubtful. 4 guys are out.
4 guys out, the rest of it, don't worry about it.
And 2 of them are out for the season. Like we already knew Rabbit Evans was out for the season. And Baker and Zipper are out for the season.
Right.
Josh Sovereign and Isaiah Garcia, safety and offensive lineman, are the other 2 guys on the report.
I wish them nothing but the best health in their long road to recovery.
That a kid. Logan Fano, who left the Wyoming game.
He did?
Not on the report. And Dallas Vakalahi, not on the report.
He left the game?
Played 12 snaps. Vakalahi has missed the last 2 games. Now, you could say, well, he was pretty healthy, but maybe they're just...
Don't they have that at the end of May, at the end of school, the baccalaureate?
That's not the same word.
Oh. Wow, you should have seen that goal. Would it have made any difference if it was 28?
Yes, it would have. It would have been totally different.
Wow.
Although they lost 4-1, so... And what does that change ultimately?
I don't know, it ingratiates you more with the club. That's important.
Yeah.
This is Kyle, still doing his thing.
Putting it all on the trainer.
I wonder why he has decided to go down that Rabbit Evans hole.
What's the difference if you list Fano as probable or not?
I mean, he's been playing these games for years. And how much did it help last year?
It did not.
So, right.
If you're down to your 5th quarterback.
I don't know why he wants to draw the line on this thing and why it gets under his skin. I find it amusing.
They could put Fano on as probable, and everyone assumes he's playing,
but he's making a point.
Yeah.
This is his Steve Kerr, Greg Popovich. I've won, therefore I have the right to say whatever I want.
No, I don't want to do this.
Right.
So we'll give him something, but we're not giving him everything.
Right. So if he was in his first or second year or...
I think the injury report under Morgan Scalley would be a little more detailed and expansive.
Yeah, you have no credibility as a head coach. You got to play by the rules. I mean, what's the point of having leverage if you don't use it, right?
And if he gets a call from the league, he's just going to say, there's no probable Tefano. He's playing.
Well, no, he's going to say, talk to the trainer.
Well, he has said that to the media already.
So why?
Which, of course, the trainers have been off limits for so long. Who gets to talk to a trainer?
I only know what they tell me. He's going to adroitly pass the buck.
To someone who's not available to the media.
Wait, that's up to somebody else. Does he decide whether the trainer is allowed to speak or not? I don't know how that
Back
works.
to your point about winning, I think he could. I think if Kyle decides to weigh in on something because he's A, the football coach, and B, the football coach who's won a lot, and C, won a lot for a long time, I think his opinion matters. Carries weight.
On this?
On anything.
On this?
If he wanted the trainer to talk, I'll bet the trainer could talk.
Oh, I know the trainer can talk.
Mm-hmm.
I believe, I am absolutely 100% positive that Dr. Petron can talk.
Well, we've had him on this very show.
We have. And what happened the last
guess
time
what
we
happened
asked
with
to have
that?
him on? How'd that work out?
I've golfed with him.
They had a kid.
There is a provision now in every one of their releases that team doctors need to go through the proper channels to get.
I'm positive.
And when
he
you
can
do that,
talk.
you'll get told
And
no.
he can play golf too. He's a good golfer.
Good.
So he's able to talk. I don't understand why this is a big deal. But he's got the leverage. Isn't this the same thing as Kerr and Popovich, is it not?
You're right. All coaches have won, and all coaches have won for a long time.
Yeah. If you win doesn't mean you have to weigh in. I mean, Kerr managed to tell us what he thought just about on everything, as long as it went a certain way. I mean, the thing that happened here recently, it was involved, and he got nothing to say. I mean, but it didn't fit what he's looking for. So, I mean, that's the way of the world. Dennis Rodman didn't wear a wedding dress when he was trying to make the team.
Good move.
Right.
After a few 20 rebound games.
Yeah.
Go shopping for veils.
And he became...
Is it too detailed?
Do you think he actually went to the I don't know, they have wedding gown stores?
They must.
Oh, they do.
Try a few on.
There's an entire reality series called Say Yes to the Dress that exists. So
I was going to say go to the mall, but does anybody go to the mall anymore?
Well, that was 20 years ago. They were still going to the mall then.
I don't know. Do you shop for wedding dresses online? Yeah. Is that the way that works? And then the Amazon shows up at your door. Here's a wedding dress. And they put it in a package on your doorstep and take a picture.
I don't see how that would work. I think they need fittings and all that kind of stuff or something. I don't know.
So he's decided that this is going to be a big issue for him. I'm entertained by it. I'm glad he does it.
There is no probable and doubtful. This is
right.
Texas Tech.
Right.
Everybody will have a helmet, and everybody's standing on the sideline ready to have their name called.
Yeah. And clearly that's not going to be the case. But, I mean, what's the consequence?
Eventually, the league could fine him, I guess. But I don't know who wants to spend a lot of time doing that. Maybe they have to if other schools start complaining. I mean, this week you can pretty much say, oh, nobody was really hurt. We were holding them out. We were going to win those games by a lot. Everybody's healthy, and everybody's going to play. Period. End of story. No probable.
Okay, but
there's a lock.
Couldn't Texas Tech do the same thing?
They could. Because don't we all look at that and assume in a game of this magnitude, if you're listed as probable, oh, you're ready to go.
Well, I think any conference game. This game has no more magnitude than next week against West Virginia. In terms of the standings, I realize the hoopla around it is way bigger, but as Majerus would always say, until they start counting 2-for-1s, they're all the same. So, if you got to November and it was a winner-take-all, that's another story. But we're not there, so I don't see the magnitude of it. I don't know that there's any team. That's the great thing about the Big 12, and I think they need to keep continuing to push that as much as possible, that there is no game in which if you wanted to keep out key players, you can get by. Going into it. Maybe as the game unfolds, it ends up being that way, but on Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, you don't know that. And in the Mountain West, you most definitely knew that when they were there.
Don't need you for the New Mexico game.
No, that's
got it covered.
Right, and so they were able to do that. And that's the great thing. The Big 12, I don't believe you can do that. I don't think that there's any game you can go into and say, absolutely, we are confident and this list of players can sit out and nurse a nagging injury. Not a severe one where obviously you can't play, but a nagging one that could be aggravated, and then you've got TCU next week. Something along those lines. Those, it seemed like towards the end of the Mountain West, it was BYU, TCU, and Utah. And other than that, it was rare that those teams lost to any other teams. And it came down to that little round robin of those three at that time. Here, I just don't see it.
Not at this point in the season. Maybe somebody will have injuries and let go
things
of the
wear
rope.
Down.
Yeah, later in the year.
Yeah.
Oklahoma State got blown out multiple times at the end of last season.
So did Utah.
Yeah.
Maybe not multiple times, but I was there in Colorado.
Yeah, that one without question.
They got smoked. So as far as I expect everybody who can play, whether I don't know how they determine questionable, probable, and all these other things. I understand what Yormark is trying to do, but if you don't have buy-in, then it doesn't work. This is the NBA All-Star Game version of the injury report. It becomes a joke, then it becomes useless and non-important. And that's what the NBA All-Star Game has become as they try to figure out. They've already decided what they're going to do for the 26 All-Star Game, but I'm extremely intrigued when that fails what they do for the 27 All-Star Game.
Interesting format. I wonder what the next one will be.
Right. Right. Have a different format every year. Do a different format every year for 10 years and then see what you have. What looked good for you? Was it in 26? Was it in 29? And take the best of the formats and discard the rest. And so it's the same thing here. If you don't have buy-in, then it becomes useless. But who wants to go ahead and whine about it as far as, Joey McGuire? If he starts whining about Utah's injury report or lack thereof, he's got no time or patience for that. But then it becomes useless, and then it just dies or nobody pays attention to it. So this is a perilous moment for the injury report in the Big 12.
Some coaches, maybe not Kyle, but some coaches got tired of gamblers pestering everyone in the program for info, and Sarkisian made it clear he'd rather have it out. So I assume I haven't seen theirs. Yeah, I know, and it's Texas, and there's way more eyes on that program, right. So maybe there's way more going on there.
I wouldn't compare that to.
Yeah,
and
But how many teams in the and is that because it's the University of Texas, or is that just football in Texas and at Texas Tech, Baylor, Houston?
I think it's around the world, but certainly
TCU.
Texas. I mean, yeah. I just don't know that. No offense to either of these guys, the receiver dude, how many passes did he catch? And Rabbit Evans are going to change the outcome of the game.
And they're out for the season, so those are ones he's always been willing to give up. He'll put that on there.
Well, yeah.
See, look, I did it.
I mean, Dillingham was talking about their best defensive back. Their all-conference guy is going to be out for several weeks. That's a major blow. But other than that, how many of these gamblers know, Logan Fano only played 12 plays. He may be a little banged up. Now, if it's a quarterback, well, then it's another story.
Right.
So I don't know how much these injury reports really affect the gambling. Is gambling, and what's the difference there? I mean, it's not like gambling is going to take a hit or go away because of an injury report. If you're uncertain about betting on game A, well, then you just take that money and bet on game B. So the same amount of money is going to be laid down every week.
And I don't know inside the Texas program, although Sark is the one who's publicly advocated for this, when someone is questionable or doubtful or probable or whatever, are gamblers still trying to find out what does that mean? Has it stopped the phone calls or has it slowed them down inside the Texas program?
I have a hard time believing that the players are being besieged by Vinny No-Neck.
Well, Sark's point was that Vinny No-Neck was also calling equipment people and managers.
And I have a hard time believing they're being besieged.
Why else would he care about an injury report? Because he comes back to coaches have a lot of stuff to worry about.
Because it's something to complain about. He stood there, and the person on the television was going to tell him when to run out on the field, and he screamed at him, "Don't touch me," and made a big stink about it because they got power. And if you have power and don't use it, what's the point of having power? That's why he did that. Why scream at a schmo who's got a headset on and telling them,
to be told, hey, okay,
right,
have him run now.
Right. But I've got the power and you touched me. How dare you do that? And I'm on edge because I'm about to go into a game. So my nerves are heightened and all that stuff. And so you touched me, and I guarantee you, if it was the grad assistant, he wouldn't have yelled at the guy. It goes back to power and money. If you have both of them, you don't take anything from anybody, ever. You're the one who dishes it out. So this power play that the U chooses to exhibit, I find it highly entertaining. It's needless. They could have put 50 guys on there, and who cares?
Yeah. All the guys who did get dinged up and held out or were held out so they didn't get dinged up, they could just list them as probable.
Yeah. And so
Which
Dillingham has an
comes
extensive
next.
list because he's got no street cred.
Give him a couple more conference titles.
Well,
We'll see if
yes,
the list changes.
absolutely. Yeah. If he has 5 by the time he's 40, then absolutely. He can put Bozo the Clown on that list if he so desires. And nobody's going to bat an eyelash. And nor would Yormark or whoever is the conference commissioner or whatever form of conferences they have at that point, because you want that person to be there if he's bringing your conference glory. And Utah hasn't brought the conference glory yet, but they will. Could be as soon as this season. Does anybody think they're going to go between now and 10 years, they're going to go every year without winning? I don't think so. They got as good a chance as anybody to win it right now. So you don't want to rock the boat there. And then you create a story, a negative story. These people are so, averse to negative stories. They want to spin everything positive. Why? Because money's at stake.
They think that'll make more people show up.
Yeah.
Although people do embrace the negative.
Has Yormark ever said anything negative about his conference?
It's awesome.
Everything is positive. And all the people who stand to benefit from the conference doing well, and then their paychecks are continuing to come and grow, they do nothing but praise him. That's the way it works. And it'll continue to work that way. Don't we all get that? Don't we all see that in the current world in which we live? Which side of the aisle are you on? Well, I'm on this side, so I got to present it positively. Why? So this side can make more money. Or in the case of this stupid politics, so ding-dongs would vote for this side. And if you get on that train, so to speak, then that's what you do. I choose to be off of it, and Whether there's 0 people on the list or there's 50 people on the list, what difference does it make once that ball's in the air on Saturday? But I do find it entertaining that they want to make it an issue.
It'll make the difference in whether Logan Fano runs out there, and everybody thinks Logan Fano's going to run out there.
Logan Fano?
Yes.
He'll make the difference? I love me Logan Fano.
All right. Let's go.
I did not even know that he came out after 12 plays on Saturday.
There you go.
I did not know. And I watched the whole game. How did you know that? Did they say it?
The Deseret News has a story on it.
Oh. And they counted the plays?
Apparently, yes.
Nice.
Yes.
That's my in-depth reporting.
See, there you go.
You notice you didn't go to any TV website.
Did not.
No, you go to the hardcore.
Shout out to Joe Coles. Way to go, Joe.
Joe, don't call me Bimbo Coles.
Famous Coles. Go. Or famous Joe's, either one.
I eat at Joe's.
Ooh.
But yeah, I assume he'll play, and he'll have a significant, or potentially have a significant impact. You never know how games are going to play out. But obviously he's a player, and you want him there for literally as many plays as he could possibly play because he's that good. Sure, I understand that. But I honestly did not know that it was only 12 plays and that something potentially could have been wrong. Was it just they just took him out because they knew they didn't have to worry about playing him, or did he have some
wouldn't surprise me. I mean, they've got some depth at that position, and the defense is playing great. So, and whether they decided it all at once or just a series at a time, I don't know.
Doesn't everybody say they have depth at every position except quarterback?
Yeah, I guess the question is, do you buy it? Not always, because sometimes you do hear coaches say, we've really got to get the twos ready. That was Kyle's thing for a while with the offensive line. How's the offensive line? It's great, but we really got to get the twos ready. So I guess you can apply at that point
well, that means they're not good enough
yeah.
at that point in time,
right.
But most likely they will be when it's their turn. I mean, that's the way the U of U and a lot of programs work. And that's what makes this thing up at for the University of Utah, their football program. That's what makes it so impressive, is that kids come and go, whether it's eligibility or transfer. They haven't been, I don't think they've been crushed by kids leaving. They've had a few, obviously, that we understand that. But I wouldn't label their program as one that the transfer portal of kids leaving has become a significant problem. It's a problem, but it's no more a problem than anywhere or everywhere. But what they do so well, to the point where it's a marvel. Wondering, how do they do it? How do they just replace fill in the blank whomever, and then they put in another group comes along. They've been doing this with linebackers, it seems like 10 years now, and they've been putting guys into the NFL for so long. Who's the latest? I'm to the point, DJ, that if they are caught short, that's the surprise. Not that they've got this group or that group playing well. That's what's amazing to me.
I think that's why the backup quarterbacks
that
leaving are such a big deal, because it creates a void that they don't normally have, and it creates it at the most important position.
I think a lot of schools have it now more than ever, though.
Yes.
But all the other positions where you need numbers, the U of U seems to have numbers year after year. And I'm so impressed by that.
And I've listened to former quarterbacks talk, and a bunch of them have said it now, that the quarterback play is suffering because quarterbacks, more than anyone, need continuity, and they're not getting it. And if they stay put, coaches are moving. If they move, then obviously they're going to, well, not always, but most of the time if they move, they're going to be working with new coaches. Obviously what the Utes have, they're benefiting from the fact, well, the offensive coordinator and the coach are both new, but because they worked together last year, you got a quarterback making a lot of good decisions.
How's that compare? I mean,
to what?
Coaches leaving now, is it more of an academic than it was before?
No, it just goes to between the players transferring, the coaches moving. How many players get to play in the same system?
Well, sure, but if a player transfers, don't complain about lack of continuity.
Right, but what the former quarterbacks are saying is it's stunting these guys' development. And you just got to go through the hard times.
But standing on a sideline and not playing stunts it even more. You're chasing a dream.
Well, I think that's
Most
their
of the
point
time,
is that it stunts the dream, but moving stunts it
Yeah,
even
but
more.
they got such a finite time. I get it. It doesn't always work out. In a lot of cases, it doesn't work out. But they're chasing a dream, and staying there isn't any guarantee that the dream will happen, nor is it going to school wherever. But yet, that's the situation, because when we were in high school, they had 4 stars or whatever, and they went to the elite camp, and they get in panic mode. I'm not going to make the NFL unless I do this. Yeah, it's an epidemic at that position, and we see it all the time, literally every single year.
And Arch Manning's a high-profile example, and he's a guy who is staying put, but if it doesn't pay off for him, then that just reinforces the message, take off.
Gotta go.
Gotta go, right. DJ PK, we gotta go. It's 97.5 The Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Earlier crash is still causing big delays out there on northbound I-15. You're going to be slow drive from all the way from 2100 North and Lehigh to South Salt Lake this morning. Also, northbound I-215 on the westbound have big delays there as well as from 35th South over to the 201 freeway right now. This update is brought to you by Advanced Window Products. Factory direct affordable windows. Call today. They're on their way. Financing is available. Save now, pay later. Go to advancedwindows.com. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Jake Hatch here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's game week for the Utes, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. The Utes are undefeated at 3-0, but now the season really begins as the Utes open up Big 12 play at home against Texas Tech. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Utah football and your chance to win tickets to the game. Then catch a special early edition of College Football Saturday starting at 8 a.m. with a postgame show immediately following the game on KSLSports.com.
Let's go then. Let's go, baby.
Your home for the best coverage of Utah football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Got an app idea? You're sitting on a gold mine, but stuck on how to bring it to life? Meet Dev Simplify, your superheroes for web and mobile app creation. Dev Simplify. DevSimplify.com. Just ask Coach Mike with Practice Planner Live.
You know, as a coach, technology isn't my strength, but Dev Simplify took my idea for Practice Planner Live and turned it into the top practice planning platform on the market. They transformed my non-technical vision into an incredible web and mobile app that coaches like me now can't live without.
See, you don't need to be a tech wizard. Your idea plus Dev Simplify's superhero software skills equals a big win. Right, Mike?
You know, I had big plans for my app, and with Dev Simplify's help, it's now a thriving must-have platform for all coaches.
Dev Simplify, turning your brilliant ideas into amazing web and mobile. No tech skills required. Visit DevSimplify.com and let the magic begin. DevSimplify.com.
Attention sports fans, drive into fall savings with Hercules First Federal Credit Union. This fall, score auto loan rates as low as 4.99%. Plus refinance with Hercules and save an extra 0.50%. Open a new Visa card and get an additional 0.25% off your rate. Enjoy 90 days with no payments and a $100 gas card when you add gap warranty or maintenance. But hurry, this offer ends soon. Visit HerculesCU.com today. Hercules First Federal Credit Union, growing stronger together.
Do you snore at night? You could be suffering from sleep apnea, a serious medical condition. Be one of the first 25 people to call Sound Sleep Medical and receive a free sleep consultation, normally a $200 value. Sound Sleep Medical uses a custom-fitted oral appliance instead of a cumbersome CPAP machine to treat sleep apnea. Most insurance companies and Medicare cover oral appliance therapy. To learn more, call 801-285-9731 or visit soundsleepmedical.com.
The Garden Restaurant has been open for a few months, and if you haven't stopped by, now is the time to get downtown and check out what everyone's been raving about. And if you have visited the new space, schedule a time to come on back. Grab a friend and come visit one of Salt Lake's best gathering spots for lunch. You'll be greeted by the delicious smell of fresh baked goods like our famous Lionhouse rolls, perfect for taking home for family dinners. Or maybe you have a sweet tooth and are craving one of our brand new cinnamon rolls. They're the size of a dinner plate and perfect for sharing between a group of friends. come smell and taste the garden for yourself. Enjoy the beautifully reimagined space and convenient location with new street access on the ground floor of the Joseph Smith Memorial Building. Open weekdays 11 to 3. Choose from healthy and delicious options like the turkey pot pie, jalapeno pork and grilled cheese sandwiches, tomato bisque soup, and nut and berry salad. All favorites not to be missed. So much to choose from. Check out the menu at thegardenslc.com. Fresh flavors, iconic location, The Garden Restaurant.
Since 1954, Mountain Home Services has been Utah's trusted name in home comfort. Right now, get your AC and furnace tune-ups for just $29. A furnace tune-up helps prevent wear and tear, catches small issues early, improves efficiency, enhances safety, and keeps airflow balanced, adding years to your system's life. And Mountain Home Services is not just heating and cooling. They offer free second opinions on everything, including electrical, plumbing, and fireplaces. Plus, you're backed by Mountain Home Services' upfront pricing guarantee and 100% satisfaction guarantee. No surprises, just honest service. Call 801-543-2222 or visit mountainhomeservices.com to schedule your $29 tune-up today. Mountain Home Services. Comfort starts here. Again, that's 801-543-2222 or visit mountainhomeservices.com to schedule your $29 tune-up today.
Get ready, Utah. Mountainland Supply is bringing Milwaukee Counter Days to a branch near you. Join us for a one-day only savings. 10% off all Milwaukee power tools, hand tools, and accessories. Plus, free sale day only items. Start your morning with a light breakfast, stick around for a delicious barbecue lunch, and connect with the Milwaukee team. We'll be in West Jordan on October 2nd, Heber on October 7th, Salt Lake HVAC on October 9th, and Monticello October 14th. Don't miss it. Mountainland Milwaukee Counter Days. Food, freebies, and fantastic savings.
3, 2, 1. This is your Utes at 50 update. 158! Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The Utes getting ready for the big noon kickoff showdown with Texas Tech. Kyle Whittingham asked to grade Devin Dampier's play.
Well, I give him an A+. I mean, not only what he's doing on the field, but his leadership, his impact on the team overall. He's just been exactly what we hoped he would be. Without question, one of our team leaders, and the players have embraced him. Couldn't have been any better than what he's done, and his numbers really speak to that.
This Ute Update brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue. Kenny J's Catering delivers bold, smoky barbecue no matter the occasion. Check out the catering menu at kennyjsbarbecue.com. For weddings, work, or any event, that's kennyjsbarbecue.com.
Over 2 decades of sports radio dominance in Utah. My favorite. This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Artist of the day is Jimi Hendrix, the rock and roll legend, passing away on this day in 1970. Brought to you by Live Nation. For all the live concerts and events in 2025, check out livenation.com.
I remain disappointed in Kyle. Why such a low grade on Devin Dampier? If Ralphie, in his essay fantasy, got an A+++++, why is Dampier only getting an A+?
The Utes meet Christmas Story. Join us on the Zone.
Isn't he better than that? Isn't he an A+++++?
Not until you win a conference game. Got to leave room to upgrade him later when he beats
Well, then
the
you could
ranked
add another
opponent.
plus.
That's it. To infinity and beyond.
Has there ever been a player who's come in this program and have this dramatic of an impact and received such universal praise as Double D, Devin?
Who's the wide receiver from Oregon?
Darren Carrington?
Yes. That would be the best. I think Dampier is at the top of the list, and partly it's the position he plays. And also he comes in after a year where the spotlight was on that position, and they went through 5 guys.
Spotlight's always on this position.
It is.
But it was so bad.
It was so bad, right. And so it's such a difference. And I think also he's helped himself because, the numbers people like Riley or Frank would come on. Riley always mentions the touchdown interception ratio. And as long as he keeps the 0 on that interception line, I mean, that's, an eye-popping stat.
This guy has the potential to go down as the greatest quarterback in Utah history.
Really?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, definitely. And I'll give you the reason why once you name the name that I know you're going to name.
Well, you want me to name Alex Smith.
But he's only 1 year to that level.
Well, I was going to say 2.
I was going to say there's
two
one other
conference
name.
titles. I mean, the undefeated
There's
season
no other
was
name.
staggering.
And I love Lee Gross Cup.
Not even Brian Johnson?
Again, 1 year. He has the potential. If it's only 1 year, then no. Although it remains to be seen what level year. So I amend that.
Amended. Noted.
But as a junior, has the ability to come back. And whatever he does this year, that'll be the standard, the minimum standard.
Match it or top it.
Yes. And I believe whatever he does this year, provided he has the health, next year, he'll meet that, maybe top it. Now, they'll lose a bunch off the offensive line.
Right.
They literally could lose everyone. All 5 guys. We'll see how that plays out.
We'll see how it plays out, but that would actually be a reasonable prediction right now.
Yeah. And then you can get transfers. And again, I just talked about, I'm always amazed how they always just fill in the new guy or guys.
Doesn't mean they'll have a bad line next year.
Right.
But it will be different.
But to one degree or another, it'll be different.
Probably to a large degree.
Yeah,
maybe,
I would think.
Maybe completely.
Yeah, right. Exactly. Right. So, but projection-wise, if he continues on the pace that he is, then yeah, because both of those guys, and they had great seasons, there's no doubt about it. And Alex had more than one, but this is such a higher level. You're not playing in the Liberty Bowl.
That is the biggest thing. And whatever he could do in the playoff could really
That's what I'm talking about.
Right.
And the Sugar Bowl, for as
point.
great as it was, it's still reduced to a secondary bowl.
Right. Well, the Alabama people could and did say, consolation prize, didn't want to be here. Nobody can say that about a playoff game.
It's two different things there. You don't want to be there because you want to be someplace else. Not, I don't want to be here because I want to be home. So as far as Alabama losing,
you weren't fully
I don't care about
motivated.
that.
You didn't beat them giving their best effort.
Yeah, but
that was the message.
That's on them. That's their problem.
It is.
But it's still nevertheless.
The thing about Alex
it's a
is
footnote.
He went number 1 in the draft, and he's the first person in the Ring of Honor, and they felt like they had to put him in by himself to really put the spotlight on him. I mean, Alex is a very high bar.
And he should be. But Dampier has the possibility to supersede it.
Yeah, I mean, they're 3-0, so I guess 17-0 would supersede it. That'd be top shelf.
Well, if you did that, then that'd be a no-brainer.
Alex, what did he throw his senior year? I think like 4 picks the whole season.
I think it was like 36-4.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah. It was video game numbers, out of control, fantastic.
But this competition is way tougher.
It is.
Yeah.
So he's got that going for him, and the postseason could be much more gratifying.
That's what I'm
as
talking about.
opposed to Alex got handed. Well, we didn't want to let you in, but we're kind of painted into a corner. So here's an 8-3 team whose coaches quit.
Yeah. That was a joke.
The 04 Utes got a bad draw.
Right.
They didn't get to really test.
It was just a party in the Phoenix area.
Yeah.
It wasn't a competitive game.
It was a great party. No.
It was
But
a week-long
Auburn was sitting there
party.
undefeated, and that.
Yeah, I know. The Utes got screwed.
Put a battle of unbeatens together, and let's see that.
Yeah. Brady Papinga heaped praise on Utah, and he played 3 undefeated teams that year.
DJ and PK, it's 97.5 The Zone. When we come back, Barry Trammell on the Big 12, couple intriguing non-conference games, and finally, big conference games. We'll get to that with Barry next. Stay with us.
Hockey fans, let your voice be heard with the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum. Visit the Utah Mammoth page on KSLSports.com to connect with the team, other fans, and our KSL Sports insiders. Start chatting today in the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum on KSLSports.com.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370, 888-999-6370, or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
Right now at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown, you can get any new 2025 Mazda CX-50 for 0% financing for 60 months. Yes, 0% for 60 months. Or extended to 72 months for only 1.9%. You heard right. As low as 0% for 60 months. It's happening now at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown. APR OAC. Not available with any other offers. See dealer for complete details.
Stay up to date with everything Utah Jazz related with the new Jazz Notes newsletter. Get draft updates, analysis, and be the first to know about every off-season move. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the Jazz Notes newsletter.
Hey, it's JJ here. I love hearing from listeners that have also had success with Salt Lake City fat loss. I'm here with Blair. Thanks for coming in.
Pleasure to be here.
It's so great to see you. So how much weight have you lost?
I've lost an amazing 52 pounds in just 60 days.
That's incredible. How do you feel?
Oh, I feel great. I have more energy, and the GERD and acid reflux is gone.
Talk about the scale for a minute. Were you surprised at how quickly that number went down?
It was astonishing to me as I'd get on the scale, even in the very beginning when I saw, 2-3 pounds drop off. But I ended up looking forward to getting on the scale to see how much I'd lost in the last day.
Tell me about the biggest benefits that you've seen with Salt Lake City fat loss.
I have much more confidence in myself, lots more energy, much more adventurous walks with my dogs.
Thanks so much for sharing another great success story with Salt Lake City fat loss. Learn the secret of losing up to 1 pound of unhealthy fat per day and start your own success story at slcfatloss.com. That's slcfatloss.com.
Results may vary.
Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors. I want you to know that it's the little things that count. Any remodeler can say they treat customers right when it comes to siding, gutters, windows, and exteriors. It's hard to know for sure. If a contractor uses cheap generic nails instead of super grippy ridge shaft nails for your siding, would you even know? If they use cheap $4 caulk to install your new windows instead of paying $9 a tube for the good stuff, could you tell by looking? It all comes down to the details and trust. At RGS Exteriors, we only do things one way, the right way. We never cut corners. We never skimp on details. We never do less than the job requires. That's why we offer our industry's exclusive 10-year everything guarantee. And it's why we have the happiest customers. If you need any gutters, siding, or replacement windows, call RGS Exteriors at 801-280-3110 or visit rgsutah.com. That's 801-280-3110 or online at rgsutah.com.
These days, many companies have turned to influencers to tout their products or services. But here at John Watson Chevrolet, the only endorsement we need is from our customers. Because of their feedback, we're proud to be Utah's best reviewed Chevy dealer. Visit us today to see why we get reviews like,
"Their sales team is the best. Didn't put on any pressure, just super helpful and fun. They made the process a breeze."
John Watson Chevrolet, your 5-star Chevy dealer. 3535 Wall Avenue, Ogden. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
Protein, protein, protein. Everyone is trying to get protein in their diet, but we need fats too. Healthy fat, that is, like the rich, natural peanut and almond butters found in G2G protein bars. Most bars don't have it because, well, most bars aren't real food or refrigerated. Fortunately for you, we aren't most bars. At G2G, you'll find a balanced helping of protein and healthy fat. The fact that they're delicious is just a bonus. They're fast, easy, and perfect for on-the-go families. G2G protein bars. Find them at Costco, Harmon's, Maverick, and now at Smith's.
Adventuring in the Wasatch Back this summer?
Stop into Dairy King in Heber, now serving pumpkin shakes.
And check out their huge gluten-free menu. Dairy King on Main Street, home of the trade and best of state shakes.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colbert, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Nobody brings you better coverage of the teams you're passionate about than these guys.
Try some more.
This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
DJ PK, it's 97.5 The Zone. We are joined now by Barry Trammell, sports columnist for the Tulsa World, our Big 12 expert. Barry, good morning.
How you guys doing?
Good. We wanted a big football game. We're getting a big football game. It's Utah and Texas Tech.
Let me ask you a question.
Let's
Let me ask you guys a question.
All right.
How is the atmosphere and build up and just the whole vibe around this game compared to some of Utah's showdown games in the Pac-12 era?
It's good. I think this is good, but it's not great. I mean, when USC came to town for a big game, that had a level. I mean, that just ramped people up. But people are pretty excited for this game, though. And this isn't nothing. This is a big deal. And also, I think that there's less of that Pac-12 comparison this year than last year. And there's just so much frustration over how bad last year got. And Ute fans just can't wait to get a big win.
But the fans don't want to be in the Big 12. That's just a fact.
Yeah.
And I don't think Utah wants to be in the Big 12.
It's where they
Pac-12 hangover.
It's where they need to be now.
Because, Barry, in this market, as you know, everything is compared to each other. So it's always BYU compared to Utah, right? And so that's going to split the market immediately because you're going to have a significant portion of the fan base who's going to be for the Cougars. And it was for years and years, it was the Cougars that were going to get into the Pac-10. And then they got undercut. And the Utes just they went nuts on that. And they let BYU fans, they could talk about what are they going to do with all the bumper stickers and guys got Pac-12 tattoos and whatnot. So there's this big come down that you're not in the conference. But I do think that Ryan Smith, the guy who owns the Jazz and then the Mammoth, he made a statement when the hockey team came here. He says, and he's speaking we as a people of the state, we show up for big events. And when we get to Saturday morning and people see Urban Meyer down the street from the stadium and that big noon Fox spiel that they have, they'll be all over it. And I think it'll be okay at that point.
Well, I think it's interesting. It's also early.
Yeah.
You know, I don't know. It's the Big 12 race is interesting. It looks like, and I mean, who knows? For all I know, Cincinnati's going to win the whole thing. But it looks like perhaps Utah, Tech, and Iowa State could be the top three. Don't know if they will, but could be.
Yeah, I may put TCU in there.
Yeah, maybe. But this is the only game between those three is what I'm saying.
Right.
I mean,
and that's so
everybody
screwy.
else plays each other.
Right.
So, yeah. I mean, it's way too early to know. TCU, the Baylor-Arizona State winner, was back sort of in the saddle despite disappointments. Heck, Arizona State went from last to first and from summer to fall. Houston doesn't look like a great team, but who knows?
Right.
But you know what? I do like Utah. I do like Tech. I do like Iowa State. So that'd be the three I'd have at the top right now.
Yeah, for me, I don't think there's any argument with that statement. And we made the statement, or at least I did. I think DJ backed me up that I divided the conference into 4 tiers of 4 right now, and those 3 that you put in, and I put in TCU, and then in the second tier I had Kansas and ASU and BYU. And there's only one reason BYU is not in the top tier and they're in the second tier, recognizing that I do not eliminate the second tier, any of those teams having the possibility at least to finish second and get to Arlington. But the only reason why BYU is not in the top tier is because they have a freshman quarterback, and that produces a lot of unknown. If they had Retzlaff, then I clearly would put them in the top, but they don't.
No, I think that's solid. Who's your 4th team in tier 2?
Who is my 4th team? Let me go back and check.
Kansas State or no?
No.
The teams he had down further that are now in the 3rd tier that none of us were talking about, that would be this year's ASU.
Oh, I think I had Baylor.
Yeah.
Oh, Baylor. Yeah, that's solid. Yeah, that's solid.
ASU, BYU, Colorado all came out of nowhere to get to 7-2 and share first place in the regular season. So to me, those teams this year, you got to look at Houston, you got to look at Arizona, because nobody was talking about him. Now, people did talk about Rich Rod because he's a personality. He's got some celebrity. But if West Virginia goes to Kansas and wins, and they're 3-1 and 1-0, and they've beaten Kansas and Pitt, then they go into that group about, wow, nobody believed in you, and yet here we are in late September. Are we going to start watching this movie again, and are one of you 3 going to come out of nowhere? Long way to go, and Arizona has a bye this week, so they can dream big for another week and no risk.
Yeah, I'm bigger on Arizona than I am West Virginia. I don't think West Virginia is very good at all. They won because emotion, and Pitt's not very good. And
yeah, and Kansas is a huge favorite this week. I mean, the dream can die right here.
Yeah. I actually, you know what? I made a joke about Cincinnati a minute ago, but I actually thought they played pretty good against Nebraska in Kansas City.
Right.
So I think they could be competitive.
Oh, they were my sleeper team this year.
Yeah. Cincinnati was?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. I just, being down there in Dallas, talking to the guys, talking to the quarterback, to what degree of sleeper remains to be seen. But I thought they were going to be a tough out on any given Saturday. And so they could surprise people depending on who they're playing that particular week and how that other team is playing and who's available for the opponent. But yeah, I thought particularly if you went to Cincinnati, if you got out of there with a win, you should be pretty pleased about that.
Yeah. Have one of the Utah schools been up there yet?
No.
To play?
BYU went as an independent when Cincinnati wasn't in. Neither one of them were in the Big 12 yet. But that was a while ago. I think that was when Taysom Hill was in school. So
yeah, was Tuberville the coach then?
Okay.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Well,
yeah.
You know, it's really a cool place to go watch a football game.
Yeah.
It's so different than anything else. It's an urban campus right in the middle of a campus that's right in the middle of a big city, and it's right in the middle of buildings. You're less than 50 yards from the student union. You're 50 yards from the student wellness center. I mean, that's basically the walls of the stadium. The perimeter of the stadium are other buildings, and it's sunken down Nippert Stadium. I thought it was a pretty cool place to go. So I don't know if he'll win enough to keep his job, but I think they are a dangerous team. But no, I'm fired up about Utah Tech. Because here's the deal. I got all fired up about the Utes when they just trampled UCLA, but all of a sudden that doesn't look so good because New Mexico's trampling them too. And then Tech hadn't played anybody at all, literally. So, but I think both are really good, but it's time to find out what they've got, and this game certainly does that.
Have you been paying attention, and I assume you have, not just from the Big 12 perspective, but from the college sports perspective, all the money that Texas Tech is willing to throw around? And we had their sideline guy on earlier in the week, and people tend to get defensive when you bring up the money. And I said, well, come on here. you paid a softball pitcher to go from Stanford to Texas Tech, and she gets you all the way in the final. And you probably pay attention to that because you're right in Norman, and right in that very city is a national powerhouse of a softball team. And so if you can pay a young lady, to go from Palo Alto to Lubbock, then clearly you've got enough money. And then his response was, well, yeah, but we're not the only ones doing it. Everybody gets defensive. BYU, oh, no, we're not the highest bidder. I don't know why these teams get defensive, or these programs, universities get defensive about throwing around a bunch of money, because it's okay in my mind. And if you got the money, throw it around.
Well, Dan Wetzel used to be with Yahoo. He's joined ESPN now. He had a theme going for a long time here in the last 2 or 3 years when it comes to conference realignment and this stuff. Like you guys brought up the Utah BYU bickering over, arguing over conference pride. I'm in this conference. You thought you were getting in, but we got in. Blah blah blah. And hey, we're switching conferences, and we're better than you because we're switching. He said we've literally trained our fans, and he's talking about all of college football. We've trained our fans to cheer for money. Look at our TV contract. We went 4-8 last year, but look at our TV contract. And he said we've literally done that. And what you've just described is a chance for fans to cheer for money, and yet all of a sudden they don't want to cheer for money. They don't want to. I know enough. Let me tell you who is not defensive about how much money they spend for their roster. The New York Yankees, Los Angeles Lakers, the Los Angeles Dodgers. Yeah, when somebody said, "You guys, you Dodgers, you spent your way," and they say, "Yeah, no kidding." And we go out to the ballpark and we enjoy watching Ohtani strike people out and hit the ball over the fence. Yeah. So you might as well embrace it because it's not going back. And Texas Tech is an interesting case because their guy has taken it a step farther than what the mega boosters of old used to do, the Boone Pickens, the Phil Knights, those crowds. Campbell is giving Tech a lot of money, and then he's also said, oh, by the way, put me on the Regents. I want to be on the Board of Regents and be the chair. Oh, yeah, I want to get appointed by Donald Trump to be the advisor for whatever he's advising. I forgot the title. But, oh, yeah, I want to mount this campaign to overturn the federal law that regulates television. And so he's not just manipulating Texas Tech football. He's involved in the whole thing. And it's fascinating to me how this guy, who's just a Texas oil man, there's been a million stories of guys who struck it rich in the Texas oil patch. And this guy said, well, my passion is going to be, 1, Texas Tech football, and 2, college football in general.
Right.
And we're going to change things. And he's an interesting character. I see him all the time. Did you by chance talk to him at Big 12 Media Days?
No.
He's making the rounds in Arlington or in Frisco.
Was he?
Anybody? Go up and talk to him all you want.
I'll have to look for that for next year then.
Yeah, and he's on all these shows doing commercials, for crying out loud. Most guys that give a lot of money, they try to keep a low profile. Not him.
So he's the Jerry Jones of the Big 12.
And you know what? There's something that's not a dissimilar comparison. It's not.
He wrote an op-ed to USA Today this week on the TV spiel that you were talking about.
Yeah. He wants the 4 conferences, and I think maybe just the powers, to go together and distribute, market their package all together like the NFL does.
Right.
Which I guess he would need some help with federal law on that. He's also going to need some help from Greg Sankey.
Yeah.
Because I'm not sure the SEC commissioner is interested in any kind of financial alliance with the Big 12.
Right. It's like Notre Dame. We don't have to go to your conference because we can make more money. So until you bring us more money, we're going to keep the money and forget you.
There's federal intervention. It'll be for 2 leagues, not for 4. We're not sharing with you guys.
Well, yeah. Probably true.
I have seen some, through 3 weeks of the college season now, I've seen some totals. The SEC is the only power league with a winning record in head-to-head games of other power leagues, and the ACC is the only league with a losing record. And right now, the Big Ten and the Big 12 are right at 500. SMU's at TCU. That's a chance for the Frogs to beat an ACC school. North Carolina's at UCF, another chance to beat an ACC school. Presumably, finishing with a winning record against other power leagues might make it easier to get a second, maybe a third, but probably just a second bid in the playoff. Do you think that will happen?
I actually don't think that will matter. I think that's way too complicated of thinking for this playoff committee. I don't know if they can comprehend much more than what league are you in? What's your name and what's your record? I don't know that they have a step 3. I think they look at what your name is, what your record is, and what's for lunch. I think that's the steps of their committee meeting.
The third question. That's a strong third question, though. I mean, I get it.
But, for people like us, I think it matters. For the committee, I don't think they really care if SMU or TCU, who wins that game. They didn't care who won the SMU BYU game. Why should they care who wins the SMU game? Now, the Central Florida game is fascinating because I actually think UCF stinks. I think they're the worst team in the league, with the possible exception of Oklahoma State.
Okay,
Oklahoma
there you go.
State might be worse. But UCF is not any good at all. If they can stay with Carolina or even beat Carolina, I mean, that it would be so damning of Bill Belichick. A lot of people think he's going to be a one-and-done type guy. And I like to judge coaches. People like to talk, is this guy going to get fired? Is he on the hot seat? Well, those are pretty shallow debates, I think, is Brent Venables going to get fired? Is Mike Gundy going to get fired? We don't know. There's 1,000 factors go into that. Here's what I like to debate. If you had to do it all over again, would you hire him? It's like the old commercial. It was a diamond commercial from years ago. Said, give her the diamond that says you'd marry her all over again.
Yeah.
Well, would some of these coaches hire – would some of these schools hire their coaches if they had it to do over again? And number one on the list, I think, of no way is North Carolina. I think they're saying, what have we got ourselves into? I mean, this is nonsense. And we're not any good. So, I think UCF, that'll be a fascinating game. It's going on straight up against my game. But I'll be watching the ticker pretty closely on that one. That'd be cool for the Big 12 if UCF could win that game. That would be pretty good.
How was the Monterey Peninsula?
Oh, it was fantastic. I enjoyed it. It's two things. One, even when you're not in San Francisco or L.A. or Greater L.A. or the Bay Area, you forget how many people are in California.
Yeah.
It's like we left Carmel like 2 straight days. We were in Carmel or near Carmel and going back up to Salinas. Like at 3:30 in the afternoon, and we had bumper-to-bumper traffic to get out. And I thought, what the heck's going on? I mean, what's going on here? But it wasn't too bad. So the traffic was a little hairy, but we enjoyed it. It was great. I actually enjoyed Monterey more than Carmel. Seem more authentic. Lifestyles of the rich and famous are not really my deal, and that's sort of what you get in Carmel. But Monterey, you got Cannery Row and John Steinbeck. I actually had never read Tortilla Flat. I've read a few Steinbeck books, but never Tortilla Flat. I like to read a book, a novel, set in the city that I'm visiting while I'm there. So I read Tortilla Flat while I was in the Monterey Peninsula, and it was great because every place he mentioned, hey, yeah, I know where that is.
Uh-huh.
So we had a great time. We drove down to the Hearst Mansion.
Oh yeah, I've done that.
Okay, now there's lifestyles of the rich and famous.
That was Cooksville. Anytime you're in the Western Hemisphere and you're not at a zoo, and somebody says, "Now here are our zebras," go over there. You can see the zebras over there. You know that life for some people has gotten warped. But it was great. Big Sur was my favorite. Just driving up and down the coast of California. You know, the uninhabited part, which is what most of Big Sur is.
It is.
So yeah, we thought it was great. We had a great time, and then Saturday, I took a vacation from my vacation and just holed up and watched football all day. And my wife was gracious enough to just, sort of go along with it. So, we had a good time catching all the games and then enjoying California. So it was great. It was great.
Well, Barry, we appreciate the time as always. Glad you enjoyed the trip. I don't know, is it better to look at the ocean or to smell the ocean air? The smell of salt water is awesome.
You know what? It depends on your view. Because the dang Hearst Mansion, or is that what they call it? No, Hearst Castle. Keep calling it. It's a mansion. It's not a castle, but they call it the Hearst Castle. Anyway, my wife kept raving about it and said, "Look at the view." I said, "We're 5 miles up in the air on top of this mountain, 5 miles from the ocean. It's not that great of a view. Just because it's the ocean doesn't make it a great view. So put me in a condo right on the beach, and I think it's a pretty good view. But if I'm on top, the mountain, I just soon smell the ocean as see it. So the smell at Cannery Row is not as good as the smell of the ocean. I will say that.
I get that. All right, Barry, we appreciate it. Thanks so much. We'll talk to you next week.
See you guys.
There's Barry Trammell, sports columnist for the Tulsa World. Mark Harlan, Ute Athletic Directors here at the top of the 9 o'clock hour, right here on The Zone. Stay with us.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Got multiple crashes northbound I-15 from Lehigh all the way into downtown Salt Lake City, causing slow traffic on the entire stretch. So I had some time for your commute this morning if you're just getting going. Also have a new crash northbound I-15 in Roy at Riverdale Road, causing delays through that stretch, and another new crash on the eastbound 201 freeway at 7200 West in Magna. This update is brought to you by UTA. Keep that big event energy. Take UTA and skip the parking lot. Plan your trip today at rideuta.com. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Jake Hatch here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's game week for the Cougars, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. It's the first road trip of the year for the Cougars as they make the long flight east for a showdown against East Carolina. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Cougar football. Then catch a special early edition of College Football Saturday starting at 8 a.m. with a postgame show immediately following the game on KSLSports.com. Your home for the best coverage of BYU football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey, Ryan, you remember that trip we took in our tent trailer down to Southern California? Oh, that was the best.
Making memories with Paris RV. Hook up to the 2025 Forest River Rockwood 16 OTG for only $9,195 or $148 per month, zero down. Or the 2025 Highland Ridge Open Range 177 BH for only $14,995 or $171 per month, zero down. Or the 2026 Coachman RV Catalina Summit Series 7 134 BHX for only $14,995 or $171 per month, zero down.
Take your family out RVing with Paris RV.
Paris RV is your locally owned, family-run RV dealership. We strive hard to find the very best RVs for the price. With 4 locations, over 1,000 RVs in stock, 42 service bays, and 4 super parts stores. We're sure to help take your family on the best RV vacation. Check out our perfect family bunkhouse trailer, the 26BH. That sleeps 9 for $19,995 or $227 a month, zero down. Life is short. Enjoy it. North Murray, South Murray, Payson, and Pocatello. ParisRV.com.
Saving for retirement was tough enough for us.
Yes, and navigating markets can be challenging at times.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we take a disciplined approach with your investments.
Tell us more about that.
We take an active approach to money management, positioning your portfolio for opportunities we see ahead.
So all your clients get the same portfolio?
No, we tailor your portfolio to your individual goals and needs.
What about communication? We don't like being left in the dark.
We check in regularly to keep you informed on the markets and your portfolio.
Which means you'll help us stay on track.
Yes, our goal is your comfortable retirement. And as a fiduciary, we always put your interests first, because we do better when you do better. At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
What's up, everybody? I'm Mike Wilson with Any Hour Services, and you might have heard that during the month of September, Any Hour Services is having our free furnace sale. That's the sale where when you have Any Hour Services install a new air conditioner, we'll give you a new furnace for just the cost to install it. About $400. The furnace is free, you just pay the labor. If you think you might be interested and want to know how much you can save during our free furnace sale, call Any Hour Services and schedule your free estimate today. Google Any Hour Services or schedule online at anyhourservices.com. No one helps more homeowners than Any Hour Services.
You worked hard for your 401k, but if you've left your job, your money might be sitting in the wrong hands. I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and it's very possible that the 401k that you have had for years has hidden fees and limited investment choices. But if you're no longer with the company, that 401k may be at the mercy of your former employer. All of these things could be costing you thousands. Rolling over your 401k into an IRA can provide better investment options that align with your long-term goals. At Trajan Wealth, we're fiduciary advisors that are held to a higher standard with no hidden agenda and no hidden fees. Don't let your retirement dollars sit in an old plan, and don't roll it over to your new plan without consulting Trajan Wealth first. Call Trajan today at 801-899-7600. That's 801-899-7600.
Advisory services are offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
Discover the exceptional value of Bar W beef, where quality meets convenience. Bar W beef's dry-aged beef, aged for 14 days, offers rich marbling and tender texture, perfect for grilling, roasting, or pan-searing. Enjoy the rich flavor and generous size. Shipped directly from the ranch to your door. Now hosting one-day pop-up events, go to barwbeef.com to find a pop-up event near you, or stop into the store in Nephi for weekly in-store specials. barwbeef.com. That's barwbeef.com.
Adventuring in the Wasatch Back this summer?
Stop into Dairy King in Heber, now serving pumpkin shakes.
And check out their huge gluten-free menu. Dairy King on Main Street, home of the trade and best of state shakes.
The KSL Sports Zone and Hercules Credit Union are highlighting people that impact youth sports. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Hercules Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com.
This is your Cougars at 30 update. Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
BYU at East Carolina Saturday, the road opener for the Cougars, and ECU coach Blake Harrell and Bear Bachmeyer making his first road start.
They've had 2 home games, so when they're on offense, it's been pretty quiet for him. Now it's all of a sudden he's on the road. He's across the country. I think he's originally from maybe California, so he's coming to the East Coast maybe for the first time. So let's make sure we give him a warm welcome. And then defensively, we got to disguise some looks. We got to make sure we take those first reads away and make him get to a second or third guy, and that'll also give us a chance up front to get home.
This Cougar Update is brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue. Kenny J's Catering delivers bold, smoky barbecue no matter the occasion. Check out the catering menu at kennyjsbarbecue.com for weddings, work, or any event. That's kennyjsbarbecue.com.
This is Utah's best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth. Here we go. From the guys who have been there for all the biggest moments in Utah sports history, you're listening to DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Join Jake and Ben Tuesday from 10 to noon at Belliston Jewelry, 1155 36th Street in Ogden. Belliston Jewelry, made just for you, cherished for generations. DJ PK, we just talked to Barry Trammell about the week. of college football. You think the selection committee is that simple? Records, name, brand name matters, and nothing else. The BYU SMU game is a great point. If they're not paying attention to that, why do you think they're going to pay attention to a game this year?
They didn't pay attention, or they didn't think BYU was worthy.
Well, I think if you paid attention to the game, you would think they were worthy. I mean, isn't that the final score should be helping us decide worthiness?
So you think it's in some cases it comes down to one game?
I think when their resumes are that similar, they're both double-digit win teams and all that. Yeah, I think that one game should matter. I mean, yeah, if you're sitting there at 8-4, the one game doesn't matter. You pulled an upset, good for you. But 8-4 teams shouldn't be in the 12-team playoff. If this thing balloons up to 32, well, then 8-4 teams will be in.
32, yeah. I can't.
When the Big Ten pitched 24 and 28, I thought, why not do 32? I mean, I really don't think 24 and 28 I think they were making a point. Here's all the options. Now, what's the best one? Think outside the box. What do we really want? I mean, I think most of us think 12 is going to go to 16 at some point.
They don't answer to the question of why. They put some spokesperson there.
And then they talk in circles until the clock runs out. And
right.
I don't even watch that stuff all the time.
So if you boil it down to one game and you pick the loser of the game, that seems absurd. I just don't know that it's boiling down to one game. I do think that it's a TV show and it's entertainment, and they're going to go with ones that draw the more interest or the most interest.
If you're a two-loss team for the SEC or the Big Ten, you are in. If you're a two-loss team from the Big 12, uh-oh.
Yeah, it's a TV show. So it's not a true playoff format in the manner of the professional sports where the criteria is set.
Right.
And
well, the Big Ten pitched that and got a lot of pushback, including from the Big 12 commissioner. It's more that.
Yeah, that's not true.
Why not?
Because he wanted 18 bids of the 16, and you get one.
Yep.
And so, wait, I'm against that, so I reject it? Well, of course, because that's not what they're looking for. You made it sound like they proposed what the NFL has. If you finish in this place, you go in. You finish in this place, you don't.
There's still a nod and a wink to we're us and you're you.
Well, it's not a nod and a wink. It's a flat-out, everybody knows it. How dare you even think about it?
Well, we'll give you two bids, and otherwise we're only giving you one.
So you expect him to accept that?
No,
he had no choice. Yeah, but you don't want to pigeonhole yourself. It may end up they only get one bid over and over again or whatever it might be, but at least you have a shot. At least you can sell hope. Well, if it's a guarantee that if you are 11-2 or 9-3 or something, and you have no chance to get in, while somebody over here is 9-3 and they waltz right in, you can't sell. It's all about what you can pitch. It's about image. It's all fake. We're trying to sell that we're as good. You can't sell that. So they had no choice. So they couldn't commit to that. I mean, everything in sales, you go out today, and if you're in sales, you act like the guy who you want to buy your product is your best friend. It's all a big game. You don't have any, in most cases or in some cases, have any interest in being the guy's friend, but he's got the money, and you want him to buy your product. So you act like you're best buddies. And it's all image. And that was the Big 12. There's no way they could accept that and then have no hope. They may end up never getting any hope anyway. It's like Chris Hill used to say to the football team, and he would say this publicly, any other sport, I could tell you've got a shot at the national title. But in football, you don't. Well, in baseball, the U of U never had a shot to win the national title, but they're selling some hope. And in football, he couldn't sell that. And under the prior formats, the U of U had no chance to win the national title in football. The system simply wasn't going to allow it, and we literally saw that. But at least they could sell hope. And so they did this. And until they come up with it, it's always going to be a TV show. Which is why I don't really get all that worked up about it. Who wins, who doesn't. Because it's a TV show. It's not the purest form of competition where there's brackets and away you go.
Nor does it appear it is ever going to be.
At least in basketball, you can have that.
Have what?
A form of, it's not specifically a TV show. In the seedings, okay. But so many teams get in.
Right, but there's a bunch of leagues where it doesn't matter how good you are, you better win the conference tournament. You're not getting in a large bid. I mean, the large bids all go to the 4 or 5 power leagues.
Well,
in those leagues, they can't.
Then
you
if
can't really complain if you're in the Big
go
East.
Schedule Kentucky, UConn, and so forth, and then beat them, and then you'll get in. I mean, it's not as pure because, Stink Bomb doesn't want to see Utah. Well,
yeah.
Who wants to see UC Irvine? That sounds good.
Only UC Irvine.
Yeah. But UC Irvine doesn't really want to see UC Irvine.
So they have a 5,000-seat arena.
Yeah, they're not committed.
Yeah.
They just do what they do and have fun with it. And when it's over, it's over. And away you go. Right?
Then everybody go back to Newport.
And if your coach has any success, he'll be gone. So everybody understands that. The Big West does the Big West strive to be anything more than it is? No.
No. That's why UC San Diego left it.
Yeah.
They want to be, well, they haven't left yet, but they're going to. They've announced it. Yeah, they want to be something more. And instead of staying with all the other UC schools and Cal State schools, they're off to the WCC. They view that as a step up.
And good for them.
Yeah.
Way to go.
They're the first of that group of schools to do that, though.
Well, they're private.
No, UC San Diego. The University of California, San Diego, not USD.
Because they're already in.
Yeah, USD's already in.
Yeah.
And now UC San Diego is too.
Well,
bumping up their budgets, getting on airplanes, flying around the West, because otherwise it's Southern California bus league mostly. Occasionally,
and they don't aspire to be anything more. And nobody wants them to be anything more. Nobody pays attention to them except those kids and their families. And good for them. They found, it's like Air Force. Air Force has had opportunities to move up.
Yep. It could have gone to the new rebuilt Pac-12 if they wanted.
They've had multiple, but they're not interested.
Right. Yeah, and the Big 12.
Yeah. This is what they do, and this is what they will continue to do. Their mission is what it is, and that's not going to change. And they're fine with it. But I think that they have to find a way to get some form of, I hate to use the word fairness because I hate that word, but until they do that, like in the instance of a BYU, that it's in my mind, it's still a TV show. Lavelle Edwards said years ago, it's their party and they're going to invite who they invite. And that's so true. I mean, I'm not against what you're saying as far as the Cougars receiving at least significant
conversation,
consideration.
Consideration, yeah.
And they didn't.
It was just a foregone conclusion. That's not happening.
And it made no sense to me.
I know.
Right. It literally didn't make any sense to me, but yet that's what they deemed as appropriate because they got to the title game and there had already been, to an extent, precedent set. If you have this phenomenal season and lose in the title game, it doesn't matter, with obviously TCU a couple years back, as it should have in that case. But in SMU's case versus BYU's case, and BYU was left out because of some cockamamie tiebreaker spiel,
Yeah,
but then they'll say, well, then you should have beat Kansas, man. They had a losing record. You had them at home. You had them in November, the most important time of the season. Don't blame us.
So with Iowa State not playing Texas Tech or Utah, how's that going to play out?
I think sucks. But I already knew that. I mean, Trammell brought it up to our attention, but we obviously already knew it.
But it comes down to, again, with tiebreakers, you won't have the head-to-head, but maybe it'll help the league because it won't beat itself up, so maybe you'll have more teams with glossy records because all your big dogs don't play each other.
Well, then they'll take that into consideration and still put in the fourth-place Big Ten team.
Come on down, Indiana.
Right. I mean, Ohio State was the fourth-place Big 12 team or Big Ten team. Yeah. Oh, I think it absolutely stinks that Utah and Iowa State aren't playing. I want to see that game. But I don't know how they can overcome that. I don't know what can be done to prevent that.
Well, if TCU ends up being the team, and we've talked about that, TCU plays Iowa State, but they don't play Utah, and they don't play Texas Tech. So if it really is 4 at the end, there'll only be 2 head-to-head games. If it's 3 at the end, there'll only be 1 head-to-head game. If it's those 3 and those 4.
Which very well could happen. Yeah. I agree with Trammell in saying that those are the teams I would pick right now.
And the tiebreaker, we all love is head-to-head, but that could lead to cockamamie tiebreakers.
And SMU and BYU were head-to-head, and it still didn't matter.
DJ PK,
gives me a headache.
97.5 The Zone. Mark Harlan, Ute Athletic Director, coming up in about 15 minutes right here on The Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
You got a crash northbound I-15 at Riverdale Road in Weber County, blocking the 2 left lanes there. Traffic is backed all the way into Clearfield currently. Also stop-and-go traffic northbound I-15 from Lehigh all the way to South Salt Lake, and on I-215's westbound from 35th South all the way up to the 201 freeway. This update is brought to you by GoPave Utah. Traffic's rough, but your parking lot doesn't have to be. GoPave Utah keeps things smooth with expert asphalt maintenance. Go to GoPaveUtah.com. That's GoPaveUtah.com. Call them today, or once again, visit them at GoPaveUtah.com. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Jake Hatcher on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey, bro. You hear us every day with our crazy opinions.
Hey, what you doing?
Well, now, it's time to hear from you.
Hey, great show.
Download the KSL Sports app and fire off your thoughts with the call-in tab on the bottom of your screen.
Your show is fantastic. It's the one that captivates me the most.
You can tell PK to stop singing.
Cheap bangs! Cheap bangs!
Let Jake and Ben know what you really think of the Jazz. Woo! Tell Hans and Scotty about your favorite barbecue spot or what color of tie JJ should be wearing on TV. The best entries will be played on the air. Download the KSL Sports app now and hit the call-in button to let your voice be heard.
I think you guys do an incredible job.
This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Tom, I'm on the sideline here with Doug Smith Chevy. Doug, the NCAA has changed its rules regarding NIL money. What do I have to do to land an amazing new 2025 Chevy Silverado?
Just come on down to Doug Smith Chevy in Spanish Fork.
Doug, I'm more than happy for you to use my name, image, and likeness to talk about these amazing new trucks all you want. All I want to know is, how do I get one?
You have to buy it, Scott.
Dropping a Doug Smith Chevy in Spanish Fork. No one knows Chevy like Doug.
I'm Walker Kessler, and I play basketball for a living. So I know how important it is to have the support of a team you can trust. That's why I love UCCU. UCCU is more than a credit union. They're a true financial partner, a local team of experts your entire family can trust at every step of your financial journey. Just visit uccu.com and elevate your banking experience.
Get ready, Utah. Mountainland Supply is bringing Milwaukee Counter Days to a branch near you. Join us for a one-day only savings. 10% off all Milwaukee power tools, hand tools, and accessories. Plus, free sale day only items. Start your morning with a light breakfast, stick around for a delicious barbecue lunch, and connect with the Milwaukee team. We'll be in West Jordan on October 2nd, Heber on October 7th, Salt Lake HVAC on October 9th, and Monticello October 14th. Don't miss it. Mountainland Milwaukee Counter Days. Food, freebies, and fantastic savings.
Ticket packages for the Utah Mammoth 2025-26 season are available now. From full season and half season packages to mini plans and other flexible options, choose the ticket package that fits you best and be part of the action all season long. Call or text 801-325-PUCK to talk with a rep or visit nhl.com/Utah/tickets/season tickets to learn more.
The first ever Home Run Derby X Final is coming to Salt Lake City. Wow! Quarterfinals September 19th, semis and finals September 20th at the ballpark at America First Square. MLB legends Adrian Gonzalez, Ryan Zimmerman, and more join softball stars and college standouts for 2 days of nonstop action. Towering home runs, slick defense, target smashing hits, plus fireworks and a drone show to cap the celebration. Get your tickets now at MLB.com/HRDX Salt Lake. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission.
It's time. Time for the pro to get everything for the entire job, all from one partner. To get access to over 3 million products, including many products you won't find in our stores. It's time to get delivery on your schedule or next day on over 50,000 products. And time to get dedicated support on the job site or in our stores. From ordering to planning, we've got you. One partner, any job, all in. Ask about all we can now do at the Pro Desk. The Home Depot Pro, it's about time.
You hear that? That's Mike sleeping soundly on a Sunday night. That's because Mike was smart this time. He took ZzzQuil Ultra to fall asleep fast, stay asleep longer, and get the deeply restorative sleep he needs. So now he wakes up refreshed and ready to conquer Mondays.
Let's do this Monday.
ZzzQuil Ultra. Not for colds, just for sleep. Really great sleep. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Do you currently use a CPAP machine to treat sleep apnea? Are you looking for a smaller, more comfortable solution? Consider a custom-fitted oral appliance from Sound Sleep Medical. In many cases, these appliances can be as effective as CPAP, and oral appliances are usually covered by insurance or Medicare. To make an appointment or to learn more, call Sound Sleep Medical at 801-285-9731. That's 801-285-9731, or visit soundsleepmedical.com.
Any Hour Services free furnace sale is going on right now. Schedule a free estimate by September 30th, and when you have Any Hour Services install a new air conditioner, we'll give you a new furnace for just the cost to install it. For more information, call Any Hour Services or schedule online at anyhourservices.com.
3, 2, 1. This is your Utes at 50 update. 58! Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
As the Utes get ready for Texas Tech, Devin Dampier describes where the offense can improve.
Penalties is one area for sure. We are obviously pretty efficient on third downs for the most part. Last game in the first half, just getting down on those third downs, capitalizing on those early. I think we're moving in the right direction as offense for sure.
Ute Updates brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue. Kenny J's Catering delivers bold, smoky barbecue no matter the occasion. Check out the catering menu at kennyjsbarbecue.com for weddings, work, or any event. That's kennyjsbarbecue.com.
Over 2 decades of sports radio dominance in Utah.
My favorite.
This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The John Watson Northern High School Player of the Week Award featured co-winners this week with Bodie Sparrow of Davis High and Makai So'o of Northridge High School. Sparrow had 10 receptions for 110 yards and 3 touchdowns, also adding 7 tackles and 2 interceptions in the Darts' 42-14 win over Olympus. So'o led the Knights with 13 total tackles and 6 receptions for 84 yards in a 25-19 win over Logan. Don't miss the KSL Sports Game live game of the week this week as the Bountiful Redhawks take on the Woods Cross Wildcats. Catch the action Friday night at KSLSports.com, the KSL Sports app, or here on the KSL Sports Zone. See why new and used car buyers give John Watson Chevrolet more 5-star reviews than any other Chevy dealer in Utah. John Watson Chevrolet, your 5-star Chevy dealer. Yowza.
Yowza. Tomorrow we got to pick our NFL locks of the week. You got any ideas, or the research will be done tonight during the Buffalo game? I don't know if you wanted to use Buffalo and Miami tonight for your special pick.
You know, I haven't looked. I've been so caught up in college football that I have not looked. And like Thursday night, when I sit down, and obviously that's the start of the new week in the NFL, then I start thinking about NFL.
2-0 Bills hosting the 0-2 Dolphins. So that might be one you might want to look at.
Well, I think I can come in tomorrow and say I picked the Bills. And you guys wouldn't have a problem with that because everybody expects them to win.
Everyone
I
does.
think Josh Allen has elevated himself to as good as any quarterback in the NFL. If you want to say, okay, what about Mahomes? What about whomever? Lamar Jackson's another guy I'd put in there. I'd say fine. But neither of those guys are playing better than Josh Allen. I could make a case that he's playing better than anybody, but at minimum, I can certainly say without hesitation that no one at that position is playing better than him. And it's just incredible that he was a kid who got one scholarship offer to Wyoming. He took it. They're going to retire his number and all that stuff on November 22nd, I think it is. That's just going to be electric up there in Laramie. I'm happy for their people. They've got somebody that they could point to for the next several years and have already. Now, for him, obviously, and for that franchise, it has been postseason heartache as the final analysis. They've had good experiences and good times leading up to whenever that last game is that they lose, but they've got to find a way to get over the hump. They have not been able to do that, and that's excruciating for Buffalo Bills fans. And they keep saying that, well, maybe this is the year. I relate it to what the Jazz went through with the statues. Knocking on the door year after year, mostly year after year, and then coming up short. And it's such a heartbreak. And we know the Bills with Kelly got all the way, and not just with Kelly, they had other guys too, but we're speaking of the quarterbacks. And so I would think this year their chances are as good as any, but we've been saying that. And maybe this, I wouldn't mind having Buffalo win it, because I see a lot of similarities between them and what we have here in the community with the Jazz.
The Bills have lost to the Chiefs in the playoffs 4 times in the last 5 years. Now, they did lose one game to the Bengals, but mostly it's been the Chiefs. But right now, neither of those teams, the Chiefs or the Bengals, look like they're going to be in the picture. The door is open.
It has been.
Can they get through it? But there are other teams coming.
Oh, yeah, you get down on a one-game basis. Right. I still keep an eye on the Chargers.
Chargers are on the rise, and then they could get, even if they get to the Super Bowl, I mean, the Eagles could be there, the Packers could be there. There's a lot of stuff that could happen. Yeah. All right, DJ and PK, it's 97.5 The Zone. When we come back, Mark Harlan, University of Utah Athletic Director, joins us on the other side of this break to look ahead to Texas Tech this weekend. And we got Big 12 scheduling news. We can run that by him, see if the Utes are interested in doing what some of these other schools want to do. That's next. Stay with us.
Stay up to date with everything Utah Jazz related with the new Jazz Notes newsletter. Get draft updates, analysis, and be the first to know about every offseason move. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the Jazz Notes newsletter.
At Peach Windows and Doors, they help homeowners stay in the homes they love while upgrading to the elegance, efficiency, and natural light of today. With hundreds of 5-star Google reviews, their clients know Peach Windows and Doors deliver what they promise.
I wanted to replace standard-size French doors with a large custom sliding door. The update required checking a weight-bearing wall. Plus, I wanted a couple of different styles of windows. The new sliding door created a much brighter and open look. Peach was so helpful along the way with recommendations and ideas, and the installers were efficient and respectful of my space. I was thrilled with Peach Windows and Doors.
Give your $1 million home the $1 million feel it deserves. Don't wait on that someday project. Visit Peach Windows and Doors Salt Lake Showroom. Schedule a free in-home visit. You can also explore at peachwindowsanddoors.com or just call them at 801-566-1255. Peach Windows and Doors, where amazing home transformations begin.
This is Devin Dampier. As a new quarterback for the Utes, preparation is everything. Every practice, every play, every decision. And that preparation starts long before I step on the field. It starts with what I put in my body. That's why I choose Culligan Water, Salt Lake City. Their healthy, clean water isn't about quenching thirst. It's about optimal hydration, faster recovery, peak performance. It's the foundation of staying sharp on and off the field. For me and for my game, it's got to be Culligan of Salt Lake City. Drink what I drink. Visit CulliganSLC.com or call 801-509-9602.
Want to get the latest info on Utah's newest sports franchise? Sign up for the Utah Mammoth newsletter. Get exclusive analysis, plus the latest news and notes on the Utah Mammoth. Sign up today at KSLSports.com for the Utah Mammoth newsletter.
Hey, Benjamin, we've got a surprise for you.
What?
You have a brother. $100 bill just like you.
Hey, I'm Ben.
What?
We just got him for joining America First Credit Union and opening a new checking account.
And you're going to live together at America First.
What?
This is nice.
For a limited time, new members get a $100 cash bonus when they open a checking account or $50 when they open a youth checking account. So head to AmericaFirst.com and get your money working today. Membership eligibility, terms, and conditions apply. Federally insured by NCUA.
Hey guys.
guys, it's Woodrow from Mint Medical Clinic. Are you struggling with ED? Well, you are not alone, and now there's a real solution that treats the root cause, not just the symptoms. Introducing our trifecta approach, a breakthrough combination of acoustic wave therapy, hormone replacement, and cryotherapy, all designed to restore blood flow, boost performance, and rebalance your hormones. Whether it's ED or hormonal imbalance, if you're ready to reignite your love life, this treatment helps bring back your energy, your drive, and your confidence. And right now, when you call, you'll receive a free consultation, a blood flow ultrasound, and an intimacy gift. That's a $650 value, absolutely free. And here's the bonus. The next 20 callers will also receive a 5-night stay at a luxury resort in Hawaii just for taking the first step. But you must call now. With 2 convenient locations in Layton and Sandy, help is closer than you think. Call 801-804-8000 now. That's 801-804-8000. Mint Medical Clinic. We'll get you back to mint condition.
Hey, it's Ryan with the Dish Professionals. Are you ready for the best promotion Dish has ever offered? And just in time for football? Sign up today and get Dish's top package free for 3 months, plus the NFL Red Zone free for 6 months, Paramount Plus and Showtime free for 4 months, all with a 2-year price guarantee. There's never been a better time to switch to Dish. Don't let cable, DirecTV, or streaming services raise your bill again. Most of our customers save over $1,000. And now, we're your internet professionals too, with over 6 providers at our fingertips. We'll find you the best options and prices with just one call, starting at $19.99 a month. Call today for free next-day professional installation and dinner at JCW's on us. Call 801-424-DISH. That's 801-424-3474. Call now. Restrictions apply. Offer ends 11/5/25.
Fall in love with the best steak you've ever had at Ruth's Chris. Award-winning service, sizzling steaks, appetizers, salads, sides, and dessert. Ruth's Chris, Salt Lake or Hotel Park City. Make reservations right now at ruthschris.com.
Listen every Monday morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with JJ and Alex for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colbert, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Nobody brings you better coverage of the teams you're passionate about than these guys.
Try some more.
This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
DJ PK, it's 97.5 The Zone. We're joined now by Mark Harlan, University of Utah Athletic Director. Mark, good morning.
Good morning to you guys. Happy Thursday.
Everything's all buttoned up for Texas Tech. You have time to talk to us. Everything's in place.
We are perfectly not ready to go. I can assure you we're glad it's Thursday. Still got to put a few screws in that stage out there for Fox, but we are fired up and really looking forward to everything.
What are all the activities that fans can participate and be a part of?
Well, good morning, PK. How are you?
I'm doing well, Mr. Harlan.
I love it. We got to talk about this ASU London thing. I'm just reading that right now.
Oh, we're going to. Yeah, it's on our list. We're ready.
About this now. But anyway, hey, look, this is a village, right? I mean, so much stuff's going on. You know, we were lucky to be notified a week ago that they would bring the show. You know, certainly they announced the 10 a.m. kickoff on Big Fox, and you know, they asked us to wait. So we had a little time, and what we really thought, first of all, you got to get your students there, you got to get them up and moving, and so a ton of giveaways. And then I thought for the game day show a couple years ago, the public was so big and joining our students in that, so we're going to have a lot of free food, just free stuff, man. I mean, it's marketing 101. Get down here early, see Urban, see the whole crew, have some fun. I mean, it's a big celebration of Utah football, but college football in general. And I love the fact that they'll break at about 45 minutes before kickoff. We got a stage set up in there for them, so everyone can get into the stadium early, you know, watch the show, watch warm up, and just be ready to just be a part of a great college football game bright and early in Rice-Eccles Stadium.
And then where is the main portion going to be literally on the campus?
Yeah, the whole show is going to be right there next to the Eccles Tennis Center, right there to the immediate north. They love that spot, right, because it's that big grass field there. We closed down Guardsman. People can overflow into that area. Our tailgaters, who, of course, are allowed in the night before, can just kind of, I'm not going to say stumble at all. They can walk over, they can check it out and be a part of it. And they just love the energy of that area. They got the mountains right there. So perfect spot for everybody to flood in that area and then head into the game.
Okay, now let's talk about London. I'm curious for a league that, if you're not the Big Ten or the SEC, they're getting a lot of the prime TV spots here. And that was a lot of exposure for the league to play in Ireland and to have two teams there and have a good game. So now you got two more teams looking at London. What degree does Utah have in playing in an international venue? And Canada is international. I mean, people can go wherever. You could go to Vancouver and stage a game. I mean, you can go wherever. You can go to Hawaii. You just have to get off the continental U.S., and the rule is there. So do you have any interest in doing that yourself?
Well, first of all, on the ASU thing with Kansas, I knew that they were, talking about stuff, but that stuff gets pretty quiet. I think when you go through this, just like we did recently with the game that we're playing in Miami in Vegas in a couple of years, in one of those big kickoff games, you got to look at the whole picture, right? You got to look at someone's giving up a home game. We're trying to become a 7 home game season. It's harder than you think, but that's what we're trying to do. So you got to go through that. Like, for instance, Kansas State gave up a home game this year to play Iowa State. Now, they're compensated for it and all of that, but we got a real special thing with a sold-out stadium. So you got to think through all that stuff. Do I think doing that once a decade would be pretty cool? Absolutely. We've told the commissioner that we're willing to have a conversation about it, but it's got to fit in at the right time and the right place and all those kind of things. But I love the fact that the conference is doing this. Brett, I don't think he sleeps, right? He's got all these relationships all over the world. And, I know that Kansas State, Iowa State got a big number, and a lot of their fans went and had a great time. So it's something certainly we're interested in. But I think with that Miami game coming up, we're probably more interested in down the line.
Yeah, that's understood. That Miami thing is something that we're all looking forward to. And the way I look at the U of U, they're used to traveling on foreign soil because when they're in the Pac-12, they had to go to Tucson every other year, and everybody knows. I mean,
well, I was just going to take a shot and say I can see why ASU would give up a home game, right? I get it, but that would be probably something.
Right, because they want to make it fair. They want to make it level to give everybody a chance to win and have the opportunity to compete, at the highest level like we do. But nevertheless.
I mean, a day game in Tempe in September. I mean, let's go to Ireland, baby.
Yeah, give that one up. There's actually, I don't really have an opinion when you guys take all your shots at each other, but giving up 109 degrees, yes, absolutely.
I had a friend of mine. His grandson was playing soccer in the Valley over last weekend because his son lives there. And he texts back, "Yeah, I'm standing out here and it's 100 degrees." I texted back, "Well, at least it's not hot."
Exactly. I remember when I lived out there, 100 wasn't so bad. But the problem in Phoenix, it never cooled off.
Never.
Tucson, it's beautiful at nighttime.
Yeah, as long as you stay indoors. But that's another story.
Hello.
How did that Miami game come about? And do you see yourself being interested in that more often?
Yeah, that's just, when you're in those Rose Bowls and the kind of program that Kyle's built, you're going to get calls about that. That one took a bunch of different forms. It first was the Peach Bowl, checking in if the two teams wanted to play. That for their preseason game, we were heading down that track, and then the negotiations didn't work out. And then our friends in Vegas, people that do all the things there that were so, we know well from our Pac-12 days. And then Dan, the AD at Miami, thought it would be fun. Mario, to his credit, both coaches got to be in on it. And Mario and Whit, of course, have a long history of competing each other. So, yeah, it came together great. They're really excited to play out on this side of the world for us. We know how great that stadium looks when our fans fill it up. So it just made a lot of sense. And we still didn't forego we obviously can never get below 6 games. So we were able to keep the home game number where we're at and play a really good opponent.
Raised a few eyebrows that the Utes only have 4 players on the first injury report. Is this an extraordinarily healthy team? Is there going to be any pushback from Texas Tech or future opponents? Tech's listing 14. What is the appropriate number?
Well, first of all, we take that stuff very seriously, and we're going to follow all the rules. I love the way Kyle's doing it. I mean, it's being completely handled by our medical team. We actually have kept a running list on that from the medical side for a long time. All week during practice, we keep a list, and for the coaches to know who's going to be at practice. It's kind of like in the 8th inning, you don't talk about a no-hitter. We're not going to talk about too much about our health, except to say we've made a lot of changes in the way we practice. We made a lot of changes in the things we did in the off season, and our luck has just been better to this point. So we're fired up and ready to go. But that list that you're referring to is made completely by the medical teams, and then there's another one tonight, and another one tomorrow, I think, and another one right before the game. So it can be altered as we go through practice during the week.
I think it was a year ago or so, maybe longer, that there was an announcement about a potential new Huntsman Center. Do you remember that? I'm sure you do. What's the status of that?
Yeah, just chipping away. We've got companies working on it, trying to figure out the best spot for it, what it needs to look like, what's the right, not, the easiest part is saying what's the amount of seats you need, but really where does it fit into the overall campus structure? The president's got some big, audacious, awesome plans for this university, College Town Magic, which is right on the main university website, and it just shows the vision. So we want to make sure that we put it in the right spot. We're zeroing in on that, and I think we owe probably the community and certainly our trustees coming up here in some sort of what the next steps will be. But we've been underway in a pretty intensive strategic planning study process for it, because it's a big project, right? We got to nail it right. We want another arena as awesome as this one's been. And then we also have to weigh everything else we're dealing with in athletics and all the changes that are coming. And we also have to keep an eye on Rice Eccles too. So we have to put all that together and really make some big decisions ahead on how we want all our venues to be moving forward.
I know there's some people who there's a Fort Douglas site apparently that some people like, and I know some people have mentioned that they'd really like it next to the football stadium. But there are people who say if you build a football stadium, the easiest thing to do is build it in the parking lot next door and then tear the old one down and just flip-flop the footprint. So is this the kind of stuff you're weighing, and what do you value at this point?
Yeah, exactly. We're weighing locations and all the pros and cons of that. You mentioned the awesome work that the university did by after many years having Fort Douglas come into our area. Now there's challenges in Fort Douglas too, because a lot of that is historic. So you got to be really knowledgeable about where to put everything up there. Where is the future dorms going to be? I really want students to be able to, like can now, to really come into the arena easily. So it's always one big jigsaw puzzle on this campus and any campus I've been, because it's not just an arena. There's all these different things around it, infrastructure, restaurants, all the things that we're looking forward to in the future here. And so that's what we're working on collaboratively with the university.
One of the things that looks like it's set is that new baseball stadium. I know you're a baseball guy. I'm a baseball guy. I'm excited for that. We drive by it all the time when we're up there, and you can see the progression of it, and it's getting closer and closer. And obviously the season will kick off when we get to that point in the spring with the home games. But give us an update, not just on the stadium, but what it actually will mean for the program.
Yeah, it's been an awesome project, one of the funnest projects I've been around in my career. First of all, the people stepping up, America First Credit Union, Charlie Moffert, and so many others just stepping up and seeing the vision. And the vision really has been for some time to have our team return to campus. I mean, we've enjoyed playing at Smith. We've recruited to that. It's the best AAA ballpark in the country. But obviously with the planning process and what they're going to do there, it just allowed us to kind of get some momentum. And we've been eyeballing that site, on Guardsman for some time. Same thing, went through feasibility at other spots, landed on there, and it's just been a great project. Had a big media tour yesterday. Got a lot of folks going out there taking pictures, and the comments were, the reviews, how incredible they are, the field, the kind of turf we put in. And, it'll be just under 3,000 seats. A lot of those seats will come in the berm in terms of getting us to 3. The rest of the seats are, all chairback, right on top of the action, and it's going to be just awesome for our guys to be in that environment. The other piece of it is it's finally to have all their workout area in one place. Great indoor facility to have multiple hitting bays, pitching bays, all of that, locker room, lounge, coaches' offices will be out there. So they'll finally have a home like we have in most all our other sports. So very excited for the program and can't wait. It'll be ready to roll. The guys are practicing already, but it'll be ready to roll and open for those first games in February, beginning of March. It'll be awesome. Can't wait to have you guys out.
Utah Athletic Director Mark Harlan joining us. NIL looms over everything, over every team, over every program. We read all these stories, man. There's some places where it seems to be really accelerating. You're playing Texas Tech. Obviously, there have been a lot of stories written about all the oil money they have and helping their softball program and their football program. How do you feel you stack up competitively, and how much pressure is there no matter how good it is today? What is the challenge going to look like in a year or two or three?
Yeah, they've done a nice job, right, with roster additions. Got young men on the football team from all over the country. Good coach, really like him, gotten to know him a little bit over the last few years. Athletic director's a really good buddy. And so they've done a really good job. As I've said before, the thing that is different now is we are in the settlement. So we're kind of in this last year of the old wild west where, we're all capped now at $21 million of what we can do rev share for. But we also know, since it didn't start till, July 1, that teams could really, front load their programs and within a legal structure. So, they've got what they've got. We front loaded as well as every other team did. And then you combine that with revenue share. So we've doubled plus our output for football this year, but their number's been reported all over, and good for them. I mean, I'm going to get a chance to sit with Cody before the game, former player there, self-made oil man, and really into the business right now. I really want to talk to him about some things. I'm looking forward to it, but I'm excited about where we're at. We're all in on revenue share. This time next year, everyone will pretty much be between 14 and 16 million for football, and then the rest going all over the place in the department. Hopefully we'll settle in on all of that, but I'm real proud of the work with staff, our whole revenue generation team, our group that puts all the contracts together and negotiates with agents. We were able to retain 2 first-rounders, most likely. Got ourselves an incredible quarterback, obviously, and I think you're seeing some of that work pay off. And certainly these students have come together, and they're off to a great start.
How much does the men's basketball program need money-wise in order to be competitive?
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting thing because going back to what I said, the front loading for basketball was pretty intense. And so what I mentioned about football, when you're talking about the rev share number where we're all capped, I mean, if you break that cap, there's significant penalties. I mean, this is from a federal court that set this up. So, we'll see. I mean, I think it's going to be a little bit like what we just talked about in football. There'll be some front-loaded teams. Certainly our team has, for Alex, the front load that we were able to do combined with the revenue will also be a lot more than the basketball team has had in the past. And, I think what's so important is how strategic you are, whatever your amount, right? And I think him bringing in a general manager who, former NBA general manager, and watching those guys work. One of my favorite things is going into Alex's office, and they're always drawing on the board and looking at all this data. And Wes Wilcox, you guys got to get on the show. He's awesome. I mean, he's got like 3 phones and agents are calling him. I mean, it's a whole different day, but watching how strategic they are and how they set up these contracts, right, has been awesome to see. And it's the same stuff that football has learned through these last few years. And I think what we're seeing right now is it's all kind of coming together in a really productive way, which I think is going to really help our teams.
I've heard from multiple Ute fans about the problem with the transfer era is they don't really know the guys. And part of that is it's a different era. And you're not going to have a bunch of local guys like when Alex played. There were so many guys who got into high school here, and people really felt like they knew their stories. So how do you bridge that gap, or do you even try?
Well, you got to try because I think it's really important, and I think you hit on something that, as we look at all the different, changes that everyone's going through, we like to talk about our coaches and our students and certainly administration, but let's talk about our fans. I mean, I think the stat I saw, there was 2.3 returning men's basketball players on rosters this year. And so it's a college basketball thing. We had 50 plus new football players, but there is something about basketball people get to know them, right? They don't have the helmets on, and they're on TV all the time. And so we've tried to be really intentional this year to put out a lot of videos on our guys. We've had them appear wherever we can. Certainly at the fan event, they got there early, stayed late. And Alex is going to be as open as he can to have, people come into practices and see things. And then we just roll. I mean, that's just the nature of what it is right now. And I think what I've seen the last few years with the turnover is, you get into January and people start, to get to know them. But, when Gabe wrapped it up here, Gabe Madsen wrapped it up, I remember looking at him and, he set the 3-point record. And I thought, man, is that the last one that'll be here for 4 years? I mean, I seriously thought about that, right? Is that's what it's going to be? But, listen, we're in multi-year contracts now, and we're doing all the things that we can do to try to keep these guys here. But the most important thing still is for them to have a great experience. And I know that that's what Alex West and that whole staff is going to do.
Is the Ring of Honor going to be an annual thing now?
Yeah, that's the plan. And, I think what we saw from the reaction of the fans, both that were in the stadium and elsewhere, and also the reaction of the two incredible men that went in. I mean, it's a special thing. It'll become a tradition. We're just getting started on it, and there's so many greats, so we certainly have some very eligible people as we move forward. But you bet, there's some incredible youth football players that rose to the very top. And just like we see, in Huntsman, where we celebrate them, we want to do the same for some football players as well.
What would a home playoff game mean to the athletic department if football's good enough to get that?
Well, I mean, I'll ask you guys that. I mean, I think of the incredible games that have been here in my now 8 years here, and, I can think of some that pop. But it's hard for me to imagine what the energy would be for a home football game here in the playoffs and everything it would mean. And getting in the playoffs would be incredible, and it's certainly a goal. But to have our fans with us and that incredible experience would be something I think we'd all could dream about. And we certainly know that, notwithstanding the last 2 years, we would have been in the playoff. I think 4 of the 5 before that, or something, in the 12 teams. So we know we'll be ready if we're fortunate to have the opportunity.
Keeping on line with football as we pepper you with a bunch of questions here, and appreciate your time taking the time to answer them. You've got the Morgan Scally thing as a coach in waiting, but it's been coach in waiting and waiting and waiting. I'm wondering how to negotiate if he would be, not literally negotiate, but just navigate is probably the better word, if he receives interest from other programs as Kyle continues to go.
Well, listen, those two guys have known each other for decades, and they have an incredible relationship, and they communicate and they talk, and I think that's really where the natural part of this whole process goes. I would hope Morgan gets calls. I mean, he's elite, and he certainly has gotten calls, and time again, he runs out of the tunnel in the first game of the year as our defensive coordinator. So, I love the fact that our plan is public. I love our fact that when people want to talk about it in recruiting, it's easy to point. That's the guy. I think it's been a real advantage for us in the crazy, unstable world that college football is, that we've got a plan, and it's a plan that people recognize. The timing of it is the timing of it, and it's always been that way. There was no, hey, Morgan, you're going to take over on this day at this hour. There's never been anything to that. And Whit has been clear when he's ready. He'll let me know, and we'll have a pretty quick press conference. We're not running out searching for anybody because we know we have the very best of the best ready to go when the time is right.
Realignment is never that far away. What is the real timeline? When will it never really goes away, but when would serious conversations happen? When will people talk about TV contracts in a serious way that triggers realignment? When will that really go to the front burner?
Well, if you look at that stuff historically, it's always within like 24 months of the television contracts. That's how it's been in the typical pattern of college athletics, but I don't know if anything is much typical anymore. But if we went on that route, then you'd probably start talking in a couple of years. There could be some conversations amongst different people about different things. But then look no further to this summer when, we had a school in the South that came forward with, to our conference and was like, hey, we've got this and this and this, and we're gonna offer you all these treasures and monetary values, and we want to come in as soon as possible, right? So that's interesting. Is that the new process? I think it started when there were some movements at different levels. I mean, unless I missed something, I don't think SMU is getting anything out of the television deal in the ACC, and we certainly know some of our former partners in the Pac-12 are either getting half shares or quarter shares, right? So everything is kind of different now, but I like to think in our case, and I really learned this during the last time we went through this stuff, is you just got to be good. You got to be good at what you do. You got to have sold-out stadiums. And football obviously is the big thing that everybody looks at, and you got to be good there. You got to have a great university, which of course we do, a growing university, and you just do it, and you just see what happens. I mean, we've really in year 2 settled into the Big 12. I think I've been pretty candid that last year for our teams, for our coaches, for everyone, it just felt different. We thought we were completely prepared, but we weren't, right? I had a long talk with Tom Holmoe about that. When I say we weren't, it's difficult for young people and coaches to go to all these new places. Well, that's over now, right? This is year 2, and we're really excited about being here. We think we have a really good chance to get after this league, and all our work and all our effort is pointing toward trying to get as many championships as we can. And I think we're going to start seeing that because I see the work that's being put in. So we're focused on the Big 12. We'll see what happens. If it's like the last time, I suppose it'll start getting noisy in about 24 to 36 months.
Do you hear from fans as far as traveling for football? I've been to all the places in the Pac-12 with the Utes, and they travel really well. Back in the day when I was working for the Tribune and covering Majerus, they traveled really well in basketball. I'm just wondering if there has been responses as far as, like a West Virginia or whatever it might be. Those are long trips. What has been the response?
Well, I think it's been not unlike what we've experienced as a program. In other words, our fans got into a pattern of going to cities and knowing that in 2 years we'd be back there, and now it's different, right? And now it's not, we're in a 4-year scheduling pattern where we might not see somebody for a couple of years. But let me give you an example when I'm feeling changes. Like West Virginia, next week's game, we've got a tremendous amount of fans going to that game. We also have a tremendous alumni base in the New York area, the Pittsburgh area, and also in the D.C. area, which is a 3-hour drive. I mean, the alumni group did a whole survey and found out that's one of the best places for us to do a big tailgate, and we are. So that'll be awesome, right, to go to someplace new. So I think our fans are adapting to all of it. They certainly miss different cities. I mean, when Jeff Rudy, who did our schedule, he thought, hey, Mark, what if we could get something with an L.A. school? And that's how the UCLA series came, and people love that. So we'll try to go back there on some non-conference things when we can. But I think our fans are understanding there's a lot of great places here. Some might be harder to get to, but it's fun to go to stadiums that are really filled wherever we go. Our guys love playing in that. And it's the same thing with our Olympic sports. I mean, a lot of these places where they went last year were packed. And, that's what they work for. I mean, I don't know if the public understands, but our athletes love playing in front of their home crowd. They also love playing in front of hostile crowds. I mean, that's fun stuff. So, I don't know. I think it's been a really good year for us to learn last year, and I think now we're ready to get after it and really attack this conference for everything. It's given us. It was a great landing spot for us, and now we really feel like we're a part of it.
Commissioner Brett Yormark has said, everything's on the table. He'll try new stuff. He'll do different things. I thought it was clear a couple of years ago that Friday night was open for college football, and it has been on ESPN and FS1 for a long time. But Fox putting the Big Ten over the air, and nobody's really watching primetime TV in any real numbers anymore. Sports is where it's at. Has the Big 12 looked at like trying to do something with either Fox or another network as they trade product and sell it back and forth and get over the air and get even more exposure on Friday night?
Well, I can tell you this. Brett doesn't sleep when it comes to a lot of things, but this one he never sleeps. I think we do have a really good advantage in that we're partners with both Fox and with ESPN. We're the only Power 4 that has that relationship. And not only that, we brought in TNT, which I understand has been great in terms of their broadcasting, the studio show. They want to do a lot of stuff. We met with their senior executives. We're seeing NBC come into the fold. I mean, we've got a lot of different partners, and that allows for more flexibility. I can't specifically speak for Friday. I mean, I think Brett's looking at everything. I know this. We talk about windows all the time. I'll give you an example. I brought up in a meeting, I'm like, that Wednesday night before Thanksgiving, people are looking for football, and there's nothing really on.
Yeah.
And Brett's like, I already thought of that, Harlan. I'm like, well, okay, take it, run with it. And then there's, okay, what happens if you can't play on Wednesday, we play Saturday, so you got to have 2 buys or whatever the heck it is. But, we're looking at everything because I think that's what you got to do. And getting back to our football program and all the work they've done, to be on this window on Saturday is a big deal. It averages $6 million per telecast. We're excited to be a part of it. I know Texas Tech is. When the lights go on 7 a.m. for the Barstool guys and Dave Portnoy, and then it switches over to 8 to the Big Fox show. I mean, think about the coverage we're going to get as an institution, as an athletic department, as a football program. Let's just say from 7 a.m. all the way to the end of the game. And that's priceless stuff. They've been here all week, shooting up in the mountains, doing features on our guys. It's going to be awesome. And Big 12 is going to see a lot of more support from Fox going forward. It's just a great partnership.
Well, I think day football games in Rice-Eccles, spectacular, especially this time of year. There's just no doubt about it.
Yeah, it should be fun. And I know it's early. I want to be very empathetic to that. I know that, some would prefer late, although I've had a lot of people come up and say, hey, God, it's great it's not late. They were all thinking this was going to be one of those 8:30s. And I say, well, those are coming, but it's not coming this week, right?
Right.
Just get up early, come out, have a great time. You got some nap time later in the day, right? And just celebrate college football. There's a lot going on in the world, man, but come out and celebrate what is college football. And our fans help us win in that stadium. I have seen it time and time again. We're going to need them on Saturday. It's a great opponent. Come out and help us win and have a great day.
Up with the sun at Guardsman, right?
That's right, or even before. There'll be lots of stuff to come out and see for kids and everybody in between. So come on out and have a great time.
You mentioned Portnoy. If you're not hooking him up with at least 5 or 10 different kinds of pizza, you're missing the boat here. He can't announce that Utah's got terrible pizza. He's only got to take one bite of one pizza he likes. If you don't load him up, you're missing the boat.
He's pretty fired up. I know he put that out to get everyone going, but he's never been to Utah. And, he hasn't brought his show every time to this. And, he's pretty excited to come out and do that. I've seen a lot of people text or tweeting him pie, so I imagine there'll be an appearance in there, but I can't say for sure. But I imagine he'll pop over there at some point.
All right. Mark, we appreciate the time. Thanks for joining us.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate you. See you Saturday.
There's Mark Harlan, University of Utah Athletic Director. And if you joined us late there, he said at the top, Guardsman's Way, next to the tennis center. Yeah. That's where the stage is going to be set up.
Everybody knows where that is.
Get there early, and then
I'm camping out, man.
Well, that's what he said, man, before sunrise.
All-night tailgates.
I'm going to stumble over to Rice-Eccles.
Of course you are.
Because I'll trip on a sidewalk.
Trip in the crowds.
No, I'm looking forward to it, man. I'll be there, obviously.
DJ and PK, it's 97.5 The Zone.
Hey, bro. You hear us every day with our crazy opinions.
Hey, what are you doing?
Well, now, it's time to hear from you.
Hey, great show.
Download the KSL Sports app and fire off your thoughts with the call-in tab on the bottom of your screen.
Your show is fantastic. It's the one that captivates me the most.
You can tell PK to stop singing.
Cheap bass! Cheap bass!
Let Jake and Ben know what you really think of the Jazz. Woo! Tell Hans and Scotty about your favorite barbecue spot or what color of tie JJ should be wearing on TV. The best entries will be played on the air. Download the KSL Sports app now and hit the call-in button to let your voice be heard.
I think you guys do an incredible job.
This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
After 30 years of plumbing experience in Utah, we've compiled a list of items we plumbers commonly find in sewer systems. First off, hair. Lots of hair. Like, so much hair.
Oh.
Roots, dental floss, marbles, and every other toy imaginable. Dentures, watches, coins, live animals, also dead ones. Photographs, we assume from active and very healthy relationships. Wigs, kitty litter. Look, the point is, don't use the toilet as a landfill. This has been a public service announcement from your buddies down at Shamrock Plumbing.
Ski Chevy is back with season passes to Solitude Mountain Resort. So drop into a participating Rocky Mountain Chevy dealer now. Plus, upgrade to a discounted Icon base pass when you purchase or lease any new Chevy model. From powerful trucks like Silverado to our versatile families of SUVs. Retail value per pass is $999. Offer valid while supplies last or until 10/31/25. See participating dealer for complete redemption details, vehicle eligibility, and restrictions. See your Rocky Mountain Chevy dealers today.
Got an app idea? You're sitting on a gold mine, but stuck on how to bring it to life? Meet Dev Simplify, your superheroes for web and mobile app creation. Dev Simplify. DevSimplify.com. Just ask Coach Mike with Practice Planner Live.
You know, as a coach, technology isn't my strength, but Dev Simplify took my idea for Practice Planner Live and turned it into the top practice planning platform on the market. They transformed my non-technical vision into an incredible web and mobile app that coaches like me now can't live without.
See, you don't need to be a tech wizard. Your idea plus Dev Simplify's superhero software skills equals a big win. Right, Mike?
You know, I had big plans for my app, and with Dev Simplify's help, it's now a thriving must-have platform for all coaches.
Dev Simplify, turning your brilliant ideas into amazing web and mobile. No tech skills required. Visit DevSimplify.com and let the magic begin. DevSimplify.com.
I'm Walker Kessler, and I play basketball for a living. So I know how important it is to have the support of a team you can trust. That's why I love UCCU. UCCU is more than a credit union. They're a true financial partner, a local team of experts your entire family can trust at every step of your financial journey. Just visit uccu.com and elevate your banking experience.
The Management Minute is a service of the MBA program in the John M. Huntsman School of Business at Utah State University. I'm Professor Scott Hammond. Nothing since the invention of the internet will change how we do business more than the AI revolution. Both good and bad, but certainly significant. Before the internet, communicating was personal, voice, writing, then email and text added a layer of mediation. Now AI programs will write communication for you. Then they will read and summarize communication for you, putting yet another layer of mediation between you and your colleagues. Careful. The nuances of voice and facial expression often communicate very important emotions that are not captured by just text. In the coming weeks, I will discuss how AI will impact the workplace. If you want to know more about how to better communicate in the workplace, consider an MBA at Utah State University. Go to utahstatemba.com. That's utahstatemba.com. I'm Scott Hammond. Hope to see you in one of our classes.
Hey, Ryan, you remember that trip we took in our tent trailer down to Southern California?
Oh, that was the best.
Making memories with Paris RV. Hook up to the 2025 Forest River Rockwood 16 OTG for only $9,195 or $148 per month, zero down. Or the 2025 Highland Ridge Open Range 177 BH for only $14,995 or $171 per month, zero down. Or the 2026 Coachman RV Catalina Summit Series 7 134 BHX for only $14,995 or $171 per month, zero down.
Take your family out RVing with Paris RV.
Paris RV is your locally owned, family-run RV dealership. We strive hard to find the very best RVs for the price. With 4 locations, over 1,000 RVs in stock, 42 service bays, and 4 super parts stores. We're sure to help take your family on the best RV vacation. Check out our perfect family bunkhouse trailer, the 26 BH. That sleeps 9 for $19,995 or $227 a month, zero down. Life is short. Enjoy it. North Murray, South Murray, Payson, and Pocatello. ParisRV.com.
This is your Cougars at 30 update. Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
BYU getting ready for the trip to East Carolina. Keno Tanavasa on the challenge of facing an up-tempo offense.
It's a new challenge, right? We haven't faced an offense like that this year, but it's nothing new to the scheme and the game of football. We have a lot of experienced individuals on the defense, and we have a lot of experienced coaches. We understand that within tempo offenses, if we're able to shut down the plays themselves, then we prevent them from being able to do tempo.
This Cougar Update is brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue. Kenny J's Catering delivers bold, smoky barbecue no matter the occasion. Check out the catering menu at kennyjsbarbecue.com. For weddings, work, or any event, that's kennyjsbarbecue.com.
For all of you, less motivated listeners, it's time for your 9 o'clock. Where the heck have you been headlines?
Where you at?
With DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Soccer Radio headlines brought to you by Trajan Wealth. Call Trajan Wealth today, your local trusted financial fiduciary, 801-899-7600, or visit their website at TrajanWealth.com. What have you missed in this show? Barry Trammell coming on talking Big 12 football. Intrigued if UCF, who he considers one of the two worst teams in the league along with Oklahoma State, can beat North Carolina. Turn Bill Belichick into a one and done there at UNC.
That doesn't seem like it. So it's a 2 and done. Is that any different? That's going nowhere.
It's not going to be a 12 and done with 3 ACC titles.
No. She's not waiting till she's 30 to get that money.
I see where you're going there.
And, Tech, I didn't realize that Cody Campbell and Mark Harlan was going to meet with him and that he was down there in Frisco giving interviews. I mean, I was locked up all day, so I wasn't.
Don't necessarily know what's going on across the entire field because
Right.
you're sitting at your table with your headphones on.
Right. And we were going,
So
10
from
hours strong.
one player to another. So
Yeah.
you don't have a lot of chances to get up, walk around, and see what everybody else is doing.
Right.
As a guy who was wandering around there, he was giving interviews, but it was a selector bunch that I think Mark's making it out to be.
Yeah, he's got his agenda. It just, from a Big 12 perspective, I'm kind of worried that he turns Tech into Oregon.
I could see why you'd be worried about that.
Yeah.
T-Boone Pickens tried it, but he did it there when Oklahoma and Texas were in the league, and they had all their built-in advantages and a head start.
Oh, yeah, but you couldn't
now
pay them
someone's
over,
doing it, and you couldn't,
legally.
and there was that also.
Yeah.
Now someone's doing it when you can't pay guys. Now, to Mark's point, there's a federal settlement. You're not supposed to pay people beyond it. Yeah, well, we'll see how that goes. We'll see if that stands. Feels like that's going to get tested here. Maybe there'll be limits. Everything Mark said assumed that there would be limits and that they would stick.
They've turned into the surprise that BYU basketball's turned into. Wait a second. These 5-star people are turning down Georgia to go to Lubbock.
What?
Right. What's going on?
And the dude's
These
not, and the
5-star
guy's not
people
from
turning
Texas
down
either, right?
SC to go to Eugene.
When did that start?
Yeah.
Well, right about the time Nike showed up with money.
Right. And the parallels are right there.
Are right there.
And so does that mean – and I don't blame these kids for doing it by any stretch. I don't really blame Cody Campbell for doing it by any stretch either. But
you know what you've
we
known.
don't want that.
Yeah, you know what you've known in college sports, and all of a sudden everything's pivoting.
Yeah.
Big time.
Now, if you're Texas Tech, you want that. If you're BYU basketball fans, you want that.
But the rest of the conference isn't thrilled by this development.
Yeah. Is that really where we're going? Because Kyle had said, the money will equate to the top 25. Well, we already see a division between the top of the top and even down to number 10 and below. Is that gap going to even be wider? And it's going to be like, Tiger was in golf. And, I mean, that's cool to see because he doesn't have any advantages beyond what everybody else has. He's just better. But if it's going to be financial, if financial is going to be the reason, then
people don't like that.
Kind of stinks.
People don't like that.
Unless you're Oregon, you love it.
And Major League Baseball is the example, but we've seen teams spend a lot of money in baseball, and it hasn't. In the short run, sometimes the people with the money have been smart and gotten it right, but then we've also seen a lot of stuff can go wrong, and so you don't have to freak out. Even the Dodgers, with all the money they spent this last season, it's not like they're sitting there with the best record in the National League or the second best record in the National League.
That's random. That sport is random. That has a randomness to it
Built in.
can allow a Kansas City to get in there, and it can allow an 84-win Arizona team to get to the series.
And you can spend money on pitchers that can blow out their arm, whereas in football, if you get the 5 best offensive linemen and you dominate the line of scrimmage, you turn Ohio State and Michigan into the Big 2 and the Little 8. For decades when we were growing up. And now it's not a 10-team league anymore, obviously. But for a long time, that was the thing. They had enough of those guys. And there was a saying about Bear Bryant when he was running the college football world. Yeah, he's calm in the fourth quarter because the only running back who can beat him is fifth string on his own bench. Right. That was before scholarship limits. So somebody figures out a way to get all the advantages and get ahead. They change the rules. They rein them back in. But then somebody figures another way around the rules. and gets out in front again. And is in a league where there looks like there's a lot of parity, is Texas Tech about to get out in front? Even with the BYU basketball thing, it's like no matter how good you get in basketball, you can have multiple Final Four teams from a league, and the Big 12 has done that. So how far can you get in front and stay in front in a sport like basketball with so many one-and-dones? I mean, Calipari at Kentucky would be the best example. I mean, a lot of teams that used to do it don't do it anymore.
You want him winning it all.
Yeah, and he didn't win it all every year. He had multiple Final Fours, but
But he got one.
Right.
With that method. And others have tried.
But it's
I don't
not
want to say failed, because I don't think Duke failed last year.
I get
They
it.
just didn't
but
win
you
it
don't
all.
you don't want to get in a situation in football where one team is winning the league 6 years in a row and it's not you. Or as Dabo Swinney said,
by money.
8 out of 10.
If they do it, be it.
If they do it and the playing field is level, Kansas City Chiefs, good for you.
Well, the Utes, 4 to 5 years are right there. And nobody had a problem with that because they were doing things the right way and coached up and blah, blah, blah. But if it's going to be largely money, then that takes away your interest.
Yeah. If you know the result, we want the drama. And if you know the result before it starts, because you can just look at the money and figure it out, that takes the fun out of it.
It do.
DJ and PK, your feedback's coming up next. Stay with us.
And it's all over almost here. Don't go nowhere.
It's game week for the Aggies, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. Bronco Mendenhall and the Aggies are back at Maverick Stadium this week as they welcome in McNeese State. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Aggie football and your chance to win tickets to the game. Then, catch all the play-by-play action beginning with the Aggie pregame show this Saturday at 5 on 1280 The Zone. Your exclusive home for Aggie football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Tom, I'm on the sideline here with Doug Smith Chevy. Doug, the NCAA has changed its rules regarding NIL money. What do I have to do to land an amazing new 2025 Chevy Silverado?
Just come on down to Doug Smith Chevy in Spanish Fork.
Doug, I'm more than happy for you to use my name, image, and likeness to talk about these amazing new trucks all you want. All I want to know is, how do I get one?
You have to buy it, Scott.
Drop in a Doug Smith Chevy in Spanish Fork. No one knows Chevy like Doug.
Discover the exceptional value of Bar W Beef, where quality meets convenience. Bar W Beef's dry-aged beef, aged for 14 days, offers rich marbling and tender texture, perfect for grilling, roasting, or pan-searing. Enjoy the rich flavor and generous size. Shipped directly from the ranch to your door. Now hosting one-day pop-up events, go to barwbeef.com to find a pop-up event near you, or stop into the store in Nephi for weekly in-store specials. barwbeef.com. That's barwbeef.com.
Hey guys, it's Woodrow from Mint Medical Clinic. Are you struggling with ED? Well, you are not alone, and now there's a real solution that treats the root cause, not just the symptoms. Introducing our trifecta approach, a breakthrough combination of acoustic wave therapy, hormone replacement, and cryotherapy, all designed to restore blood flow, boost performance, and rebalance your hormones. Whether it's ED or hormonal imbalance, if you're ready to reignite your love life, this treatment helps bring back your energy, your drive, and your confidence. And right now, when you call, you'll receive a free consultation, a blood flow ultrasound, and an intimacy gift. That's a $650 value, absolutely free. And here's the bonus. The next 20 callers will also receive a 5-night stay at a luxury resort in Hawaii just for taking the first step. But you must call now. With 2 convenient locations in Layton and Sandy, help is closer than you think. Call 801-804-8000 now. That's 801-804-8000. Mint Medical Clinic. We'll get you back to mint condition.
The first ever Home Run Derby X Final is coming to Salt Lake City.
Wow!
Quarterfinals September 19th, semis and finals September 20th at the ballpark at America First Square. MLB legends Adrian Gonzalez, Ryan Zimmerman, and more join softball stars and college standouts for 2 days of nonstop action. Towering home runs, slick defense, target smashing hits, plus fireworks and a drone show to cap the celebration. Get your tickets now at MLB.com/HRDX Salt Lake. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission.
If you've ever had to deal with a plumbing problem, you may have felt the pain of realizing you don't know any plumbers. Whether you're trying to stop a leaky faucet, fix a running toilet, replace your old water softener, or install a tankless water heater, the plumbers at Any Hour Services can help. All you have to do is call Any Hour Services or schedule an appointment at anyhourservices.com. Help with plumbing maintenance and repairs is closer than you think. Call Any Hour Services or schedule an appointment at anyhourservices.com. No one helps more homeowners than Any Hour Services.
Worried about market losses? If headlines are keeping you up at night, it's time to take control. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and I know you've worked hard to save. But in times like these, what if can turn into what now? If you're planning to retire or are in retirement, you need a strategy that helps protect your future. At Trajan Wealth, you can capture market gains, protect your account from losses, and guarantee income for life. Right now, you could receive a bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10% for retirement income. You heard me right. An upfront bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10%, all guaranteed to boost your lifetime income in retirement. Don't leave your future to chance. Plan with confidence. Call Trajan today at 801-899-7600. That's 801-899-7600.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company, DBA, in most states as Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
10 years ago, Les Olson IT set out to do more than fix copiers and printers. We set out to become the IT team Utah businesses count on. Today, we're proud to celebrate a decade as Utah's managed IT service provider, trusted by thousands of local companies for secure, reliable tech support. Thanks for trusting us. Here's to the next 10 years of innovation, protection, and partnership. Visit lesolson.com to learn more. Les Olson IT.
Listen every Monday morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with JJ and Alex for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
3, 2, 1. This is your Utes at 50 update. 58! Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Utah, Texas Tech. Big game Saturday morning, 10 a.m. Morgan Scallon, what improvements he wants from his secondary.
I would just say less missed tackles. The ones that everyone sees, those open field ones, those are hard. I missed a lot of them. There's some technique to it. A lot of it's not crossing over. We get a ton of work here on Tuesdays of being physical and wrapping up. And I thought, the last 2 games we've had single-digit missed tackles, and that fires me up.
This Ute Update is brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue. Kenny J's Catering delivers bold, smoky barbecue no matter the occasion. Check out the catering menu at KennyJ'sBarbecue.com for weddings, work, or any event. That's KennyJ'sBarbecue.com.
And now, enough of us. It's time to hear from you. From all your texts, tweets, and posts. This is the best feedback of the day.
Ooh, I was there. It's the best game of my life.
With DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
All right, it's time for your feedback here at the end of the show. Question of the morning. Texas Tech's injury report lists 14 players. Utes injury report lists 4 players. What gives? Garrett, it's Whit, and we all know it.
I think they should have Devin Dampier cold. In parentheses, cold. He has a cold.
He has a cold.
Just make a joke of it. Yeah. That's Spencer Fano, chap lips. Just be really stupid about it. Instead of doubtful, questionable, blah, blah, blah.
Mr. Bogeyman says it's because Coach Whittingham doesn't mess around. If you're banged up, be ready to play.
Yeah. Oh, he's been banged up for years, and he still comes out every game. He hasn't missed one yet, I don't think.
NSL Ute. Yeah, there are no guys in the injury report because guys aren't hurt. After the last couple of years, this is simply a regression towards the mean. You love that expression.
I don't even know what the freak that means, but I know Whittingham, he is.
They're due some good fortune.
Whittingham is mean. I will agree with that. Very mean. On the other hand, I'm menial.
Road wins, home losses. What gives? What's tough guy card? If you're so worried you can't compete, if you have to share a real injury report, you're just soft. Real soft.
I love the undying pledge allegiance at all times. That's the fan I could relate to.
PC Darryl, you're a BYU lover.
I am. I agree.
KG1, finally people being nice on social media. Glad you're throwing him a compliment. Yak, what do you have in there?
We got an open mic that just came in. They specifically said, I want to have some feedback for DJ and PK, so here you go.
Yes, I would like to give DJ and PK a message for their feedback of the day and what the sports director at Utah was talking about the Ring of Honor. I would just like to advise all the bosses up at Utah to remember the one simple thing of entertainment. And PK, I bet you can back me up on this. Enough is too much. I'm going to say it again. Enough is too much. Hello, Deion Sanders. Retiring your son's jersey? Give me a break. You did enough, dude. Whoa. Stop. You did too much, brah. Utah, please don't fall into the same thing and put up a Ring of Honor and get every Joe, Tom, Dick, and Harry that scored 20 points in a game against BYU the Ring of Honor, okay? Thank you.
I don't think they will. I mean, I can't argue with the 3 for 3.
And they got 100 years of history to draw on here, so it'd be a while before they overreach.
I would think. You know, I have to say, I did raise a little bit of eyebrow with the Jazz retiring a couple of jerseys. You know,
the Hall of Famers are up there, but people are there 6 or 7 years. Yeah. You're beloved in the moment. That's why the Hall of Fame does that whole 5-year waiting thing, so you don't get caught up in the emotion of the moment.
Right.
Yeah. But there are people who are loved here. And it was the kind of thing, we came in kind of at the end of it, but like Darryl Griffith is up there. Mark Eaton is up there. Jeff Hornacek, all good players. All were an all-star at some point. But does it go to the level of, you know, hanging their number up there? Also, I mean, I knew 2 of the 3. I don't know Darryl Griffith. The other 2 I knew.
Oh, I dunked on Dr. Duncanstein once.
You did not. All super popular, all really, from what I've heard of the people who know Darryl Griffith, he fits right with the other 2. Just so easy to get to know.
But that would mean Ainge and Byron Scott would get their numbers retired by the Lakers and Celtics.
Right.
And they're not.
Yeah. I get it.
So I agree with what he's saying. You have to be
keep it special. Keep it rare. Keep it special. I mean, obviously, in a few years, they're going to be able to put Kyle in, so that's a no-brainer.
Yeah, I think Weddle would be
They've got other All-Americans like Weddle that they can put in there.
And don't just get caught up on the...
They went to the pros and did well?
I was going to say the receivers and quarterbacks, you know. Let's get some interior linemen there, too. Yeah. So, something I would... But I'm sure they'll do what they do, and everybody will be happy with it.
How have they done with basketball numbers?
Well, basketball, you've got to be a first-team All-American. You've got to play there 4 years. That was the big thing that they said, and then they changed the rules
to get Bogut in when they realized there aren't going to be 4-year guys anymore.
Okay, but then change the rules for Doliak.
I get it. They're not going to the Final Four.
And they didn't change the rules for Doliak, but they changed it for Bogut.
And they're not
Who's more of a Ute, Doliak or Bogut?
They're not going to the Final Four without Doliak. There's no chance they could have pulled that off. You know, you take him off that team's getting knocked out earlier.
Right.
He was so important, both on the court and leadership, both.
Yeah.
I mean, they needed his leadership, but they also needed him on the court. Without either one of those, they would have been a very different team.
Hopefully they retire Alex's jersey or sweater or whatever he wears as a coach. Because I think you can make a case for him as a player, too.
DJ PK, we're out of time. Jacob Better up next right here on The Zone.
All right, show's over. I'm tired.
Goodbye.
Well, until we meet again.
And be sure to join us at the same time tomorrow.
Whether you're stuck in the office,
I believe you have my stapler,
in your car, or at your in-laws.
You want a piece of me? You bet I do.
The Zone is with you every step of the way. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows and access to all the latest updates on your favorite teams. Your home for the best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey guys, Ryan here with the Dish Pros. I'm so excited to help you save more money than ever. Right now, there has never been a better time to switch to Dish. Call today and switch to Dish and get 3 months free and get a 2-year price lock with Paramount Plus Showtime free for 4 months. With Dish, you can save up to $30 a month compared to DirecTV with a 2-year price guarantee. You will rest easy knowing your bill won't go up unexpectedly. It's time to say goodbye to DirecTV and cable's price hikes. Plus, with Dish, you can enjoy live TV and your favorite streaming apps all in one place. We also have over half a dozen internet options starting at $19.99 a month. Call today and get free next day standard professional installation and dinner at JCW's courtesy of the Dish Professionals with our best price guarantee and 3 months free. Call now at 801-424-DISH. That's 801-424-3474.
Offer ends 9/19/25 and restrictions apply.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation and a regular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduced stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. Stroke risk may increase. Eliquis can cause serious and potentially fatal bleeding. Don't take if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or bleed longer. A spinal injection increases blood clot risk, which may cause paralysis. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding or bruising, or back pain, tingling, numbness, muscle weakness, or incontinence. Aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
Everybody knows that exterior remodeling salespeople are all about the high-pressure sell. Am I right? Windows, siding, gutters, those suckers are going to twist your arm and get you to buy, or they won't leave your house at night. Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors, and I want you to know we don't have high-pressure sells. In fact, we don't even have salespeople. Nope, we have estimators. That's a huge difference. Estimators are trained to look at the entire scope of the project, to see and know if there are any problems, like rotten wood, wood-borne insects, or construction issues specific to your house or your neighbors. Salespeople are more concerned about playing those silly price games. Buy one, get one free, sign today and get 40% off, as if they didn't just jack the price up to give you a fake discount. RGS Exteriors estimators are going to give you a great quote. No games, no tricks, no nonsense. Call RGS Exteriors to quote your exterior project. Our number is 801-280-3110 or visit us at rgsutah.com. That's rgsutah.com.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370, 888-999-6370, or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colbert, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now,
it's 10 a.m.
Let's just get down to it.
And it's time for your sports fix.
Strap yourselves in, folks.
From two guys who have covered the teams you're passionate about for years.
We are professionals.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5 The KSL Sports Zone.
I like this song. I was just enjoying it, Christian. God, Christian is... Did you do something to Christian?
I barely got here.
I thought he'd be thrilled you were back. Now he's salty. Jake and Ben, Jake Scott, Ben Anderson, thank you for making us a part of your day. I'm going to steer clear of Christian. Whatever you need. Do we need to do a read here, Christian?
Not yet.
Is there anything?
I'll let you know.
Anything needs to be done? Okay.
Don't worry.
All right. How's it going over there, Ben?
Doing well. How are you?
I'm fine. Doing better than Christian.
Apparently.
Salty.
I know.
You and I were talking about back to school night because we both had that yesterday. And do you remember your feelings around back to school night as a kid?
I had two different experiences because elementary school I was fine. I was always one of the, handful of kids in the class that was very easy, and I think I did my work. And then I remember my parents coming home from 7th grade, their first parent-teacher conference. They're like, what happened to your grades and your classwork, and why haven't you turned anything in? And I didn't feel like I'd fallen way behind, but apparently I had. And it was the first time I noticed real concern in my future from my parents.
I was always pretty aware of how it was going.
Uh-huh.
And there were times during my, mainly from junior high on, where maybe some terms were a little bit better than others, And that was mostly self-inflicted.
Yeah.
But I remember vividly the anxiety of those moments when parent-teacher conference was going on and I was at home or whatever. You know what I mean?
Uh-huh.
Like I knew exactly what was coming. Like you could hear when the garage opened, you're like, oh, boy.
Yep.
Oh, boy.
It's a tough one.
Better sit down.
Yeah.
I know that there's going to be an unpleasant conversation that's going to last for a while.
I was certainly never worried about it, but my parents were worried about it. But I never felt like this is going to go off the rails. Now, I get why, as a parent, if you've never dealt with it before, why you would have no idea what your kids are going to end up doing. And now, as a parent, you have fear of every bad thing that happens in the world either could happen to your kid or your kid could do it. And you start to worry like, uh-oh, it's a B-. What's next? But no, I think my parents had a relatively easy time.
Okay, good. Yeah. All right.
I'm employed. I have a job.
You and I both had pleasant experiences yesterday.
Yeah.
And we were expressing gratitude off the air for
our daughters.
For that.
Yeah.
Yep. It lasted a tight 10.
Yeah, absolutely.
Real positive stuff. Nice to meet you.
Yeah.
See you later.
Yep.
It was like, oh, that's so great.
Yeah.
I don't want to, and maybe I will at some point, but be the parent where the teacher like marks out 2 spots on the schedule, being like, we're gonna need a double session.
Well, they specifically want you to come in.
Yeah.
Not just to touch base, but like we need you here.
We're gonna need you.
This is an intervention.
Here. My dad, I won't tell this whole story, but my dad got called into good old Skyline for something my brother did. And my dad, at least this is the way it was told to me, he had one of the all-time great lines where he said to the principal or whoever, he's like, I would like to apologize for my idiot son.
She said, which one?
Oh, so funny. Yeah. So funny. All right. Well, shout out to the educational system and all the teachers and principals and everybody out there.
Doing God's work, truthfully.
Good to meet with one of your reps yesterday.
Yeah.
Did you catch Mark Harlan with DJ and PK this morning?
I did.
By the way, always good to have an athletic director on the station. I don't know, nuts and bolts, if you're going to do the big noon thing, it's up by the Eccles Tennis Center. That's where you need to go.
Yeah, I mean, he kind of touched on a lot of stuff, and it was a big, wide-ranging interview. I'm not sure they went super deep dive on any one thing specifically, but yeah, it's a huge game. It really is. This game coming up on Saturday is we're finally getting in because we're getting into conference play. We're having more good matchups now than we were the first 3 weeks of the season or first 4 weeks of the season, if you want to count week 0. And Utah, Texas Tech really are going to kick that off. This is a game that, we've brought some attention to from our fans in Lubbock specifically because of our perspective on Texas Tech. And look, through 3 weeks, they've really done exactly what their money spent says they should be doing. They've got the top offense in college football right now. Their quarterback's very good and has been productive, and they're a big play threat. And as a result of that money spent and what you think Kyle Whittingham has built, I don't mean you specifically, it's going to be a huge game on Big Fox at 10 o'clock local time. And University of Utah is rewarded with that attention on campus.
I actually thought most of the most interesting parts of his interview were not football related, which, we're starting with football, obviously, which is a good thing because even with a coach that is planning his next stage in life, and we'll get there at some point or another, stability. I mean, it was interesting hearing him talk about Morgan and how they've sold it as this is a stable program and will continue to be, as opposed to, the alternative of in the recruiting world of, Coach Witt could be gone tomorrow. What are you going to do? I mean, they've really sold that hard, which I think is obviously the smart thing to do. He talked about a bunch of other stuff, Ben. I thought that the decision to build the basketball stadium at Fort Douglas was all but done. That apparently is not the case.
Yep.
He said they're talking about multiple spots and all this sort of stuff. I hope they just refit the Huntsman Center, or knock it down and build it there. He talked about this big university-wide vision of what they're going to build and all these restaurants and stuff like that, and I just can't help but thinking, like, how much is that going to cost?
Sure, I get that.
How much is tuition going up for that?
Yeah. I look, there's space up at Fort Douglas. It is a cool historical area. If you've never gone up to the museum, it's like a 20-minute thing. It's not going to give you 3 hours worth of entertainment, but it is a cool thing. It's a cool part of our history. Recent memory, there was one of the bricks or one of the big stones from 9/11 is up there, which is very cool. Like, there's some cool history up there that I think is important. But I do think it's small enough that you can probably move things around and have success up there. And that's one of the few places where there is a ton of space on campus. And it is not far from the existing Huntsman Center.
But I thought the most interesting stuff he talked about was the surrounding the land, like what college sports is now, and talking about the budget and how you can spend $21 million. He said 15 to 16 of that is going to football.
Mm-hmm.
I still have no idea how that's legal with Title IX. I have no clue how they're actually doing that under the law of the land. If I were a women's softball player, I would be suing today, but I don't know how that's not happening. But I thought that was interesting. So if 16 out of 21 is going to football, how much of that remaining 5 is going to basketball?
Probably at least 3, right? At least.
Yeah.
And then the other $1.5 to $2 million is getting dispersed here and there. And then you got to hope the NIL makes up whatever else the gap is.
I'm sure gymnastics is going to take a chunk of that.
Yep.
I would guess women's basketball is going to take a chunk.
You look at the number of 4-star and even some 5-star recruits that Utah women's basketball is chasing and has landed, and I think you have to assume that they've got some money coming in.
He talked, though, and here's another thing I don't understand. And if people want to use to call in and weigh in on this stuff or provide further depth, feel free. You can snap talk us as well. But he talked about penalties for going over the salary cap. He's like, well, these are going to be federal penalties. This is a federal court that worked out this whole thing. And I said, okay, or I kept thinking like, okay, that's nice, but the NIL thing, I don't see how that's going away. I don't see how you just limit the income of these players to just what they get from the university. I guess they sign a contract maybe saying they can't do that. I don't know. But I don't know how you stuff that back in the bottle. And then on top of that, if we want to merge two stories that are really interesting to you and I, how fast are these schools going to figure out a Kawhi Leonard situation?
Yeah. I mean, that's what NIL is. That's all it is.
But paying outside of the rules because we can. I'm not saying that specific apparatus necessarily, although you're right. That's exactly what NIL is. But they're going to figure out other ways to do it. You know what I mean? To pay big-time players. If the idea is to create an even playing field, I'm not convinced that is going to happen.
I knew one person in my life growing up who played college athletics. And this is interesting because of where it was. She played college basketball at Air Force. And girls on that team were getting no-show jobs to be on to play college basketball at Air Force 20 years ago. At least 25 years ago. This has been going on forever. And that's not a green light. That doesn't mean I'm green lighting it or giving it a thumbs up and saying it's not appropriate. But yeah, the idea that like this $21 million was going to be a set of rules people were going to play by when NIL openly exists. And despite the fact that it's supposed to have this clearinghouse that all these deals are supposed to be approved by, no, there are always just going to be workarounds to this. There have been no-show jobs forever. And yeah, they were supposed to go water a lawn and turn the sprinklers on that were automatic and did them by themselves and nobody ever checked if they did it. And they got paid as a result.
Yeah, I got it.
This is always going to be the case.
Sure. But, I mean, in the case of our two local schools, Utah is going to be a low-resource school. Thus, a salary cap and this arrangement is terrific for them. BYU, it's the complete opposite. It's like salary cap, okay, that's nice. But you know what? We really like these tech people. Giving us an advantage. I mean, it's opposite sides of the coin. The thing with BYU is they weren't cheating forever because it was against the rules.
Right.
So what are the rules now? Is there a blanket rule to keep? I mean, the obvious, most famous example is Ryan Smith from supporting the basketball program. We talk about salary caps and all that stuff. That's all well and good, but
I wonder how it will be. Ryan is such an interesting example because he owns a basketball team in the state.
We can pick something else.
But yeah, that could be anybody else. Right. That it just gets hairy there because I'm not sure paying an athlete at the college level and then seeing them jump up to the NBA level could be something the NBA tries to eliminate.
Well, let's swap out Ryan let's put in noted BYU booster Alema Harrington.
Okay.
Who's made a dough.
Has billions.
Billions and billions.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
What's to stop Alema from supporting the basketball team in that way?
Yeah.
Is there anything? Is there
No, I mean, the clearinghouse is the thing that is supposed to, at the very least, audit what these deals are, But
I think what Harlan and others are betting on is that this evens the playing field somewhat, and I don't see how it does that. If anything, it's just a cat in the wall. Because the now you've got a different revenue stream that's coming from the university itself, which didn't exist before. But I don't think it evens anything.
Yeah, it's inflationary inherently, right? If the idea is everyone's trying to reach the very highest point, and you give every single college team the same height stepladder to step on, you still have to go higher than everybody else to get to the highest point. That stepladder doesn't end up being a benefit to any one person, right? Everybody's a step higher. So that $21 million that you have, you can adjust how you want to use it. We talked about this when this number first came out is, will there be any schools anywhere that say, you know what, we're going to buck a trend. We're going to give $10 million to our women's basketball team or to our softball team or to our gymnastics team to establish a different identity than everybody else. But if just the cost of doing business is $17 million for your college football team, then nobody actually gets an advantage. The only people who benefit from it are the players, but no one benefits from it. Not the schools, I should say. The families do, the players do. And if you want to say that that's a good thing, I would listen to that argument. I have no problem with saying these players deserve to be paid for their work if that's your perspective. But no, there's not going to be any one school that benefits more than the other by getting these $20 million. It's still going to be whoever has the extra money to spend.
My point is, I think a lot of people within the sport, specifically at the athletic directors in universities, not all universities, because I'm sure that Ohio State loves the Wild West. So not everybody falls in this category. But I think most in athletics are really screaming out for some sort of regulation in the sport. Really think the sport needs it, really is cheering for some sort of rules and regulations and put things back on the tracks and be organized and whatever. A lot of those voices are the same voices that pushed against this whole mess to begin with, because it was regulated. Even though there were no-show jobs going back, there was at least rules. There was at least some sort of try to even the playing field type of rules in the whole thing. Yeah. And that has all gone out the window. And I think most athletic directors, and I would guess Mark Harlan falls into this category, let me give you this example. We're reading, I'm reading with my daughter the younger version of the Iliad. So we're reading about the Trojan War, right? So the whole 9 years of this war is them not being able to get through the gates and walls of Troy, famously.
Right.
The horse comes in, it's full of people. They empty out, they kill the sentries, and they open the gate, and the Greeks flood in. War over, right? Well, Mark Harlan, in this case, or I think most universities as a whole, just want the Greeks to go away. Just want to put in regulation to get everybody who's been screeching about unfairness and all this stuff. They just want them to be satisfied so you can get back to regulating in some way, shape, or form. I think this is, or people are hoping that this will get the Greeks to go away. That this will get back to some normalcy. It'll be regulated. We'll have some sort of even playing field. And my hope is that. I really do. I don't like its current whatever. My hope is that. I don't think this does that.
The $21 million.
The salary cap, the structure, all of it. I don't think this does that.
Until you eliminate NIL, no, it doesn't do anything.
And he's talking about multi-year contracts, which I also think would be a good thing. I don't know how an amateur signs a contract, and that's not an employment agreement. Again, I don't understand how any of this is legal. But I think that's a step in the right direction. I just don't think this accomplishes it. I don't think this salvages what's left of Troy, and all of a sudden the walls go back up.
I think it's good for the players. I don't think it does anything to help the universities. I don't know if it's necessarily bad for the universities, but no, it's the ultimate cat in the wall. It's quite literally again, the explanation of the cat in the wall. There's a cat in your wall. How do you get it out? One solution is put another cat in the wall and see if it fights it out, screeches it out, whatever, becomes a friend and pulls it out.
Yeah, that was my favorite. Cat in the wall. Hey, good job, Christian.
But
my favorite was when he tied the string around it and he's like, okay, I'm going to put this cat in there. It's going to make friends with the other cat. And then we'll rip this cat out and the friend cat will follow it.
But
that cat just ended up in the wall.
You end up just with a cat in the wall. And then you just have multiple cats in your wall. The money, or in this situation, who was it who went inside the gates? The Greeks. The first time, or was it the Trojans?
No, the Greeks went into Troy
in the horse.
Okay.
You're a history minor, right?
It was a gift,
right?
Basically, they acted like they were leaving and surrendering and left this gift, and they brought it in, and then everybody knows the rest.
But no, that's not actually what is happening. No, it's just another cat in the wall. It's just more money.
Right.
It's not going to stop anyone from putting more cats in the wall. Or whatever they wanted. No, it's not going to fix anything.
I don't think it's going to accomplish what it's.
It makes the players richer, which again, if you want to argue that that's the most important end game, I would listen to that. In all honesty, if you think that's what the most important part of this was, if your goal was to create a more fair landscape for college athletics, you haven't done that in the slightest.
I actually don't think this is better for players, but that's not a. I mean, that's definitely more of an opinion than a fact.
Yeah.
But I don't know how much of this is truly good for players. And we don't need to go down this rabbit hole, but talk to somebody like Hans about, or our friend Gunther, about sticking it out and going through the tough times and all that stuff and what better people they come out on the other side. I don't know if Bentleys and Ferraris to 18-year-olds who then play at 4 different schools. I don't know if is that good for them? Is that good for those people? I don't know.
It's probably going to be a case-to-case basis.
Yeah.
Hey, off your parents' house, probably pretty good. Does it?
I'll tell you,
bounce around and never get better like Nico Iamaleava and miss the NFL? Might be worse.
I'll tell you from my standpoint, I think it would have been bad for me.
In retrospect, I probably would have taken the $250,000.
But I have a buddy though who is unbelievably wealthy from like one of those kind of families, like generational wealth and that sort of thing. Most well-adjusted dude I've ever met. Like had probably access to whatever he wanted to, all that sort of stuff, and not like that at all. So who's to say money,
Again,
who's to say who would turn out how? But I don't know if that would have been positive for me as a young person. If I bounced around to 3 different universities and put a bunch of temporary money into my pocket, how that would have gone.
It's a case-to-case basis. It really is. I truly believe
I hope I would have opened up some sort of investment account and then just ignored it or something. I don't know, but what was the likelihood of that at 21? Super low.
Yeah, 0. Yeah. Did you see the Texas fraternity won the Powerball? They think it was a pledge, won the Powerball for $1.8 billion.
Wow.
And this entire pledge was, this entire fraternity, you know more about the language, but it was a pledge who I think won.
Okay.
And of course, I think they accepted him. He should have dropped out of school that day. But to the point of what we would have done with the money and why it wouldn't have been a good thing. But yeah, it's all these kids going nuts. It's like, what's that first party going to look like when an 18-year-old wins $1.8 billion? He's going to spend $80 million at the frat house, and half of it's going to be gone immediately.
Yeah. No, see, here's how you don't know how fraternities work, because at least, things are different these days. But at least back in my day, you would have gone up to that pledge and you would have said, guess what, pledge? We all just won the lottery.
Apparently it was a prank. I'm Googling it.
Oh,
it was
too bad. All right. Stay tuned.
Boy, that's tough.
More next.
That's a tough prank.
97.5.
To think he won $1.8 billion.
The KSL Sports Zone.
It's game week for the Utes, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. The Utes are undefeated at 3-0, but now the season really begins as the Utes open up Big 12 play at home against Texas Tech. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Utah football and your chance to win tickets to the game. Then catch a special early edition of College Football Saturday starting at 8 a.m. with the postgame show immediately following the game on KSLSports.com.
Let's go then. Let's go, baby.
Your home for the best coverage of Utah football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
You weren't there, but these aircraft were. Now, see and ride the magnificent warbirds that won World War II. September 27th, Spanish Fork Airport invites you to enjoy Wings and Wheels. A throwback to when America was at war. Over 15 World War II aircraft will be on display, and many will offer rides or walkthrough tours. One of the most notable planes on hand will be the Ye Olde Pub, a B-17 Flying Fortress. This aircraft flew bombing missions in World War II. Only 3 of these mighty bombers are left flying today, and there's more. Find a complete list of aircraft and shows, plus purchase tickets for rides, all at SpanishFork.gov/airshow. A classic car show, a supercar and exotic car display, and races are also part of the fun. It's all there September 27th, starting at 9 a.m. Visit SpanishFork.gov/airshow for event and ticket information. Kids under 12 admitted free with paid adults. SpanishFork.gov/airshow.
Hey, Benjamin, we've got a surprise for you.
What?
You have a brother. $100 bill just like you.
Hey, I'm Ben.
What?
We just got him for joining America First Credit Union and opening a new checking account.
And you're going to live together at America First.
What?
This is nice.
For a limited time, new members get a $100 cash bonus when they open a checking account or $50 when they open a youth checking account. So head to AmericaFirst.com and get your money working today. Membership eligibility, terms, and conditions apply. Federally insured by NCUA.
The Garden Restaurant has been open for a few months, and if you haven't stopped by, now is the time to get downtown and check out what everyone's been raving about. And if you have visited the new space, schedule a time to come on back. Grab a friend and come visit one of Salt Lake's best gathering spots for lunch. You'll be greeted by the delicious smell of fresh baked goods, like our famous Lionhouse rolls, perfect for taking home for family dinners. Or maybe you have a sweet tooth and are craving one of our brand new cinnamon rolls. They're the size of a dinner plate and perfect for sharing between a group of friends. Come smell and taste the garden for yourself. Enjoy the beautifully reimagined space and convenient location with new street access on the ground floor of the Joseph Smith Memorial Building. Open weekdays 11 to 3. Choose from healthy and delicious options like the turkey pot pie, jalapeno pork and grilled cheese sandwiches, tomato bisque soup, and nut and berry salad. All favorites not to be missed. So much to choose from. Check out the menu at thegardenslc.com. Fresh flavors, iconic location. The Garden Restaurant.
Hey, Ryan, you remember that trip we took in our tent trailer down to Southern California?
Oh, that was the best.
Making memories with Paris RV. Hook up to the 2025 Forest River Rockwood 16 OTG for only $9,195 or $148 per month, 0 down. Or the 2025 Highland Ridge Open Range 177 BH for only $14,995 or $171 per month, 0 down. Or the 2026 Coachman RV Catalina Summit Series 7 134 BHX for only $14,995 or $171 per month, 0 down.
Take your family out RVing with Paris RV.
Paris RV is your locally owned, family-run RV dealership. We strive hard to find the very best RVs for the price. With 4 locations, over 1,000 RVs in stock, 42 service bays, and 4 super parts stores. We're sure to help take your family on the best RV vacation. Check out our perfect family bunkhouse trailer, the 26BH, that sleeps 9 for $19,995 or $227 a month, 0 down. Life is short. Enjoy it. North Murray, South Murray, Payson, and Pocatello. ParisRV.com.
Hey guys, it's Woodrow from Mint Medical Clinic. Are you struggling with ED? Well, you are not alone, and now there's a real solution that treats the root cause, not just the symptoms. Introducing our trifecta approach, a breakthrough combination of acoustic wave therapy, hormone replacement, and cryotherapy, all designed to restore blood flow, boost performance, and rebalance your hormones. Whether it's ED or hormonal imbalance, if you're ready to reignite your love life, this treatment helps bring back your energy, your drive, and your confidence. And right now, when you call, you'll receive a free consultation, a blood flow ultrasound, and an intimacy gift. That's a $650 value, absolutely free. And here's the bonus. The next 20 callers will also receive a 5-night stay at a luxury resort in Hawaii just for taking the first step. But you must call now. With 2 convenient locations in Layton and Sandy, help is closer than you think. Call 801-804-8000 now. That's 801-804-8000. Mint Medical Clinic. We'll get you back to mint condition.
You don't show up to Lavelle Edwards Stadium halfway. Neither should your energy drink. Bucked Up Energy gives you smooth, long-lasting power. No jitters, no crash. Just focus, flavor, and pure Cougar drive. Grab a can of Sour Bucks or Rocket Pop on your way to the game and taste why athletes and fans everywhere get bucked up. Visit your local Bucked Up retail store today or go to buckedup.com and use code ZONE to claim 20%. Bucked Up Energy, built for game day, made for every day. Listen every Monday morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with JJ and Alex for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
This is your Cougars at 30 update. Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Cougars at 30 update here on Jake and Ben. Here is Coach Kalani Sitake on keeping up with East Carolina's pace.
The offense dictates what they're going to be in, and then we have to respond to it, and then we have to do it in a timely manner before the refs give us that window that we can sub into. So they're one of the fastest teams in the country. I think Jay's done a great job as a coordinator calling the plays and prepping the defense for these moments.
This update is brought to you by Kenny J's. They do catering, delivering bold, smoky barbecue no matter the occasion. You can check out their catering menu at kennyjsbbq.com for weddings, work, and any event. It's Kenny J's.
It's time to break down the biggest stories of the day. This is the top 3 stories of the day on KSLSports.com. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
You know, well, I'm a chicken fried. A cold beer on a Friday night. A pair of jeans that fit just right.
Is this for Ben? How often did you hear this song in Nashville?
What is this song?
The little bit of chicken fried or whatever song? I don't know what it's called, but I've heard it a zillion times.
You know this song. You have to know the song.
I don't have to do anything.
No, you have to.
I'm an American. I can do whatever I want.
If you're not American if you don't know the song. I hate country music, but this song's all right.
Sounds like you don't hate country music so much. They played Wagon Wheel. I heard Wagon Wheel.
Yeah, I bet you did. Nominate the esports volunteer you know for the Hercules Hero of the Week. Submit your nominations at kslsports.com/contests. Listen every Thursday to JJ and Alex for the winner. Help us celebrate the efforts of those volunteers making an impact with the Hercules Hero of the Week, sponsored by Hercules First Federal Credit Union and Beehive Meals. Did you request any songs when you went to Nashville and Broadway? If you have never been to Broadway, it's in Nashville. It's a bunch of honky-tonks. They all have 3 bands at least, you know, one upstairs, main floor, basement, whatever. Some have more, but they basically stand up there and play for tips.
Yeah.
And so they take a lot of requests and they'll play whatever. And I told Ben, I was like, you got to take a little tipping money and come with not deep cuts, but not obvious ones either. Because those are the ones that are popular.
My fiance tried to while I was in the restroom. And she didn't tip enough, and she did too much of a deep cut. She did not take the Jake Scott approach, so the music never got played.
Yeah. See, because deep cuts don't make them any money on the tip front because nobody knows.
And people leave.
Knows what the song is.
If you're playing a song that nobody knows, people leave, and then they don't make money.
But I'm sure they play that song or Friends in Low Places 9,000 times.
Yep.
So anyway, that was, I thought, the challenge, which you had to come up with something popular, but not something that they played a million times.
They did play Shabuzi. Made me think of you.
I heard that.
Because that's what you said. You heard a bunch.
A ton.
Yeah.
All right. Top 3 stories of the day at KSLSports.com, brought to you by J. Brooks Jewelers. Cherish your love with J. Brooks Jewelers. Explore their expertly crafted engagement rings made from the finest materials. J. Brooks Jewelers. All right, Christian, where do you want to start today?
Buckle up, guys. Conference play starts this week for Utah, and that means we are getting official injury reports.
It is a little silly that the actual story is that there is an injury report, not the names that are on the injury report. Right? That's the storyline, is that for the first time we are seeing this. And I don't know if there's any real surprises for Utah. Rabbit Evans, Dadrian Zipperer, we knew they were both out after injuries last week. Josh Sovereign, Isaiah Garcia out. And then nobody listed on doubtful, questionable, or probable, which is what caught my attention. There's not a single person on your 100-man roster that is questionable. There's not a single person who had an ankle roll in practice this week or a jammed finger that's like, I don't know, I might not be able to play, I guess. Not one person.
All I read on that injury report was meow, meow, meow. Have you ever had the situation with your kids? I can't even think of something specifically, but I've definitely been through it where you say, do not cross this line or whatever.
Absolutely.
And they get just up to I'm going to do just enough that you're not going to ground me or send me to timeout or whatever.
Yeah.
That's all this is.
Mm-hmm.
The people out aren't, let's see, I'd have to go back through it, but at least 2 of those guys are out for the year, and they've confirmed that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Are all 4 out for the year?
I don't know.
But I don't know. To take this seriously is just hilarious. Because that's just, this is just enough. I'm just here so I don't get fined, to quote the great Marshawn Lynch.
Well, especially if you contrast that with Texas Tech's injury report.
Which seemed to do a real job of trying to fill it out.
But the sad part is now Texas Tech's going to go, why am I taking this seriously? Why would I do this? Because that's how coaches think.
Yeah. a couple of people try to, and I'm not trying to say Utah. Maybe this is all that's going to be on the injury report for Utah. We don't know.
Ben, you are the guy who just said quite appropriately that you're telling me on a 100 and whatever man roster, there's not somebody who's got like a banged up ankle that might not be able to go, or the flu or something.
Right. And technically they should be listed as questionable. They're not. Maybe they play, and Utah says, see, we were right. We didn't put them as questionable because they ended up playing. It's the first one.
But they're not breaking the rules. So what?
No, right. They're not breaking the rules.
That's why this is a cat in the wall, because what's the point?
But a team like Texas Tech may try and come out and say, like, well, these 3 guys are out, and they have 3 names listed as doubtful. They have 3 names listed as questionable, and they have 5 names listed as probable. So, yeah, they try and do it the right way, and when they recognize it didn't benefit them in any way, and Utah faces 0 blowback, because inevitably Utah's going to have a player who doesn't play, whether they just don't get reps because the depth charts insist that they're not good enough, or they lose their job in week 3 because they saw something on film last time, and they say, well, also he had an ankle. But really it was a depth chart thing. Right. How do you enforce this? And ultimately, we're going to end up seeing more of this NA, which is what Utah put in the probable, questionable, doubtful, than we are what I think Texas Tech is going to doing, unless for some reason the Big 12 wants to come out and start fining people, which I would be surprised if they want to do that at this point.
If the league got grumpy with Utah for doing this, you know what I would do? The next smart alecky thing? I would list my backup punter as questionable for every game. Yeah. Every single game.
Don't know if we're going to see him.
Have no idea, honestly. Or somebody that's redshirting. I'd figure out a way to make a joke out of it. Just invent a name, see if anybody notices.
Who's he?
Ben Anderson's doubtful for the game today. Oh, wow.
So when do they have to release these? They've got, is it 3 the week of? It's Wednesday, Friday, Saturday? Or is it Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday?
I believe there's another one coming out today.
And then at least another one coming out, is it 90 minutes before game time? So there's at least 3 that are coming out.
If I were Joey McGuire, I would put my whole team on there.
Oh, it would just look, every single one would look wildly different. Oh, we changed our mind. Yeah, I don't. What do you want me to do?
This is such a, I hate this.
They were doubtful on Wednesday. They're probable on Friday. No chance they play on Saturday.
I'm happy for Steve Bartle because this gives him something to write about several times a week, but this is meaningless. Right?
Yeah, other than the guys aren't going to play.
So shout out to Bartle, whose life is a little easier because of this whole thing.
Yeah.
But nobody else benefits from this.
I'm with you.
Not even the degenerate gamblers.
I agree. That's who pays attention. I don't think it helps them.
All right, what's next?
Number 2, big news from around the world of college football. They're officially moving to a single transfer portal window.
So they're closing the spring window, which I think you would be happy about, with the idea that, after spring football, they don't transfer as often. You don't have that extra window of people leaving. Ideally, that would be some toothpaste back in the tube.
I mean, this is unenforceable too, honestly. Unless all the coaches do it, because all the coaches like it. Because all the coaches definitely do not like having players transfer in the middle of the night.
Right.
Most coaches want something, like, to your point, the toothpaste going back in the tube. But, I mean, Jake Retzlaff found another place to play.
Yeah, outside of the window, right? He had to leave school. And
I think he had to walk on, but in the NIL world, or even the paying world where scholarships don't mean anything anymore, like, who cares? You can still do it. So I don't know. If coaches stick to the plan and actually stick to that window, well, then I think it could work. But I don't know if that's going to happen.
Yeah.
And obviously, Retzlaff was extenuating circumstances. It was a unique case, but players leave after spring all the time. I don't know if that's going to stop.
Quick update on just looking at what some of the dates are. The 2 window system used to be 30 days. There was 2 30-day windows, and now there's a 45 and a 15. So I don't know. I don't expect this to change a whole lot.
No, I don't either. All right, what's next?
Number 3, Thursday night football tonight. The Bills going to try and squish the fish.
You're getting better with your headlines there, Christian.
Thanks, man.
Or did Ben write that one?
No, I did. Give me some credit.
Well, yeah, Ben can't write a creative headline.
My in-laws are from upstate New York, and that is a popular phrase when the Bills play the Dolphins.
Squish the fish.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I like it. It probably won't be hard. Where are you at on Mike McDaniel? You still think he's a genius?
No, sadly. He knows football extraordinarily well, as does every single coach that is in football for the most part, other than what's our guy, Nathan?
Oh, Nate Hackett.
Nate Hackett.
Nate Hackett.
Everyone else knows
that guy's a clown.
Everything there is about football and how to counter everything and every design you can have. It's about more than that. It's about managing your roster, managing the people on it, and I don't think Miami knows how to do that. So.
Do you think Aaron Rodgers did that on purpose?
Yes.
Like got an offensive coordinator, pulled him aside, and was like, "Listen, dude, you're gonna make a lot of money if you just leave me alone."
Yes.
Don't tell me what to do. Don't talk to me. Just take a nap in your office, and you're going to make a lot of money. On 3. Ready? Break.
Yeah, you hire a guy who can't do anything because then they can't get in your way. And that's not the worst idea. If you also know how to do everything and you feel like you're better at it, which most aren't, but some are good enough, and Aaron Rodgers was good enough to know better than the guys around him, yeah, it probably makes sense.
I just don't think that, hiring coaches or evaluating coaches is really tricky because there's just not a coach out there that's good at everything. And if you look at a guy like McDaniel who's like, hey, I'm young and wacky and I want to be your buddy, and then the team is undisciplined and all these other byproducts happen, that's not a shock. He probably is good at calling plays and drawing up this and that, but he's not very good at managing athletes. I would love to question the Phil Jackson is the best NBA coach of all time because he had all these incredible players or whatever. But you know what Phil's superpower was? He was a great manager of young athletes, young people.
The
he
Zen
was
master.
the Zen master.
Yeah.
That's what made him great. The triangle offense is a joke. The people that would credit Phil's X's and O's for his success that is not true. If you want to say Phil is the best coach at coaching a basketball game, that is not true. But is Phil the best of all time of having teams pull in the same direction and get the most out of his players? Absolutely. McDaniel might be a genius drawing up plays, but that team is chaos. And it's not all his fault because Miami has sucked since Shula?
Look, Jerry Sloan wasn't a great X's and O's guy. It's not what Jerry Sloan was known for.
No, he ran the same play over and over again.
He just ran it over and over, and he went out and got an offensive guy and a defensive guy and said, come in and run the system and teach my guys how to do it, and I'll handle everything else. And he handled everything else really well. And everyone listened to him and paid attention and bought into what the assistants were saying.
And his teams all had identities, and they all had certain connective tissue that made them successful. But you know what? They showed up to play every single game.
Yeah.
So evaluating coaches is really interesting. Beware. What's his Tom Brady's bozo OC that keeps getting rehired in New England?
Yeah, he was your
Josh McDaniels, Christian's guy. Christian loved those teams. Those were the TiVo teams.
Josh McDaniels. There's
Mike McDaniel.
Well, I was going to say Nate Hackett and then Adam Gase. Yeah. All have connections with the Broncos, and they're all guys that got these head coaching opportunities because they were propped up by really good quarterbacks.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. It's a good biz. It's the best spot to be.
With the goofy-looking eyes. Remember that dude just looked like a serial killer.
Yeah. Follow along with a guy who knows what he's doing, and it's going to make you look good.
Nate Hackett. Yeah, his 1 year in Denver. Spectacular. 2 years in Denver.
Oh, no, never mind. He didn't even make it through the first year. It was like eight games.
Yeah.
Yeah, they were like, this is... And then Sean Payton came in firing, said, this was the worst coached team in the history of the NFL.
By the way, quick change. They are down to truly one window in college football. But once you enter, you never have to pull your name out. So you can put your name in right after the season ends, and you just stay in the transfer portal as long as you want, which I guess would make it hard to go back and compete in spring. But I'm sure some players will try.
Oh, you're going to have players skipping spring on purpose.
Yeah, just skipping spring.
Yeah.
I'm open.
I don't want to do spring ball. You want a month of
working
camp?
out? Yeah.
Yeah, no, a hard pass.
So it'd be interesting to see how that works.
All right, stay tuned. We'll have more Jake and Ben coming up next. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's game week for the Cougars, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. It's the first road trip of the year for the Cougars as they make the long flight east for a showdown against East Carolina. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Cougar football. Then catch a special early edition of College Football Saturday starting at 8 a.m. with a postgame show immediately following the game on KSLSports.com. Your home for the best coverage of BYU football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey everyone, Jake and Ben here for our friends at Peach Doors and Windows. And I think a lot of us are looking for ways to invest in our home to make it more livable, more functional, more valuable. And windows and doors, Ben, is a great place to start for a lot of reasons.
Yeah, and I think a lot of people might think, oh, well, I guess I have to wait till the spring now, or have to try and get it really done quickly before fall begins. No, Peach Doors and Windows can come in and help you. They are local. They really are stationed here. Their employees are in-house, so they don't have to wait for somebody else to wrap up a job to work with you. They're not, feeding you out to other contractors who have other things going on, building entire homes. No, they work for Peach Doors and Windows. They're going to come into your home when you call them, give you an idea of what's possible. What's your dream? Maybe something you haven't thought of. They can change your home, customize it to fit your needs. And whether that's, just upgrading your windows so they're more efficient or totally changing the way your home operates, whether those are back sliding glass doors, bifold doors, European tilt and turn windows, they've got it all.
And don't just take Ben's word for it. You can take mine. No, just kidding. You can go on to Google where they have tons of 5-star reviews. You can see it for yourself. You can go to peachbuildingproducts.com. Call for a free in-home estimate, 801-566-1255, or simply drop by the showroom, 2940 South, 300 West in Salt Lake. It's Peach Doors and Windows.
Since 1954, Mountain Home Services has been Utah's trusted name in home comfort. Right now, get your AC and furnace tune-ups for just $29. A furnace tune-up helps prevent wear and tear, catches small issues early, improves efficiency, enhances safety, and keeps airflow balanced, adding years to your system's life. And Mountain Home Services is not just heating and cooling. They offer free second opinions on everything, including electrical, plumbing, and fireplaces. Plus, you're backed by Mountain Home Services' upfront pricing guarantee and 100% satisfaction guarantee. No surprises, just honest service. Call 801-543-2222 or visit mountainhomeservices.com to schedule your $29 tune-up today. Mountain Home Services. Comfort starts here. Again, that's 801-543-2222 or visit mountainhomeservices.com to schedule your $29 tune-up today.
Discover the exceptional value of Bar W Beef, where quality meets convenience. Bar W Beef's dry-aged beef, aged for 14 days, offers rich marbling and tender texture, perfect for grilling, roasting, or pan-searing. Enjoy the rich flavor and generous size. Shipped directly from the ranch to your door. Now hosting one-day pop-up events, go to barwbeef.com to find a pop-up event near you, or stop into the store in Nephi for weekly in-store specials. barwbeef.com. That's barwbeef.com.
Right now at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown, you can get any new 2025 Mazda CX-50 for 0% financing for 60 months. Yes, 0% for 60 months. Or extended to 72 months for only 1.9%. You heard right, as low as 0% for 60 months. It's happening now at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown. APR OAC, not available with any other offers. See dealer for complete details.
At home instead, our adaptable care plans give you the confidence of personalized help that's with you throughout your day. Even though we know there are plenty of things you'll still want to fly solo on, like finishing your daily Sudoku, or trying water aerobics, or watching baseball, also known as hogging the remote. We'll provide companionship when you need it, and space when you don't, all with a smile from qualified, compassionate caregivers matched to you. Visit Home Instead online for a better what's next.
Life doesn't wait, and neither should you. Aleve can help you deal with pain less throughout your day. Whether it's a long day on your feet, a demanding workout, or everyday aches and pains, you need relief that can keep up when pain persists. Aleve is here for you with longer-lasting body pain relief compared to leading OTC-branded pain relievers. With just one pill, Aleve lasts up to 12 hours. Don't let those aches hold you back from doing what's important to you. Use as directed.
Home Run Derby X is coming to Salt Lake City. MLB legends join softball stars. College standouts September 19th and 20th at the ballpark at America First Square. Wow. Tickets at MLB.com/HRDX Salt Lake. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission.
UCCU, proud sponsor of Game Night Live. Celebrate 6 Salt Lake Valley UCCU branches. Enter to win a Jeep. UCCU, love where you bank.
3, 2, 1. This is your Utes at 50 update. 158! Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jacob Ben is your Utes at 50 update. Here is defensive coordinator Morgan Scally on where the secondary can improve.
I would just say less missed tackles. The ones that everyone sees, those open field ones, those are hard. I missed a lot of them. There's some technique to it. A lot of it's not crossing over. We get a ton of work here on Tuesdays of being physical and wrapping up. And I thought, the last 2 games we've had single-digit missed tackles, and that fires me up.
This update is brought to you by Kenny J's. They do catering. They deliver bold, smoky barbecue no matter the occasion. Check out the catering menu at KennyJ'sBBQ.com for weddings, work, or any event. KennyJ'sBBQ.com.
Nobody gets you ready for Utah football more than the KSL Sports Zone.
Ready?
Kyle Whittingham and the Utes open up Big 12 play with a huge game against Texas Tech. Catch a special Ute edition of College Football Saturday starting at 8 a.m. Your home for the best coverage of Utah football is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. You're listening to Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jacob Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Let's see, where is this thing? There it is. Join us coming up on Tuesday, Ben. The show is going up north. We're headed up to Ogden. We're going to be at Belliston Jewelry from 10 to noon, 1155 36th Street. Belliston Jewelry, locally made just for you, cherished for generations. And I think Coach Mental might be joining us in person. I've got my fingers crossed he's going to drop by. So
he's buying us both earrings.
Weber State fans. Make sure and join us at Belliston.
What's the closest you ever got to piercing your ears?
I wanted to when I was like in elementary school because Andre Agassi had an earring, and that was like my tennis hero. And but I never did it. I was a little too young for that.
I make fun of my parents for parenting because that's your job as a child. But I remember telling my mom I wanted to get my ear pierced when I was younger because I don't know why. And my mom was like, "Why don't you wait till you're 13?" Knowing by that point inevitably it would have washed over me and be gone so far in the past that I had no interest in it. She was exactly right. That was a very smart. It was good parenting.
So we talked about facilities yesterday. It was really interesting. We talked about facilities on the show yesterday, and we talked a little bit about it with Mark Harlan and what they're going to do with the Huntsman Center and the basketball facility. I got a text from my buddy yesterday, Ben, who lives in Prince George's County, Maryland.
Okay.
Which is basically a suburb, more or less, of Washington, D.C., but it's on the Maryland side.
Okay.
He is a Commies season ticket holder.
Okay.
And he loves it because it's like 10 minutes from his house, even though everybody else complains because it's in the middle of nowhere, Maryland, FedEx Field.
Mm-hmm.
He texted me yesterday, it became official, I guess, that the Commies are moving back to RFK, and it's going to be a new facility in 2030. And RFK is downtown D.C. So he's grumpy. He now has to go into D.C., but what we ended up talking about is what his ticket prices are going to end up being in 2030. and because it's the song and dance, right? They're going to build the world's greatest stadium. They're going to charge 3 times what it was in FedEx Field, and your average fan is going to bear the burden because it's this new shiny thing, and they'll sell those seats. They don't care who they sell them to. They just want that revenue. We've seen it so many times with these new facilities. So is this too much of a hot take? If you're going to do the Huntsman Center and build a new building, build a real piece of crap.
Okay.
Just a real piece of garbage. No amenities, no nothing. Jam those seats in there, make it a real pile of garbage, and just leave ticket prices alone. I'm tired of we built the world's greatest stadium that we spent $3 zillion on, and guess what? Your ticket prices are now 3 times what they were. And I'm not trying to cast blame on anybody or anything or whatever.
Yeah.
It's just a repeating pattern. And then you go and you say, God, why are these ticket prices so unbelievable? And they look back at you and say, well, you're coming to the Taj Mahal, dude. So you're going to deal with it. I fear, and not to go the common man on you, but I fear that in sports, because of how easy it is to say yes to, we'd love to build the world's best stadium. Sure.
Yeah.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah, absolutely. We want that. And then they say, well, you're going to have to charge your fans double at least. And they go, well, we'll cross that bridge. Well, let's build the world's greatest stadium. I'm now firmly in the camp of just build a real pile of garbage.
Okay.
But sell tickets at a reasonable rate. I don't care. I love the amenities at Delta Center, and I am speaking with hyperbole here.
Of course.
But would I rather stand in line for an hour and a half for a beer or pay $500 a ticket? You know,
right. Yeah.
The amenities are great, and part of the reason they up the amenities is because they have to justify the high ticket price. If you're going to pay $1 zillion to come, we're going to have a drone serve you pizza because you just ordered it on your phone or whatever it is the Intuit Dome is doing and all this sort of stuff. It costs so much money that you have to price your tickets a certain way to pay for the building. God knows what it costs to go to a Warriors game moved into San Francisco in a brand new world-class building. Heaven, I'll tell you, the good folks of Oakland aren't going to the games anymore.
No, the funny thing is all these updates to make the ice more visible for the Mammoth is actually going to just price some people out of being able to see it. Now, look, going and watching a game and only being able to see one of the goals and not all the players was less than ideal. And I sat in some of those seats. And
these situations are more nuanced than my argument. I am prepared to accept that.
No, you're right. Those tickets that were $15 or $20, whatever they were, are no longer going to be affordable for people who that's their only opportunity to go see the game. And I actually will credit Ryan Smith and what the Jazz have done and the Mammoth have done as far as trying to make tickets available to people who can't afford to spend that much money on tickets because tickets are getting so absurdly expensive to go to these sporting events. I had the thought at Nissan Stadium, just like, where is a good spot in football? Now, this is a different conversation that I think football is a terrible in-person sport, period. It's so much better on TV. It's crazy people will spend money on tickets to go to the games when they are so much more enjoyable on TV, in my opinion. That's a very lucky take I have because we've watched the games in so many different ways, and I've sat in press boxes, and I've sat in lower bowl, and I've sat in the upper bowl, and now I know what the difference is. But no, you're not wrong, other than no one's ever going to say we're building the most average stadium to get good prices. It's going to have to be a part of the negotiation for, hey, if a city is going to fund or taxpayers are going to fund an arena, you have to make sure that those same taxpayers can be the ones who go to the game and benefit from it being there.
I love that argument.
It's going to have to be in the conversation. And by the way, I think there was some of that with Delta Center.
I will say this. With professional sports, it is, you could argue to me that it is different than collegiate sports. In the vast majority of circumstances, those are public universities and should be accessible to the public. And that should be some sort of priority. And when I hear, we're going to build a huge sports complex and the fanciest new stadium you've ever seen, I'm just hearing to myself, we're going to price everybody out of this.
We haven't found the limit yet of where businesses won't buy season tickets, but I would be careful with that as well, because at some point you will.
But yeah, my buddy's kind of bent. He's
I understand.
He was like, yeah, FedEx, they have to keep prices low at FedEx because the stadium is a pile of garbage.
It is the worst.
And when he said that, I was like, you know, in this case, that pile of garbage is really working in his favor. My buddy doesn't make $1 million a year. Like he's got 3 kids that are really young and has to operate life on a budget. Like budgets in some season tickets to the commies, and now like
it's the catch-22 of my whole trip. Had that arena been good, I wouldn't have been able to get tickets for $60.
Nope.
And I wouldn't have gone.
Right.
But that's the right price I paid, but also the experience was not very good.
And football in particular is different because there's so few home games. Baseball, the tickets stay relatively low, even though they're building these just crazy arenas.
Because the supply is so high.
Because there are so many games. Yeah. All right, stay tuned. The Big 12 Power Poll is coming up next.
I've been waiting for this all week. I couldn't wait to get back from vacation.
Jake and Ben next, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colbert, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Whether you're stuck in the office,
I believe you have my stapler,
in your car, or at your in-laws.
You want a piece of me? You bet I do.
The Zone is with you every step of the way. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows and access to all the latest updates on your favorite teams. Your home for the best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Ski Chevy is back with season passes to Solitude Mountain Resort. So drop in to a participating Rocky Mountain Chevy dealer now. Plus, upgrade to a discounted Icon base pass when you purchase or lease any new Chevy model. From powerful trucks like Silverado to our versatile families of SUVs. Retail value per pass is $999. Offer valid while supplies last or until 10/31/25. See participating dealer for complete redemption details, vehicle eligibility, and restrictions. See your Rocky Mountain Chevy dealers today.
Jim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors. I want to tell you about our famous "You Don't Need a Warranty" warranty. That's right. It's a warranty you don't need, but we give it to you anyway. Let me explain. Most warranty problems for siding, gutters, and windows are caused by not installing stuff right in the first place. If you rush the work, cut corners, or use subpar materials, you're just begging for problems later. At RGS Exteriors, we don't tolerate careless workmanship. We slow down, focus on every detail, and use only the best materials. We prevent warranty work by doing the job right in the first place. That's why the 10-year everything guarantee we give you is also known as our "You Don't Need a Warranty" warranty. We absolutely will be there if you need to use it. But honestly, you probably will never have to. Done right the first time. That's the RGS way. For siding, gutters, and windows, call 801-280-3110 or visit us at rgsexteriors.com.
These days, many companies have turned to influencers to tout their products or services. But here at John Watson Chevrolet, the only endorsement we need is from our customers. Because of their feedback, we're proud to be Utah's best reviewed Chevy dealer. Visit us today to see why we get reviews like,
"Buying a car should be a fun experience, like a kid getting a new toy. And at John Watson Chevrolet, it was."
John Watson Chevrolet, your 5-star Chevy dealer. 3535 Wall Avenue, Ogden. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
It's Pro Savings Days at Lowe's.
Get up to 35% off select major appliances and save an additional $1,000 when you buy 4 select LG major appliances. Plus, get a free DeWalt 20-volt max 5 amp-hour battery when you buy a select DeWalt 20-volt max tool. Get the job done for less at Lowe's. We help. You save. Valid through 9/26. Selection varies by location while supplies last. See associate or Lowe's.com for more details and qualifying items.
Hey, want to hear something great? Right now at Wendy's, you can get 2 of the #1 selling bacon cheeseburger in all fast food, the JBC, plus medium fries and a medium soft drink for just $8. Want to hear something else great? Double the burger means double the bacon. Now that's a game changer. 2 of the #1 bacon cheeseburgers with fries and a drink for just $8. Gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only. U.S. price and participation may vary. Request $8 JBC meal deal to obtain discount. Individual items at regular price.
Hey, Benjamin, we've got a surprise for you.
What?
You have a brother. A $100 bill just like you.
Hey, I'm Ben.
What?
We just got him for joining America First Credit Union and opening a new checking account.
And you're going to live together at America First.
What? This is nice.
For a limited time, new members get a $100 cash bonus when they open a checking account or $50 when they open a youth checking account. So head to AmericaFirst.com and get your money working today. Membership eligibility, terms, and conditions apply. Federally insured by NCUA.
Who is climbing? Who is falling? And who just flat out stinks?
Some of y'all football sucks.
This is the Big 12 Power Poll with Jake and Ben on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Joe and Hanson Scotty coming up tomorrow, Friday, at RGS Exteriors from noon to 3, 4235 Farm Road in West Jordan. All right, it's time for the Big 12 Power Poll, where we rank all 42 members of the Big 12 from bottom to top.
Favorite 25 minutes of my week? We should see if we can do a whole hour. Really spread it out.
I was hoping you'd forget about it because you weren't here on Tuesday.
No, never. It's my thing. It's my signature.
Where are we starting?
Start at the bottom of the barrel. Oklahoma State, still number 16.
The good news is there's nobody who is winless right now in the Big 12. Everybody has a win. The problem is Oklahoma State is 1-1, and their one win is over UT Martin, and they did score 27 points. But the last time we saw them, they got shellacked by Oregon 69-3. And they've had a bye week to sit with that now as they get ready for Tulsa this weekend.
Yeah, they stink. Way to go, Mike. Does he get canned, you think?
I think he does. I think he probably agrees to go away, but he renegotiated his contract last year essentially to make it easier to fire him and then followed it up with an absolute stinker.
In all honesty, you know what he should do? He should just pseudo-retire and be a golf course fundraiser for Oklahoma State. That's his best route.
I think you're exactly right. I'll take an extremely reduced role, pay me $250,000 a year. I'll be around.
I'll play golf with the donors.
Yeah.
And we'll have a couple of beers in the clubhouse afterwards as I have them get their checkbooks out.
Tulsa is only 1-2. This game is tomorrow night. Just so you know. Friday game.
Next.
Number 15, Colorado.
I think we all predicted that Houston was going to beat Colorado, and they did soundly. And I don't actually think Houston looked terrific in this game, but they're certainly a much better team than Colorado. Colorado's going to have a bad year. This is just starting to unravel.
Yeah, I don't know if Dion knows what he's doing. I wasn't sure Dion knew what he was doing for the last 2 years at Colorado.
They're going back to their other quarterback.
Do we think is there more Nate Hackett to Dion than we gave him credit for? He just had a good quarterback and he rode him?
I just don't think his recipe for success long-term was going to work.
Certainly not at Colorado.
Not at Colorado. Yeah, I mean, 5-star
kids. Come play here.
I think he was going to do the celebrity thing, and I just don't know if that works long-term. And you know what? Shedeur was a good player. I think it was a little artificial, and I don't know if I'd call him a great player, like retire his jersey today, great player. But he was a good player, and Travis Hunter was a great player.
Yeah.
And that'll get you somewhere. But can he do it again without those two? I doubt it.
Not
Maybe.
looking like it. Do they beat Wyoming this weekend? I kind of don't think they do. Not that I thought Wyoming was spectacular against Utah.
No, but they're kind of salty.
They're pretty tough.
Yeah, I could see Wyoming putting up a fight against Colorado, 100%.
Yep.
All right, next.
Number 14, Kansas State.
Is it safe to say the wheels have fallen off? I mean, Arizona, I watched this game too, and Arizona will come up later. Maybe we should spend that time on them. Arizona is not a world beater. They're okay. No Fafita he's okay. He's somewhere in between what he looked like as a freshman and what he looked like as a sophomore. Because as a freshman, he looked like he was going to be the best quarterback in the country. And as a sophomore, you wondered if he was a starter at the D1 level. He is somewhere in between that.
Well, you could say the same thing about Avery Johnson, which is just so weird.
But amazing that Avery has failed to develop this badly. And that they went out and spent money to get better. Who was their quarterback who transferred to Ohio State and won the national championship? Like that was... And the narrative was, don't need to pay him. We got Avery coming in. Avery's been a huge disappointment.
Is it his fault though? I don't know. I'm not familiar enough yet, I guess, with the shortcomings of Kansas State.
But man,
there
1
are
in
other
3,
reasons you lose besides your quarterback. But yeah.
Going into a bye week is really tough. And again, they started out number 2 on this list. They're down at 14, and it might be a while before they climb up.
Next,
number 13, Cincinnati.
They did crush Northwestern State 70-0. That's promising.
Next,
they have a bye week this weekend.
Number 12, Central Florida.
Coming off of a bye, undefeated, 2-0. They do not have a good win on the season. But fun game this weekend. They get to go up against the adult novelty heiress.
Oh, yeah.
And Bill Belichick at UNC.
Yes, they do. It's a statement game.
I think it's at home. Left North Carolina going to Central Florida.
Although our guy, Barry Trammell, thinks they're the worst team in the league.
Central Florida?
Uh-huh.
I don't know. Oklahoma State's pretty rough.
He did say that, too. He's like, well, it might be Oklahoma State, but he's not real high on Central Florida.
I'm not buying them yet.
If they beat the adult novelty heiress, I mean, that'll be something.
ANH, yeah. Adult novelty heiress, the ANH. I'm going to go with that.
All right, what's next?
Number 11, West Virginia.
They did have a good win.
Yeah, Pitt's a real team.
Pitt's a real team. You can see how happy Rich Rod was after the game. Took OT to do it, but that was a comeback win. They were down in the fourth quarter and came back and put that victory together. And they were excited about it. That was a big win. That was a momentum win. You needed that. So getting that before you go on the road and play at Kansas is a good one.
Do you have a friend who's got, like, maybe his or her decision making is not the best, or they have a chaotic personal life or whatever, but once they get inside the office, they're just killing it?
Yeah, absolutely.
I think Rich Rod might be that.
Okay.
Like he had a lot of chaos at Arizona. There was chaos at Michigan that probably went underreported. There certainly was chaos at West Virginia the first time that not everybody knows about.
Yeah.
Like he's kind of a chaotic dude. He's kind of a loose cannon from an emotional standpoint. But he knows how to coach. He does.
He didn't do a great job at Michigan, but that's just because it was a really bad hire. But you're right. In between the lines, he is good. You get him in the stadium, as long as his girlfriend and his wife are separate, he's cooking. He's a good coach. I'm with you.
I feel so bad for his personal assistant. That was the story. She was the go-between.
She was doing the Mrs. Doubtfire dating scene.
Right, one side or the other.
Makeup.
Rich, this wasn't in the job description, bro.
I don't care.
What am I doing here?
I do not care.
Next.
Number 10, Kansas.
All right, they are hosting West Virginia. This is a good game between two teams that are going to want to start out conference play with a win. Kansas does not have a great win so far on the season, but and they're coming off of a bye where they lost in a kind of bad fashion. So we'll see. They lick their wounds and get ready for West Virginia.
Go Mountaineers.
Okay. I'm a Jayhawk guy.
I know. Next.
Number 9, Houston.
Yeah, the jury's still out. Yeah, at very least, Houston has a better offense than they did last year. And their defense was pretty good, but the offense was not.
When did they win their third game last season? Because they only won 4, right?
Well, look up also when they scored 26 points.
Yeah, that's very true. Let me see. Their schedule last year, they started out... They didn't win their third game until they beat Utah in Week 8. So that was a week before Halloween, October 26th. So the fact that they're 3-0 is a big plus. Yeah, they're playing well. This is a good spot for them. Again, I don't really believe that their best win being Colorado, but they're going into a bye week feeling like they have some momentum. That's a good thing for them.
They also did not score 36 points at all last year.
Yeah.
No, their high was 33 against Rice. The game they won 33-7. So yeah, they've got a little bit of an offense. So I think if you want to use a cliche, I mean, sleeper I think is a good term for Houston maybe.
I just think if you play football in the state of Texas, especially in a major city, you should be reasonable.
I don't know if that's always true, but
I think you should be. The talent is there.
Yeah, but you get far enough down the pecking order and it's not there.
And Houston is a cool athletic school. It has a good athletic department historically, usually basketball, but there should be interest there. Anyways.
But you could make the same argument for UCLA, but as you've talked about, like the people that want to stay in Southern California that are really, really good go to USC. The rest of everybody leave, and then the leftovers go to UCLA. I mean, that's the...
You're right. You're going to Texas. You're going to Texas A&M. You're going to Oklahoma, and I know that's leaving the state. But by the time you get to Houston, you may have even gone through Baylor and TCU already as well, and SMU. And Texas Tech.
Yeah, and then now Texas State wants to pay a bunch of money, and UT San Antonio and all this stuff. I just don't know. There are a lot of football players in Texas, but I don't think that's entirely true. Houston still has to separate itself from a bunch of other schools, because right now, the best in state go to Texas. Some consider Texas A&M. Probably the rest basically leave, and then the leftovers, the scraps.
But hey, man, they play Oregon State after this bye week. They get Texas Tech. That's a tough game. Then they get Oklahoma State. They have a real chance to be 5-1 and just have to win one more game before the end of the year to go bowling, which I think would be a very successful season. And they've got games against West Virginia and Central Florida left, so I think they're going to get to at least 6 wins.
What's next?
Number 8, Baylor.
1-1. They did just beat Samford 42-7.
I wish I would have ranked below or lower. I don't know if I'm a below or believer.
Am I wrong? They're 2-1. I've got them at 1-1. I just didn't update their schedule. They did beat SMU, you remember, 48-45. That was a big win for them in OT. Another comeback. And they only lost to Auburn, so it's not like they have a terrible...
So maybe 8's right.
Yeah, they're middle of the pack.
What's next?
Number 7, Arizona.
Arizona might be fool's gold. They did not look particularly good against Kansas State, and I think Kansas State is actually just bad.
I don't know, but you brought this up the other earlier, and this is relevant. What's the real Arizona, 2 years ago or last year?
Yeah, somewhere in between.
I don't know. Maybe the reality was 2 years ago, Arizona. Arizona's looked good so far. We talked to Mickey Mental about his thoughts about Arizona, and true, I mean, is Weber State playing against the Wildcats, but he came away thinking they were really good. And maybe Fafita is the guy we saw 2 years ago.
They've got a bye week, so they can rest on their 3 wins.
I didn't think that I thought Brent Brennan was a good coach when he took that job. I don't think last year was an accurate representation of him as a coach either. So I don't know about Arizona. I don't know if they are fool's gold.
First year coaching's hard.
They might be good.
Okay.
All right, next.
Number 6, Arizona State.
They might be bad.
They might actually be bad. Again, their only loss is to Mississippi State. That's not a terrible loss.
Yeah,
At least
it's not a good one either.
Yeah, it's not a great SEC school by any means. So we'll see. They beat Texas State 34-15. They're not scoring a ton of points. 38 points against Northern Arizona, 34 points against Texas State. We'll see.
Scotty did a lot.
Man, he looked good this weekend, too.
He did a lot
last
year.
He's a tough dude.
Next.
Number 5, TCU.
Well, they beat Abilene Christian 42-21.
I know it crushed you to rank Sonny Dykes this high.
I'm not a big Sonny Dykes guy. I think they're going to lose to SMU this weekend.
They have a win over the adult novelty heiress.
Yes, they do.
And we'll see. I don't know if SMU's any good. I wasn't confused. I mean, SMU had a good record last year, but
and they're
I
ranked.
wasn't convinced they were all that good last year. So I think SMU's riding kind of
They might not be ranked anymore.
All right, what's next?
Number 4, BYU.
Coming off a bye on the road at East Carolina, we've talked a lot about how good this East Carolina offense is expected to be, how good that quarterback is.
And the Cougars certainly haven't done enough to break into the top 3 yet.
I think East Carolina is going to score fewer than 17 points, and BYU is going to beat them 31-15.
That would be a huge defensive performance. East Carolina's offense is pretty good. If they limited them to that would be a W.
I think BYU's defense is one of the best in the country, and they've had a week to prepare.
If BYU got to 30 points, I'd be kind of surprised.
Okay.
I just don't know if
I think that's
they're
totally fair.
capable of rolling up a bunch of points. I don't know.
I think the defense is elite. And their special teams is really good again. So
Yeah, I'm with you. But ECU has a good quarterback.
Yeah,
so if the defense held them in the teens, that'd be a pretty good day. All right, what's next?
Number 3, Texas Tech.
The Bozos of Lubbock.
In town.
Got
to watch myself.
They beat Oregon State 45-14. Not ultra impressive. Oregon State's been putrid this year.
The Beavs are a disaster.
They are. But they did beat them. They do, again, have the best offense, at least the best scoring offense in college football. A lot of chunk plays. Huge plays. This is going to be a tough game for Utah's defense, especially if the corners do not perform much better than they have early in the year.
We are seeing the result of the Beavs and the Cougars of Washington State being left out in the cold. Last year, Washington State remained somewhat decent. Oregon State was bad last year, right? But we're seeing the recruiting fallout of not having a home.
The bottom is falling out.
Yeah. I mean, why would you stay there?
But Texas Tech is really good. Their money has been well spent. And the thing is, they still look a lot like a Texas Tech team, which scores a lot of points. We'll see if the defense is any good.
That's the question. Yep. What's next?
Number 2, Utah.
Utah is going to be really tested here. This is going to be a great game. The advantage being at home, 10 a.m. You hope that kind of throws Texas Tech off of their game. But again, Texas Tech, they can really move the ball. Utah's defense is going to have to play better than it has so far this season. I know the defense has been really good and only gave up 6 points to Wyoming. You just still see some places where it looks a little bit softer. I think you're going to need big games from John Henry Daly. You're going to need the corners to play better. You're going to continue to need to win the takeaway battle. And it's going to really fall on the shoulders of Devin Dampier to control the pace of the game. Do not let this get out of hand offensively for Texas Tech. You're going to keep them off the field. That might be Utah's best defense.
So far in this early season, and these stats obviously mean very little based on what teams usually play, but Texas Tech so far this year been 15th in total defense.
Okay.
So
they have played nobody. Truly nobody.
Yeah, right.
Utah has played a tougher schedule than Texas Tech by a lot.
Utah has not played.
Utah hasn't played anybody either.
Yeah. So, Wyoming's salty. All right, next.
Number 1, still number 1, Iowa State.
Not blowing my skirt up. 24-16, 24 points against Arkansas State. And they went on the road. Good for them for, I guess, going on the road and playing at Arkansas State. That was weird. But they look like a good Iowa State team, which is a team that can never score. And they can't score still. So they're here now. They're not going to be the number 1 team at the end of the season. They can't score enough points.
I'm pretty comfortable with them at 1 still because expecting Iowa State to blow somebody out like Arkansas State is like expecting Rocky Balboa to get a knockout in the first round. That's not how he wins.
That's not how he wins.
He stands there and gets beat up for 10 rounds, and then the other guy falls over. That's how Rocky Balboa wins. Iowa State wins 24-16. That's what they do.
It's quite literally what they do.
That's quite literally what they do. That's
they
how
scored
they play.
55 points against South Dakota. Tip your cap. It's not a real football team, but they beat Kansas State 24-21. Kansas State's awful. They beat Iowa 16-13. Iowa might be awful, and they beat Arkansas State 24-16. Arkansas State might be awful. They've got the best record, and they've got the best resume, and I don't think it means a whole lot.
But Old Rock doesn't go out there and knock them out in the first round. That's not what he does.
No, it's not going to be pretty.
All right, there you go. Quick review. Christian, just do the top 10.
Top 10, Kansas at number 10, then Houston at 9. Number 8 is Baylor, Arizona at 7, Arizona State at 6, TCU at 5, BYU at 4, Texas Tech at 3, Utah at 2, and number 1, Iowa State.
And there you go. All right, coming up next, Don Williams. He covers Texas Tech for the Lubbock Avalanche Journal. We'll get the latest on the Red Raiders straight ahead. Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's game week for the Utes, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. The Utes are undefeated at 3-0, but now the season really begins as the Utes open up Big 12 play at home against Texas Tech. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Utah football and your chance to win tickets to the game. Then catch a special early edition of College Football Saturday starting at 8 a.m. with the postgame show immediately following the game on KSLSports.com.
Let's go then. Let's go, baby.
Your home for the best coverage of Utah football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
Are you really that different than the rest of us?
We are. As a fiduciary, we always focus on what's best for our clients.
What services do you offer besides investing?
We have a team of specialists in financial planning, estate planning, and more.
Your clients rely on you for all that?
Yes, we ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Okay, but you still sell commission-based products, right?
No, because we believe that's a conflict of interest. We prioritize service over sales goals.
So, then how do your fees work?
We have a simple and transparent fee that's a percentage of our clients' portfolios. So we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, we're more different than I thought.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at fisherinvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
The first ever Home Run Derby X Final is coming to Salt Lake City. Wow! Quarterfinals September 19th, semis and finals September 20th at the ballpark at America First Square. MLB legends Adrian Gonzalez, Ryan Zimmerman, and more join softball stars and college standouts for 2 days of nonstop action. Towering home runs, slick defense, target-smashing hits, plus fireworks and a drone show to cap the celebration. Get your tickets now at MLB.com/HRDX Salt Lake. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission.
You worked hard for your 401k, but if you've left your job, your money might be sitting in the wrong hands. I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and it's very possible that the 401k that you have had for years has hidden fees and limited investment choices. But if you're no longer with the company, that 401k may be at the mercy of your former employer. All of these things could be costing you thousands. Rolling over your 401k into an IRA can provide better investment options that align with your long-term goals. At Trajan Wealth, we're fiduciary advisors that are held to a higher standard with no hidden agenda and no hidden fees. Don't let your retirement dollars sit in an old plan, and don't roll it over to your new plan without consulting Trajan Wealth first. Call Trajan today at 801-899-7600. That's 801-899-7600.
Advisory services are offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment
Get ready, Utah. Mountainland Supply is bringing Milwaukee Counter Days to a branch near you. Join us for a one-day-only savings. 10% off all Milwaukee power tools, hand tools, and accessories. Plus, free sale day-only items. Start your morning with a light breakfast, stick around for a delicious barbecue lunch, and connect with the Milwaukee team. We'll be in West Jordan on October 2nd, Heber on October 7th, Salt Lake HVAC on October 9th, and Monticello October 14th. Don't miss it. Mountainland Milwaukee Counter Days. Food, freebies, and fantastic savings.
A 15-year-old girl who chewed through a rope to escape a serial killer.
I used my front teeth to saw on the rope in my mouth.
The killer prowled the Pacific Northwest in the early 70s. He's been convicted of murdering 2 young women, but suspected of many more.
Maybe there's another one in that area.
Follow Stolen Voices of Dole Valley now, so you don't miss an episode.
Any Hour Services free furnace sale is going on right now. Schedule a free estimate by September 30th, and when you have Any Hour Services install a new air conditioner, we'll give you a new furnace for just the cost to install it. For more information, call Any Hour Services or schedule online at anyhourservices.com.
Nobody gets you ready for Utah football more than the KSL Sports Zone.
Ready?
Kyle Whittingham and the Utes open up Big 12 play with a huge game against Texas Tech. Catch a special Ute edition of College Football Saturday starting at 8 a.m. Your home for the best coverage of Utah football is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. You're listening to Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jake and Ben want to remind you about Kenny J's Barbecue. They do catering, delivering bold, smoky barbecue no matter the occasion. Check out the catering menu at kennyjsbbq.com for weddings, work, or any event. Kenny J's BBQ. Ben, I don't want to go with stereotypes necessarily, but being from Texas, I would guess our next guest probably has an opinion about barbecue.
I'm betting vegetarian.
Joining us now, he covers Texas Tech for the Lubbock Avalanche Journal. He is Don Williams with us on Jake and Ben. What's going on, Don?
Just getting ready for another game this week. How are you doing, guys?
We're doing terrific. All right, what's been the story for Texas Tech so far this season? 3-0, top 20 ranking, explosive offense. That's not totally unfamiliar for Texas Tech. Does it look different than it sounds?
Well, it's a little different from the standpoint of actually they've been much better on the defensive side of the ball than Tech traditionally has been, at least during this century since the Mike Leach era. Obviously, Tech's been known much more for offense than defense, and there's been a lot of those years in there where the offense would score a lot and the defense would give up a touchdown more than the offense scored. But this year that's not been the case, and probably the biggest reason why is because they added 22 guys in the transfer portal, and the ones and they've had guys who have been impactful all across the board, but probably the most impactful has been the defensive line, because all four of their defensive line starters are upperclassmen transfers, and those guys have pretty much dominated the line of scrimmage. Now, granted, the level of competition has been very suspect, so it'll be a good challenge this week, and I think that's kind of the big, maybe the lead storyline down here is how does Texas Tech's defensive line fare against the Utah offensive line, because there are probably future NFL guys on both, and the expectation is that there's going to be a lot of NFL scouts there in Salt Lake City on Saturday, and those two units will be the main reasons why.
So the financial investment in the football program has obviously been a big story. It was the topic of conversation at Big 12 media days, and it's been a topic afterward. For those of us watching from afar, can you take us through that story and the investment in the football program? Well, there's been a huge investment in just all facets of the program. I mean, starting with the facilities, because last year and early this year, they've opened $242 million worth of football facilities, a big new south end zone building, a visitor's locker room, new visitor's locker room that's freestanding, and another separate building called the Dustin R. Womble Football Center, which houses their weight room, locker room, several other things. Now, not all of that's paid off, but the price tag is $242 million. And then, part of the fear, I think, among Texas Tech's donor group is that whenever the next round of musical chairs comes in college football, that what happened to Oregon State and Washington State, that is being left behind when the conference collapses, the Texas Tech people did not want that to happen to Texas Tech. Well, like I say, whenever the next round of realignment comes. And so they felt the need to invest heavily. Like I say, the facilities part kind of already taken care of, and then they felt like now was the time to pounce and spend money that you could spend to build a football team. There was, the House settlement kind of limits what you can pay there at $20.5 million, but that took effect 1st of July. So the Tech donors said, okay, we can pay a bunch of guys up front before that July 1st kind of hard cap hits, and bring those guys, get those guys in December, January, and then in the spring portal period, get those guys in June, pay them all up front so that their earnings aren't restricted by the House settlement. And so that's pretty much, so that's basically what they did. They felt they were very organized, scouted college football. And they said, I actually said in one of the stories that I think, James Blanchard maybe said that, a lot of the scouting was for naught because,
90% of the guys that they scouted weren't in the portal, but the 10% of the guys that were in the portal that they wanted, they pounced and were ready when the portal opened, and they went and got the guys they wanted.
Looking at Utah, if you were to just look at the scores and kind of the results, you would say, oh, this team doesn't look like it has a whole lot of flaws. But if you watch them closely, they haven't moved the ball through the air particularly well, especially with deep shots down the field. Cornerbacks have been a little softer than we're used to from Utah. If you were to flip that, what despite the fact that Texas Tech has a blemish-free 3-0 record, scoring a lot of points, no one scored more than 14, are there areas that might be suspect on the team through the first 3 games?
Probably the biggest concern, I think, is their rushing offense. They lost Taj Brooks, who the last 2 years was a 1,500-yard rusher and a Doak Walker Award semifinalist both years, was a draft pick by the Cincinnati Bengals. They had a couple of young guys named Jacoby Williams and Cameron Dickey who played last year as true freshmen, and they played in virtually every game. They liked their talent. But they went out. Another one of those guys that they got in the portal was Quentin Joyner from Southern Cal, who had some big games and some real highlights against some pretty good teams. And they expected Quentin Joyner to be the number one running back. And, in fact, he was number one coming out of spring. And then he suffered a torn ACL in their second scrimmage in August. And so he's lost for the season. And your running game falls back on the 2 guys who were freshmen last year, Jacoby Williams and Cameron Dickey. And while I think, they really like both, pardon me, and I think Williams in particular has a pretty high ceiling. The run game so far has been a little bit spotty. Question about, can the offensive line has been kind of hit and miss at moving bodies up front against not great defensive lines. So the question is, okay, if you're having this kind of trouble against non-conference competition, what's it going to be like when you face a team like Utah? One example, I forget which, I think it was the Kent State game. They had first and goal at the 5-yard line, run the ball for 4 yards and have second and goal at the 1, then get stoned 2 runs in a row, and it takes them fourth and goal at the 1 to finally score the touchdown against Kent State. So, again, if it's maybe kind of nitpicking, but if you had to just pick an area of the team that's maybe a little bit questionable, it's going to be, okay, run blocking up front and the rushing game. And again, that's kind of been masked because their passing game so far has been, pretty prolific. They have 6 touchdowns of at least 6 passing touchdowns of at least 30 yards and another 3 of at least 20 yards.
Don Williams is with us. He covers Texas Tech for the Lubbock Avalanche Journal. And Don, I'm not sure how long you've covered the Big 12, but I'm curious to your thoughts on the new-looking league and what this league is going to be like to cover going forward, at least for the near future.
Well, I think the appealing thing about the Big 12, the way it's constructed right now, is that, and I think this is going to be kind of true most years, is that you don't have necessarily 1 or 2 automatic favorites, so to speak, like the days when you had Texas and Oklahoma. I mean, Oklahoma won a whole pile of Big 12 championships, and Texas always out recruits most everybody and has the best talent. So I think the fun thing about the Big 12, the way it's currently constructed, is that you have a lot of teams who are pretty good and who have relatively similar resources, relatively similar talent. And so what it leads to is you have a bunch of games like Saturday, where you look at it and you can't definitively say, oh, yeah, for sure Utah's going to handle Tech. Or you can't definitively say, yeah, for sure Texas Tech's going to handle Utah. I mean, the spread's 4 points. You have a whole lot of games like that when you have teams like Iowa State and Utah and BYU and TCU and Arizona State with what they did last year, and Baylor. Kansas has come up. West Virginia obviously has had very good football teams in the past. Oklahoma State's won won 10 or more games 8 times in 14 years, but now they've been terrible the last couple of years. Arizona obviously had a very good year a couple of years ago, and Colorado and Kansas State. So you take any of those teams that I just mentioned, pick 2 of them out of the bag, and there's a good chance that you put them on that the spread is going to be less than a touchdown, and it's very likely to play a game that's going to go down to the wire.
Well, Don, thank you very much for jumping on with us. Are you in town to cover the game? Are you coming in town?
I'd love to be, but they're not traveling me for this game, I guess, because of budget reasons. I would love to, obviously, for the game itself, but also, the first time I had been to Utah was year before last when Texas Tech played at BYU, and I flew into and stayed in Salt Lake City, so I really enjoyed my weekend there.
Well, we'll get our producer Christian on the horn with your editor, and we'll do some arm twisting and get you up here for the next time.
He'll pay out of pocket.
Hey, I appreciate it, guys.
Thanks, you, Don. We appreciate you. There you go, the one and only Don Williams covers Texas Tech for the Lubbock Avalanche Journal.
Still a battle mostly of unknowns, I think, with these two teams, just because Texas Tech hasn't traveled, and Utah's not really been forced to do anything.
Well, it sounds like the Utes secondary is going to be put to the test.
I think that's going to be a huge piece.
Yeah.
I also think, and we can talk about this more in the next segment or tomorrow, I think there's a lot more to Utah's passing game than we've seen. I think Devin Dampier can really throw the ball, and he hasn't had to, but it's in the right spot. He's thrown some better passes than, we've seen Utah quarterbacks throw in a long time.
His downfield balls have not been good.
Not been great.
No.
He's overthrown a couple of guys.
I don't know if he is how capable. I think that's a relevant story.
But
how capable, but I don't know if that's true.
If Utah gets put into a spot where they have to throw the ball, I think Devin Dampier can do it. They may not be put in that spot. He's really good with his legs, and Utah has good running backs as well.
Well, Nate Johnson won a game for him throwing it. So, yeah. But nobody would mistake him for a great passer.
No, but Devin Dampier's got some touch. He's thrown 2 great balls, I'd say, already this season. The pylon in week 2 to Dallin Bentley, and then obviously after the fumble on Saturday against Wyoming in the end zone was an incredible throw. A great play, but really even by itself, a great throw in a window that Utah traditionally has not thrown balls into. I'll be curious if we see more of that because I think that's there.
Wrapping up the show next, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's game week for the Cougars, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. It's the first road trip of the year for the Cougars as they make the long flight east for a showdown against East Carolina. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Cougar football. Then catch a special early edition of College Football Saturday starting at 8 a.m. with a postgame show immediately following the game on KSLSports.com. Your home for the best coverage of BYU football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey guys, it's Woodrow from Mint Medical Clinic. Are you struggling with ED? Well, you are not alone, and now there's a real solution that treats the root cause, not just the symptoms. Introducing our trifecta approach, a breakthrough combination of acoustic wave therapy, hormone replacement, and cryotherapy, all designed to restore blood flow, boost performance, and rebalance your hormones. Whether it's ED or hormonal imbalance, if you're ready to reignite your love life, this treatment helps bring back your energy, your drive, and your confidence. And right now, when you call, you'll receive a free consultation, a blood flow ultrasound, and an intimacy gift. That's a $650 value, absolutely free. And here's the bonus. The next 20 callers will also receive a 5-night stay at a luxury resort in Hawaii just for taking the first step. But you must call now. With 2 convenient locations in Layton and Sandy, help is closer than you think. Call 801-804-8000 now. That's 801-804-8000. Mint Medical Clinic. We'll get you back to mint condition.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation and a regular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduce stroke risk better than warfarin. And over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. Stroke risk may increase. Eliquis can cause serious and potentially fatal bleeding. Don't take if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or bleed longer. A spinal injection increases blood clot risk, which may cause paralysis. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding or bruising, or back pain, tingling, numbness, muscle weakness, or incontinence. Aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370. 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
Discover the exceptional value of Bar W Beef, where quality meets convenience. Bar W Beef's dry-aged beef, aged for 14 days, offers rich marbling and tender texture, perfect for grilling, roasting, or pan-searing. Enjoy the rich flavor and generous size. Shipped directly from the ranch to your door. Now hosting one-day pop-up events, go to barwbeef.com to find a pop-up event near you, or stop into the store in Nephi for weekly in-store specials. barwbeef.com. That's barwbeef.com.
Ski Chevy is back with season passes to Solitude Mountain Resort. So drop into a participating Rocky Mountain Chevy dealer now. Plus, upgrade to a discounted Icon base pass when you purchase or lease any new Chevy model. From powerful trucks like Silverado to our versatile families of SUVs. Retail value per pass is $999. Offer valid while supplies last or until 10/31/25. See participating dealer for complete redemption details, vehicle eligibility, and restrictions. See your Rocky Mountain Chevy dealers today.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next-day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Whoa! Jason Kelsey just found out that NFL Sunday Ticket now lets you subscribe month to month.
Yeah!
He just realized you can join and cancel anytime.
Ha-ha! Now that's what I'm talking about.
Now he just found $1 in the sofa.
Yeah!
And he just saw a great parking spot open up. Look, just because Jason's easily excited doesn't make NFL Sunday Ticket month to month any less great. Right, Jason?
Yeah.
Get NFL Sunday Ticket month to month and cancel anytime. Woo! Sign up at NFLSundayTicket.com. Renews every month during the 2025 regular season. Cancel anytime. Terms and embargoes apply. No refunds. Commercial use excluded.
From sunrise tailgates to the final whistle, keep your edge with Bucked Up Energy. Zero sugar, legendary flavors, clean performance. Stop by 7-Eleven, Maverick, or Holiday Oil. Pick up your favorite Bucked Up can and stay dialed in through every Cougar touchdown. Visit your local Bucked Up retail store today or go to buckedup.com and use code ZONE to claim 20%. Bucked Up Energy. Utah born, Cougar strong. Ready when you are.
3, 2, 1. This is your Utes at 50 update.
58!
Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
So Utes at 50 update. Here's Kyle Whittingham wanting to see more production from the team's receivers.
We just need to keep bringing that group along and getting production. We're throwing for a decent amount of yards per game, but if we could bump that up a little bit and get more chunk yardage out of the throw game, that'll really help our cause.
Utes at 50 brought to you by Kenny J's. Catering delivers bold, smoky barbecue, no matter the occasion. Check out the catering menu at kennyjsbbq.com. That's kennyjsbbq.com for weddings, work, or any event.
It's another battle for the Aggies, and the KSL Sports Zone has it covered. The Aggies look for a win this Saturday as they take on McNeese State. Your home for all the play-by-play coverage of Aggie football is right here on 97.5 The KSL Sports Zone. You're listening to Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
Let's lock in.
On 97.5 The KSL Sports Zone.
Two amigos on the airways, talking sports. They got him Matrix and also loves his tie-dye. Ben's got style with his scarf. Oh my.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. This segment brought to you by Peach Doors and Windows. Amazing home transformations begin with Peach, where 5-star reviews are the norm. Call them today for your free in-home estimate, 801-566-1255, Peach Doors and Windows. Ben, I'm actually kind of surprised this week you haven't gotten caught up in the Texas Tech online universe.
No, I wasn't the guy calling everyone a bozo, but I've since furthered that.
But did you notice online that it became a thing with Texas Tech fans that they discovered that Ted Bundy went to Utah?
Oh, I have not seen
that. They
did,
ran with that joke, and I'm surprised that you didn't get roped into that whole thing.
It's funny. I did see some retweets of the tweet, which happens every so often. And again, if you don't know the backstory, I had a tweet about my dad who worked with Ted Bundy at the University of Utah, and they were janitors. And my dad used to always say, "See you Monday, Bundy." And knowing that Ted is one of the worst humans who's ever lived, probably actually thought about murdering my father for making a horrible dad joke over and over and over.
I say see you Monday, Bundy.
Still.
Every Friday.
Towards one of the most dangerous people who's ever walked the planet. So
I'm surprised you didn't get caught up in it because they were like, "Oh, Ted Bundy went to Utah. Of course he did."
But every couple of months, it'll get retweeted, and sometimes like a real influencer does it, or it'll show up on Instagram is where it happens more often. But I'll see it on TikTok, or I should say Twitter, excuse me. So you're right. I'm a little surprised that hasn't come up.
I do think it is a funny fan thing. Like, as other fans bases do Oppo research and stuff like that, like finding out Ted Bundy went to Utah is a pretty funny, like, oh, I see the type of graduate they're producing up there.
Absolutely. Where'd Unabomber go? Cal, right? Like,
did he?
I think he was a Berkeley guy.
I thought he was an MIT guy for some
Well, I know
reason.
there's an MIT story right now, so he may have gone to both. I don't know. But, yeah, that's funny. You know what I mean? I mean, those people's crimes aren't funny,
not funny.
Obviously, and that's not the joke I think anyone's making.
But to use it as a shot at whatever school. Ted went to undergrad at what? UW, I think?
Okay.
Does that sound right? And then Utah Law School?
Yes. Absolutely right.
And then put that law degree.
You said Ted. I was thinking Ted Kaczynski. What's the deal with all these guys named Ted?
No, Ted Bundy. Then put that law degree to use defending himself, right?
Yes. Yeah, he also went to Berkeley. Not
Kaczynski went to...
Kaczynski went to Berkeley. Also Michigan and Harvard. So there you go.
So, yeah, I'm bringing up the Unabomber next time one of our local schools plays Michigan.
Michigan was not his first choice for post-grad education. He applied at the University of Cal and the University of Chicago. Both accepted him but offered him no teaching position or financial aid. So maybe he didn't go to Berkeley. Okay. Michigan.
Don't drag
Everyone's
Berkeley.
third choice, Michigan.
Michigan. All right. Stay tuned. Hans Olsen and Scotty G. I just saw Scotty in the next room. They are coming up next. Hello, Scotty. Looking handsome. We will talk to you tomorrow on the Jake and Ben Show.
Thanks, Christian.
97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Whether you're stuck in the office,
I believe you have my stapler,
in your car, or at your in-laws.
You want a piece of me? You bet I do.
The Zone is with you every step of the way. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows and access to all the latest updates on your favorite teams. Your home for the best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Right now at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown, you can get any new 2025 Mazda CX-50 for 0% financing for 60 months. Yes, 0% for 60 months. Or extended to 72 months for only 1.9%. You heard right. As low as 0% for 60 months. It's happening now at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown. APR OAC. Not available with any other offers. See dealer for complete details.
Do you snore at night? You could be suffering from sleep apnea, a serious medical condition. Be one of the first 25 people to call Sound Sleep Medical and receive a free sleep consultation, normally a $200 value. Sound Sleep Medical uses a custom-fitted oral appliance instead of a cumbersome CPAP machine to treat sleep apnea. Most insurance companies and Medicare cover oral appliance therapy. To learn more, call 801-285-9731 or visit soundsleepmedical.com.
The Missionary Starter Package now at Mr. Mac is everything a missionary needs at an unbeatable value. It includes 1 slim or modern fit suit, 4 and collar stretch shirts, 3 Teflon treated washable ties, 1 mission belt, and a pair of Echo or Johnston & Murphy walking shoes, all for just $695. Fit is never a problem at Mr. Mac with free in-store tailoring. Ask for the Missionary Starter Package at all 9 Mr. Mac locations.
The first ever Home Run Derby X Final is coming to Salt Lake City. Wow! Quarterfinals September 19th, semis and finals September 20th at the ballpark at America First Square. MLB legends Adrian Gonzalez, Ryan Zimmerman, and more join softball stars and college standouts for 2 days of nonstop action. Towering home runs, slick defense, target smashing hits, plus fireworks and a drone show to cap the celebration. Get your tickets now at MLB.com/HRDX Salt Lake. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission.
Since 1954, Mountain Home Services has been Utah's trusted name in home comfort. Right now, get your AC and furnace tune-ups for just $29. A furnace tune-up helps prevent wear and tear, catches small issues early, improves efficiency, enhances safety, and keeps airflow balanced, adding years to your system's life. And Mountain Home Services is not just heating and cooling. They offer free second opinions on everything, including electrical, plumbing, and fireplaces. Plus, you're backed by Mountain Home Services' upfront pricing guarantee and 100% satisfaction guarantee. No surprises, just honest service. Call 801-543-2222 or visit mountainhomeservices.com to schedule your $29 tune-up today. Mountain Home Services. Comfort starts here. Again, that's 801-543-2222 or visit mountainhomeservices.com to schedule your $29 tune-up today.
Hey guys, Alex Curie here. You've heard us talking about SLC Fat Loss for a while, and I'm sitting down here with Jeff and Angela, who have also been on the program. How are you guys doing?
Thanks.
We're glad to be here. Well, you look awesome. Tell me how much weight you guys have lost and how long it's taken.
I lost 36 pounds in the 60-day reduction phase, and I've lost an additional 6 pounds on maintenance. So 42 pounds total so far.
And I've lost 59 so far. Tell me exactly what's changed about that health now that the weight has been lost with SLC Fat Loss.
I immediately started sleeping better. I also quit craving things late at night that I knew were sabotaging my diet.
I don't have to take a deep breath to tie my shoes anymore, and I can actually stand up after I've been kneeling on the floor without feeling like I was going to pass out.
What would you tell somebody who is like you guys and maybe wants to start losing some weight about SLC Fat Loss?
Don't wait another day. This plan will change your life.
Just get a hold of the folks at Salt Lake City Fat Loss. Just go to their website, slcfatloss.com. That's slcfatloss.com.
Results may vary.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colbert, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. The noon hour is here.
Check it out.
And you're locked on to Utah's highest rated, most listened to sports radio station.
It's my station. It's my station.
This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
let's get it. It's a Thursday. Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone, which means it is a Frank Dolce day. We can't even call it a Ute preview show. No, it's a Frank Dolce day.
It's just Frank.
Because Frank just takes over, and whatever Frank wants to talk about is what we talk about.
We got out of the way of Frank.
Yeah. But no, we will break down the Utes. In fact, it's a pretty Ute-heavy show. Chris Level, sideline reporter for Texas Tech, will join us.
Oh.
Coming up at 30 minutes from now.
And what we're going to do is get to the
meat of
bottom of everything.
Because there was some comments attributed to Chris Level.
And the comment was something along the lines of, we'll go into Rice Eccles Stadium and get the win.
Yeah.
Rice Eccles. There was a lot of Buffalo snorts.
It's a cute little stadium they got there.
Yeah. Rice Eccles? What are we talking about? Eccles? So we'll get to the bottom of this. I mean, we've heard that there's been some editing.
Yes. Some unfortunate editing
and
out
he's
there.
Not happy about it?
He's not happy at all. Because that's the thing. We've talked to Chris. I remember talking to Chris back in the Matt Wells days. And Chris always seemed like a level-headed, fair guy. And so when these comments came out, I'm like, it doesn't sound like our guy. And apparently it was not.
So let me just explain to people why this is not okay. And Scotty and I know it extremely well.
Yes.
I know it better than Scotty because I get in more trouble than Scotty. But when you're a part of a university's broadcast,
yes,
and you open up your stupid mouth, or even worse, you don't open up your stupid mouth. Somebody just takes your mouth and twists it.
Yeah, makes it stupid for you.
Yep, you get a couple calls. You get a call from a coaching staff member. Sometimes you get a call from the administration.
Yes.
The front office departments. And sometimes you get a call from your co-host. And sometimes you get...
Not this co-host.
And, you get a talking to.
Yeah.
And when you didn't say what it sounds like maybe he didn't say, or in the way he said it, or the way it was compiled, yeah, you could be very, very angry about that.
That's the one thing that and Lloyd will always jump at me and he'll send me a text when he sees me getting sideways with somebody on Twitter. And he's like, hey, bro, put the phone down. Put the phone down. And that's the one thing that will get me. If you want to troll me on Twitter, the one thing you do is misquote something I said and say, like, did you listen to the show today? Scott said this, and this. I'm like, no. Look, I say enough dumb things on my own. Don't put words into my mouth. And
just take the dumb ones I said.
Just take the dumb
those.
ones. You run with those. I'll own the dumb stuff I say. Just don't misquote what I said. And that's the one thing that'll get me sideways real quick, because that's the thing. Like we have a lot of really good relationships out there. And if you listen to the show, I would like to think we're as connected as any show in the state by far. And we've got a lot of really good people that we lean on for information. And if those people think that we did something, if we burn them, or if we did something irresponsible, it would really be rough for us.
It would.
And I do not want that out there in any way, shape, or form.
Yeah.
Because I'd rather sit on stuff and just continue to have good relationships with people than to be like, ooh, guess what? High noon, we're going to break this story and this story and this story. I've done that in the past. It's not worth it.
It's not worth it.
It's not worth it at all.
What is worth it is when the story breaks and you actually have the backstory.
Yes.
And you can add the facts.
Yes.
And some accuracy. And you can say, well, yeah, this is boiling over, but understand this came from these two things and this is why it's happening.
Yes.
But excited to talk with Level and just see how exactly that went and how he feels about Rice Eccles Stadium, because I have a feeling it's going to be a tough place to go get a win on Saturday morning.
Yeah. 10 a.m. or 10 p.m. Doesn't matter. That place is going to be hopping.
I'm so glad it's a 10 a.m. kick. I do love the Utah 10 a.m.s and the BYU 5:30 or later, which, by the way, fits into a Greg Wrubell night category.
Oh.
Is that right?
Yeah, it does. Because
what did he say? I can't remember.
That it is dark by the time the game comes to an end.
Okay. Well, it kicks at 5:30.
So it could be light when it starts, But as long as it's dark when it ends. Oh, by the way, I got to respond. He texted me. I never did respond to him.
Is that about me?
No.
Okay,
It was
all right, good.
because I was joking afterwards when he was like, "Is that good enough for you? Is that good?" And I was like, "Yeah." And then he sent me a nice text and said, "Hey, I didn't mean anything aggressive by that." And I'm sure. And I was like,
people don't understand, like, actually how big of a sweetheart
he really is. He's the nicest, most gentlemanly person on the planet.
It's a gigantic sweetheart.
Outside of knifing me about going to Boise and
well, he will get his needling in.
Yeah.
And sometimes he'll needle me and I don't even realize it. And then I'll get a tweet later like, "Did you ever realize he took a shot at you?" And you're like, no. But now I do. Because I thought he was just a sweet guy.
How you doing, buddy? You doing good?
I'm doing fantastic. And, I've been putting together quarterback numbers. We went into this Big 12 season touting the quarterbacks. And I really felt like through the first 3 weeks, I felt like we'd have probably 5 Big 12 quarterbacks in the top 25 in most categories for quarterback play. And I was a little bit shocked. It's you got 3 in the top 25. And here's the nice thing. You've got 3 Big 12 quarterbacks in the top 10. But you got to go all the way down to number 44 to find the 4th, which is Noah Fafita. Right now, Noah Fafita is the 4th most productive by yards per game as a quarterback in the conference. And that's why yesterday, you were talking about Arizona yesterday. And I kind of was like, yeah. And you're like, "No, really, dude." And I'm like, "Yeah, dude, Iowa State, blah, blah, blah." And you're like, "No, dude." And I just
dude.
You're right. Noah Fafita is, right now, he's productive. And I do believe that he and Brennan needed a year.
Yes. Yep.
And I do believe that Arizona needed to go get a couple of targets. They need to go get a couple of receivers, which they've done. And I don't think we can just dismiss Arizona. You're right. I don't think we can dismiss them. We just need to watch, just see if they answer the bell on a couple of these big games that they've got coming up. But then number 47, so your 5th, in terms of yards per game, your 5th quarterback in the Big 12 is Traven Jackson, UCF quarterback. Your 6th is Jalen Daniels at Kansas. 7th is Brendan Sorsby at Cincinnati. And just to give you an idea of where he sits, he's 6th as the number 60th quarterback in the country in yards per game. But number 7 in the Big 12. You've got Rocco Beck at number 62, and you've got Devin Dampier at number 69. Which he is the 10th in terms of yards per game, the 10th quarterback in the Big 12. Stacked inside there, Bryson Barnes, Utah State quarterback. He sits at number 51 in the country. So Bryson's getting his run game and his throw game together. If you took Bryson's collective rushing and passing yards, I'm sure it would.
Oh, yeah. He may
bump him.
Top 25, top 30.
That'd be my guess.
Yeah.
And then the one that I think pertains to BYU fans right now is Caden Hauser, the ECU quarterback, number 6 quarterback in the country in yards per game at 324 yards per game. And he's got 973 overall, 5 touchdowns, 1 interception. So, Scotty, and I know we got Utah preview coming up. We'll start at 1 o'clock, and it'll be all Utah from there on out. But, Scotty, so I watched a lot of film, ECU film this morning. I watched ECU Coastal Carolina. And I'm watching Coastal Carolina's abysmal. They're terrible. And so I started to change my mind. Like, maybe ECU's just got the benefit of the throw game against terrible corners. And maybe this is more of an opponent issue than it is ECU having a great passing game. And then I flipped on ECU NC State. And ECU's passing game was getting NC State in areas even more than Coastal Carolina. I don't know. I think against NC State, I want to say they were 350 plus in the passing game. I could pull it up really quick. I think ECU had, I got it right here, Scotty. ECU had 383 yards passing against NC State.
All right.
So I got done with the Coastal Carolina film. I'm like, oh, this is just a trash. This is a trash team with trash defensive backfield. Well, I don't know exactly how to feel about NC State's backfield, but NC State is 3-0. They've got wins over Virginia, and against Virginia threw for 250 yards against the NC State, which is a good high number. Then they beat Wake Forest 34-24, and Wake Forest had 252 yards receiving against NC State. So I'm like, maybe NC State isn't the best in their defensive backfield. Maybe.
Could be.
And so maybe ECU has seen an ACC team that struggles in their defensive backfield, an FCS team, and then a very bad Coastal Carolina team that's in their defensive backfield. So right now, Caden Hauser is throwing for 324 yards per game. I think he struggles to get to 220 yards against BYU. That's what I see visibly from film to expectation. 324, I think he struggles to get past 220 against BYU's defense. I think he's going to be harassed, and I think that, and I think BYU's making a couple of adjustments. We've seen Evan Johnson's just been a mainstay at the corner. Tanner Wall, a mainstay at the safety. Falatau Satawala against Stanford was electric. He was just electric. Therian Alexander was awesome. So I think that we're going to start to see some of those pieces progress in the defensive backfield. And I think BYU, I'm feeling more and more confident that BYU can take care of ECU after the film I watched this morning.
And you say that we don't care about offensive line play. Let me ask you this. How good was ECU in protecting the quarterback? Not just sacks, but pressures. And is that one of the reasons why they were able to be so dangerous in the passing attack? Because, we've complained about BYU not getting sacks, but one thing they have done over the Jay Hill era, they may not be able to finish the deal with sacks, but they sure have gotten pressures with this Jay Hill defense. And if they pressure this quarterback, that's what I think is going to be really interesting to see how he handles maybe a level of pressure that he's not used to getting game in and game out in the first few games of the year.
Okay, so to that point, ECU does protect the quarterback well and has.
But that might be because of who they played.
Through 3 games, they've given up 1 sack. They're one of the top in the country.
Yeah.
3 games, 1 sack. And, you've put my mind to work here for a second. I watched about 15, 20 minutes of Coastal Carolina. There was not a pressure that I can remember. And I watched about 15, 20 minutes of NC State. And I don't remember there being a ton of heat, Scotty. So he sits in a pocket. Coastal Carolina, they rushed 3 a lot. Coastal Carolina dropped 8.
Yeah.
And rushed 3. So you can understand why Coastal isn't getting the pressure. NC State consistently brought 4.
I'm just looking at...
Was my number right?
Yeah, no, you're right. They gave up 5 quarterback hurries against NC State. And you're right, only 1 sack.
That was against NC State.
Against NC State. No hurries against Campbell, and 3 against Coastal Carolina. 3 for a whole game. Quarterback hurries. It's
nothing.
A ridiculous
that's
low
ridiculous.
number.
Yeah. So I know I keep going back to the Colorado game last year. Colorado's offensive front was not good. I think it was a mix. I think they were good at times, but I think it was a mix. And Jay Hill put together a game plan to just harass Shedeur. He wanted to hit Shedeur.
Yeah. And
he did. And my guess is they'll put together something like that for ECU. That's why I just feel like 220, I feel like that's the right number. I think they're going to struggle to get over 220 yards. I think BYU is going to beat them up pretty good. Coastal Carolina tried to zone him out a lot. They didn't try to get physical with the receivers. You know, everybody's talking to me about the ECU speed on the outside. And so when I went into film like, oh, I want to see the burners. I didn't see the burners. You know what I saw was 2 tight ends that were more productive than anything on the outside. I think that ECU's got 2 tight ends that I think are way more nasty than anything else we're going to see. So, which by the way, they're really good tight ends.
Yeah. They play a lot of that 12 personnel.
They do a lot. Offset shotgun 12. But BYU's main concern were the tight ends against Stanford, and they wiped the tight ends off the earth.
Yeah. Yeah, they took them completely out of the game.
Wiped them off the earth. And, you know, BYU stops Stanford, whatever it was, 9 rushing yards.
Yeah.
Stanford goes and rushes for 235 against Boston College the next week. So I think just from what I read, what I put together statistically, and then what I view, I think we know more about BYU's defense than we really know about ECU's offense. And because of what I know about BYU's defense, I feel comfortable saying that they'll keep ECU at 220 yards through the air or less. ECU can't win if that's the case. The only way ECU really beats BYU is with 285 to 320 yards passing, 3 or 4 yards touchdown through the air, because the run game is going to struggle to break 100. If Jay decides that he wants to stop the run game. So that's kind of where I see ECU. Now, here's the interesting point. I do believe BYU is going to have to pass for over 200 yards in order to beat ECU. And they have not broke the 200-yard mark yet this year.
Nope.
They had 135-ish against Portland State and 175-ish against Stanford, somewhere in there. They have not broke 200. I think they're going to have to break 200 in order to beat ECU. Because I do think
they're going to sell out against the run?
I do think ECU is going to sell out against the run. And I saw them doing that against NC State, and they were pretty decently successful against NC State. They held NC State to 105 yards rushing. And they're holding teams to 58 yards rushing, you know, if you take all three into consideration. And, you know, just looking at common opponent, NC State went and rushed for 250 yards against Virginia, and NC State went and rushed for 210 yards against Wake Forest. ECU held them to 100. NC State has their initial push is to run. And they broke a couple hundred against Wake Forest and Virginia and just barely snuck over 100 against ECU. So my guess is, because, Scotty, it's like what we said about Stanford defensively. Make Bear Bachmeier beat me.
Yeah.
My guess is ECU can do that better than Stanford can. And so that means Bear Bachmeier is going to have his first 200-yard-plus passing game in order for BYU to get the win. And I think therein lies the numbers. Keeping ECU under 220 and going over 200 yourself in the passing game. If you take those two numbers at the end of this and they equate to that, BYU wins. If you take those two numbers and ECU's over 220 and BYU's under 200, that's an ECU win.
It's that simple. All right, Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Bailey's hanging out with us. Mint Medical. Bailey, how you doing, man?
Hey, bud.
Good to see both of you again.
Yeah, good to see you.
You know what? I've had a couple of people reach out to me, and they've wanted to know, how do we get involved in Mint Medical? Because there's so many issues out there that guys are dealing with, whether it's, situations in the bedroom or they just want to lose some weight. Sometimes those are all connected. And you can address all of those at Mint Medical.
That's right. We address the first part with the ED, or the in the bedroom part with the acoustic wave therapy. It's a revolutionary technique that non-invasive. There's no downtime, and it'll help fix that part of it. But also, as you mentioned, Scotty, it's connected to the weight loss. So we have the GLP-1s, which are the semaglutides and tirzepatides that we can help with, and the hormone therapy. That's what we do a little bit different. It's that trifecta approach that can kind of fix it holistically.
We've also talked about the testosterone and testosterone replacement. If you're feeling like you're losing that edge as a man,
right?
There are testosterone therapies that can get you back on track. And I know that Mint Medical excels at that as well, Bailey.
That's right. And if your energy, like you said, is down and it affects all aspects of your life.
Muscle growth, libido, everything.
Yeah. And so we that's part of what we focus on as well. We'll fix the root cause of the problem, but having that hormone, if you can get those levels back to where they should be, it really makes it a big difference.
Okay, so I want the guys out there to picture this. And Scotty, you and I have gone through just different physical transformations over the last year and a half, 2 years. And I want guys driving around, just picture this. Getting into Mint Medical, and you're not feeling good about your weight. You're not feeling good about your shape. You're not feeling like you've got the energy or you've got the drive. Well, come into Mint Medical. We'll start with getting the weight off. We'll start by checking your testosterone, and then we'll fix the root cause of your problems. And Bailey, I look at those three things, and what man out there that's struggling with this wouldn't just be like, I'm going to call him? Freebies aside,
right.
Who doesn't want to fix those things?
Right. And like you said, we put those incentives in there because you got to get over the hump. Well, I got to do something, and there's not a better time than now. So that's why we put those in there.
Well, let's talk about those incentives, because you guys do a lot to make it worth the phone call to call Mint Medical right now. First off, let's start with the big one.
Well, the big one is if you call in and become a patient, you get 5 nights free in Hawaii for you and your spouse. That's a big one.
Yes.
The little ones, which are still very valuable, that is, we'll do a free blood flow analysis. We'll find out where you're at, the free ultrasound, the exam, that's all included. And right now, if you come in, you can either choose 1 month free of GLP-1s for you or your spouse if you get the treatment. And it's just something that says, hey, this is so important to us. We want to give those incentives to get you over the hump to get in.
Call right now, Mint Medical. These guys are the best at what they do. They're going to help you out with whatever issue you may be dealing with or whatever you want to address. 801-804-8000. That's 801-804-8000. We're talking about a trip to Hawaii, a night, 5 night stay.
That's right.
5 night stay in Hawaii, yours for free. But you got to call 801-804-8000. Become a patient, and Mint Medical is going to square you up right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's game week for the Aggies, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. Bronco Mendenhall and the Aggies are back at Maverick Stadium this week as they welcome in McNeese State. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Aggie football and your chance to win tickets to the game. Then, catch all the play-by-play action beginning with the Aggie pregame show this Saturday at 5 on 1280 The Zone. Your exclusive home for Aggie football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
You're the fall cleanup phenom, the titan of trimming. You wield a leaf blower like a surgeon does a scalpel. When it comes to your lawn, power moves are the only moves you make. That's why you just applied IFA's Fall and Winter Lawn Food for stronger roots and an early green up next spring. IFA's Fall and Winter Lawn Food. It's the ultimate lawn owner power move.
Tom, I'm on the sideline here with Doug Smith Chevy. Doug, the NCAA has changed its rules regarding NIL money. What do I have to do to land an amazing new 2025 Chevy Silverado?
Just come on down to Doug Smith Chevy in Spanish Fork.
Doug, I'm more than happy for you to use my name, image, and likeness to talk about these amazing new trucks all you want. All I want to know is, how do I get one?
You have to buy it, Scott.
Drop in a Doug Smith Chevy in Spanish Fork. No one knows Chevy like Doug.
The Missionary Starter Package now at Mr. Mac is everything a missionary needs at an unbeatable value. It includes 1 slim or modern fit suit, 4 and collar stretch shirts, 3 Teflon treated washable ties, 1 mission belt, and a pair of Echo or Johnston & Murphy walking shoes, all for just $695. Fit is never a problem at Mr. Mac with free in-store tailoring. Ask for the Missionary Starter Package at all 9 Mr. Mac locations.
Since 1954, Mountain Home Services has been Utah's trusted name in home comfort. Right now, get your AC and furnace tune-ups for just $29. A furnace tune-up helps prevent wear and tear, catches small issues early, improves efficiency, enhances safety, and keeps airflow balanced, adding years to your system's life. And Mountain Home Services is not just heating and cooling. They offer free second opinions on everything, including electrical, plumbing, and fireplaces. Plus, you're backed by Mountain Home Services' upfront pricing guarantee and 100% satisfaction guarantee. No surprises, just honest service. Call 801-543-2222 or visit mountainhomeservices.com to schedule your $29 tune-up today. Mountain Home Services. Comfort starts here. Again, that's 801-543-2222 or visit mountainhomeservices.com to schedule your $29 tune-up today.
Worried about market losses? If headlines are keeping you up at night, it's time to take control. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and I know you've worked hard to save. But in times like these, what if can turn into what now? If you're planning to retire or are in retirement, you need a strategy that helps protect your future. At Trajan Wealth, you can capture market gains, protect your account from losses, and guarantee income for life. Right now, you could receive a bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10% for retirement income. You heard me right. An upfront bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10%, all guaranteed to boost your lifetime income in retirement. Don't leave your future to chance. Plan with confidence. Call Trajan today at 801-899-7600. That's 801-899-7600.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company, DBA, in most states as Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
Utah Rail Safety Week is Monday, September 15th to Sunday, September 21st. Rail safety signs aren't just symbols, they're lifesavers. Whether you drive, bike, or walk near tracks, safety starts with each of us. Learn more at UtahOperationLifesaver.org.
Hey, this is Chris from JCW's. If anything rivals our burgers, it's our bacon. It makes the perfect combination with our guacamole, jalapeno, or our hickory barbecue burgers. JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
This is your Cougars at 30 update. Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's a trip back east for Kalani Sitake and the Cougars as they get set to play in the Eastern time zone. Raider DeMooney and the rest of the Cougars trying to find a way to make sure that they get ready for the time change.
Luckily, when we go to a different time zone like this, like 2 hours ahead of us, we go a day before so we can get our bodies used to it. And so I think just trusting what the coaches have for us, they have everything is calculated to them, our strength staff. As long as we follow what they have us do, we feel great for those games. And, you know, last year we played in a couple of those games and we came out feeling good. And so just trusting them, knowing that they're going to get us right. It's going to be fun for us to go out there, North Carolina, in a different crowd, different environment.
It's your Cougars at 30 update brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue in the district in South Jordan, and also offering catering options as well. Check out their catering menu at kennyjbbq.com.
Nobody gets you ready for Utah football more than the KSL Sports Zone.
Ready?
Kyle Whittingham and the Utes open up Big 12 play with a huge game against Texas Tech. Catch a special Ute edition of College Football Saturday starting at 8 a.m. Your home for the best coverage of Utah football is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G. Presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
In my eyes, indisposed,
Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Joining us now, sideline reporter and overall good dude for Texas Tech, Chris Level, kind enough to carve out a few moments for us. He's also the publisher of Red Raider Sports. Chris, how you doing, man?
Hey, Chris.
Gentlemen, how we doing today?
Very, very good.
All right, we're doing great. First off, we need to clear the air here because people are saying that you said some stuff.
Lord.
But I think it may have been doctored a little bit. So the time is yours, Chris, to make the clarifications you feel necessary.
Well, I did say some stuff, and it was edited. How about that? Because I did a show about a week and a half ago, and I was asked about contenders in the league at this point. So this is before Tech had played Oregon State, before Utah had played Wyoming, and I think the point I was trying to make was we don't know anything about these two teams, and I really was kind of trying to lay the groundwork. I don't know if we'll find out a bunch more coming up. And I said Texas Tech could go up to Utah and thump them, or Texas Tech could go up to Utah and get thumped. But guess what part was shared everywhere? Yeah. And I did, yes. And so I mean, I'm not. I don't roll that way. I'm not trolling. I'm not trying to do. That's just not what I do. We try to keep it professional. So, and then I also misspoke in the same thing, which has also been picked up. I put a B and said Bryce Eccles 2 times before I realized my mistake. I corrected it on the show, apologized. And so everybody's kind of had a field day with that I didn't say Rice Eccles. And again, it was an honest mistake. I botched it. I've owned it. I've admitted it. And I wasn't trying to be, anyway. But yeah, that's the end. You're caught up.
Well, Chris, you and I go back to the old Matt Wells days there at Texas Tech, and I've known you forever. And so when these things started popping up on Twitter, I'm like, that doesn't sound like Chris,
And that's not what
because you're a pro's pro. And here's the thing, we screw up names all the time. The Bryce Eccles thing, I don't give two what's about that. But yeah, it's good to see that that's clarified because, frankly, the last thing you want to do when you're around a broadcast of a team, and Hans does BYU and I do Utah State, is provide any kind of locker room or bulletin board material for the team that your team's playing against.
Right. Yeah, and I there's some nameless, faceless Utah fan Twitter accounts that have had a lot of field day with this. And anyway, and I dealt with it mostly last week. I was getting all these people contacting me and in my mentions and all this stuff. And I was like, I don't even know what's going on here. And then before I realized what had happened, and it's unfortunate. I've tried to answer every interview request, whether it's podcast or radio interview like this one. You guys are awesome. And I remember talking to you guys, and it's funny you mentioned Matt Wells. I texted with him 2 days ago. And he's still good people. They're obviously struggling in Manhattan, but he's good people. And I had nothing but a wonderful experience when we went to BYU 2 years ago. I think they've been one of the best additions to the Big 12 conference. So yeah, I mean, anyway, I hate that's how this was portrayed, but that's not, because I have nothing but respect for Utah and what Coach Whittingham has done and all the things. But anyway, hey, people take their football seriously, so hey, that part is good, because this is the Utah fan base is clearly fired up, and then that's obviously a good thing for the league.
Well, Chris, I want to fill you in a little bit because we're a tested community. The state of Utah is very touchy about their college football. And at one point in time, Chris, we had 3 fully staffed sports radio stations operating for essentially 2, but really 3 college football teams between BYU, Utah, and Utah State. And it keeps the lights on, and our football fans are crazy. And I will tell you, Chris, it's kind of crazy. I feel like we're all still in the dating stage in this new conference, learning about each other and learning who's got the hot head and who's got the big mouth and who's got the ego. And Texas Tech right now, it's all been highlighted because they went out, they bought some talent, and it seems like they bought some great talent. Talk about all the talk about the purchasing and the talent that Texas Tech got. And has it been overinflated like a lot of these stories are?
Yeah, I mean, that's certainly – I think Texas Tech was maybe there's a variety of ways that you can look at this. They were very transparent, and I think they wanted to tell their story. Have the numbers been inflated? Absolutely. I've been asked, so you spent $55 million on your football program? Well, no. They spent $55 million in total on the athletic department, but that also includes rev share. So they basically spent – $30-something million on football, basketball, softball, and all the other things. And this was back before the rules changed. And then they probably were on the high end compared, but they weren't the only ones. We know what Oregon's doing and Ohio State's doing and Ole Miss is doing and Texas A&M is doing and Texas is doing. I just think Texas Tech was more transparent with what they were doing. I think they were, whether they were trying to create a buzz or just being asked questions and answering them honestly, but it's kind of taken on a life of its own for sure. And I think I think they're a buzzy team. I think there's probably a target on their back in some ways. I think some people were envious. Some people were jealous. Some people were I think some people said, hey man, these are the rules. They're playing by them. Like, I respect it. Because everybody's got wealthy donors. That every institution in the country at the Power 4 level has wealthy donors. They just had, and I'll tell you where a lot of this came from, guys, is that they are fairly embarrassed around here by having never made an appearance in the Big 12 title game. And they got so close last year. Had they beaten Colorado in mid-November, they would have punched their ticket and played in Arlington for the Big 12 title for the very first time. And I think because they didn't win that game and they fell one game short, I think there was a lot of motivation here. And so it just makes you wonder if they'd have played for their Big 12 championship last year, if you wouldn't have this kind of off season. I mean, I don't know if we know that, but I think they were very motivated, which has led to it. But it's being motivated because they have failed over the last, since Mike left. Really, it's been up and down. And Coach Wells had some good and some bad. Cliff Kingsbury had some good and some bad. Tommy Tuberville had some, but they just haven't been able to sustain it. And Joey got him really close last year, and so that's where I think in total where a lot of this comes from. But their funds were motivated. How about that? And it's because they haven't gotten to where they wanted to go.
So 3 games, 3-0, all 3 lopsided victories. Oregon State's about the only team that you could look at and say, okay, well, that's at least got some name recognition, but we know they're struggling and they're in a bad spot. How much do you actually know about this team right now after the first 3 games?
These were glorified scrimmages, really. I mean, the other oddity here is that in 2 of the 3, there was a lengthy rain delay in both of them, which also adds this weird layer to, it's the rain delay in football is just a tricky deal because got to warm up again, got to rev it up again, got to get excited again, and the whole thing. You gear up for this game at this time and everything. You're training toward the kickoff, and then it's like, okay. I mean, last week it was 2.5 minutes into the game, and then everybody sat around for 2.5 hours. I think it was 2 hours 24 minutes, which is just it's a mess. But they came out, took care of business. I would say that there's nothing that was said or written about their team to this point that I could dispute. However, because I think people think they're pretty good, and I have nothing that I've seen that would suggest to me that they can't be pretty good if they aren't very good. But we don't ultimately know. It's all about context. Beating up on Kent State and UAPB and Oregon State, man. They had better athletes than the first 2 teams, but they're a bit of a mess. And I feel sorry for what's happened with Oregon State and Washington State being kind of left out of this deal. It's just unfortunate, but I just don't know if you can glean too much from that. And I think that both teams can probably say the same thing this weekend, because I think that you'll both get the first real test in a lot of ways. And there's probably things that either coach doesn't necessarily know about his team, or maybe assume that they did know, that they're going to find out was not the case.
Is Baron Martin the real deal?
Baron is very good. I think that the knock on him has been, can he stay healthy? And last year he played all 12 regular season games, but did so with kind of not a healthy shoulder. And so he lacked arm strength, and he was pretty good. I think he would be the first one to tell you, I need to play better. But a lot of that just has to do with his arm strength. He's played flawless at this point. Again, it's about context. he should be. He's got legit weapons around him. I mean, this is part of what they brought in. They've got, I think they feel very strongly about 3 really good 6'3" receivers. They brought in a tight end named Terrence Carter that's been a fascinating matchup for everybody to have to deal with. And they still brought back one of their tight ends in John Carlos Miller. And if he has time, he'll be a problem. And if he gets pressured, he'll make, a mistake, I mean, that's just with most quarterbacks. But this is a grown man. I mean, he's, been in this program for 5 years now, and he's matured and he's healthy. And so I think that he's well aware of the doubters out there. And, when everybody was talking about the best quarterbacks in the league all summer, he wasn't included in a lot of those conversations, even though I think he threw for 27 touchdowns last year and just to 8 interceptions, and led his team to 8 regular season wins. He's a very motivated young man, and I think he is pretty good. I'm curious to see how far he can take it. I'll say that. But if he doesn't play well Saturday, I don't know if I like their chances.
So what's the vibe there in Lubbock about the Utes? Obviously, last year, not the season they would have liked in their first year in the Big 12, but it does appear Kyle Whittingham has righted the ship, and that defense is playing lights out, and have added a dynamic quarterback in Devin Dampier. So overall, what is the vibe there in what they're anticipating seeing from Utah?
Well, they know they're going to see a dominant offensive line. I think they're everybody around here is very curious about Devin Dampier and knows what a playmaker he is. And I think everybody around here can. And I'm hosting Coach McGuire's radio show tonight, and this is a lot of what we'll talk to him about. Is the defense? How good is it going to be? How does it stack up when you're going against a real line and a real QB that can make you pay if you can't corral him? And if he has time, can he spread it out to some of his weapons and all those kinds of things? But I think everybody around here, because the defense around here last year was not very good. I mean, that's part of what their motivation was with what they were trying to put together. They couldn't get to the quarterback. They were like 122nd in pass defense in the country, so they just scrapped it. Joey made a move with a different coordinator, and they brought in 5 new defensive linemen, and then they brought in 5 new DBs. So, and I think Sheil Wood, the coordinator who came from Houston, they had a top 25 defense last year, and I think he's kept it fairly simple because he likes his players, and he's like, we don't have to out-scheme anybody here. We're good enough to – but they brought in some folks that are not even starting that were starters elsewhere in the Big 12 Conference. So like A.J. Holmes is a defensive tackle. He started at Houston last year, and he's a second-string guy right now. That just kind of gives you an idea of some of their depth or what they were trying to put together. So that's the biggest question around here. Is the defense, is it in fact good enough, or is it just pretty good but not quite good enough to go win you a Big 12 title or contend for one?
Well, Chris, thanks for squaring us away with the comments, because we're pretty proud of that Rice Eccles Stadium here in the state, and it gets wild. They don't need any more fuel on that fire, but this is awesome. I'll tell you, I love this Big 12. I can't even tell you how much I've loved going school to school. I'll be out there in Lubbock this year, so I'll get to shake your hand in that stadium and be on that call opposing you, and that'll be a blast. It's just one of those conferences that I think everybody could love and enjoy, because these are all communities, all schools that just love their college football.
Yeah, it's a great group of college towns. I think that we're still trying to figure out what Cincinnati and UCF are right now. I don't know if they've found their footing yet, but pretty much everybody else has made some news in the right way in either football or men's basketball, whatever it is. But I think this game right here, we're all fighting for relevance. And this game is one of, I don't know how many there will be in the league this year, but this is one of probably fairly few amount that is getting some national recognition, some national attention. And that's good for the Big 12. This is a relevancy battle as much as it is as anything else. But as we sit here in mid-September, there's, legit argument that you could make for 6 or 7, maybe even 8 teams that could win this league. And that's the beauty of it. Some people look at that as a negative, but I think we think it's wildly entertaining. And week to week, it's the best conference in the country because you just don't know what you're going to get.
Chris, you're the best, man. Tell everybody out there hi. Go grab a Whataburger for us, and look forward to catching up with you soon.
Hey, you boys keep hope alive. You're very gracious to me. I appreciate you guys having me on, and we'll see you this weekend.
Love it. Chris Level from the Texas Tech broadcast, also part of Locked On Texas Tech, part of the network there with David Locke's crew as well. Good stuff, man. I knew that guy wouldn't run his mouth like that.
I didn't think so either.
I've been around. I've interviewed him a bunch of times, and I've been on his show. And when Matt got the job out there, and it just, I was like, okay, something's funky here. This isn't right.
Didn't sound right.
No.
But then you hear the audio and the way the audio was trimmed, and you're like, man, I don't know. There's not many fan bases that I don't want to get involved that way with. You know?
Yeah, and Utah's one of them.
Utah's one of them.
When the Utah Twitter mob sinks their teeth in you, it's no bueno.
Bro, Scotty.
Yeah.
They'll spill your guts.
Yeah, we've both been on the receiving end of that.
They don't care.
No.
And you know, and it's not like they worry about feelings or
no.
Oh, we're conference mates and we'll just show each other the better side of humanity. And no, man.
I'm friends with a local politician who got sideways with the Utah Twitter. And he's not a sports guy at all, and got dragged into something, and he was texting me, and he goes, yeah, this is pretty rough, man. This is, can't wait for this to blow over in a day or so. And I'm like, this isn't like a news cycle where the things change in 24 hours. They got you in their sights. You're going to be there a while, so buckle up.
Hey, Bob.
Turn off those mentions.
You may want to get out in front of this, prepare a statement.
Yeah.
And try to extend an olive branch.
Yeah.
Because they're relentless.
Yeah.
When they don't like you.
Yeah, BYU fans get a bad rap. BYU fans will let you know they're not happy, and then they move on. Utah fans are like the guy with the grudge. They're the John Wick.
Yeah.
They're going to show up at your house at night. I mean, I'm joking when I say that, but you know what I mean, proverbially. Yeah.
But the other difference is BYU came into the Big 12 and they're like, hi, we're BYU.
Yeah.
We have a message for you about Jesus Christ. We would love to share that with you.
Can we jump in on a food drive together?
We'll rate which they're doing.
Yeah.
At ECU, they're providing food for a food bank. And, man, we're excited and happy to be partners, which, by the way, I love it.
Oh, yeah.
I love that angle because every radio booth that I'm in different stadiums, they're like, boy, you guys sure are great. And it's like, yeah, you're great too. And we shake hands and then we go in the booth and BYU kicks their butt. I see their head drop and Greg and I are like, yeah, that was kind of fun. Handshake, like, hey, we're the fun, smiley guys. And then Kalani and his crew is just whooping butt. Utah comes in and they're like, no, we don't like you.
Yeah.
We don't like the conference.
We don't want to be here.
We're not overly happy about having to travel to Lubbock or anywhere else. We loved the Pac-12. We missed that. And what happened was last year, Utah got a bit of a reality check in the conference. They got embarrassed, and now they feel like they got a product. So now they're just kind of back flexing muscles and saying, what are you going to do about it?
Yeah. And I love how BYU fans are enjoying being the good guy. Because BYU fans forever were the bad guy. Like, oh, yeah, everybody hates BYU. Laramie hates us. Air Force, everywhere we've gone, everybody hates BYU. And now the Big 12, if you poll random fans, they're like, hey, we dig BYU. Yeah, they beat us up pretty good. But as far as the fan base goes, they're great. Utah fans, on the other hand, which, by the way, I love that for Utah fans, too, because they get to be the NWO Hulk Hogan.
Yeah.
Coming in and just laying waste to everybody and just be like, you suck, you suck, you suck. Who's next? You suck, too.
Yeah.
And then gets everybody fired up, and then they push back on Utah. I love that we have the good guy, and then we have the heel right here in our backyard.
Yeah. I love it. It is the perfect mix of what you need in the Big 12. And Utah fans, embrace it.
Oh, yeah.
Embrace it because
absolutely.
That's what you came in with. That's the attitude you're taking. Own it. Because if you go on and you win it, then you got all the bragging rights in the world. Like, oh, we won the Big 12. It wasn't as hard as when we won the Pac-12. It's crazy.
Yeah.
BYU fans, it's great. It's just great because everywhere I go, man, they're like, oh, you're BYU? Yeah. If I've got my game day call colors on, "You're BYU. Oh my gosh, you guys are great." It's like, yeah. Then you kick their butt. And they're like, "Geez, it sure was nice having you in our stadium." It's like, all right, man, well, we're leaving with your blood.
Yeah.
You know?
We may have filled your homeless shelter with food, but
we're leaving with blood.
But we're also leaving with a pound of flesh.
It's been fun. And, you know, realistically, what I'd love, Scotty, every year, I would love it to be the old WAC or the old Mountain West Conference where it's BYU and Utah.
Yeah, absolutely.
And nothing else really matters or exists. That's what I want the Big 12 to become.
Hans and Scotty running late. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. What you may have missed coming up next.
It's game week for the Utes, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. The Utes are undefeated at 3-0, but now the season really begins as the Utes open up Big 12 play at home against Texas Tech. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Utah football and your chance to win tickets to the game. Then catch a special early edition of College Football Saturday starting at 8 a.m. with a postgame show immediately following the game on KSLSports.com.
Let's go then. Let's go, baby.
Your home for the best coverage of Utah football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Well, Scotty and I are excited about this new partnership. And we've been talking about Bucked Up, and we've been talking to Bucked Up for a lot of years. And now it's time. Bucked Up, part of the Hans and Scotty Show. The best, most stimulating energy drinks on the market. Not only the best and most stimulating, but the most delicious. Bucked Up is clean, smooth energy. It's got great flavors. There's no crash. There's no jitters. It's zero sugars. It's legendary flavors. It's clean performance. We love it.
You know, I was at a barbecue competition in the summer, 2 summers in a row. Bucked Up was one of the presenting sponsors, and they were providing tons of product. And love Bucked Up. I got hooked on it ever since.
And what's great is this is our company.
Yeah, this is Utah here.
This is Utah. These are our guys. They started this here. And a couple of things. You know, you've got great drink flavors like Rock Poppet. You've got Sour Bucks, Miami. You've got Wild Orchard, Breezy Blast. These are all delicious, delicious drinks. And you're going to get 20% off when you use code ZONE at buckedup.com. Now, just a little help here. They're going to be monitoring. They're going to be seeing how many orders come through using code ZONE. They're just checking it for the Hans and Scotty Show. And we're hoping that at some point, they will back and endorse the Sunday morning podcast, which Scotty and I do and love so much. We're hoping at some point we get more from Bucked Up because we love them and we know they love us.
Yeah.
But they need to see a little bit of product move. So if you go to buckedup.com, you take your order, use promo code ZONE. You're going to get 20% off your order and you're going to get it sent to your house and you're going to get to enjoy the Bucked Up product. Now, Scotty, full admittance. I am 1,000% addicted to their pre-workout.
Yeah.
Their pre-workout is called Woke AF. It is delicious. It wakes me up in the morning like my face is on fire. You've called me a couple times in the morning while I'm doing my run. I run anywhere from 3 to 5 miles, 4 days a week, and I won't do it without Woke AF coursing through my veins because I absolutely love the stuff. So try some of their pre-workout, try some of their drinks, but don't forget, use promo code ZONE so Scotty and I get a little credit. That's promo code ZONE at buckedup.com.
Discover the exceptional value of Bar W Beef, where quality meets convenience. Bar W Beef's dry-aged beef, aged for 14 days, offers rich marbling and tender texture, perfect for grilling, roasting, or pan-searing. Enjoy the rich flavor and generous size. Shipped directly from the ranch to your door. Now hosting one-day pop-up events, go to barwbeef.com to find a pop-up event near you, or stop into the store in Nephi for weekly in-store specials. barwbeef.com. That's barwbeef.com. BarWBeef.com.
Hello, Utah. I'm Josh with IWC Roofing. For over 25 years, my family has been safeguarding your homes with the finest roofing solutions. We understand the value of your time. That's why we're committed to replacing most roofs in just 1 day. And with our 50-year shingle warranty, your peace of mind is guaranteed. Choose IWC for award-winning service and a roof that stands strong against the elements. 801-232-5690 or visit IWCRoofingUtah.com. Ask for the $2,000 off any full roof replacement. Financing available. 801-232-5690.
These days, many companies have turned to influencers to tout their products or services. But here at John Watson Chevrolet, the only endorsement we need is from our customers. Because of their feedback, we're proud to be Utah's best reviewed Chevy dealer. Visit us today to see why we get reviews like,
"Their sales team is the best. Didn't put on any pressure, just super helpful and fun. They made the process a breeze."
John Watson Chevrolet, your 5-star Chevy dealer. 3535 Wall Avenue, Ogden. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
I am dedicated. I am TNT.
With Team in Training, you will reach your best physical self so blood cancer patients can reach theirs. Change your life by joining a marathon, half marathon, triathlon, or a cycle event, and you'll change the lives of blood cancer patients.
I am committed. I am TNT.
After 600,000 participants and almost $1 billion raised for treatments, TNT has helped the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society make a significant impact in the advancement of blood cancer therapies that save lives every day.
I am making a difference. I am TNT.
Join TNT. Expand your circle of friends to be part of a very special community. Train with world-class trainers and have the chance to be part of the most exciting endurance sports events in the country. Or train on your own schedule with TNT Flex. Join TNT and fundraise while you train and take part in getting us all closer to a world without blood cancers.
Join TNT now. Go to teamintraining.org.
Hey, Benjamin, we've got a surprise for you.
What?
You have a brother. $100 bill just like you.
Hey, I'm Ben.
What?
We just got him for joining America First Credit Union and opening a new checking account.
And you're going to live together at America First.
What? This is nice.
For a limited time, new members get a $100 cash bonus when they open a checking account or $50 when they open a youth checking account. So head to AmericaFirst.com and get your money working today. Membership eligibility, terms, and conditions apply. Federally insured by NCUA.
A 15-year-old girl who chewed through a rope to escape a serial killer.
I used my front teeth to saw on the rope in my mouth.
The killer prowled the Pacific Northwest in the early 70s. He's been convicted of murdering 2 young women, but suspected of many more.
Maybe there's another one in that area.
Follow Stolen Voices of Dole Valley now, so you don't miss an episode.
3, 2, 1. This is your Utes at 50 update. 58! Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It is your Utes at 50 update right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Morgan Scally, loving what he's getting out of John Henry Daly.
John's been great at seeking feedback. You know, a lot of guys don't want feedback. They want to be told how awesome they are. And John really worked at his flexibility and the things where he was deficient. And his relentless effort, his discipline, his hard work is paying off, and you're seeing it.
It's your Utes at 50 update, all brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue. Now catering as well. Go to KennyJBBQ.com and get the catering menu. That's KennyJBBQ.com.
It's another battle for the Aggies, and the KSL Sports Zone has it covered. The Aggies look for a win this Saturday as they take on McNeese State. Your home for all the play-by-play coverage of Aggie football is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
I said settle down, everything is fine. Take your eyes off the floor.
Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Hey, coming up on Saturday, Utah State will take on McNeese State. Not only will I be there, but Frank Dolce will be there as well, calling that game. So if you want tickets to go see Utah State and Bronco Mendenhall's crew, be calling number 12 right now, 801-575-ZONE. That's 801-575-ZONE. We went way too long with Chris Level. And fortunately, Bailey's kind enough to hang out with us and wait patiently. And Bailey, here's the thing. A lot of guys out there have been waiting way too long to make the decision to call because they're dealing with a lot of issues, and you can help out immediately.
That's right. A lot of times people think it's just going to get better, or if I just wait, something will change. But it's like our eyesight. It's not going to get better. But that acoustic wave therapy that we offer, it's awesome. It really does help out and fix, ED. It's so neat to see the patients when they come in, and about the third time, their spouse comes in, and she's thanking us, and she's so grateful that it's really done a lot to help their relationship. And so no need to hesitate. Just come in, and it's non-invasive, this ED acoustic wave therapy treatment, and we can get you fixed in just a few short weeks.
It's been great having you in studio. It's been great having this partnership. And Scotty and I have liked it so much because it's all encompassing for men's health. You know, we've had ED specialists in here in the past, and one of them you know extremely well.
Right.
And we've loved and appreciated everything they do. But Mint takes it to the next level. And what I mean by that, for people out there that are driving around, like, okay, yeah, they do have the acoustic wave therapy. And yes, they can work directly on that problem. But let's start losing some pounds.
Right.
Let's start losing some weight with these GLPs. Let's fix your testosterone and get your testosterone levels back up. You know, if you're in your 50s and 60s and you're dealing with ED, let's get the testosterone level where it needs to be. And Bailey, you check all of those levels, and you can walk them through all of these numbers and show them how you can help them.
Exactly. We have Dr. B, short for Dr. Benabus. He's awesome. He tests all of that so that we can find out what's really the problem. But as you mentioned, it usually is low T is part of it. The weight is part of it. But then, treating that root cause of the ED with the acoustic wave therapy, it's a full approach to fixing it, not just one-sided.
Great thing about Mint Medical, every time you're in here, you mention, hey, guess what else we offer?
Right.
And you offer the ability to, and I'll let you describe it because it's not the freezing thing that a lot of people are doing, but you can actually melt away inches.
That's right. With the acoustic wave therapy, we also have the body contouring side. And a lot of the spouses come in, but even the men. It's about 30-minute treatment, and you can lose an inch in about 30 to 40 minutes that day, along with getting your GLP. So it's something that can see some instant results, which we like, but then having some ongoing results through the GLPs and your hormones, getting those back in balance. It's a full sided approach, not just one-sided.
And remember, if you become a client of Mint Medical, you've got a 5-night stay for free in Hawaii. That's right. They're going to get you a 5-night stay in Hawaii in a luxury resort. All you have to do is call right now, 801-804-8000. So many opportunities for you to better yourself and get back into mint condition. 801-804-8000 right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Want to get the latest info on Utah's newest sports franchise? Sign up for the Utah Mammoth newsletter. Get exclusive analysis, plus the latest news and notes on the Utah Mammoth. Sign up today at KSLSports.com for the Utah Mammoth newsletter. Get the latest Utah sports headlines delivered to your inbox with the KSL Sports Newsletter. From the Jazz, Utah Hockey Club, BYU, Utah, Real Salt Lake, and more. Be in the know of all things sports in the state of Utah. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the KSL Sports Newsletter.
Hey, there's so many opportunities for you to better yourself. Well, how about your career? How about your opportunity to make some money? How about your ability to market yourself as a business leader? Well, you can get an executive MBA from Utah State. The John M. Huntsman School of Business at Utah State University is going to teach you the basic principles of business, how to make decisions as a leader, how to communicate as a leader, all of these leadership principles that you need to make yourself more marketable and make yourself more valuable. All you have to do is check out the registrar's office. They'll waive the application fee. That's free. And you can sign up any semester you would like. You want to start in summer, you want to start in spring, you want to start in fall, no big deal. You want to knock it out in 1 year, that's great. Normally it's a 2-year program. You can take 3, 4, 5 years if you need to. It's customizable, not just in the course, but also where you take the course. There's so many great satellite branches up and down the Wasatch Front for Utah State University. My wife recently completed her master's at the Kaysville branch. Well, guess what? They've got them in Vernal. They've got them down in St. George, all over the state of Utah. You can also do it completely online. It's available for you now. The John M. Huntsman School of Business Executive MBA program. Time to invest in yourself, invest in your future with Utah State.
Got an app idea? You're sitting on a gold mine. but stuck on how to bring it to life? Meet Dev Simplify, your superheroes for web and mobile app creation. Dev Simplify. DevSimplify.com. Just ask Coach Mike with Practice Planner Live.
You know, as a coach, technology isn't my strength, but Dev Simplify took my idea for Practice Planner Live and turned it into the top practice planning platform on the market. They transformed my non-technical vision into an incredible web and mobile app that coaches like me now can't live without.
See, you don't need to be a tech wizard. Your idea plus Dev Simplify's superhero software skills equals a big win. Right, Mike?
You know, I had big plans for my app, and with Dev Simplify's help, it's now a thriving must-have platform for all coaches.
Dev Simplify, turning your brilliant ideas into amazing web and mobile. No tech skills required. Visit DevSimplify.com and let the magic begin. DevSimplify.com.
You're the fall cleanup phenom, the titan of trimming. You wield a leaf blower like a surgeon does a scalpel. When it comes to your lawn, power moves are the only moves you make. That's why you just applied IFA's Fall and Winter Lawn Food for stronger roots and an early green up next spring. IFA's Fall and Winter Lawn Food. It's the ultimate lawn owner power move.
Ticket packages for the Utah Mammoth 2025-26 season are available now. From full season and half season packages to mini plans and other flexible options, choose the ticket package that fits you best and be part of the action all season long. Call or text 801-325-PUCK to talk with a rep or visit nhl.com/Utah/tickets/season tickets to learn more.
What's up, everybody? I'm Mike Wilson with Any Hour Services, and you might have heard that during the month of September, Any Hour Services is having our free furnace sale. That's the sale where when you have Any Hour Services install a new air conditioner, we'll give you a new furnace for just the cost to install it. About $400. The furnace is free, you just pay the labor. If you think you might be interested and want to know how much you can save during our free furnace sale, call Any Hour Services and schedule your free estimate today. Google Any Hour Services or schedule online at anyhourservices.com. No one helps more homeowners than Any Hour Services.
Home Run Derby X is coming to Salt Lake City. MLB legends join softball stars. College standouts September 19th and 20th at the ballpark at America First Square. Wow. Tickets at MLB.com/HRDX Salt Lake. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colbert, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Let's go! Complete game coverage of the Cougars is right here on the KSL Sports Zone. The Cougars head east for a huge non-conference showdown against East Carolina. Your home for the best coverage of Cougar football is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Woo!
Hans Olsen, Scott Gerard. It's time to get that energy level up. You ready, Hans?
Yes.
All right.
There's the bucked up.
Let's go.
Scotty's cracking open a bucked up.
It's time to get bucked up.
Yeah, it's delicious.
Which one are you drinking, Scotty?
What was that? The watermelon.
He's got the actually. Let me see. Hand me the can. Let me take a look at that can. Oh, that can. Hold on. Where's the name? Oh, right there. It's the Breezy Blast.
Okay, it's got that watermelon taste to it.
Oh. Yeah, the Breezy Blast. It's
Would you like some?
It's kind of a beach cooler.
I like bucked up when I'm going to go do something. If I'm like a day in the office, then bucked up. I need like bucked up light. But if you're going out for like a hike or a bike ride,
you're going to go run. If you're going to go do loadage,
I mean, this is a test. This is a testimony. Yeah, that stuff really works.
Yeah,
like there is. Yeah, I mean, so if you're going to go work out, if you're going to go for a long ride, if you're going to, then that is your. Or I mean, even if you're going for a long, you know, the drive that you take regularly from here up to Logan, which is beautiful. I love Cache Valley.
And
I love going there.
And I can make that drive in my sleep. I do it 2 to 3 times a week.
But is it,
in your sleep.
Is it beautiful when it filters into one lane?
Take a bucked up.
Yeah, by the way, give yourself a little extra time because sardines cut down to 1 lane.
Why?
I don't know. Somebody got bored and thought, okay, well, let's give somebody a contract and let them tear up a road.
They had extra budget, and if you don't use it, you lose it.
Yeah.
So we might as well just close down Sardine Canyon.
Right in the middle of football season.
That's a great idea.
Yeah.
You know what's nice, though, is they did clean up the Mantua issue.
Wait, aren't you saying it incorrectly every time you just said it?
Mantua? Mantua?
How do you say it?
Manaway.
How do you say it?
I think it's Manaway.
It is. That's what we said.
That's my hometown.
Yeah, he's from there.
That's how it's said.
That's literally your hometown?
Yeah.
How do you say it?
He's a box.
What?
He's a Box Elder B.
You grew up in Manaway?
Yeah.
You're one of 8.
Yeah.
Why is that town not more filtered with people?
It's rapidly growing.
Because that lake, so is that a fishable lake? Tell me a little bit about that, because that reservoir.
You go fishing during the summer, you kind of need a kayak to catch anything. Ice fishing is pretty good. I mean, it's nowhere near where you go, right, for ice fishing, but I enjoy ice fishing.
Do you RoboCop's no longer with us, right? He passed.
I think he just retired.
Oh, did he? Okay. And then they bumped it up to 65 too. So you're not getting hammered with the tickets like you used to.
The 65 was nice.
Yeah.
That was huge.
Would get you.
Oh yeah, that dude. I mean, that's how he paid his salary, right?
They got a percentage of it.
Yeah.
That somehow the city had managed that they get a percentage of the tickets.
Like a commission?
Yes.
You get a commission on the tickets?
A commission on the tickets.
They put on a really nice fireworks show every summer.
I can't believe you're from that little town. I always drive through it. I'm like, I wouldn't mind living here.
Oh yeah.
Because it's kind of fun little.
Although in the middle of winter, that couldn't be fun.
Yeah, some of the winters get pretty rough, but it's nice up there.
Yeah. All right, there you go.
Oh,
Manaway at 15 update right here on 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone. Hi, Frank.
Hey,
How
guys.
you doing?
Amazing. Thank you.
Anything else you want to detour us with, Frank? Any other conversations? Let's shake the conversations out so we can get to an important Utah-Texas Tech game.
I can't believe what the sideline reporter said. That's outrageous.
Do you want to read the quote?
Inflammatory.
It is inflammatory and it's outrageous.
Hey, as a broadcaster, when you're in the broadcast, did you ever say anything that just lit the other team on fire?
The other team?
Yes. Did you ever become a part of the story?
It was typically, the only things that I ever can remember saying that may have been misconstrued by the opponent were like regular commentary about Laramie, Wyoming.
Oh, yeah. They get sensitive about that.
Yeah. And, it's like brown year round.
Yeah.
But that's kind of true.
Well, I said so I was doing a Utah State-Wyoming game, and I think this is partly the reason why you and Dave Fox get to make calls, because they used to just take my radio call and put it over a video feed. And then Utah State was playing Wyoming in basketball in Logan, and I said, not only is this Wyoming team having to go home with a loss, they have to go back to Laramie. And then I said something about how Laramie's best viewed in the rearview mirror. I was just laying it on. I was having a blast.
Yeah.
Well, the Wyoming athletic director was listening or watching it.
No.
Yeah.
And
didn't appreciate that.
Well, here's the good news. This state is now Utah State's got to play them one more time. This state is almost officially
done.
Completely separated from Wyoming.
I don't want that to happen.
In all conferences with all teams.
I know. I don't want that to happen. I want Utah. I want the other schools in the state to have to travel to Laramie and play a football game every once in a while. It's like a rite of passage, almost. The only other thing I ever said that was, I don't know if it was even controversial, but we did get some feedback on it, is Utah went down to play at TCU several years ago. And right in the press release you get at TCU, it says there's not a disclaimer. There's a note on the bottom that says, do not refer to TCU as Texas Christian University.
Oh, yeah.
You can say TCU. You can say the Horned Frogs. You can say the Frogs. Please do not call Texas TCU, Texas Christian University. So
that's like telling Frank to call them Texas Christian University.
Sharif Shaw and I got this little thing worked out. And so right at kickoff, we go down to Sharif, and poor Bill Marcroft, he wasn't aware what was going on, but I said to Sharif, did you read the press release? And Sharif's like, yeah, I read the press release. And I said, it says right here that we can't call TCU Texas Christian University. What are you going to do? And Sharif said, I'm going to call them the name their mama gave them.
Which is Texas Christian University. That's their given name at birth. Yeah. It's the name that will remain.
Yeah. So well, we got a little feedback on that.
You got some feedback from James Madison fans last year.
Oh, that was Dave Fox. Don't put that on me.
What happened? Whoa, I haven't heard this story.
The Dukes of James Madison. Dave Fox thought he was going to be endearing, and from our perspective, it was, but not. We didn't read the room very well. Dave did.
And who knew that James Madison fans were so first off, existed, and second of all, were vocal.
So, right at the beginning of the game, he's saying the Dukes. We're going to break. I think we were going to break, and he says the Dukes of James Madison, the Dukies. We'll be right back, or something like that. And so then we were affectionately calling them the Duke,
like a Green Day album,
like a Dookie, and so we were thinking of it as
Duke
University, the Dukies.
Yeah.
Looking back on it, you could misconstrue that as something else.
Excrement.
A bodily function.
Yes, we don't even need to clarify.
We weren't calling them.
We're all from the 90s.
We weren't calling them that.
Yes, you were.
We never clarified that, but boy, did we get lit up. Anyway. And one of the comments was about me in particular doing. I was the analyst that game. Alema was. Who knows? We don't know where Alema was. Yeah. He was doing something very important.
Yeah.
And
looking nice doing it.
And looking very nice doing it. And so I as the analyst got particular direct feedback directed at me. Clearly, you've never played the game. You don't know what's going on. So,
who said that?
James
Dookie.
Madison. A Dookie.
Said you've never played the game, you don't know what's going on.
Yeah, Dookie from James Madison.
This Fox guy, he's got a good grasp on things, but this other dude.
But this guy never played the game, clearly.
Okay,
anyway.
Frank, on an interest level, or screw interest. On an excitement level, 1 to 10.
10. About this game?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm a 10. I'm a 10 because
I am too.
I think there's for both teams, there's a lot of questions still to be answered. And obviously, I'm most interested in the questions about Utah and what will develop in this football game. I think it's a very interesting matchup in lots of ways. I think position groups for Utah are going to be tested like they haven't been tested previously. And I'm really curious to see how they manage this scenario after coming off of a fairly light 3-game stretch.
Yeah. And you could say the same thing about Texas Tech.
You could say the same thing about Texas Tech. We didn't know UCLA was going to be that bad. So, that just was circumstantial. But Utah clearly the best of those in those 3 games, and now we'll see if what they have been doing on both sides of the ball is really going to hold up. And I'm really curious to watch that.
So, how much when we do this show again next week? How much do you think we'll know more about the University of Utah?
A lot. We should know a lot more. This is a Texas Tech offensive unit that's pretty confident and statistically very productive. against a Utah defense that has at times felt dominant, but has also given up interesting plays, has given up big plays here and there. And so I'm curious to see how they react if they get under pressure. And I think they'll find themselves under pressure this week. So are they going to be able to survive or thrive with a 4-man rush? I mean, that's ideally what they'd like to do.
That's what it's going to come down to, yeah.
If they can thrive under that scenario, if they're going to have to bring additional pressure, if they are going to be able to eliminate big plays. I mean, Texas Tech could be considered a big play type of offensive unit. Are they going to be able to eliminate big plays? I think we've seen Utah give up some big plays on the defensive side. All of those things I think they'll be tested.
Oh, yeah.
I think they'll be tested, and how will Utah react?
What's interesting is Texas Tech and Utah have the same amount of sacks through the season and have given up the same amount of sacks through the season. They both have 9 sacks on the season.
Mm-hmm.
They both have given up 2 sacks on the season. So this is kind of a test.
It is.
For both. To say, all right, we both showing great trench play. Let's go see who's got the better trench.
Mm-hmm.
Now, the good thing is you've got it on your field. You got it in front of your crowd. You've got it on your terms. So that's a nice boost. I will say that the guys for Utah that are getting this done, they're young. You know, the Cash Dillon sack, the 5 sacks from John Henry Daly. These are young guys that are racking up the sacks. Now, Logan Fano is getting back and getting healthy, and Logan's going to turn into that machine. But these are young guys, and it's like, okay. Now, let's see if you can go get those sacks against a senior right tackle and a junior left tackle for Texas Tech that are each making $825,000 to block you. Can you do it?
Let's go.
Because they paid money.
A lot of money
for those tackles.
But that is the fascinating thing about where we are in college football today, is that a team that may not have been historically very, very highly viewed, like a Texas Tech, kind of, lots of success, some down times. If they get a booster or a few boosters who are interested in having a really good football program, they could change their fortunes overnight.
Yeah,
by buying a team.
Which they did this last. They had one booster, ton of oil money. He's like, you know what? I'm tired of this. Let's go.
And so there you go.
He was making the rounds of Big 12 Media Day. He was doing interviews. He's like, yeah, I'm spending all this money.
Did he have a big hat?
You would think so, but no. Had a big head, though. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
He had a big wallet.
Yes, he did.
He was about a foot taller when he stood on his wallet.
Bailey's joining us right now, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. There's a lot of guys out there that listen to us, and they've dialed the number, but they just can't hit send for multiple different reasons. Well, here's the thing. This is your life. This is your health. These are your relationships that you need to get in a better place, and Mint Medical is going to get you back in that mint condition.
That's right. And a lot of things that we offer that are free, we do that so that they can, get over that hump of, hey, I don't know if I'm really up to it. Well, you need to be up to it. And bringing your spouse in, too, is a thing that we like to incentivize as well. So as we give that free treatment, the free exam, the free blood flow analysis, but we also give something, don't forget, that's really important. We give that free intimacy gift to all those that come in. There's no obligation for that, and that really helps kind of get things jump-started so that you can get on the treatment and kind of resolve the issues that are plaguing you in the bedroom.
Let's talk about the big giveaway. You become a client, you don't get entered to win a 5-night stay in Hawaii. You get a 5-night stay in Hawaii.
That's right. You're going to go to Hawaii, and it's for both you and your spouse. So it's a big incentive, but it's worth it to us so that you can get over the hump of a little anxiety about maybe coming in and getting that fixed.
I never want to make it about the giveaway, but it's a really nice giveaway. This is a massive incentive for you to just get your health checked and get going. And not only is that going to be free, that trip or some of these other services, but just getting to understand what's happening with your body.
That's right.
I mean, that's a big one, Bailey, where you'll come in and you're going to run these tests and be able to show people where their body is failing them.
That's right. In the first 10 minutes with that acoustic Doppler, it's kind of an ultrasound that we do, we can find out the blood flow issue right away, and we'll know. We'll be able to test that and say, here's where you're at. And we have the solutions once we figure that out.
And the quicker you get that taken care of, the easier it is to get it squared away, I would imagine, as well.
That's right. As we talked, half of the men over 50 are dealing with some issue, and even younger men now because of the obesity and things like that. So getting it taken care of quicker, it does make it easier to reverse it and get it healed.
801-804-8000. Now, the great thing about this, well, there's a lot of great things about this, but the fact is this isn't a pill. This isn't surgery. Nobody wants to talk about surgeries or injections south of the border like that.
Oh, that's right.
And so when you're looking at this is a procedure, no pain, and it's got an end date. You'll be done in a matter of weeks.
Yeah, a couple of weeks after a couple treatments, and you'll have this fixed. And it's non-invasive. It takes about 10 minutes per treatment.
801-804-8000. Call right now, 801-804-8000. Let's get you back in mint condition with Mint Medical right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's game week for the Cougars, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. It's the first road trip of the year for the Cougars as they make the long flight east for a showdown against East Carolina. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Cougar football. Then catch a special early edition of College Football Saturday starting at 8 a.m. with a postgame show immediately following the game on KSLSports.com. Your home for the best coverage of BYU football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370. 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owe the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they help me. They calm me down. They make me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louie has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louie.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Get 2 Icon passes and pay nothing down when you lease a new SUV from Riverton Chevy. No way! Yes way! Lease a Trax for $299 a month or a Trailblazer for just $399 a month with nothing down. It's an iconic deal from Utah's iconic Chevy dealer. Together, let's drive Riverton Chevy.
The Chevyweight champ, Riverton Chevy.
On approved stock number 250-272R and 250-326 10,000 miles per year, 48 months, 25-26 vehicles only based on rate Icon pass. Some restrictions apply. See dealer for details. Out until 10/31/25 or while supplies last.
The weather is cooling off to the lower 70s and 50s at night. Prep your home early for fall and winter with a call to At Your Service Pros, your whole home service professionals, family owned by people like you. At Your Service Pros cares about their customers and know things are tight. And to help with fall prep, they're offering $49 furnace tune-ups, $39 electrical inspections, and $75 off electrical repairs. At Your Service is all in the name. They're there for you, giving solutions without unnecessary upsell and backed by 5-star reviews. They want to earn your trust to be your go-to whole home service company for commercial and residential. affordable, and they support the community they live and serve. Save money, time, and eliminate expensive home utility repairs by using a pro all completely at your service. $49 furnace tune-ups, $39 electrical inspection, $75 off any electrical repairs, plus maintenance or replacement with straight up honest work done right, guaranteed. Call AYSP 801-YOUR-PRO at yourservicepros.com. 801-YOUR-PRO at your service pros.
The Missionary Starter Package now at Mr. Mac is everything a missionary needs at an unbeatable value. It includes 1 slim or modern fit suit, 4 and collar stretch shirts, 3 Teflon treated washable ties, 1 mission belt, and a pair of Echo or Johnston & Murphy walking shoes, all for just $695. Fit is never a problem at Mr. Mac with free in-store tailoring. Ask for the Missionary Starter Package at all 9 Mr. Mac locations.
Hey, this is Chris with JCW's. Drop in for one of our delicious gourmet burgers made with 100% choice Grand Chuck. We're in Lehigh, American Fork, Provo, South Jordan, and Harriman. JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
This is your Cougars at 30 update. Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It is your Cougars at 30 update right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone, as BYU gets set for a trip back east as they will square off against East Carolina. Kalani Sitake knows that East Carolina offense and that quarterback's going to create some problems.
Extremely talented. They have a seasoned quarterback. And I remember him when he was in high school. That's how old I'm getting right now. But the Hauser kid, he can throw the rock, man, and he's very accurate. He commands that offense and then doesn't make a lot of mistakes. And so it'll be a good test for defense. And it's going to be difficult because they can run the ball, but they like to throw it too. So it's going to be fun for Jay and his group to get ready for that one. And
that is your Cougars at 30 update, brought to you by Kenny J Barbecue. That's right. Go to KennyJBBQ.com. They can cater any event you have. Also, go to the restaurant at the District in South Jordan, Kenny J's Barbecue.
Nobody gets you ready for Utah football more than the KSL Sports Zone.
Ready?
Kyle Whittingham and the Utes open up Big 12 play with a huge game against Texas Tech. Catch a special Ute edition of College Football Saturday starting at 8 a.m. Your home for the best coverage of Utah football is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G. Presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Hey, make sure to join Jake and Ben coming up on Tuesday from 10 to noon at Belliston Jewelry in Ogden. 1155 36th Street. Belliston Jewelry, locally made just for you, cherished for generations.
Okay, I did something for the two of you. Just purely out of interest.
Yes.
In what we talked about with Texas Tech spending. I have compiled the players and where they're from. You want to go through it real quick?
Yeah, let's do
it.
Okay, all right.
Okay, we'll start with Quentin Joyner. Now, he was supposed to be their starting running back, but he's injured. And as we all know, came from USC.
Correct.
But is out for this game, for what I understand. Okay, their leading receiver, Reggie Virgil, is from Maryland. Their second leading receiver, Caleb Douglas, is from Florida. Their leading receiving tight end, Terrence Carter, is from Louisiana. Their second leading tight end, Jason Llewellyn, is from Oklahoma. Their starting left tackle is from UNC. Their starting left guard is from Maryland. Their starting right guard is from Memphis. Their starting defensive tackles are from Northern Illinois and Auburn. Their starting D-end is from Houston. Their starting linebacker is from Virginia. Their other starting linebacker is from USC. One of their top tacklers that is a backup linebacker, is from Oregon. Their starting DBs are from Mississippi State, UTEP, UNC. They've got their rotators are from Baylor and Purdue. Their specialists, how about this one? Their kicker, Arizona State. Their punter, Weber State. This is the Texas Tech team. Now, their quarterback, born and bred Texas Tech, Red Raider through and through. But I'm just trying to make the point. You know, you heard all these schools, Auburn's, we're talking Big Tens, SEC, ACC schools. They're pulling the talent. And there's a few born and breds. There are. Like John Curry, their linebacker, born and bred.
3.
Like 3.
Yeah.
But is that not a crazy list?
Yeah,
of
that's crazy.
Big talent that they've pulled in. And I know, every school definitely has their transferred talent and where they've come from, but Texas Tech went and spent a lot of money to try to win.
Well, to contrast that, I mean, Scotty, we're going to talk about a team on Saturday in Utah State that has how many? I mean, they've built their built their roster around, but
if you include missionaries, 87.
87 with missionaries, but it's slightly different because I think that in terms of what Texas Tech did in building their roster with transfers, had a lot of dollars behind it.
A lot of dollars.
Yes. A lot of dollars.
Well, what did he say? $55 million.
55 million what?
Yeah, well, he said $55 million for the athletic department, and that includes revenue sharing. So I think ultimately you're looking at probably that's about a $30 to $35 million football roster.
That's what I thought.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, that's
in Utah, I'll bet Utah's under 20.
I would not doubt that at all.
I'll bet Utah might be under 15.
Yeah. So it's an interesting question.
No, I don't think they'd be under 15.
It's an interesting question to see how schools universities like Texas Tech, who have a donor who's just like, I'm tired of this. Here's a whole bunch of money. Be good.
Ready, break.
Yeah. Versus schools that aren't willing or don't have the resources, who have maybe even traditionally been pretty good, where they end up and how it all realigns. So anyway, I don't know. I always say I'm not a fan of NIL, but it does create these very interesting circumstances.
You know what else about Texas Tech we have not talked about?
What?
So Joey McGuire, he's the mainstay, right?
Yes.
But he went out and hired new coordinators.
Uh-huh. Oh, yeah.
He fired both coordinators, and he hired a new offensive coordinator in Mac Leftwich, who we're very familiar with, and he went out and hired a new defensive coordinator in Shill Wood. And he just felt like, hey, they're not getting it done, and we've got this new talent. We're going to take it to the next level. How much money can you get me for coordinators? Because I'll go get a couple coordinators. They're going to cost me just like the players are costing me.
Right.
But if you want some difference, then I'll go get us difference.
Let's go get it. If I have the resources to spend on it, then he'll go do it. And he's done that. Have you guys looked at the tail of the tape? I always love when they include that segment in the game notes of the comparisons between the two teams.
Do it. Share.
Points per game. Texas Tech.
58?
Yeah. 58. What do you think Utah's averaging points per game?
Have they broken 40?
They're 45.7.
Ooh, all right.
I know. I thought that was really interesting. This one's good. Texas Tech is giving up 11.7 points per game. Utah, 8.3. I don't think that's going to hold.
No.
I don't think that's going to hold this weekend. Rush yards per game. Now, this to me is a key statistic coming out of the game against Texas Tech. Will Utah be able to run the ball effectively? Right now, averaging almost 300 yards per game on the ground. 290. Texas Tech, 219. Passing yardage per game, a little bit different. 383 yards per game for Texas Tech, 221 yards per game for Utah. So total offense, 600, essentially 600 to 500. 600 for Texas Tech, 500 per game for Utah. That offensive side, I mean, I think there's obviously a lot of interesting storylines on the Texas Tech offensive side versus Utah's defense. But I think even more compelling is this the first real test of Utah's offensive line and skill positions?
Yes.
Yeah, Utah and Texas Tech.
Yeah, that's the thing.
Yeah,
like,
that's true.
Texas Tech, their show at Billy Bob's Barbecue right now, they're saying the same thing. They're like, what do we know about our team?
Pine Bluff, Kent State, and Oregon State. Oregon State might be the worst Division I program in the country. They are horrible. Kent State, nobody. Pine Bluff, that's a JUCO.
Pretty much, yeah.
Or is it a high school? So we don't.
I'm efforting right now.
We know more about Utah than we know Texas Tech.
Actually,
yes, I agree.
Wyoming was more of a tale, I think. And now the first half wasn't great.
Did you see anything in that first half that you thought was really meaningful for Utah offensively? I mean, I know they missed the field goals, but that still would have only been 9-0. Like, what did Utah do offensively in the first half?
It was to me, it was really penalties, untimely penalties, just shooting themselves in the foot, drop ball. A fumble on the 5-yard line.
Hey, look, Lloyd's here. Hi, Lloyd.
Hey, we missed you, Lloyd. But I just felt like it was mistake after mistake.
It felt more self-inflicted.
Very much.
That's what I was
Very
asking.
much.
Yeah.
That's what I was asking.
Like I talked about this. People ask me, "Are you worried about it?" The first half of Wyoming. No, I'm not, because they figured it out and they picked it up.
Mm-hmm.
So, no, I'm not overly worried about it.
Okay. It makes for a more compelling.
Okay, I'll tell you what does worry me. I did not like the missed field goals. Now they were all in the 40s, but you're giving this guy a nickname, and if you got to rely on this kicker, at this point I don't know. Can you rely on him? I don't know.
No, you can't rely on him.
Because Texas Tech, there's a good chance.
Yeah, this could go down to the wire.
There's a damn good chance Devin Dampier is going to get you to the 32-yard line in the final seconds of this game, and here comes Legatron.
The Murray Missile.
Why?
No, you call him that when he makes kicks, Lloyd.
Why?
It's true.
I think right now you have to take away the nickname. Like you earn a nickname and then you get it taken away because of poor performance. That was poor performance. And then he's going to have to earn it back.
You have to earn your nickname.
Yeah. Yeah, that nickname is, I mean, the kickoffs look great.
Oh, that's awesome. That's great.
And he did kick the one he kicked wide right probably would have been good from 60. The one he doinked off the upright, that was 3/4 of the way up the upright from 46.
What happened to the one that got blocked? Did he just kick it too low? Because there was one blocked.
I know.
Yeah. That's right.
It looked to me that like just
Hands wants
good
to blame
pressure.
Hands wants to blame the kicker.
I know. I'm not. You and I are aligned on that. Like I'd like to.
I'm
figure
pretty
out a
sure
way to
the
blame
snapper's
kicker.
butt blocked it.
It was that low.
Bounced right off the snapper's butt.
I'm pretty sure that didn't happen.
It was that low.
But that would have been amazing.
A worm burner.
Yeah.
It's like me off the first tee box.
Just caught it a little thin.
Cedar Hills.
You bring that driver out on a par 3.
Caught a little
chili
thin.
dipper. A little chili dipper.
Yeah.
Cutting the heads off snakes as my ball flies through.
Well, I think that what I was trying to get at was, did you think it was self-inflicted, or did Wyoming do something to literally slow down that Utah offense?
How many yards did they have offensively in the first half? Was it 3? It was over 3.
Yeah,
it was like 320 or something.
Oh, I know. That's the other end. Okay, I'm glad you brought that up, because there was, like, if you looked at just the yardage number, the
offense was going.
Statistically, you're like, they came out of that with 3 points. So
they're fine.
Oh, hey,
they're fine.
You were talking about the numbers?
Yeah.
I wanted to give you this one because I gave this to Scotty on Tuesday. And this is the big change. Scotty, do you have the 2024 red zone numbers?
Yeah, they were ranked 110th.
Okay,
scoring touchdowns inside the red zone. I want to say 48%.
Out of 109 teams, 110.
Frank, do you know how many red zone attempts they've had and how many red zone touchdowns they've had?
I don't know how many red zone attempts they've had.
16.
But I think they have 16 touchdowns.
15.
15. Yeah, that was something like that. Oh.
They are scoring 93% of the time. Touchdowns.
Yeah.
And like Scotty said, last year there were like 5 teams that were 70%.
Mm-hmm.
Now, they're not going to be 93%.
No.
But if they can
stay in the 70s.
Oh, my gosh.
Yeah.
Now, I do like what we see in the red zone. And I will tell you, when you've got a guy like Dampierre and you've got these unknown but now learning about tight ends, the Buchanans and the Andrews.
I love it.
Like the
emergence of the tight ends.
They're having to learn about these guys really fast because you've got 2 receivers that can maneuver. You got a couple of tight ends that are unknowns that now you got to worry about them in a freaking wildcat with Devin Dampierre on motion out of the slot. And it's like, all right, what are we going to do in the red zone? Figure it out.
Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Coming up next, we'll continue to get you ready for what should be a premier game, not just in the Big 12, but across college football. Utah, Texas Tech. It's all right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
You've been listening to The Zone for decades. Yes! But now you can watch the guys break down your favorite teams.
Some viewers may find the following video disturbing. Viewer discretion is advised.
Catch the video stream of DJ and PK, Jake and Ben, Hanson, Scotty, and JJ and Alex right now at KSLSports.com or by searching KSL Sports on YouTube. Utah's best sports radio is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
One thing that's a lot of fun with America First Credit Union is, what is your favorite team? Maybe you love the University of Utah or you love the Utah Jazz. You can get a debit card with your favorite team logo on it. So you could get a Mammoth card, or you can get a Jazz card, or you could get an RSL card, or you can get a Utah card with it's white with the U and the U linked. It's so nice. That's what they do. They have a lot of fun with this, America First Credit Union. And if you need a little bit of help with cash right now, they've got 0% for 6 months. I promote this because I don't know when it's going to go away. Dave Nellis and I talk about this. I talk with America First Credit Union brass, and they tell me we don't know when this is going to go away, but we know it's been very helpful to a lot of our different clients where you need a little bit of cash. Maybe it's a medical bill. Maybe it's a car repair. Maybe it's just getting clothes for the kids as you go back to school or get them ready for sports. You can have access to that money as soon as today, and you've got 6 months to pay it off, 0% interest. So that's what they're doing to help you. America First Credit Union. There's one by you. Started here in 1939. It's grown into 116 branches, and you can find them all at americafirst.com.
You're the fall cleanup phenom, the titan of trimming. You wield a leaf blower like a surgeon does a scalpel. When it comes to your lawn, power moves are the only moves you make. That's why you just applied IFA's Fall and Winter Lawn Food for stronger roots and an early green up next spring. IFA's Fall and Winter Lawn Food. It's the ultimate lawn owner power move.
Hey Ryan, you remember that trip we took in our tent trailer down to Southern California?
Oh, that was the best.
Making memories with Paris RV. Hook up to the 2025 Forest River Rockwood 16 OTG for only $9,195 or $148 per month, 0 down. Or the 2025 Highland Ridge Open Range 177 BH for only $14,995 or $171 per month, 0 down. Or the 2026 Coachman RV Catalina Summit Series 7 134 BHX for only $14,995 or $171 per month, 0 down.
Take your family out RVing with Paris RV.
RV.
Paris RV is your locally owned, family-run RV dealership. We strive hard to find the very best RVs for the price. With 4 locations, over 1,000 RVs in stock, 42 service bays, and 4 super parts stores, we're sure to help take your family on the best RV vacation. Check out our perfect family bunkhouse trailer, the 26BH, that sleeps 9 for $19,995 or $227 a month, zero down. Life is short. Enjoy it. North Murray, South Murray, Payson, and Pocatello. ParisRV.com.
So my mother is thinking of switching from Verizon to Pure Talk, but she's worried the deal sounds too good to be true. Michael, she said, how can those Pure Talk people offer me the same basic service as Verizon for so much less money? I said, Mom, go ask Google how much Verizon spends on advertising and promotion. A few seconds later, my mother said, oh my goodness, $12 billion a year? That must be a typo. I'll tell you what I told my mom. It's not a typo. Verizon spends $12 billion a year on advertising and promotion, and their customers are paying for it. Well, Pure Talk doesn't spend that kind of money on commercials. Trust me, I would know. Consequently, they can offer you and my mother unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data on a blazing fast 5G network for just $25 a month. Dial pound 250 and say the words Mike Rowe, and you'll get an additional 50% off your first month. That's pound 250 Mike Rowe. Pure Talk. Everything you need and nothing you don't. So my mother is thinking of switching from Verizon to Pure Talk, but she's worried the deal sounds too good to be true. Michael, she said, how can those Pure Talk people offer me the same basic service as Verizon for so much less money? I said, Mom, go ask Google how much Verizon spends on advertising and promotion. A few seconds later, my mother said, oh my goodness, $12 billion a year? That must be a typo. I'll tell you what I told my mom. It's not a typo. Verizon spends $12 billion a year on advertising and promotion, and their customers are paying for it. Well, Pure Talk doesn't spend that kind of money on commercials. Trust me, I would know. Consequently, they can offer you and my mother unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data on a blazing fast 5G network for just $25 a month. Dial pound 250 and say the words Mike Rowe, and you'll get an additional 50% off your first month. That's pound 250 Mike Rowe. Pure Talk. Everything you need and nothing you don't.
3, 2, 1. This is your Utes at 50 update. 58! Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's your Utes at 50 update, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Jason Beck, all about Devin Dampier and his decision-making as it continues to get better week after week.
Just always looking to improve our decision-making and choices we're making. That's one of the things Deb does best. And you don't necessarily see it, but he has a lot of options on each play. Not each play, but on several plays. He has a lot of options, and he's making really good choices of when to hand it, when to pull and throw it, when to pull and run it, and all those different things. And we just want to continue to give him that and let him do what he does.
It's your Utes at 50 update right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone, brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue. Check out their catering menu at kennyjbbq.com.
Let's go! Complete game coverage of the Cougars is right here on the KSL Sports Zone. The Cougars head east for a huge non-conference showdown against East Carolina. Your home for the best coverage of Cougar football is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Woo!
Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Here's the thing, Frank. You have a camera on you. That little box right there, that's a little camera. Yes. And so Lloyd just wanted you to put your mic down so that we could all see your beautiful smiling face. Put your mic up.
Can you hear me?
No, we cannot hear
Lloyd
you.
asked me to move my mic.
He said move it down a hair.
Lloyd didn't ask me to move it down. Lloyd asked me to move the mic down because he was tired of me talking into it.
Well, that could have been his first thought, but I do think he's talking about the camera.
Also, Frank knows people with long hair. So, a hair to Frank might be like a long woman's hair.
Like when I look at, I hope you guys are on camera right now, because when I look at you guys, I
Move it down to Hance's hair.
How often do you shave that? When did you start shaving that? How often?
Well, I shaved it out of interest that it felt better in a helmet my sophomore year in college.
Uh-huh.
And then Were
you losing it your sophomore year in college?
My 6th year in professional football, I tried to grow it back, and it didn't come back. And I was like, that's not good looking with the widow peaks, and it looked like a teacup plate on the back of my head. So I was like, I'll just shave it. So I've shaved it ever since. I tried to grow it back once.
Yeah, you did. When we started the show.
We started the show, and we took one picture, and then they used that as my picture forever, and it looked horrible.
It looked good.
How about you, Frank? Because Scotty and I got a hold of a picture of you.
Oh, yeah.
With Bill Marcroft in the booth?
No, it was you were posing with a fan.
It was like a young lady.
Wearing a turtleneck.
I was wearing a turtleneck?
Yeah.
And you had a beautiful mane.
That was never
like
true. The only time
Mufasa.
I had reasonably
Mufasa
hair, like that was in high school. That was the last time I remember having hair that was like, oh yeah, this is
Say it again.
Good hair.
Mufasa. You look like Mufasa. And what's crazy is you were a redhead.
Not a lot of Italian redheads.
I know.
Okay. Yeah. You're going down the avenue of the Texas Tech sideline reporter. Fake news. Like, by the way, could you believe what he said?
Lloyd.
No, I couldn't believe it. That's why we asked him, did he say it? And he said, no, he didn't.
Well, he said it, but there was a lot of other things that he said that got cut out.
Mm-hmm. It was a good quote.
It was a great quote.
Here's the problem. We could have had every Utah fan that's going to be attending Rice-Eccles Stadium at 10 a.m. Sunday listening, and they wouldn't have cared.
No.
They're still going to hold it against him.
Oh, yeah.
And they're going to hold it against Texas Tech, and they're going to boo him, and they're going to make it a real nasty place to try to play football.
I hold it against him because he never should have said a combination of words that could have been cut up that way.
Oh, so that's his fault. Yeah. It's fair enough. See, that's what Lloyd does when he cuts up our stuff and makes us look bad.
Don't I know?
Yeah. He's like,
don't I know?
He's like, well, you said a combination of words that I could cut together and make that sound. So ultimately, it's your fault.
You said all these words.
Yes. Maybe not in that order,
Utes.
but.
Scotty, you have accidentally used a couple of foul words. I will say, Lloyd didn't edit these. He just beeped out a couple of words.
Whoa.
This is Fox News.
Yeah. You remember when we were listening to that kind of news?
Whoops.
Yep. Yeah. Dump button.
Jeez.
See,
got the yips right there.
I thought you'd have my back on this.
I'm sorry. Now I feel bad. He didn't really say that, Frank.
Yeah.
I heard it. I just heard it with my own ears.
I want all of you guys to go to Fox Hollow Golf and play golf.
I don't even think we have that one anymore. That got lost on the hard drive that was supposed to be handed over.
Yeah. All right, Bailey's with us. Mint Medical. It's time for you to get back into mint condition, and it only takes a matter of weeks. People have been taking the blue pills for decades. Well, here at Mint Medical, you can knock this out in just a matter of, 2 to 3 weeks.
That's right, and we do talk about that, how the other side of it with the pills and injections and things like that, they're just Band-Aids, short-term fixes, and ours is in just a couple of weeks, you can get it fixed.
And also, this is so important, too, because the acoustic wave therapy, we've talked about it for a long time, and it does such good work. But there's also other issues you can address as well. If you're dealing with weight issues, guess what? You've got the GLP-1s. If you need some hormone help, you can help that as well. If you want to do body sculpting, you can do that. All of that approach to really better your health at Mint Medical.
Exactly. And a lot of people out there are taking the GLP-1s now or hormone therapy in some form. And if you come in with us, we'll actually give you that free, your first month of that free if you get the treatment, because ultimately if we use that acoustic wave treatment, it fixes the root cause of ED, but we want to give you the incentive. And like I said, a lot of people take those other ones. Come in, we'll give you a free month of GLP-1 or your hormone free.
I know.
Free.
I know people out there, they're seeing people better themselves. And everybody's seeing it.
Right.
I feel like our country's making a bit of a U-turn, and people are getting in better shape. And if you're wondering how, and you're wondering why, it's because of places like Mint Medical that care about your overall health so they can get your testosterone in check, they can get your weight issues in check, and they can get your ED in check. And just in order to kind of nudge you to make the call, there are a lot of free things on the line. And Bailey, you've brought a lot to the table for today's listeners.
That's right. If you want to reignite your relationship, which is very important to all of us, we do. We have those incentives, as I just mentioned. You can either get your first month of GLP-1s for free or hormones for free. But the big one is we also want to send you and your spouse to Hawaii for 5 nights if you become a patient. So for the next 10 callers, we're going to offer that. So you have your choice of a lot of freebies there.
You become a patient, you're going to spend 5 nights in Hawaii, courtesy of Mint Medical, but you got to be one of the first 10 people to call right now. It's a simple phone call, and you can get the information. All that information, the blood flow analysis, all that stuff, that's free.
That's right. There's no obligation to come in and find out where you're at and what the problem is. No obligation for that.
Yep, 801-804-8000. That's 801-804-8000. Mint Medical. Let's get you back in mint condition right here on The Zone.
Whether you're stuck in the office,
I believe you have my stapler,
in your car, or at your in-laws.
You want a piece of me? You bet I do.
The Zone is with you every step of the way. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows and access to all the latest updates on your favorite teams. Your home for the best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Beehive Mills, folks. I'm a fan. Hans is a huge fan. Frank Dolce is a huge fan of Beehive Mills because you can have those meals delivered right to your door. And there's nothing better, Hans, than when you walk in after a long day at work and you smell that Beehive meal in the slow cooker, and you're like, you know what? This day may have been awful, but at least I'm coming home to a good meal.
It's there, and it's incredible. How about their carne asada? You cut the top off the bag, you throw it into the slow cooker, and this beef just slow cooks, kind of roasts in its own juices, and you put it on a tortilla, and you got the most delicious carne asada. Or how about this? The apple barbecue pork roast. This is a brand new menu item.
I've had that. That's really good.
Brand new menu item. Their pork is always delicious. It's always juicy, and they've always got great flavors. Their chicken enchilada soup, which I know you've had.
Huge fan of that as well.
Their creamy buffalo chicken. So their September menu, my favorite item off the September menu so far, and I've tried 5 of them, creamy buffalo chicken. Last month's was the sausage marinara. Those are my favorites.
We just had the chicken Alfredo. I know it took Frank right back to Tuscany. It was just an incredible meal. Go to beehivemills.com. That's beehivemills.
Right back to Tuscany.com.
Attention sports fans, drive into fall savings with Hercules First Federal Credit Union. This fall, score auto loan rates as low as 4.99%. Plus refinance with Hercules and save an extra 0.50%. Open a new Visa card and get an additional 0.25% off your rate. Enjoy 90 days with no payments and a $100 gas card when you add gap warranty or maintenance. But hurry, this offer ends soon. Visit HerculesCU.com today. Hercules First Federal Credit Union, growing stronger together.
Tom, I'm on the sideline here with Doug Smith Chevy. Doug, the NCAA has changed its rules regarding NIL money. What do I have to do to land an amazing new 2025 Chevy Silverado?
Just come on down to Doug Smith Chevy in Spanish Fork.
Doug, I'm more than happy for you to use my name, image, and likeness to talk about these amazing new trucks all you want. All I want to know is, how do I get one?
You have to buy it, Scott.
Drop in a Doug Smith Chevy in Spanish Fork. No one knows Chevy like Doug.
Discover the exceptional value of Bar W beef, where quality meets convenience. Bar W beef's dry-aged beef, aged for 14 days, offers rich marbling and tender texture, perfect for grilling, roasting, or pan-searing. Enjoy the rich flavor and generous size. Shipped directly from the ranch to your door. Now hosting one-day pop-up events, go to barwbeef.com to find a pop-up event near you, or stop into the store in Nephi for weekly in-store specials. BarWbeef.com. That's barwbeef.com.
Hey, it's Ryan with the Dish Professionals. Are you ready for the best promotion Dish has ever offered? And just in time for football? Sign up today and get Dish's top package free for 3 months, plus the NFL Red Zone free for 6 months, Paramount Plus and Showtime free for 4 months, all with a 2-year price guarantee. There's never been a better time to switch to Dish. Don't let cable, DirecTV, or streaming services raise your bill again. Most of our customers save over $1,000. And now, we're your internet professionals too. With over a half a dozen providers at our fingertips, we'll find you the best options and prices with just one call, starting at $19.99 a month. Call today for free next-day professional installation and dinner at JCW's on us. Call 801-424-DISH. That's 801-424-3474. Call now. Restrictions apply. Offer ends 11/5/25.
Home Run Derby X is coming to Salt Lake City. MLB legends join softball stars. College standouts September 19th and 20th at the ballpark at America First Square. Wow. Tickets at MLB.com/HRDX Salt Lake. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colbert, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. It's another battle for the Aggies, and the KSL Sports Zone has it covered. The Aggies look for a win this Saturday as they take on McNeese State. Your home for all the play-by-play coverage of Aggie football is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. It's a Thursday, which means it's a Ute preview show. Then on Friday, it's a Football Friday. Hans, myself, the legend, Ron McBride, and some guy named Alema Harrington. We will all hang out, and we will break down this weekend's games. Fired up for that. Always a lot of fun down there at RGS. Exteriors committed to excellence, just like the Raiders, but better.
But they actually execute.
Yeah, but they actually deliver what they say they're going to.
Excellent. Once upon a time, it was meaningful.
The commitment to excellence. Yeah.
Yeah, and then
it
wasn't
nope.
anymore.
All right. One thing I think we can all agree on, this should be one heck of a game coming up on Saturday.
Should be. Yeah.
And we don't know much about Texas Tech. We don't know how good they are, but frankly, we don't know how good Utah is. They both looked really good at times, and I mean, you're right, Hans. Oregon State is trash, and Texas Tech is just – they played 3 scrimmages.
Kent State's horrible. Pine Bluffs is nobody knows. Again, I really think we know more about Utah than we know about Texas Tech.
Could be fair. Yeah.
Maybe.
But Texas Tech has not had a half like Utah had against Wyoming, but, we kind of went over that. We hashed it out. I think that –
You think it's an anomaly.
I think it's an anomaly.
There was a lot of mistakes.
Yep.
Untimely penalties.
I think there's going to be some nice
missed field goals,
coaching opportunities in that.
Yeah, opportunities for improvement. Okay, so if Utah can't, what is your concern about Utah if they can't run the football? If Utah can't run the ball effectively, what is your concern? Or do you have a concern?
I have a massive concern if they can't run the football. But there's no reason why they shouldn't. If you have what Kyle Whittingham believes to be the best offensive line in the country, you should be able to run the ball on anybody.
So
I don't disagree with that, but
one thing about the run that comes to mind, the way that Jason Beck uses the run, where he's using defenders in different fly motions on fly sweep gives. By the way, what I mean is that you're using defensive personnel like Smith Snowden. Or he's using jumbo set and he's using a power off the jumbo set where you've got a couple of different running backs and a quarterback as a run option. Okay, so if the run starts to jam up a little bit and Texas Tech starts to clog gaps and make the interior a problem, well, then start flipping the ball out to the perimeter. And I'm not saying going full Mike Leach, but
use your passing game as a running game.
Yes, using some of those outside push passes into different screen sets where maybe you've got some tight ends that are lined up and you're working inside screen sets. But I don't think that you vacate just your typical run game. You know, the problem is if I'm a defensive end or if I'm a linebacker and I'm watching the different motions that they've got with the different personnel they've got. I mean, how many different bodies have we seen in motion? Probably 7, 6 or 7, right?
I think that's accurate.
And you don't know based off of who's in motion what type of run it's going to be. So I feel like there's enough of a mix there that Texas Tech might be able to slow them down, but the run game is still going to go get you 185 to 220 yards against Texas Tech, I believe. Even though their rushing defense currently is number 2 in the country, holding teams to 41 yards. Yeah, that's Kent State.
Yeah, that's Oregon State.
That's Oregon State. They can't run against anybody.
Arkansas, Pine Bluff.
So I still think Utah's going to go get 185 to 220.
What's the basement number? Like what is the you have to be at this number in the running game? Is it 185?
It's 185.
185.
Yeah, 185.
It has to be there.
Yeah, they're averaging 290 yards.
Yeah. Yeah.
To me, it's 185 because 185 tells me, okay, I'm putting Devin Dampier in opportunities to take shots. Because I want to see Devin take some shots, and I want to see him take the shots off the run. I actually think he's better at taking downfield shots when he's on the move, on bootlegs, naked, play action looks that put him outside the pocket. He can fire a go route really well in that setting. So give me some of that. But, yeah, I think 185 is my basement.
So I think we all agree that if Utah is struggling to run the ball, then there's concern.
Massive concern, yeah.
Okay, so if you're Texas Tech, wouldn't you think the same thing? And wouldn't you then load up the line of scrimmage to try and take away the run?
I just think Dampier right now, I think he's too versatile to do that. I think he's too versatile because now what I'm going to do is I'm going to play action right into your loaded set. I'm going to play action into it, hard play action, really drag the mesh point, and then I'm going to roll Dampier out and I'm going to hit drop points.
So I think that is the thing. I mean, I don't think of Dampier as a classic thrower of the football. Like he's not drop back, sit in the pocket and hit a bunch of 15 to 20 yard throws downfield and keep a defense honest that way. But I also think you're right that if the traditional run game is being managed by Texas Tech, that Dampier brings other elements in the passing game that is not necessarily drop back and sit in a pocket, throw the ball downfield. I do believe that. Yeah. And that also puts pressure on the defensive side, but puts a defensive backfield in a bind. And so I think that's exactly where I would go with it as well.
But to your point, though, Frank, I think you're spot on. If I'm Joey McGuire at Texas Tech, I'm like, how do I want to lose to Utah?
Yeah.
I do not want to lose to them running the ball 40 times at 6.2 yards per average. If I'm going to lose to them, I'm going to lose to them making Devin Dampier throw the ball or them having to be really creative with the running game.
But the good news is
Utah can do that.
I can still win that way.
Yes, yeah. But I would rather I'd rather if you were going to pick your poison with Utah, wouldn't you rather say, okay, you know what? I'm going to put the ball in the hands of the New Mexico transfer and see if he can do it. Yeah. And I think he can. You're right.
But that's what I'm going to make them do.
That's what I'm going to make them do.
I think you're right. If Utah runs the ball for 250, if they run the ball for 290 yards, I think Utah wins that game easily.
On the flip side of that, if I'm Utah, I'm saying, well, I'm not just going to let them bludgeon me to death with passing yards. They pass for almost 400 yards a game. At least they have through these 3 trash games.
Yes.
But they pass for almost. So I'm saying you're not going to just sit there and be comfortable. And if I can't get there with my 4-man rush, which you've been able to do, then I'll figure out different forms.
Okay, so that's the other interesting question on that side of the ball is Utah if Utah can pressure and disrupt with a 4-man rush.
It's over.
That's
Game's
ideal.
over.
That's ideal.
Yeah.
Okay, but if Utah starts to if it gets to a point where Utah has to bring pressure, now Utah will bring pressure because that's the nature of the defense. But if they are in a situation where they have to bring pressure to be disruptive in the offensive backfield and in the passing game, how confident are you in the Utah defensive backfield at this point in the season to manage a receiving group that is pretty talented, really talented?
That would be probably my biggest question mark. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'd say. But I also feel like you're going to get there with 4 more often than not.
Well,
see how they'll go max protect a little bit, I'm sure.
Yeah, to see how that unfolds, that's one of those.
So is that the biggest
storyline?
The biggest storyline of the game? What's your biggest matchup that you're looking forward to?
Well, I would do it offensively and defensively. So if Utah can get home with 4, then I think that game is won. If Utah is forced into pressure, does the defensive backfield hold up?
That to me is the big one. Right there.
And then on the other side is if Utah is rushing the ball for 2.5 yards a carry, that's like, oh no, that's a yikes.
So let me give you the matchups in the one-on-ones, but with John Henry Daly, Cash Dillon, Logan Fano, former Utah State guy. Fitzgerald. I'll give you the matchups. It's a freshman. He's a 4-star freshman, and he starts at right tackle. His name's Jacob Ponton. He's 6'8", 305 pounds. Again, 4-star freshman. He grades really high. Like he so far he's graded really high. Again, he has not faced a dog. And there's 3 dogs that I can rotate on him.
Mm-hmm.
So what I think is I've got 3 dudes that I think can get there 1 out of 3 times on him, on pass sets, on drops. I think I can beat him with 1 of 3 different guys. On the left side, it's a junior. He's the transfer out of UNC. And his name's Howard Sampson, 6'8", 340. Both are 6'8", both are 300 plus, both are big boys. I think that he is, overall, he is a higher ranked lineman. He's got a little bit more experience. But again, I don't think that he's a Willie Rofe.
That's a pull.
Yeah.
Great player.
I don't think he is a Willie Rofe, but I also don't think he's a bum. But I think I can get there. So if I feel like, okay, out of 5 drop back passes, I feel like I can win a one-on-one 2 out of the 5. I can win a one-on-one 2 out of the 5 to give me pressure. Then I can rush a 4-man, and I can make all kinds of coverage adjustments and make it help for you.
Hey, by the way, what is a success rate that you want on that? Is it 2 out of 5? Is it
how many per drop back?
Yeah.
Oh, that's a good question.
I know. That's why I got my mind. When you're starting throwing numbers around like that, I'm like, I wonder if there's like a number you want to.
On pressures?
Yeah.
I need 6 out of 10.
Oh, okay.
60%.
So pressure 60% of the time.
And I'm talking about the 5 across. So if I'm running 4 rushes, then 60% of the time I have got to get a pressure.
Somebody's got to get there.
Yes.
And we're not talking sacks, just pressures.
Yeah. If I'm going to run a one-on-one, 60% of the time. And then if I'm not getting there to pressure, then at the very least I need to be able to bull rush my man to the quarterback to at least create a little bit of hesitation from him. But yeah.
Who at this point has been the biggest, your most pleasant surprise or the most productive defensive lineman so far?
It's John Henry Davis.
I knew you were going to say that.
He leads the country in sacks.
I knew you were going to say that.
Are you ashamed that I said it? Are you upset that I said it?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, just because it was you who said it.
He leads that. I mean, you know.
So do you think that's good?
I would say 5 sacks through
pretty good.
3 games.
It's all right.
Is pretty darn
number 1 in the country. That's fine.
That's pretty darn
How about the
good.
Utah? Did we go through this already? We went through the Utah ties with that defensive line.
Yeah,
like Utah high school. Yeah,
all homegrown.
I know.
Did you know the number 2 sacker in the country is at Utah State?
The number 2 sacker.
Number 2.
Yep. I get to see him.
It's 4 sacks, right?
John Miller, 4 sacks. Yeah.
I get to see him this weekend.
Yep, has had a sack in every game.
Big motor. What would you say about John Miller? Big motor. Tough guy.
No, well, undersized.
Yeah.
Tough guy, relentless.
Yeah.
Coach's kid. No.
Coach's kid. All the stuff. You say all the stuff about John Miller, right?
Well, let's talk about John Miller. He is a 6'1", 225 transfer from Oregon State. Was with the program last year. And according to Bronco Mendenhall, he and Miles Davis had the biggest transformation from spring ball into fall camp.
Bronco was on with us this week, and he said that he wasn't even in the 2 deep.
Yeah, coming out of spring.
Coming out of, he said that he wasn't even sure if he was going to make it. And he's become, he got, I love this story because he got very critical feedback and blunt feedback, and he took it all to heart.
Yeah.
And those are the things he went to work on, and now he's become what he is right now.
He said that about Miles.
He said that about Miles.
Miles Davis too. Yeah.
He said that about another guy he knew who never really took the criticism, and then didn't. By the way,
are you saying Hands doesn't take criticism?
Bronco and Cache Valley is like a match made in heaven.
Yeah.
And go Utes.
Hands and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Yeah, okay, go ahead.
What's happening?
Is this one of the ones?
Where are you?
Go ahead.
The Utah fans are clamoring for more Frank.
I feel like Bailey needs a little more time. And I'm going to dedicate. I'm going to give him some.
Frank,
of my
he'll get
time.
His time. You can still hang out.
Bailey
you know
needs
what?
some time.
We can do both. We can talk to Bailey about Mint Medical, about how he can change people's lives and put them back in mint condition, and how they need to call and claim those 5 nights in Hawaii.
Well,
and we can also talk Utah football with you.
People need to hear that message. 2 things: you can improve your life by speaking with Bailey, and you can improve your life by heading up to Rice-Eccles Stadium on Saturday morning at 10 a.m. to watch the Utes take on the Red Raiders of Texas Tech.
Bailey, you're doing a lot of good for a lot of our listeners, man, and we can't thank you enough. And we know that there's people that might be hesitant a little bit, but at the end of the day, we're talking about you, your life, your relationships, your health. These are all things that people need to take seriously.
That's right, and reigniting somebody's relationship, that is the most important part for most people. And so we help you do that. That acoustic wave therapy, like I said, it treats that root cause of the problem. And so, but we also have some things that can help with, that free intimacy gift. A lot of our patients come back and, like I said, the 3rd or 4th treatment, the spouse comes back and says, can we get some more of those?
Yeah.
That's been really helpful for our relationship as well.
The GLP-1s, I would say a good percentage of your clients probably are dealing with diabetic issues with ED.
That's right.
These GLP-1s regulate blood sugar, help lose weight, and so it can handle a lot of those issues that are caused by diabetes, where the end result was ED.
That's right. They're absolutely connected. And so ED is a blood flow issue, and diabetes is a lot of other issues. But if you can clear up one, it does help the other one. So we want to treat both.
And you mentioned the hormone treatment and the body sculpting thing. I think is really cool. A lot of people are taking advantage of that as well.
That's right. The body sculpting, which in about 40 minutes, we have hundreds and hundreds of before and after pictures that show you can lose about an inch within 40 minutes of that first treatment. And we throw in that free month of GLP-1s or hormone, your choice, with that.
Yeah. So, and if you become a client, you can gift that to your spouse, too.
That's right. You can do an ED treatment for you and have your spouse come in and get a body sculpting for her as well.
Yeah. I suggest you be very careful how you present that to your wife.
That's right. Be careful how you ask about her to join.
But it's available if you'd like to proceed with that. And, of course, all of you get to go to Hawaii as well.
That's right. And we have convenient locations in Layton and in Sandy, so hopefully we can address it wherever you're located.
We're talking about your health here, folks. We're talking about your relationships. A quality of life that you may have thought is in the rearview mirror can now be back in present with you and your significant others. 801-804-8000. Call right now. It's Mint Medical, 801-804-8000. Time to get you back into mint condition. Bailey and the crew's ready to help. 801-804-8000.
It's game week for the Utes, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. The Utes are undefeated at 3-0, but now the season really begins as the Utes open up Big 12 play at home against Texas Tech. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Utah football and your chance to win tickets to the game. Then catch a special early edition of College Football Saturday starting at 8 a.m. with the postgame show immediately following the game on KSLSports.com.
Let's go then. Let's go, baby.
Your home for the best coverage of Utah football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Trucordia Insurance and Risk Solutions. You chase your dreams. Trucordia protects them. With national headquarters right here in Linden, Utah, Trucordia is centered on relationships. Relationships with their clients and the communities where they have such deep roots. Relationships with team members and businesses for an ever-expanding range of solutions. And relationships with national and regional carriers, providing competitive rates and enhanced market access. And Trucordia is proud to be a founding partner of Game Night Live. Another relationship right here in their own backyard.
Right now at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown, you can get any new 2025 Mazda CX-50 for 0% financing for 60 months. Yes, 0% for 60 months. Or extended to 72 months for only 1.9%. You heard right, as low as 0% for 60 months. It's happening now at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown.
APR OAC, not available with any other offers. See dealer for complete details.
So many commercials you encounter these days include generic people engaged in generic activities, frolicking in generic locations, accompanied by generic music and a generic voiceover. Pharmaceutical commercials are on the cutting edge of this phenomenon. In fact, I find myself less worried about the risk of lockjaw, intermittent loss of smell, or explosive diarrhea, and more concerned that the drug might turn me into a mannequin at Kmart. So what does this have to do with Shamrock Plumbing? Nothing, really. But if you find our commercials over the top, just remember it could be worse. They could be generic.
Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors. I want you to know that it's the little things that count. Any remodeler can say they treat customers right. When it comes to siding, gutters, windows, and exteriors, it's hard to know for sure. If a contractor uses cheap generic nails instead of super grippy ridge shaft nails for your siding, would you even know? If they use cheap $4 caulk to install your new windows instead of paying $9 a tube for the good stuff, could you tell by looking? It all comes down to the details and trust. At RGS Exteriors, we only do things one way, the right way. We never cut corners. We never skimp on details. We never do less than the job requires. That's why we offer our industry's exclusive 10-year everything guarantee. And it's why we have the happiest customers. If you need any gutters, siding, or replacement windows, call RGS Exteriors at 801-280-3110 or visit rgsutah.com. That's 801-280-3110 or online at rgsutah.com.
Discover the exceptional value of Bar W Beef, where quality meets convenience. Bar W Beef's dry-aged beef, aged for 14 days, offers rich marbling and tender texture, perfect for grilling, roasting, or pan-searing. Enjoy the rich flavor and generous size. Shipped directly from the ranch to your door. Now hosting one-day pop-up events, Go to barwbeef.com to find a pop-up event near you or stop into the store in Nephi for weekly in-store specials. barwbeef.com. That's barwbeef.com.
The first ever Home Run Derby X Final is coming to Salt Lake City. Wow! Quarterfinals September 19th, semis and finals September 20th at the ballpark at America First Square. MLB legends Adrian Gonzalez, Ryan Zimmerman, and more join softball stars and college standouts for 2 days of nonstop action. Towering home runs, slick defense, target-smashing hits, plus fireworks and a drone show to cap the celebration. Get your tickets now at MLB.com/HRDX Salt Lake. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission.
The KSL Sports Zone and Hercules Credit Union are highlighting people that impact youth sports. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Hercules Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com.
This is your Cougars at 30 update. Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Cougars at 30 update right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Big one for BYU. First road trip of the year as they head east to square off against the East Carolina Pirates as Keanu Tanavasa getting set to take on that up-tempo offense of the Pirates.
It's a new challenge, right? We haven't faced an offense like that this year, but it's nothing new to the scheme and the game of football. We have a lot of experienced individuals on the defense, and we have a lot of experienced coaches. We understand that within tempo offenses, if we're able to shut down the plays themselves, then we prevent them from being able to do tempo.
That is your Cougars at 30 update, brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue, delivering bold, smoky barbecue no matter what the occasion. Check out their catering menu at kennyjbbq.com. That's kennyjbbq.com.
Nobody gets you ready for Utah football more than the KSL Sports Zone.
Ready?
Kyle Whittingham and the Utes open up Big 12 play with a huge game against Texas Tech. Catch a special Ute edition of College Football Saturday starting at 8 a.m. Your home for the best coverage of Utah football is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G. Presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Normally I'd be saying Frank Dolce, but Frank has left the building. He's no longer with us.
Lack of commitment to the team.
When you make a commitment, man keeps that commitment.
It's too bad because Utah fans really rely on Frank.
Yep.
But now they can't.
Nope. He was there, and then now he's gone.
Utah fans all have all these questions of how's the team and where are we at? And Frank is the one person that can answer that.
Yeah.
And he left them.
And he left them hanging. We had a chance to chat with Chris Level. He hosts Locked On Texas Tech. He also is part of the broadcast crew for the Texas Tech Red Raiders, and apparently has been misquoted. We shared the quotes that were out there, but they were heavily edited. So when we started with Chris, I said, all right, Chris, I'm going to turn the mic over to you, and you can explain yourself what exactly happened here.
Well, I did say some stuff, and it was edited. How about that? Because I did a show about a week and a half ago, and I was asked about contenders in the league at this point. So this is before Tech had played Oregon State, before Utah had played Wyoming, and I think the point I was trying to make was we don't know anything about these two teams, and I really was kind of trying to lay the groundwork. Like, I don't know if we'll find out a bunch more coming up, and I said Texas Tech could go up to Utah and thump them, or Texas Tech could go up to Utah and get thumped. But guess what part, was shared everywhere. Yeah. And I did, yes. And so I mean, I'm not, I don't roll that way. I'm not trolling. I'm not trying to do, that's just not what I do. We try to keep it professional. So, and then I also misspoke in the same thing, which has also been picked up. I put a B and said Bryce Eccles 2 times before I realized my mistake. I corrected it on the show, apologized, And so everybody's kind of had a field day with that I didn't say Rice Eccles. And again, it was an honest mistake. I botched it. I've owned it. I've admitted it. And I wasn't trying to be, anyway. But yeah, that's the end. You're caught up.
Well, Chris, you and I go back to the old Matt Wells days there at Texas Tech, and I've known you forever. And so when these things started popping up on Twitter, I'm like, that doesn't sound like Chris,
And that's not what
because you're a pro's pro. And here's the thing, like we screw up names all the time. The Bryce Eccles thing, I don't give two you know what's about that. But yeah, it's good to see that that's clarified because, frankly, the last thing you want to do when you're around a broadcast of a team, and Hans does BYU and I do Utah State, is provide any kind of locker room or bulletin board material for the team that your team's playing against.
Right. Yeah, and I there's some nameless, faceless Utah fan Twitter accounts that have had a lot of field day with this. And anyway, and I dealt with it mostly last week. Like I was getting all these people contacting me in my mentions and all this stuff. And I was like, I don't even know what's going on here. And then before I realized what had happened, and it's unfortunate. I've tried to answer every interview request, whether it's podcast or radio interview like this one. You guys are awesome. And I remember talking to you guys, and it's funny you mentioned Matt Wells. I texted with him 2 days ago. And he's still good people. They're obviously struggling in Manhattan, but he's good people. And I had nothing but a wonderful experience when we went to BYU 2 years ago. I think they've been one of the best additions to the Big 12 conference. So yeah, I mean, I hate that's how this was portrayed, but that's not, because I have nothing but respect for Utah and what Coach Whittingham has done and all the things. But anyway, hey, people take their football seriously. So hey, that part is good, because this is the Utah fan base is clearly fired up, and then that's obviously a good thing for the league.
Well, Chris, I want to fill you in a little bit because we're a tested community. The state of Utah is very touchy about their college football. And at one point in time, Chris, we had 3 fully staffed sports radio stations operating for essentially 2, but really 3 college football teams between BYU, Utah, and Utah State. And it keeps the lights on, and our football fans are crazy. And I will tell you, Chris, it's kind of crazy. I feel like we're all still in the dating stage in this new conference, like learning about each other and learning who's got the hot head and who's got the big mouth and who's got the ego. And Texas Tech right now, it's all been highlighted because they went out, they bought some talent, and it seems like they bought some great talent. Talk about all the talk about the purchasing and the talent that Texas Tech got. And has it been overinflated like a lot of these stories are?
Yeah, I mean, that's certainly – I think Texas Tech was maybe there's a variety of ways that you can look at this. They were very transparent, and I think they wanted to tell their story. Have the numbers been inflated? Absolutely. I've been asked, so you spent $55 million on your football program? Well, no. They spent $55 million in total on the athletic department, but that also includes rev share. So they basically spent $30-something million on football, basketball, softball, and all the other things. And this was back before the rules changed. And then they probably were on the high end compared, but they weren't the only ones. We know what Oregon's doing and Ohio State's doing and Ole Miss is doing and Texas A&M is doing and Texas is doing. I just think Texas Tech was more transparent with what they were doing. I think they were, whether they were trying to create a buzz or just being asked questions and answering them honestly, but it's kind of taken on a life of its own for sure. And I think I think they're a buzzy team. I think there's probably a target on their back in some ways. I think some people were envious. Some people were jealous. Some people were I think some people said, hey man, these are the rules. They're playing by them. Like, I respect it. Because everybody's got wealthy donors. That every institution in the country at the Power 4 level has wealthy donors. They just had, and I'll tell you where a lot of this came from, guys, is that they are fairly embarrassed around here by having never made an appearance in the Big 12 title game. And they got so close last year. Had they beaten Colorado in mid-November, they would have punched their ticket and played in Arlington for the Big 12 title for the very first time. And I think because they didn't win that game and they fell one game short, I think there was a lot of motivation here. And so it just makes you wonder if they'd have played for their Big 12 championship last year, if you wouldn't have had this kind of off season. I mean, I don't know if we know that, but I think they were very motivated, which has led to it. But it's being motivated because they have failed over the last, since Mike left. Really, it's been up and down. And Coach Wells had some good and some bad. Cliff Kingsbury had some good and some bad. Tommy Tuberville had some, but they just haven't been able to sustain it. And Joey got them really close last year, and so that's where I think in total where a lot of this comes from. But their funds were motivated. How about that? And it's because they haven't gotten to where they wanted to go.
So 3 games, 3-0, all 3 lopsided victories. Oregon State's about the only team that you could look at and say, okay, well, that's at least got some name recognition, but we know they're struggling and they're in a bad spot. How much do you actually know about this team right now after the first 3 games?
These were glorified scrimmages, really. I mean, and the other oddity here is that in 2 of the 3, there was a lengthy rain delay in both of them, which also adds this weird layer to, it's the rain delay in football is just a tricky deal because got to warm up again, got to rev it up again, got to get excited again, and the whole thing. You gear up for this game at this time and everything. You're training toward the kickoff, and then it's like, okay. I mean, last week it was 2.5 minutes into the game, and then everybody sat around for 2.5 hours. I think it was 2 hours 24 minutes, which is just it's a mess. But they came out, took care of business. I would say that there's nothing that was said or written about their team to this point that I could dispute. However, because I think people think they're pretty good, and I have nothing that I've seen that would suggest to me that they can't be pretty good if they aren't very good. But we don't ultimately know. It's all about context. Beating up on Kent State and UAPB and Oregon State, man, they had better athletes than the first 2 teams, but they're a bit of a mess. And I feel sorry for what's happened with Oregon State and Washington State being kind of left out of this deal. It's just unfortunate, but I just don't know if you can glean too much from that. And I think that both teams can probably say the same thing this weekend, because I think that you'll both get the first real test in a lot of ways. And there's probably things that either coach doesn't necessarily know about his team, or maybe assume that they did know, that they're going to find out was not the case.
Is Baron Martin the real deal?
Baron is very good. I think that the knock on him has been, can he stay healthy? And last year he played all 12 regular season games, but did so with kind of not a healthy shoulder. And so he lacked arm strength, and he was pretty good. I think he would be the first one to tell you, I need to play better. But a lot of that just has to do with his arm strength. He's played flawless at this point. Again, it's about context. He should be. He's got legit weapons around him. I mean, this is part of what they brought in. They've got, I think they feel very strongly about 3 really good 6'3" receivers. They brought in a tight end named Terrence Carter that's been a fascinating matchup for everybody to have to deal with. And they still brought back one of their tight ends in John Carlos Miller. And if he has time, he'll be a problem. And if he gets pressured, he'll make, a mistake, I mean, that's just with most quarterbacks, but this is a grown man. I mean, he's, been in this program for 5 years now, and he's matured and he's healthy. And so I think that he's well aware of the doubters out there. And, when everybody was talking about the best quarterbacks in the league all summer, he wasn't included in a lot of those conversations, even though I think he threw for 27 touchdowns last year and just to 8 interceptions, and led his team to 8 regular season wins. He's a very motivated young man, and I think he is pretty good. I'm curious to see how far he can take it. I'll say that. But if he doesn't play well Saturday, I don't know if I like their chances.
So what's the vibe there in Lubbock about the Utes? Obviously, last year, not the season they would have liked in their first year in the Big 12, but it does appear Kyle Whittingham has righted the ship, and that defense is playing lights out, and have added a dynamic quarterback in Devin Dampier. So overall, what is the vibe there in what they're anticipating seeing from Utah?
Well, they know they're going to see a dominant offensive line. I think they're everybody around here is very curious about Devin Dampier and knows what a playmaker he is. And I think everybody around here can. And I'm hosting Coach McGuire's radio show tonight, and this is a lot of what we'll talk to him about. Is the defense how good is it going to be? How does it stack up when you're going against a real line and a real QB that can make you pay if you can't corral him? And, if he has time, can he spread it out to some of his weapons and all those kinds of things? But I think everybody around here, because the defense around here last year was not very good. I mean, that's part of what their motivation was with what they were trying to put together. They couldn't get to the quarterback. They were like 122nd in pass defense in the country, so they just scrapped it. Joey made a move with a different coordinator, and they brought in 5 new defensive linemen, and then they brought in 5 new DBs. So, and I think Sheil Wood, the coordinator who came from Houston, they had a top 25 defense last year, and I think he's kept it fairly simple because he likes his players, and he's like, we don't have to out-scheme anybody here. We're good enough to – but they brought in some folks that are not even starting that were starters elsewhere in the Big 12 Conference. So like A.J. Holmes is a defensive tackle. He started at Houston last year, and he's a second-string guy right now. That just kind of gives you an idea of some of their depth or what they were trying to put together. So that's the biggest question around here. Is the defense, is it, in fact, good enough, or is it just pretty good but not quite good enough to go win you a Big 12 title or contend for one?
Well, Chris, thanks for squaring us away with the comments, because we're pretty proud of that Rice-Eccles Stadium here in the state, and it gets wild. They don't need any more fuel on that fire, but this is awesome. I'll tell you, I love this Big 12. I can't even tell you how much I've loved going school to school. I'll be out there in Lubbock this year, so I'll get to shake your hand in that stadium and be on that call opposing you, and that'll be a blast. It's just one of those conferences that I think everybody could love and enjoy, because these are all communities, all schools that just love their college football.
Yeah, it's a great group of college towns. I think that we're still trying to figure out what Cincinnati and UCF are right now. I don't know if they've found their footing yet, but pretty much everybody else has made some news in the right way in either football or men's basketball, whatever it is. But I think this game right here, we're all fighting for relevance. And this game is one of, I don't know how many there will be in the league this year, but this is one of probably fairly few amount that is getting some national recognition, some national attention. And that's good for the Big 12. This is a relevancy battle as much as it is as anything else. But as we sit here in mid-September, there's, legit argument that you could make for 6 or 7, maybe even 8 teams that could win this league. And that's the beauty of it. Some people look at it as a negative, but we think it's wildly entertaining. And week to week, it's the best conference in the country because you just don't know what you're going to get.
Chris, you're Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Coming up next, we'll wrap up this bad boy straight ahead right here on the Zone.
It's game week, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. It's the first road trip of the year for the Cougars as they make the long flight east for a showdown against East Carolina. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Cougar football. Then catch a special early edition of College Football Saturday starting at 8 a.m. with a postgame show immediately following the game on KSLSports.com. Your home for the best coverage of BYU football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Here's the deal. Bucked Up is going to get you ready for your day. And we've been talking about their amazing drinks, and it's not just their drinks. They can help you with so many other things. How about this? You've heard about creatine. Well, have you done your research on creatine? Are you over 40? Do you need just a little bit of boost? Creatine can help you with those muscles. They sell an incredible form of creatine. Maybe you need a little bit of a wake-up call. Well, they've got some great pre-workout energy stuff that I love. Their Woke AF is as good a pre-workout as I've ever come across. And then we talk about their great drinks. The flavors like Rocket Pop, Sour Bucks. They got the Miami, the Wild Orchard. They got Breezy Blast. Now, all of these, you can find them at grocery stores all over the place. What I want you to do is order them from Bucked Up and have them sent to your house. You could go to buckedup.com. That's buckedup.com. Use promo code ZONE, and you're going to get 20% off. 20% off sent to your house, and you get the amazing Bucked Up products. By the way, started right here in the state of Utah, run by Utahns. Actually, good friends of mine. Big shout out to Dan and everybody else there at the Bucked Up offices. We're going to get people sent your way because this is great product. All of it is clean, it's smooth, it's energy, it's bold flavors, zero sugars, and legendary flavors. BuckedUp.com. Don't forget promo code ZONE for your 20% off.
Hey, Utah. Tired of hard water problems, scale buildup on your appliances, dry, itchy skin, and bad taste? Culligan Water is the answer. With top-rated water softeners and filters that protect your appliances, pamper your skin, and make your water taste delicious. Hi, this is the Waterboy Colson Firmage, a third-generation Culligan man. Culligan has been locally owned and trusted for over 80 years, right here in Utah. Do you know if your current water system is even working? We're happy to come out and take a look at it, even if it's not ours. Get a free water test for any system. Call 801-509-9602 or visit CulliganSLC.com. Huge savings are happening for a limited time. Get $1,000 off a Culligan water filtration system, plus a full year of free salt delivery. Don't wait. Get cleaner, better water for you and your family. Call 801-509-9602 or go to CulliganSLC.com. Culligan, water you'll love.
Tom, I'm on the sideline here with Doug Smith Chevy. Doug, the NCAA has changed its rules regarding NIL money. What do I have to do to land an amazing new 2025 Chevy Silverado?
Just come on down to Doug Smith Chevy in Spanish Fork.
Doug, I'm more than happy for you to use my name, image, and likeness to talk about these amazing new trucks all you want. All I want to know is, how do I get one?
You have to buy it, Scott.
Drop in a Doug Smith Chevy in Spanish Fork. No one knows Chevy like Doug.
Hello, Utah. I'm Josh with IWC Roofing. For over 25 years, my family has been safeguarding your homes with the finest roofing solutions. We understand the value of your time. That's why we're committed to replacing most roofs in just 1 day. And with our 50-year shingle warranty, your peace of mind is guaranteed. Choose IWC for award-winning service and a roof that stands strong against the elements. 801-232-5690 or visit IWCRoofingUtah.com. Ask for the $2,000 off any full roof replacement. Financing available. 801-232-5690.
Got an app idea? You're sitting on a gold mine, but stuck on how to bring it to life? Meet Dev Simplify, your superheroes for web and mobile app creation. Dev Simplify. DevSimplify.com. Just ask Coach Mike with Practice Planner Live.
You know, as a coach, technology isn't my strength, but Dev Simplify took my idea for Practice Planner Live and turned it into the top practice planning platform on the market. They transformed my non-technical vision into an incredible web and mobile app that coaches like me now can't live without.
See, you don't need to be a tech wizard. Your idea plus Dev Simplify's superhero software skills equals a big win. Right, Mike?
You know, I had big plans for my app, and with Dev Simplify's help, it's now a thriving must-have platform for all coaches.
Dev Simplify, turning your brilliant ideas into amazing web and mobile. No tech skills required. Visit DevSimplify.com and let the magic begin. DevSimplify.com.
Protein, protein, protein. Everyone is trying to get protein in their diet, but we need fats too. Healthy fat, that is, like the rich, natural peanut and almond butters found in G2G protein bars. Most bars don't have it because, well, most bars aren't real food or refrigerated. Fortunately for you, we aren't most bars. At G2G, you'll find a balanced helping of protein and healthy fat. The fact that they're delicious is just a bonus. They're fast, easy, and perfect for on-the-go families. G2G protein bars. Find them at Costco, Harmon's, Maverick, and now at Smith's.
Listen every Monday morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with JJ and Alex for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
3, 2, 1. This is your Utes at 50 update. 58! Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. It is your Utes at 50 update. Hey, Kyle Whittingham releasing his injury report earlier today and talked about, hey, who's handling that stuff?
Our trainer, I'm not a doctor. I don't make those decisions who plays, who doesn't, who's doubtful, questionable, all that stuff. But the trainer will have that out, and I believe we have to have 3 of them out on Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday in succession. So we already did trial runs in the first 3 non-conference games, so we've been doing it, but this is the one that will officially turn in.
That is your Utes at 50 update, all brought to you by Kenny J Barbecue. Check them out right now, kennyjbbq.com for the catering menu, and go check them out, their brick and mortar location at the District in South Jordan.
Complete game coverage of the Cougars is right here on the KSL Sports Zone. The Cougars head east for a huge non-conference showdown against East Carolina. Your home for the best coverage of Cougar football is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Woo!
Hans Olsen, Scott Gerard, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. All right, wrapping up another edition of the show. Utah, Texas Tech. I don't know what we're going to see. I think Utah wins this game, but Hans, I think in the immortal words of our guy from Gladiator, I think we're all going to be entertained.
It's going to be a great game. And it's 2 loaded rosters. It is, I said this Tuesday, I think. One of these 2 teams is going to play in the Big 12 championship.
I agree.
Possibly both, but one for sure. I think we're going to be looking at one of the Big 12 championship contenders.
Yes.
This is a great game for Utah to have at home. You need home field advantage in a game like this. And I still believe there is more unpredictability built in for Utah than there is for Texas Tech. I think with Texas Tech, I kind of feel like Baron Morton is what Baron Morton is.
Yeah. Even Chris Level was like, you know what? If you keep him upright, it'll be okay.
Yeah.
You pressure him.
Things might change.
Things might change.
I kind of feel like I know what I'm getting from Cameron Dickey. I know what I'm getting, actually, and I know that I talked about the coordinators change, and I talked about hiring Mac Leftwich. So the defensive side of the ball is completely different. That defensive coordinator came from Houston, and he brought just a different flair. Mac Leftwich was an in-office hire. He was, what was he, quarterbacks or wide receivers coach?
Yeah, I want to say, I think wide receiver coach.
So he was an in-office hire, so there are a lot of forms of already knowns. We have no idea what Jason Beck is capable of.
No.
We have no idea what Devin Dampierre is capable of. But we do know that they are capable of chaos.
And what you've been pointing out for the last 3 weeks, they've been setting bear traps like crazy.
Bear traps all over the place.
Yeah.
So, time to spring a few of those. This is the type of game you spring the traps, you catch them flat-footed, and you go for the gold. My hope is when we jump on the headsets on Sunday morning, we're talking about a couple of wins.
Drinking some Bucked Up energy drinks.
Yeah.
And talking about some W's.
By the way, buckedup.com, promo code ZONE. It's going to get you 20% off. By the way, that's all of their product. So if you want some of the protein powders or you want the creatines, we're really proud of this new Bucked Up partnership.
And, please, please, please go check out their products. Go to buckedup.com and use the keyword ZONE, and it's going to save you 20% off. We're talking about being in a better place physically, mentally, and if you're not in a good place in terms of the bedroom, well, guess what? Mint Medical's here to help you out as well. And we can't stress this enough. This is a point in your life where you got to take some action. You just can't be doing a couple extra sit-ups and cutting out the carbs. Because once you go down that path, it's not coming back on its own.
That's true. And the acoustic wave therapy it's a revolutionary therapy that can fix that ED.
And if you're ready to reinvigorate and reignite your relationship, this is a great place to start by getting that fixed.
And nothing, once you go through this process, and this isn't you're going to be taking these sessions for the rest of your life, you're looking at 2 to 3 weeks.
Yeah, 2 to 3 weeks, and you'll be done, and you'll have just a couple treatments that last about 10 minutes each. And
there's no pain either.
It's non-invasive, that we don't do injections. I'm kind of a wimp when it comes to that, but so we don't. This doesn't require any of that.
I also want people to know that we've got a couple locations. So you can either up north, or if you're further south, you've got a couple of places that you can go, right, Bailey?
Yeah, that's right. Sandy and Layton, so convenient for anybody in the state to really get this taken care of.
All you have to do is call Bailey and the crew right now. They will get you squared away. And here's the thing: get the free ultrasound, get the free, blood analysis,
right.
and then you can make your decision from there. But if you do become a client, hey, 5 nights in Hawaii, no big deal there. That's
right.
Awesome.
That's right. And that consultation is free. There's no obligation to get that. And we also offer 1 month free of hormone treatment or your GLP-1. So come in and let's find out where you're at and let's get it fixed.
If somebody just wanted to call about the hormone treatment or the GLPs, you can do that as well?
That's right. You don't have to do the treatment. You can just do that.
And you brought up the body sculpting because you're adding something new. Every time you're like, hey, we're going to do this too. We're going to have that opportunity.
That's right. It's another secret weapon that a lot of the spouses and even the men, they say, hey, can I really lose an inch within 40 minutes? And you can. And so we do that as well.
801-804-8000. That's 801-804-8000. Call right now. We'll be back with you tomorrow. Lemma Harrington, Ron McBride join us for a Football Friday right here on The Zone.
Get the latest Utah sports headlines delivered to your inbox with the KSL Sports Newsletter. From the Jazz, Utah Hockey Club, BYU, Utah, Real Salt Lake, and more. Be in the know of all things sports in the state of Utah. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the KSL Sports Newsletter. Hockey fans, let your voice be heard with the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum. Visit the Utah Mammoth page on KSLSports.com to connect with the team, other fans, and our KSL Sports insiders. Start chatting today in the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum on KSLSports.com.
The first ever Home Run Derby X Final is coming to Salt Lake City. Wow! Quarterfinals September 19th, semis and finals September 20th at the ballpark at America First Square. MLB legends Adrian Gonzalez, Ryan Zimmerman, and more join softball stars and college standouts for 2 days of nonstop action. Towering home runs, slick defense, target-smashing hits, plus fireworks and a drone show to cap the celebration. Get your tickets now at MLB.com/HRDX Salt Lake. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission.
I'm Walker Kessler, and I play basketball for a living. So I know how important it is to have the support of a team you can trust. That's why I love UCCU. UCCU is more than a credit union. They're a true financial partner, a local team of experts your entire family can trust at every step of your financial journey. Just visit uccu.com and elevate your banking experience.
DJ PK and John from J. Brooks Jewelers. John, you refer to yourself as a full-service jeweler. What does that mean?
Once upon a time, before national stores and online sites flooded the market, your local family jeweler was the expert in your life that handled all your jewelry and watch needs. J. Brooks is that full-service jeweler today, where everything is handled by us, including appraisals, jewelry repair, watch repairs, as well as general service of all Swiss brands, and the most beautiful custom creations, including our new JBJ Bridal Collection. We can take your existing jewelry and freshen it up, or we can repurpose it completely with a fresh design using all of the sentimental parts that you already own. And of course, if she's ready for the upgrade you always promised, we can help you with a selection of a new larger diamond to say I love you more than ever. So whatever your celebration is, let J. Brooks help you any way you may need. J. Brooks Jewelers, Murray and Lehigh, and online at jbrooksjewelers.com, where women know what women want.
Since 1954, Mountain Home Services has been Utah's trusted name in home comfort. Right now, get your AC and furnace tune-ups for just $29. A furnace tune-up helps prevent wear and tear, catches small issues early, improves efficiency, enhances safety, and keeps airflow balanced, adding years to your system's life. And Mountain Home Services is not just heating and cooling. They offer free second opinions on everything, including electrical, plumbing, and fireplaces. Plus, you're backed by Mountain Home Services' upfront pricing guarantee and 100% satisfaction guarantee. No surprises, just honest service. Call 801-543-2222 or visit mountainhomeservices.com to schedule your $29 tune-up today. Mountain Home Services. Comfort starts here. Again, that's 801-543-2222 or visit mountainhomeservices.com to schedule your $29 tune-up today.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colbert, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey!
This is JJ and Alex.
I made a name for myself, I told you I won't be denied.
As you wrap up your day, it's time to get your fix of the teams you live for and the sports you love. This is JJ and Alex, presented by G2G Bars on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
What's up, everybody? Welcome on into your Thursday. JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Alex Curie here. JJ's off attending some sort of a sporting event with his son, I guess. I guess we'll allow him to do that every so often. Probably the most overworked guy in this building, Jeremiah Jensen. If you're watching the video right now online, you're getting a classic Stevenson Sylvester movie. I've never seen you dance that much into the studio. You must be feeling really good. Did you get some extra sleep last night despite having a newborn? Or is it the other way around?
That's my wife's job.
You're so delirious. You're so delirious now at this point. You don't even.
Oh, yeah. I'm definitely delirious. I don't even know what day it is.
You're the other direction. Well, good. Stevenson Sylvester. Sly, thanks for hanging out today, man. We appreciate it. You'll be in tomorrow also, too, for some Football Friday, although we'll be up at Woods Cross High School. Hey, before we totally get into it, I do want to get your vibe on I mean, you do the sidelines, of course, for the Utah football broadcasts, and I think there were a lot of people. I don't ever try to dip in during games. Sometimes you'll text with us, and I'll be like, okay, I feel comfortable responding back to Sly here, but I didn't think a thing about 3-0 at the front during that first half. I didn't think much about it because I was like, they're so dominant right now.
Yeah,
it's not like Wyoming. Now there's that part where you go, you don't want to let anybody have any kind of hope.
We talked about that.
You don't want to let anybody have any kind of hope. Let anybody hang around because that's when weird stuff starts to happen. Even if you are like dominating on one side of the ball, you can have a fluke play and it could go weird and then you don't know how it's going to turn out. So in that sense, I guess it could be a little bit nerve-wracking, but I just wasn't that worried about 3-0. And then, of course, they come out and they do the thing that I think Kyle Whittingham, I would have loved to have been a fly on the wall in that locker room. It must have been fire. But finish the drives was the gentle way of putting it. I'm sure you got the more excited
here's the
version.
Thing. I was the fly on the wall.
Oh.
And it was glorious.
It was fired up.
I love it, man.
It's all the things
if
you love
anybody likes
football.
old school football, you just got to be in that locker room at that time. But, yeah, I agree with you. We didn't really flinch at 3-0. It was more frustrating because football is all about presentation now. Right? And style points and how you do it, right? Yeah, we had 300 yards of offense, but 3 points, right? And everybody's going to look at the scoreboard when they check the ESPN ticker, and they're going to be like, 3 points? Utah sucks. But they don't know that we got 300 yards of offense, and their offense only has 30 yards total.
Yeah, and that was why I was looking at it and going, I just didn't see that much of – I didn't see that wild of – I just wasn't worried, I guess, for Utah because I didn't think that Wyoming wasn't stopping Utah. Utah was stalling out or missing field goals or whatever it might be.
We drive 60 yards and then stall.
So all the things that Kyle Whittingham preaches about controlling the clock, controlling the tempo, all that stuff was happening.
But you got to score points.
But the points being scored were the problem. And then they go and score 28 in a row, right to start the half. Or no, they go. It was 24 to I think then it was the touchdown by Wyoming and then they go down and they score again. So 31 to 3, I guess or 31 to 6 I guess isn't the great feeling, but at the same time like if you looked at it like, oh, they dominated the second half the way they did the same in the first half, they just put points on the board to match it. Nothing. Did anything concern you from all that performance? Like from Devin Dampier, did you see a different version of Devin Dampier? I saw an even more calm dude picking a ball off the turf and throwing the ball into the end zone. That was one of the most insane plays
I don't know if you
I've ever
saw
seen.
me on the TV.
Were you there?
I'm right there. I had a better view than the ref. Bro, it was that play was outstanding. I don't think people really understand it. Yeah, he picked the ball off the turf. The level of difficulty of accuracy
and keeping your eyes down the field, all that stuff.
But how do you find, because you don't throw to where a receiver is. You throw to where he's going to be or what. But the level of accuracy to be able to get it to Larry Simmons and Larry Simmons be able to keep his feet in bounds, but it was on a line, on a rope. It was a heater that he threw. And I tell you, he only had less than half a second where he realized to throw to him. I didn't think he was going to throw. I thought he was throwing to somebody else. But then he did a Brett Favre. It was just amazing. If you're a football nerd and you love that, I'm trying to tell you that play is a lot more than what you initially see. So if you have an opportunity to really go back and rewatch that play, it was awesome.
Yeah, so this guy's been preached to, like, you better take care of the football. Here are the ways you're going to get your job and keep your job at Utah. Buy into the culture, done. Don't give up the football. Because I think that if somebody puts the ball on the turf, there's this initial, like, freak out moment. Especially you're thinking to yourself, oh boy, I just bobbled this thing. The snap goes off behind him, and then he picks this thing straight up. And to get the eyes down the field, then you think, okay, don't do too much, kid. Like, don't just think I'm going to throw it just because I want to throw it. It was an insane ball to throw, even if he did have all the time in the world.
Right.
Even if the ball hadn't been on the turf for 2 seconds. To get his eyes downfield, that's a masterful play. It's going to be one that I think we go back to during the rest of the year when we go, oh, that's a different level of Devin Dampier here. When you talk about a guy who's able to do that in a moment that is totally wild and again, you're probably every emotion is going through your head like, I just put the ball on the turf. This is the biggest no you can do in a Kyle Whittingham team. And then for him to be able to get that ball down the field, and not just that, to put it away from the defender, only in the place where the wide receiver could catch it, get that 1 foot in. It was a phenomenal play. It's going to be one we see for a long, long time. Hey, our show brought to you by G2G Bars, all natural ingredients and no preservatives. Make the G2G Bar the perfect protein bar. Give it a shot today at Costco, Holiday Oil, Maverick, Associated Foods, and many other retailers in the refrigerated section. Let's kick off the show officially, though. I just had to get that out because I wanted to know where Sly was at on that Wyoming game, of whether or not he was nervous about anything that went on. But let's get in, and we'll start talking a little bit more about this Texas Tech and Utah game. Of course, it's firing up at Rice-Eccles Stadium. Biggest one that we've seen all year. The biggest game for the Big 12 in this entire year. Biggest game for Utah and Texas Tech, maybe of the entire season. And it's the first conference matchup of the year. Let's jump in right here with the cut.
It's time for the biggest story of the day. This is what made the cut with JJ and Alex on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This portion of the program brought to you by Trajan Wealth, TRAJAN Wealth.com. That's Trajan Wealth for all your trusted local needs in retirement, TrajanWealth.com. Okay. The first official injury report ahead of the Big 12 opener against Texas Tech. You have some outs, and obviously these are ones that you knew were going to be happening. But Rabbit Evans, of course, we saw the picture of him. Post-surgery. That's the big one I think that everybody was looking at. How much does that affect that secondary to not have Rabbit Evans? Even from the leadership standpoint, that's a big loss for Morgan Scalley and his guys on defense.
Yeah, it sucks for one because you're so deep, right? We got all these two-way players, and now you're not able to do that as much. You're not able to be as versatile, as dynamic. Rabbit Evans really came on at the end of last year, had an amazing spring, great training camp, and was just coming back into the fold. Extremely talented. He was more Marquise Blair type of player, very physical. Can handle things in the pass, but a playmaker. And so anytime you lose a playmaker, it's huge, man. So it really sucks. And it sucks because the way he got injured, I've seen a lot. You don't really think of somebody getting injured the way he got injured. And it happened a lot. I remember having conversations with our tight end with Pittsburgh, Heath Miller, and how he did his MCL. He was literally in practice on walkthrough, so there was on air.
Oh boy!
He just drops back, and when he goes to plant, and so like And there, of course, there was more contact, and he's just trying to plant in the ground. And hopefully, a lot of times, people would just wish it was a hyperextension.
Is that a turf issue more than it is anything else? It's just a freak.
It's a freak
situation.
thing, and I hate people that try to put it on turf. One, I'm a turf defender. But
even though you played on grass,
I played on both
in
Pittsburgh. In Pittsburgh, you play
yeah.
on grass, but like I've played on both, and I've seen just as many injuries on grass, the same injuries too, on grass as on turf. So I don't put it on turf.
So it's a bummer that Rabbit Evans is going to be out, and it's likely a season-ending deal. I don't know if we got anything officially yet. Did we? It just says he's out this week for the injury report, but I think you're going to see him out. Now, funny enough, the irony of the first, because this is our first taste of the injury reports slide that they have to put out now that conference games have started up. Texas Tech had a way longer injury report. They've got all these guys out. They've got a bunch of guys listed as doubtful. They have a handful of guys listed as questionable. They have a bunch of guys listed as probable. Utah decided to just go, here are the guys who are out, and then nobody doubtful, nobody questionable, nobody probable. So everybody's on.
Coach Whittingham said that. He's like, you're going to make me put out an injury report now? All right.
All right, here it is.
You're not going to know who's exactly on my 2D.
But that's the question is that who is this a truthful situation? Are there guys who – I mean, you have to be.
Sports, you can't be truthful. If you're truthful, you're being mine. You're never gonna see my hand. I saw Maverick. You're gonna let somebody show your hand? No, I'm not gonna show my hand.
I saw Maverick. What is that? Is that Mel Gibson?
Mel Gibson. That was a great movie. Now
listen,
that was a great movie.
Underrated.
I
Underrated.
freaking love that movie.
Yeah.
But I'm not gonna show my hand. I'm gonna have these guys just like they did with Cam Rising all of last year. He wasn't gonna play. They dressed him. They dressed him before Oklahoma State, had him throwing a couple balls. Is Cam Rising going to play? What's the line on that? Can that be a part of my parlay? Like, no.
But that's why they're doing these. That's the only reason why they're doing this.
Coach Whittingham, he loves this type of mind game crap, and he's like, I love for you to tell me what I can't do. And so here's it is. Look, these are the guys who have season-ending injuries and or not going to play at all. And then I'm going to address everybody else who's potentially doubtful, so you just have no idea what's going on.
Interesting. Okay.
So guess, buddy. Guess.
Yeah, by the end of the game, you go, yeah, we didn't know he was doubtful until we doubted he was going to play at the very beginning of the game. That's when we knew he was doubtful.
He was a game-time decision.
All right, I have a couple pieces of sound here for you. I think the more interesting one is kind of getting to know the quarterback who's coming into town. The Texas Tech Red Raiders are as good of a team in this Big 12 as we've seen in terms of guys on paper, in terms of rosters that have been put together, rosters that have been bought, whatever you want to say. The reality is that all the teams are doing this, and there's a handful.
Somebody just has more money than you.
There are people at Utah who are on that roster because of the money that's there as well. So that's the part of the thing that happens with this game now. Baron Morton is a quarterback that has grown up quite a bit and is benefiting from one of the best O-lines that he's had during his time as a quarterback. Here's what he said about matching up against Utah. Give me an idea. I want you to listen to this, and I want you to listen to it with the ear of somebody knowing that this is a quarterback and knowing this is a guy who loves to hear a little bit of Baron Morton talk. So here you go.
At the end of the day, I just want to win the game. It's a big game because we're in it, and I think this is a big test for the team. I think we're really prepared and dialed in for this week. We're excited, and it's gonna be a fun game.
I guess on that note, just as the team leader, how has this non-conference schedule, now that you're through it, gotten you ready to start league play as a top 25 team going against the top 25 team just in Utah on the road? What's been your biggest takeaway?
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of what you dreamed of doing when you're a little kid. This is the moment now. All the chips are on the table. Conference play, let's go do it. It's been good getting a couple games underneath our belt. Got some confidence rolling into it. The guys are fired up. It's an early kick too, so that's going to be good. But I'm excited about the atmosphere. It's going to be a lot of fun.
You're a seasoned Big 12 quarterback. Our fans get pretty rowdy here, but for guys who haven't been on a road environment where they get rowdy too, what's your message for them?
Yeah, Coach is going to I know he already said that we're going to be in the indoor this week, pumping loud crowd music in there. But, man, it's fun, just to walk into place and to, shut their fans up and, play our brand of football. it's a lot of fun. You know, the juices are flowing, anxiety's going. It's a lot of fun. And, you know, for guys like Terrence Carter that, you know, probably hasn't played in another stadium that, you know, isn't rooting for him with 50,000 people in it. So it's going to be a lot of fun for those guys to see, you know, different atmospheres in the Big 12.
Barron, I know it's a little bit different. In non-conference, you take these road trips where you haven't played a team before. Tech hasn't played this team since the 1970s. So what are some of the things you've kind of taken away from playing some of these Pac-12 teams that join the league on the road, and what are you kind of trying to use those situations to apply to this one, playing them for the first time?
Yeah, you know, going back to Washington State last year in that game, you know, the atmosphere is awesome. You know, college football is loved all around the world. So, you know, it's going to be a really, really fun game. I think it's going to be a really physical game. You know, I'm trying to tell our guys this week that, you know, once we start fast and we get on them, you know, just to keep them underwater. And, you know, I think that the guys have done a great job the last 3 weeks of doing that. But, you know, a tougher opponent this week. We got to be able to run the ball to establish a good run game up front, just so they can load the box up and we can get, you know, isolations outside with our playmakers.
Oh, man, I love quarterbacks, man. They are a different breed. It's a big game because we're in it. However, if Utah says this, you don't think much of it. Baron Morton really believes, and I don't think that I disagree with him yet. I mean, what have you seen with Texas Tech to think that they're not a good team yet? They are one of the best teams in the Big 12 so far. They're one of the best offensive teams that we've seen in short time across the country. This is a team that puts up a lot of points, puts up a lot of yards, and they do not lack confidence. And, you know, Sly,
That's Texas confidence, you know that.
Sly, you know about this too, is that these guys get into this game. You can respect the fact that they go, look, you can talk all you want about the opponent as much as you want with us. We focus on us. That's a big message that they have even up at the University of Utah.
Well, first off, I'm going to preface my statement with I want my quarterback to be this confident.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
I want my quarterback to lead us. If you're going to be you know, in the huddle, trying to encourage us, trying to do all this, and that, you better be able to talk and back it up too. And so I saw this interview. I was doing a lot of tape last night. I was watching tape last night and on the games and Texas Tech interviews,
right?
And
who these guys are, et cetera.
You know, a part of the $1 billion donors that they have. They actually hire media people too to make sure they look good. They have an extensive media team, right? They even have their own like little Netflix series that they got going on. I didn't watch all that to let you guys know. I was like, I don't care that much about.
I was
Texas
like, you
Tech.
were this close to getting to going all in on Texas Tech football.
I'm just like, my wife said, "What are you watching?" I'm just like, you know what? What am I watching? Let me turn this off.
I kind of went too much of a deep dive into Texas Tech. I'm starting to wear Red Raider gear.
But I think you're correct. I mean, it's hard for them to shake the confidence that they have, but at the same time, when I'm assessing them, I'm like, you haven't played anybody. Yeah, you've had 3 home games against Oregon State, which is booty.
Yeah, they're not good.
Kent State, which is booty, and then you have, what is it, Alcorn State? One of those
Alcorn,
Alcorn, whatever it is.
I think Alcorn State, that's a
what I'm saying is they've gotten up on their points in the first and second quarter and been able to sit people since the first half on all. They haven't been tested in this. And so with that, you know, you have to caveat that they do have athletic people. I love their skill position, and I love Bear Morton. I think he's an outstanding quarterback, the way he can throw the football. They're very up-tempo, but for me, at the end of the day, with all the assessment I've done from their D-line, linebackers, they have a great DB unit. They have great reaction time over there. Like you say, all these great things about them. But I just do not know how they will handle adversity. And adversity is going into somebody else's stadium. They've had 3 straight home games against booty opponents.
I love the use of the term booty. Second of all, I do love also the idea that there's a team coming in that, I mean, but people, they're saying this exact same thing about Utah down in Lubbock, right? Like, hey, they haven't played anybody, man. They played a UCLA team. It turns out that they might be the worst team in all of power football when you lose to not just UNLV, but also New Mexico. You lose to New Mexico by almost 4 touchdowns. That's a bad team. And then you look at it and you go, okay, but then they also beat up on an FCS opponent at their place. Fine. Then they went to Wyoming, who's also not a good opponent. Fine. I don't know. Like that, they're making the same. I would assume they're making the same.
Assessment. Of course, it's an outside opinion, but here's my thing of what it comes down to: Joey McGuire or Kyle Whittingham.
Yeah, I mean,
Joey McGuire or Kyle Whittingham. Who's going to get their team more prepared for this? Texas likes whatever. Texas likes that their crap don't stink. You've lived in Texas, you know. That's easy, and that's
the
all
only
I
thing
took
the only thing that exists is Texas. You're
all
right.
of the podcasts that I've watched and of these idiots talking. And those idiots are now me. I'm talking about it as well. But these podcasts that these guys are talking about, these analysts who absolutely, I don't even know why I indulge so much about a lot of these people that don't know crap.
Right.
They know a little bit, but they don't know crap. So I'm trying to see if they have any insider information that I could like vibe off of.
They do not.
But like there was a lot of bias. There were so many people who were like, I don't know if people in Utah can get up at 10 a.m. and make
play
it
a
loud
football
over
game.
there. Their little old stadium over there. I'm like,
that's what's interesting is they do dismiss
everybody
they dismiss the must
same
pretty
thing
well.
that Florida did.
Yeah, but at the same time, a 10 a.m. kick is hard to get you guys up for, right?
I know. I was talking to somebody at Costco last night, and they were telling me how
I love you get run down by somebody. What's going to happen with this team? And you're like,
every time. That's why I don't like going in public. But he came up to tell me, he's like, I was looking at the line and a lot of people were selling their tickets, man. So I hope that's not the case. Man, I hope so too. I hope this is just a full Red Sea. You put your kids on the back burner on Saturday, right? This is Utah football Saturday. Right. And you're out there at 10 a.m. with your breakfast burrito and your Topo Chico and you're ready to go, right? With hot sauce and everything.
That's the beverage of choice, the Topo Chico?
Hey, I'm a Topo Chico. I got two huge cases in my basement right now. That's what I picked up at Costco yesterday.
I thought that was code for something else for the Utah fans up there. That's
you gotta let the morning breakfast fizzle down. There's no better way than mineral water with Topo Chico. That was a Topo Chico plug right there. Here we go. Nap like that one.
Oh my goodness! All right, that's a good transition right there. Joining us in studio right now. The Culligan guys are here with us, and this is a fun one for us because anytime they come in, and look, you're not a Topo Chico guy anymore. You're a Culligan man.
That's
now.
right.
I'm sorry, this is what it is.
That's right. Topo who?
All right, guys, let's roll it out here. You guys both rolled into the studio, and we were like, okay, when Culligan's in here, we're not messing around. When you guys are in, there's a little bit something extra we're offering to people. So let's just get right to it here. It's not just the best tasting water. It's not just the purest of purified water you can get. Let's talk about how people can improve their situation at their house, in their office, all of it. Let's start right there.
Yeah, we've got a Utah football Big Noon special.
Look at that. Breaking all the trademarks.
We've been in.
He's like, who can I go after?
Yeah, exactly.
You guys are official providers up at Utah. I get it.
We are.
Yeah.
We'll call it Big Noon too. Like they don't have a sale. Look, they don't own Big Noon.
I am
anything.
so on the ask forgiveness, not permission.
Yes,
that's right.
I love it.
That's right.
Let's do it.
So we've been in before talking about this whole home system, right? Where there's the three different pieces of equipment that's going to filter, soften, purify all of the water coming into your home. And we've got a great deal for $1,500 off that whole system. That's already affordable. So the way it works is you give us a call at 801-509-9602. Let us come out, give a free water test. We'll test your water, show you what the equipment can do. We'll look at what you currently have and how your house is plumbed and provide you with a great solution so that all of your family members in your house is taken care of. All of the water needs are met.
When somebody's listening right now and they go, okay, well, I already have a water softener in my house. Culligan invented water softening.
That's right. Do they know if it's working?
But that's what I'm asking, Colson, because you guys getting in a lot of houses and you see the good, the bad, the ugly across the board. So what is it? What's the thing when somebody needs to understand what the water softener is? It's not just about having the water softening system, right? It's about having the right one dialed into your specific municipality.
Absolutely. So, and that's where the free water test comes in. We'll come out, we'll get a real baseline of what your water situation looks like in your home. And then, as you said, Culligan pioneered the water filtration industry. We created the world's first water softener in 1936, guys. We're almost 100 years old, and we're a third-generation family-owned business here in Salt Lake. We're trying to provide better water solutions, not only for homes and families, but for businesses as well. We've got a deal with Deb Devin up at the U. He's hydrated and fueled by Culligan
that's
water.
right.
He's
We
making
saw this-
really good
You wanna
decisions
run around
because
like Devin?
he is mentally sharp, and it's because of all the Culligan water that he is drinking.
You guys showed me that TV spot.
Yeah,
he was
it's
wearing,
it's
he
pretty
was wearing
good.
a lot of Culligan blue there. I don't know if he
Well,
felt
I don't know
comfortable
if
with it.
he didn't wear it. He didn't wear it.
He's like, do I need to wear
Do I
this?
need to wear this?
He did ask if we got one in red.
Smart man.
You know, so we've got all the guys up there drinking Culligan water. Coach Witt is drinking Culligan water now, and you know, if you want to look like Coach Witt at 60, I mean, I think Culligan's.
Can I
Culligan's
get the same mullet after I drink the Culligan water? After
We're
a
giving
while?
out. Well, we're not giving out free haircuts. I was going to say we'll give out free. No, we're not. We're not doing that. Somebody needs to hit a field goal, I think, at the game in order to win one of those.
Well, guys, okay, give that phone number out again, Kent, because I want people to know how to get a hold of you guys. At the very least, to get the water tested for free,
Yes.
that's not a big deal. You just get people come out and show them what they're dealing with here. It's shocking the amount of stuff that's in their water that's just coming out of their tap.
Yeah, absolutely. If you've got a question, right, like Colson said, do you even know if your softener's working? Are you using too much salt? Just give us a call, 801-509-9602. But that offer that we've got is only for today during the show, so you got to give us a call now.
Give them a call now. Just at least book an appointment to get that free water test. Let me give that phone number out again, 801-509-9602. You can say that about all those guys being hydrated up at the U, but we're hydrated here in our studios with the Culligan water too. So,
and you're looking good.
Thanks, man. Listen, I told you, it's all the Culligan, all the stuff that I'm doing now. I have to drink water. I have to lose weight. All of these things. The show is actually keeping me in quite a bit of good shape here. So, you want to get a hold of the Culligan guys. Kent and his team standing by. Colson, of course, he's the fourth generation water boy now, or
I'm the third. My daughter's the fourth.
Yeah. We're gonna have at some point. The whole
water
Furman's
girl.
crew is
Yeah,
gonna
absolutely.
be. They're gonna have to be carrying that water forever. So 801-509-9602. That's 801-509-9602. You can also go to CulliganSLC.com for more information. Guys, we'll chat with you in a few minutes here.
Thanks.
All right, we'll come back. We got more to go around the corner. When we do, we've got more audio to get through from the University of Utah. I've got Kyle Whittingham, what his thoughts are. Plus, I have the college football playoff race in 2025. The top 4 games in the country, not just this one right here in the state of Utah, but that is the biggest one. So we'll talk about that and the other games that are going to affect what the college football playoff landscape looks like. Stay here, 97.5 KSL Sports Zone.
It's game week for the Aggies, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. Bronco Mendenhall and the Aggies are back at Maverick Stadium this week as they welcome in McNeese State. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Aggie football and your chance to win tickets to the game. Then, catch all the play-by-play action beginning with the Aggie pregame show this Saturday at 5 on 1280 The Zone. Your exclusive home for Aggie football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Tom, I'm on the sideline here with Doug Smith Chevy. Doug, the NCAA has changed its rules regarding NIL money. What do I have to do to land an amazing new 2025 Chevy Silverado?
Just come on down to Doug Smith Chevy in Spanish Fork.
Doug, I'm more than happy for you to use my name, image, and likeness to talk about these amazing new trucks all you want. All I want to know is, how do I get one?
You have to buy it, Scott.
Drop in a Doug Smith Chevy in Spanish Fork. No one knows Chevy like Doug.
Discover the exceptional value of Bar W Beef, where quality meets convenience. Bar W Beef's dry-aged beef, aged for 14 days, offers rich marbling and tender texture, perfect for grilling, roasting, or pan-searing. Enjoy the rich flavor and generous size. Shipped directly from the ranch to your door. Now hosting one-day pop-up events, go to barwbeef.com to find a pop-up event near you, or stop into the store in Nephi for weekly in-store specials. barwbeef.com. That's barwbeef.com.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security, Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370, 888-999-6370, or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
At Peach Windows and Doors, they help homeowners stay in the homes they love while upgrading to the elegance, efficiency, and natural light of today. With hundreds of 5-star Google reviews, their clients know Peach Windows and Doors deliver what they promise.
I wanted to replace standard-size French doors with a large custom sliding door. The update required checking a weight-bearing wall. Plus, I wanted a couple of different styles of windows. The new sliding door created a much brighter and open look. Peach was so helpful along the way with recommendations and ideas, and the installers were efficient and respectful of my space. I was thrilled with Peach Windows and Doors.
Give your $1 million home the $1 million feel it deserves. Don't wait on that someday project. Visit Peach Windows and Doors Salt Lake Showroom. Schedule a free in-home visit. You can also explore at peachwindowsanddoors.com or just call them at 801-566-1255. Peach Windows and Doors, where amazing home transformations begin.
How can you free your team from time-consuming office tasks? Amazon Business. Smart business buying tools enable buyers to find and purchase items fast so they can focus on strategy and growth. Free up your teams and focus on your future. Learn more at amazonbusiness.com. This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Get 5 quarts of Syntec Full Synthetic and a MicroGuard Select Oil Filter for just $32.99, plus 2 times points at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Limit supply.
O'Reilly Auto Parts. This is your Cougars at 30 update. Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
All right, it's your Cougars at 30 update right here, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. BYU head coach Kalani Sitaka giving praise to the quarterback, Caton Hauser of East Carolina. He knows exactly what he's looking at here when he sees talent.
Extremely talented. They have a seasoned quarterback. And I remember him when he was in high school. That's how old I'm getting right now. But the Hauser kid, he can throw the rock, man, and he's very accurate. He commands that offense and then doesn't make a lot of mistakes. And so it'll be a good test for defense. And it's going to be difficult because they can run the ball, but they like to throw it too. So it's going to be fun for Jay and his group to get ready for that one. And
Kenny J's Barbecue offering bold, smoky barbecue no matter the occasion. Hit them up for their catering menu. Check out their catering menu at kennyjsbbq.com. That's kennyjsbbq.com. Weddings, work, any event for your home or family, whatever you need, kennyjsbbq.com. More to go around the corner. The college football playoff games across the country that make the biggest impact on the college football playoff race. More to go. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Complete game coverage of the Cougars is right here on the KSL Sports Zone. The Cougars head east for a huge non-conference showdown against East Carolina. Your home for the best coverage of Cougar football is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. You're locked on to JJ and Alex, presented by G2G Bars on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Welcome back, everybody. This portion of the Yacht Rock Show brought to you by... No. Well, I do love me some Yacht Rock, though. Steven Sylvester sitting in for JJ today. JJ will join us tomorrow for our Football Fridays, our fantabulous Football Fridays, of course. We'll be at Woods Cross High School tomorrow. Woods Cross and Bountiful, is that right?
Yes.
And
at Woods Cross High.
I guess it's a rivalry game. I don't know. I've always thought that Woods Cross has just kind of not been there, but Buddy Benson, we know what he brings to the table.
It's that close proximity.
Yeah.
Like you're stealing kids from my area. They're going to your school. Yada yada.
Ooh,
yada.
you know what? Riley Nelson. That's going to be his. I think his kids are going to be Woods Cross. I think he's going to be Woods Cross Wildcat kids. And we were like, yeah, but you're going to move him over to Bountiful? And he's like, no. We're going to lift where we stand.
Riley doesn't play that.
He's like,
Riley's not that type of person.
No. He won't cheat the system. What he'll do is he'll just make his kids the best at that school,
make his
whatever
kids
it is.
the best. Yeah. That's and I love that mentality.
Put him on the map.
He's the quarterback. You got a quarterback with that type of mentality.
I know.
That's what
that's
you want.
That's the deal. This weekend in college football, of course, it's not just the University of Utah and Texas Tech, which happens to be the biggest game on the slate nationally. At least for us, of course, locally, we know that's a big deal. Everybody else in the country, they're also recognizing that that's a big game because people know what Utah can do. They know what Utah has been capable of on a national scale. I'm going to be honest, Texas Tech, when I was growing up in the state of Texas Tech was a little bit laughable. They were never really doing anything. And I think when I was a kid, they might have gone to the Cotton Bowl. And when I say the Cotton Bowl, I mean like the actual Cotton Bowl stadium that they had at the old Texas State Fairgrounds in Dallas. And that was like a second or third tier bowl game.
Bowl.
It was not a great bowl game. I remember when I was a kid, we would go to the Cotton Bowl parade on January 1st. My dad would be like, hey, let's go to the Cotton Bowl parade. We'd go downtown. We'd watch the Cotton Bowl parade. We'd go to the Cotton Bowl sometimes when it was like Arkansas versus, it was always like
UTEP.
Baylor, TCU. Yeah, I mean, it was teams.
It was a Texas Bowl.
It kind of was. It was like you'd see a team out of the SEC or out of the old SWAC, and I saw Alabama play a couple of times when they were like, not great Alabama versus okay, Texas A&M or something like that. And that was the Cotton Bowl. That Texas Tech team, that was like the pinnacle of where they were at. I think they won 10 games one time during the 90s, and it was that year. This is not a team that, I think JJ looked it up. This is a team that has 5 total in their lifetime, in their history of 100 years of football, that they've had double-digit win seasons. That's not a lot.
No.
Utah, of course, has more recent success than Texas Tech does. And I think from a national perspective, even though they're not from the state of Texas, I mean, Texas Tech is doing what a lot of these other schools in Texas have to do when you're not Texas or Texas A&M. And that is try to recruit those same bases, try to convince everybody that your program's getting big, but it's no joke now. Texas Tech is getting as many 4- and 5-star athletes at their school as Texas, Texas A&M, as Alabama, as Auburn, as Florida. They are able to put together a roster now thanks to the NIL rules, and they're coming around. It doesn't hurt that you have one of the marquee names in the history of the NFL at quarterback with the current success of Patrick Mahomes and what he brings to the program. But again, he became famous in the NFL. He was an okay quarterback. I mean, he was a good quarterback. Don't get me wrong.
He was the first-round draft pick.
For sure.
But he was like the 4th or 5th guy that then.
Yeah, and they moved up. I think they moved up to get him at like 10th or 13th or something else.
Yeah.
But I think even Andy Reid could have seen something, but no one's going to see that a guy's going to be basically a Hall of Famer within the first 5 or 6 years of their career.
You got to look at
doing,
a lot of the Hall of Fame guys there, outside of Michael Crabtree, were guys that end up making their careers in the NFL. Your Wes Welkers, your Zach Thomases.
Yes.
I found that out on one of the documentaries that I was not watching.
I'm surprised that you even came
Zach
up with those
Thomas
two, to be honest.
Texas Tech? I forgot all about that.
He had that neck roll even back then.
Yes, he did. He was a freaking beast. I love Zach Thomas. But there wasn't, as you said, there wasn't a lot to write home about the Texas Tech Red Raiders. And so I think that they've done a great job in the last decade and a half.
Look, they're doing things that other programs wish they could do now, because think about places like Texas Tech in Lubbock. They had to be ahead of the curve, which they have been.
Oh, yeah.
Then you've got teams like UCLA and Stanford that thought that they could just get by on their brand or their laurels. Yes, the name, whatever.
Yeah.
And they're now way, way, way behind.
Way behind.
And so teams like Texas Tech stepped up their athletic department. I think Joey McGuire is a great coach. I think what he does, I like that guy too. Like, he respects Kyle Whittingham. He was talking about Utah 2 or 3 weeks ago at their press conference. He's like, we got to get our guys right for Utah. That's what he was saying, because he's like,
it's easy.
We know exactly what is on deck for us.
Right.
They know that if they beat Utah in Salt Lake, it is a program-changing win for them. Make no mistake. because it's not just like beating a brand name. You could beat Oklahoma in Norman, and that would be a big win. But you know what it's not? A conference win anymore. You know what it's not? Knocking a team out of the way for your shot to get to the top of the mountain in the Big 12, which if you are there, you will get a college football playoff spot.
Utah is.
And I feel like Utah is at that point now that people look at and they go, okay, now this is the team we expected last year. This is the team to beat right now in the conference. This is a team that, if you're looking at this defense, they are really, really good. If you're looking at Texas Tech's offense, they're extremely good. So it's a great matchup from that standpoint. Across the country, though, here are the games that make the biggest impact across college football, the college football playoff scene. Because whoever wins this game, the other team's not eliminated from the college football playoff discussion, but what they have done is put themselves a few weeks behind.
Yeah.
Really, that's what it is. You're 3 or 4 weeks behind of people going back to talking about you as a good team again. Right. They'll come back around to you. And the good news is you do get this game early in your schedule because a loss won't take you totally out of it. But the team who wins this game will have the inside track.
Yeah.
To get to that Big 12 championship game. You have a lot of hurdles to clear, but this is the biggest one for both teams. And I think by the end of the season, we're going to look and go, oh, that was their biggest game on their entire schedule. So you've got that one. How about Oklahoma hosting Auburn? Auburn is undefeated, and I'm going to be honest. I thought that Hugh Freeze was an absolute joke in the offseason. They are 16th in recruiting in the SEC. Auburn, out of the 16 teams, they are number 16 in their recruiting. And that's a bad deal. I don't know when that's going to catch up with them. If they lose this weekend against Oklahoma, which I think they're going to, Oklahoma will catapult themselves. They're already in the top 11 in the AP poll. They could put themselves inside the top 10 with a win over a ranked Auburn team. Illinois is number 9, and this is a sneaky good game because they're playing number 19 Indiana at Indiana. They'll get bonus points for beating Indiana there. And Illinois is just never a program, Sly, that we talk about. When you talk about a team doing well in the Big Ten, Illinois is that 5th or 6th mentioned team, even in the discussion that they have right now, because it's always Ohio State, it's always Michigan, it's always Penn State, it's always Oregon even before it is Illinois. Illinois can make a splash this weekend. And then a sneaky good game on this list that CBS Sports put out, and I totally agree with this. Tulane is 3-0. They have wins over Power 4 teams, wink, Duke, and they have a Power 4 win over Northwestern. But going to Ole Miss in Oxford, Mississippi, they're 13th in the country. If Tulane wins this game, if Tulane headed up by their gutsy quarterback, hold on, checking my notes here, Jake Retzlaff. Yeah, Jake Retzlaff's the quarterback at Tulane, and he's having a year. If Tulane wins this game, they very well could be putting themselves in that conversation. I mean, the rest of their schedule is easy peasy compared to the ones that they played. Talk about a tough schedule, though. They've played, I say tough schedule. They've played Northwestern and beat them. They played Duke and they beat them. They're going to be going to Mississippi. If they can beat Ole Miss at Ole Miss, that's going to be a huge game. But make no mistake about it, the biggest one of the entire weekend is Texas Tech coming to Utah. All right, we'll take a break. We'll come back. We got more to go. When we return, I've got a Would You Rather. Sly, this is maybe my funnest Would You Rather we've ever done, and I saved it for you. I didn't need
funnest?
It is I think it is going to be the funnest.
Is it Yacht Rock special movies?
No.
What movie genre?
No.
Yacht Rock goes to?
It is still sports related too, which makes me proud because it's fun and college football adjacent. So you're going to be able to dive in there.
All right.
So come back with us. It's Would You Rather next right here, 97.5 KSL Sports Zone.
It's game week for the Utes, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. The Utes are undefeated at 3-0, but now the season really begins as the Utes open up Big 12 play at home against Texas Tech. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Utah football and your chance to win tickets to the game. Then catch a special early edition of College Football Saturday starting at 8 a.m. with the postgame show immediately following the game on KSLSports.com.
Let's go then. Let's go, baby.
Your home for the best coverage of Utah football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
All right, so you guys know the deal at our house. We've got 7 kids, And stop it, Sly. We got 7 kids. We have 2 parents who have to work full-time. By the way, that's the only way you can make it work with 7 kids is you have 2 full-time parents. You have every sport being played across the board. You have every activity that every kid is dealing with right now. It's busy, to say the least. And you're the same way. You've got a busy situation at home now with school full underway. It is busy times. You can still sit down and have that important family time with the family meals with Beehive Meals. Beehive Meals does such a phenomenal job of putting together these awesome, curating these menus. I'm telling you right now, if you look at this month's menu, and of course we're the family style situation because family style means we have more than just one regular. We're not getting the small family servings. We're getting the large family servings. All right, but here's what you get this month. Barbecue chicken. You get the breakfast casserole. You get the sausage marinara. You get the creamy buffalo chicken. Yeah, my mouth's watering while I'm talking about it. Carne asada, cheeseburger mac, all of it in one nice package, buttoned up for you. All you do is open one of those up. You throw it in the slow cooker, and by the end of the day, you are a hero parent for having a hot meal for your kids. Even during the week, yes, all week long, you can have this thing going on. Give it a shot for yourself. They're shipping now to 24 different states. So if you have somebody, a loved one who lives out of state that you want to be able to say, hey, I'm going to gift that to somebody. It's an awesome idea for a gift. It's an awesome idea for you to get your family back on track and eating together again every evening. BeehiveMeals.com. That's BeehiveMeals.com. Get $20 off just by punching in the promo code THEZONE at checkout. It's BeehiveMeals.com.
Go from daydreamer to industry leader with Amazon Business. From office supplies to IT essentials, Amazon Business provides tools that help you save costs and make insight-based decisions. Learn how to bring your visions to life at AmazonBusiness.com.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting great candidates? Well, they're not hard to find when you go to ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. People who are actively looking for jobs like yours. So it's easy to find the right person fast. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
You still got it, but your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Hey, Benjamin, we've got a surprise for you.
What?
You have a brother. $100 bill just like you.
Hey, I'm Ben.
What?
We just got him for joining America First Credit Union and opening a new checking account.
And you're going to live together at America First.
What? This is nice.
For a limited time, new members get a $100 cash bonus when they open a checking account or $50 when they open a youth checking account. So head to AmericaFirst.com and get your money working today. Membership eligibility, terms, and conditions apply. Federally insured by NCUA.
Everybody knows that exterior remodeling salespeople are all about the high-pressure sell. Am I right? Windows, siding, gutters, those suckers are going to twist your arm and get you to buy, or they won't leave your house at night. Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors, and I want you to know we don't have high-pressure sells. In fact, we don't even have salespeople. Nope, we have estimators. That's a huge difference. Estimators are trained to look at the entire scope of the project, to see and know if there are any problems, like rotten wood, wood-boring insects, or construction issues specific to your house or your neighbors. Salespeople are more concerned about playing those silly price games. Buy one, get one free, sign today and get 40% off, as if they didn't just jack the price up to give you a fake discount. RGS Exteriors estimators are going to give you a great quote. No games, no tricks, no nonsense. Call RGS Exteriors to quote your exterior project. Our number is 801-280-3110 or visit us at rgsutah.com. That's rgsutah.com.
While most jewelry stores outsource their custom work to international manufacturers, Belliston Jewelry is your custom, in-house, full-service jeweler.
Besides the obvious tariff issue, what's wrong with outsourcing?
You know, like a game of telephone, all of the important details, the essence of your dream ring, are quite literally lost in translation as it's designed in other countries like India and China. Belliston's in-store designers can customize and modify your design right in front of you, cutting any confusion to bring your true design to life.
Yeah, absolutely. I plan to wear my ring every day for the rest of my life. I want it right.
Let me ask you this. If you choose one of those other guys, but you hate the finished ring, do you think they would remake it to get it just right?
Not a chance.
At Belliston Jewelry, we work with you in-house every step of the way to ensure it's right the first time. BellistonJewelry.com, across from Weber State in Ogden.
Locally made, just for you.
And cherished for generations.
Any Hour Services can help with any size plumbing project around the house. All you have to do is call Any Hour Services or schedule an appointment at anyhourservices.com. Help with plumbing maintenance or plumbing repairs are closer than you think. Call Any Hour Services or visit anyhourservices.com.
3, 2, 1. This is your Utes at 50 update. 158! Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Utes, here we go, baby. Utes at 50 update right here, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Utah quarterback Devin Dampier talking about trusting his teammates and playing their brand of football that they know how to play.
Keep football, and just lean on your teammates. We got a great team, especially defense has been putting up performances the last 3 weeks. To have them on our side as well, it gives me a lot of confidence to go out there and believe we're going to get it done on both sides. So just trust one another that we're all going to do our assignments the best we can, and I think that's what allows Utah to play the way we do.
That's Devin Dampier. That's your Utes at 50 update. Kenny J's Barbecue delivers bold, smoky barbecue no matter the occasion. How about hitting up their catering menu, KennyJ'sBarbecue.com. That's KennyJ'sBBQ.com. Weddings, work, any event. Get that awesome barbecue at your next event and be a hero. KennyJ'sBBQ.com. Would you rather right here next, 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone.
Listen, everybody! Real-life hypotheticals to get your brain churning. As JJ and Alex ask, would you rather?
All right, welcome back, everybody. JJ and Alex, 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone. Alex Curie, Jeremiah Jensen. JJ out. In comes Sly for the day. Sly, I've got a fun one for you. You ready for this?
It better be fun, because if it's lackluster, you built this up right
now. No, but okay, so here's the deal. Did you get your degree at Utah in short time?
Yes.
Was it like a 3-year deal for you?
Yes.
2.5, 3-year deal? So you're one of the guys who got your degree.
And I bounced. I said, I'm never coming back to school, ever. Like Billy Madison.
But, was there a thing where you was your mom going, hey, you better freaking get your degree. Don't do this thing where, because we just found out that, what's his name? Carson Beck. Wasn't he that? No, not
For
Carson
Miami?
Beck. No, sorry. No, what's his name? Stetson Bennett, the old Georgia quarterback.
Yeah.
He was at Georgia for 6.5 years and never graduated.
There's tons of guys like that.
But you know what? But it also fits the brand, I think, of Carson Bennett, of Stetson Bennett.
Yes.
So bottom line is, I saw this list yesterday and I was like, oh, this is kind of fun. And it's actual courses that are being offered across the world of college football. Okay. So these are actual classes that are offered at different universities. Different universities, I say across college football, the universities across the country.
Okay.
And some classes that some of these players are taking right now. So they found the most unique courses offered at some of the different schools across the
Parks and Rec.
You ready for this? So you can take, so tell me, would you rather go to, now if you go to Vanderbilt, that's a good school. You can take a country music class at Vanderbilt. So would you have the country music class? Or you go to South Carolina where they teach a class called the History of the Devil. Which these are real classes. Country music or History of the Devil. But some people say they're the same.
Hey, now, that's true. Hey, you watch them Elvis documentaries, the gay people, they will tell you. I would wholeheartedly take country music.
Okay, country music.
Absolutely.
Okay, country music. Or how about at the University of Montana, you can actually take Harry Potter, Magic, and Religion.
Oh,
gosh. So country music or, History of the Devil, some people think that that's the same class. So country music or Harry Potter, Magic, and Religion.
Country music.
Okay. Now, if you go to the University of Oklahoma, you can take a class called American Gangster.
Ooh.
Or you could take the Introduction to the Pistol appropriately at Texas Tech University.
The introduction of the pistol?
Introduction to Pistol.
Oh, I don't care about that. I'm taking country music.
Okay. How about this one? At the University of Kentucky, they offer a class in emergency and disaster communications, humanity during a zombie apocalypse. So, zombie apocalypse, emergency communications.
You know, I just have a mindset of if we get to that point, why the heck would I have prepared for that?
Okay.
So, country music.
Okay. The history of the end of the world at the University of Texas.
The history of the end of the world?
Right. It's like
there's a history of the end of the world?
Well, what they're saying is it's like the end of the world and how it's supposed to.
So how the dinosaurs ended, we got to understand that because it's going to happen again. Okay, got you.
Or at Texas Tech, or at Texas A&M rather, they actually offer a Texas barbecue class.
Oh.
Now we're talking.
Oh, now you actually got to a good comparison now. Oh, Texas barbecue, something else. Country music, which is
country music or Texas barbecue?
Which is more useful for me?
Come on.
I'm a chunky guy. I'll take the barbecue.
Okay. Texas barbecue or go to LSU where you can learn vampires in film and TV.
Oh, gosh. No.
Texas barbecue? All right. Now
unless it's Blade. Unless Blade is like leading the class.
That was like my favorite.
Yeah.
Look, we grew up too close in our 90s TV. I'm like, how do you like all the movies that I do? I'm like, it's all the stupid 90s shows that I liked. All right. That's really what it is. Okay. Finally, the history of football taught at the University of Arkansas. History of football or Texas barbecue at Texas A&M.
How good is this class? Does it have like 5 stars?
I don't know. I mean, maybe go on and rate my professor and see if they get bad. They get bad.
Because I want to know. Because the history of football is great, and this is personal bias, so I can go on for hours and talking about this. Because this is what I plan on teaching my daughter. I was like, you are gonna know all of the history of football when it started, the leather helmets, Ray Nitschke. You're gonna know Dick Butkus. You're gonna Night Train Lane.
Oh yeah.
You're gonna know Steve Atwater. You're gonna know all of it. All right, and so I absolutely love that. Texas barbecue or history of football. Texas barbecue or history of football. This might be sickening. I might take the history of football.
Yeah, I do it too. All right, some of the ones that were on the list that we didn't get to. Waffle House geography at the University of Georgia.
Geography?
Yeah, Waffle House geography at the University of Georgia. Let me see here. Drugs, booze, and Mexican society at Alabama. What is that about? How dare they?
That's at Alabama.
Yeah.
I would have thought that was at UTEP.
And then you can get music of the Beatles at Missouri State. So there you go.
History of football.
Joining us in studio, Kent and Colson are here dealing with our. Did you guys take any of those classes?
This is riveting stuff.
When you went to Water University, I think learning.
I went to Waterboy U.
Yeah, I was gonna say. All right, so if you guys are in studio, that means there's something extra that we're offering for folks who are listening right now. Can you describe for me? Because I will tell you one thing that I learned is there's a difference between filtered water and purified water. I was like, I get pure water in my house coming out of my. I press a button on my fridge, and then I realized, like, oh, hold on a minute, I'm getting the same weird scale in my ice maker, even though I get filtered water. I thought it was the same, and there's a big difference between purified and filtered water.
There is a big difference, and the way that I kind of like to talk about it, everybody likes to talk about the blockchain, right? And water being the universal solvent, it builds out this big old blockchain of different elements. And if you filter your water, you're going to remove a few of those elements that it has picked up. But if you purify it, you're cutting off the head of the snake. You're removing 99% of those impurities. That's everything from lead, PFAS, nitrates, pesticides, herbicides, pharmaceutical waste that has leached and entered into our water supply.
That chlorine taste.
That chlorine taste,
yeah.
all of it. It gets removed with purified water, and we're able to do that from a sink in or a faucet in your home. We can bottle it into the 5-gallon jugs, or we have these really nice, brand new, sleek-looking inline coolers that I don't know if you guys have even seen, but it's awesome. You can get the pellet ice, the little nugget ice that everybody loves.
The Coke guy here in the building calls it hospital ice.
You can get bullet pellet ice on demand, purified through Culligan's proprietary technology. This stuff is delicious. It tastes so good, and you're going to feel really well hydrated. You're going to support all your body functions, and you're going to love it.
It's funny. I think guys are out there. It's like, what is this guy talking about? Delicious.
Yeah, but listen.
Well, water is delicious.
It should be good.
No, it is. Like me.
It can be
that's
good.
the thing is, it can't be bad. You've had the bad.
I had the bad Arrowhead.
Yes, Texas water is awful, by the way.
Yeah, and
water
but
down
there are
Texas
times
is
too
terrible.
where I've told you before. I got like this big time chlorine taste in my house one time, and then it was like just so happened that Davis County was like, hey, we got got to add some stuff in here. We're not going to tell you why, but we had to. Okay, so Kent, this is where you come in too. The whole home system.
Yeah.
Because you can have it at that level of being able to get that pure water coming out of even the spigots everywhere in the home. How about showering those kids? We have eczema at my house. A couple kids have eczema. It keeps them up at night, itching those legs and stuff. That's the kind of you can bring a whole health situation to your home too if you change what's going on in your basement, what's going into the water heaters.
Yep, absolutely. You got to remember that not all equipment is the same. It's not like a one size fits all. Culligan's proprietary information can soften the water based on what the water quality is. And that's really cool. I remember for a long time, my wife's like, it seemed like 2 weeks ago, I had a shower with soft water. Now the water is not soft. Since we've moved over to our Culligan system, it has drastically improved our lives. And I'm not just saying that. My wife's spending a lot less money on shampoos and soaps, cleaning the stuff. So this system, this whole home system, we're offering a great deal, $1,500 off. If you call us now and book an appointment that leads to this system, $1,500 off. That's the best we've ever offered.
$1,500 off. Let me give that phone number out right now for you. If you're listening, they can at least book you for that free water test. Get it done and just really start to change some things in your home, and you're going to see the big difference. Culligan is going to help you out. CulliganSLC.com is the website. How about the number, though? Call them today. And we've done 500 before, but 1,500 is bonkers. So let's get it going. 801-509-9602. That's 801-509-9602. 801-509-9602. CulliganSLC.com. Fellas, we'll chat with you in a few minutes here.
Thanks.
Good to chat with you. All right, we'll take a break. More to go around the corner. Matt Baiamonte, BYU Athletics, is going to join us next. Join us, 97.5 KSL Sports Zone.
Get the latest Utah sports headlines delivered to your inbox
with the KSL Sports Newsletter.
From the Jazz,
Utah Hockey Club,
BYU,
Utah,
Real Salt Lake, and more.
Be in the know of all things sports in the state of Utah.
Visit KSLSports.com to sign up
for the KSL Sports Newsletter. Hockey fans,
let your voice be heard with the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum.
Visit the Utah Mammoth page on KSLSports.com
to connect with the team,
other fans,
and our KSL Sports insiders.
Start chatting today
in the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum
on KSLSports.com.
The first ever Home Run Derby X Final is coming to Salt Lake City.
Wow!
Quarterfinals September 19th, semis and finals September 20th at the ballpark at America First Square. MLB legends Adrian Gonzalez, Ryan Zimmerman, and more join softball stars and college standouts for 2 days of nonstop action. Towering home runs, slick defense, target smashing hits, plus fireworks and a drone show to cap the celebration. Get your tickets now at MLB.com/HRDX Salt Lake. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission.
You worked hard for your 401k, but if you've left your job, your money might be sitting in the wrong hands. I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and it's very possible that the 401k that you have had for years has hidden fees and limited investment choices. But if you're no longer with the company, that 401k may be at the mercy of your former employer. All of these things could be costing you thousands. Rolling over your 401k into an IRA can provide better investment options that align with your long-term goals. At Trajan Wealth, we're fiduciary advisors that are held to a higher standard with no hidden agenda and no hidden fees. Don't let your retirement dollars sit in an old plan, and don't roll it over to your new plan without consulting Trajan Wealth first. Call Trajan today at 801-899-7600. That's 801-899-7600.
Advisory services are offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
Fall is here, and the cooler months are upon us. Hans and Scotty here, and it's time to talk about your windows, where you can now get the best windows on the planet, courtesy of Advanced Windows, and be prepared for the fall and winter months.
I had an amazing experience with Advanced Windows where they replaced 5 windows for me. They gave me a quote. They stuck to the quote. It was that cost. They ended up saving me money. And their experienced window specialist will help determine why you have a draft coming in, how you can save the most money on utilities, how your house can be transformed in one day just by upgrading those windows and doors.
And right now it's time to take advantage of a fall special, $2,500 off when you change out 10 windows or more. That's $2,500 off when you swap out 10 windows or more. Options are available for any budget, great financing as well, but you gotta call 801-850-9100.
That's Advanced advancedwindows.com or 801-850-9100 for the best window experience you could ever imagine.
Tom, I'm on the sideline here with Doug Smith Chevy. Doug, the NCAA has changed its rules regarding NIL money. What do I have to do to land an amazing new 2025 Chevy Silverado?
Just come on down to Doug Smith Chevy in Spanish Fork.
Doug, I'm more than happy for you to use my name, image, and likeness to talk about these amazing new trucks all you want. All I want to know is, how do I get one?
You have to buy it, Scott.
Drop in a Doug Smith Chevy in Spanish Fork. No one knows Chevy like Doug.
Grab a friend and come check out the Garden Restaurant. You'll be greeted by the delicious smell of fresh baked goods like our famous Lionhouse rolls and our brand new cinnamon rolls. Open weekdays 11 to 3. Fresh flavors, iconic location. The Garden Restaurant.
Listen every Monday morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with JJ and Alex for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colvin, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Nobody gets you ready for Utah football more than the KSL Sports Zone.
Ready?
Kyle Whittingham and the Utes open up Big 12 play with a huge game against Texas Tech. Catch a special Ute edition of College Football Saturday starting at 8 a.m. Your home for the best coverage of Utah football is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. You're locked on to JJ and Alex, presented by G2G Bars on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Welcome back, everybody. JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Alex Curie, Jeremiah Jensen off today. Steps in Sly. Stevenson Sylvester, nice enough to hang out with me today. It's a good week to do it, too, Sly. I have you a couple times this week just because, obviously, our Football Fridays tomorrow. We're going to be breaking some stuff down. But the biggest game up at Rice Eccles in quite some time. And it's a fun one to be able to have it be the first conference game, all those things going down. And so we're looking forward to it. Our show brought to you by G2G Bars. All natural ingredients and no preservatives make the G2G Bar the perfect protein bar. Let's jump in here. Let's get with one of our old pals, Matt Baiamonte. That's where we're going to kick things off here with the cut. We'll jump in right here.
It's time for the biggest story of the day. This is what made the cut with JJ and Alex on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Doug Smith brings you this portion of the show. An incredible selection of Kia, Subaru, Chevy, Jeep, Dodge, or Ram, and now Mitsubishi. The Doug Smith family of dealerships in American Fork, Spanish Fork, and in Linden. Nobody knows cars like Doug. In-studio host for BYU Athletics, Matt Baiamonte, joining us on the program. What's going on, Matt?
Alex, good to hear from you, my friend.
As always, we got to jam a little bit at the during the pregame meal up at Lavelle Edwards Stadium. Prior to that Stanford game, and knowing what we know about this team, what do you know about BYU? You're only 2 games in. You don't have a lot of Bear Bachmeier film to look at, and you have a couple of very different games. What are your thoughts about the freshman quarterback so far, and what are the things that he has to get better at?
Well, I think first and foremost, the thing he has to get better at is he's got to be more accurate. I think he's been making good decisions, and I like the way that he reads the defense, but there's been a handful of throws that just haven't been there if you want your receivers to make plays after the catch. And then I think the thing that he has been good at is he's taking care of the football, and I like that it appears that he's getting through his reads quickly. There's not a lot of times where he's got happy feet in the backfield, and it doesn't feel like you know where he's going with the football. He's been decisive. That could very well be somewhat of a byproduct of their first 2 opponents, and the quality of those teams. Which I don't think anyone would argue, guys, that Stanford and Portland State are some of the best college football teams in the country. So that could be a byproduct of that. But I like that it looks like he's getting through his reads quickly. I just think when he makes the right read, which he's done so much through these first 2 games, can he be a little more accurate to allow his receivers to make some plays after the catch?
With a quarterback like Bear, coming from high school and, his skill set and him being able to make plays and just being ultra confident, then making a jump to college, have you seen any I just got so many questions. I'm trying to see which ones y'all ask right now. Do you see him holding on to the ball too long? That could be an issue. A quarterback has to have a clock in their head. Of course there's technique things, but, this young guy stuff. But him holding on to the ball, could that prove as being an issue as your competition ramps up?
I think it very well could be an issue as the schedule gets harder and he plays better defenses. But through these first 2 games, I don't think that's been an issue. And I think that's something that's been really impressive with Bear, is that he does get through his reads quickly. He's making good decisions. He's taking care of the football. And I like that he hasn't run the ball a ton. Now, he's capable of it. And I think that will be something that A-Rod and this offense will utilize more when necessary. But the fact that he has not run the football very much, to me, is an indicator that he is reading defense as well at this stage, that he is getting through progressions and making decisions. So that's been, to me, honestly, the most impressive part about his play so far, is that he is making good decisions. No interceptions yet. Completion percentage, mid to low 60s, 63%. That's fine. It's not great. It's not bad. It's better than what Jake Retzloff had last year by a few percentage points. So, but again, the Portland State, the Stanford, how much do we really know there in terms of the decision making and all of that stuff? I think after this weekend, we'll have a much better idea if those first 2 games are an indication that he is further ahead than most true freshmen are, or if it was just a byproduct of playing 2 subpar opponents in Portland State and Stanford.
What are they getting with East Carolina this week? I think you could convince yourself that a team is bad or convince yourself that a team is really, really good when you don't know that much about them. But I think that everybody knows that Kaden Hauser is a very good quarterback who, had all sorts of stars next to him coming out of high school and ends up at ECU, and it seems like he's finding sort of a stride here. What's the reality of what this ECU team brings on the offensive and defensive side of the ball?
East Carolina is a good football team, and you would look at the Pirates and say they're not a Power 5 team, so what's the big deal? But you mentioned Hauser; he's close to 1,000 yards passing already. He's completing over 70% of his passes, 5 TDs, 1 interception. They are a really good passing team, but they're not solely reliant on the pass. I think they can run the ball as well. I think they're a little bit better in the throw game than the run game. And then defensively, I think East Carolina is really good. You heard A-Rod earlier in the week say this might be the best defensive team they play all year. Their scoring defense is single digits like BYU. They're only averaging or allowing 9 points per game. So this is going to be a real challenge. And I think what I really like about this game is it is going to answer some of those questions that we have about BYU, primarily offensively with Bear. Can they take care of the football? Can they throw the ball? And most importantly, can they run the ball? Because they've been so good on the ground. Is that something that you can sustain against a really good defense? And then the other thing that will be really fun to watch, and it will be a clarifying game from this perspective, BYU's defense is unreal right now. Scoring defense, 1.5 points per game. That's best in the country. Like, they've been dynamic. They've been lights out, but they haven't faced an offense like this. And I think that if there is a weakness in this defense, and weakness might be the wrong word, but if there's something that a team could take advantage of, I still have a few question marks about BYU's pass defense. You lose Jacob Robinson, well wishes to him that he can get back from the arm injury and still make an NFL roster next year. That was unfortunate in preseason with the 49ers. But Evan Johnson, Maury Bamba, Trey Alexander, they haven't really been tested in the pass game. And they're going to be tested in this pass game. And if they pass this test, then I think we can all say definitively this is one of the best defenses in all of college football, not just the Big 12, but all of college football. But we got to see it against East Carolina. So all these things we're discussing, we're going to have just a really clear picture on where they're at offensively and how good this defensive team is after this East Carolina game.
Man, we all know that coming off of a bye week, there's some rust. Some people take advantage of and come exploding off of a bye week. Some people get rust. I know there was a lot of learning curves, and even with the injury to JoJo Phillips, there were some things that BYU wanted to work on. What are you hearing that Kalani did during this bye week to make sure that they can start out aggressively against East Carolina?
Well, they had the weekend off, so they worked really hard last week into the weekend. Then they took the weekend off to rest up, and then it's back to regular practice schedule this week. I think the biggest thing and the most important thing that this team needed during the bye week is not necessarily health. They do have a couple nicks and bruises that you can heal up. JoJo, it's going to be more than just a couple of days and weeks to get JoJo back. But that allows Cody Hagan, who's going to step into that starting role, more reps and opportunities with Bear. And I think the reason this bye week came at such a great time for this team is because Bear needs every rep he can get. And these are just such valuable practice reps to get him more acclimated with Chase, with Cody, with LJ, with the whole group, Carson Ryan included in that mix. So I think this bye week was really beneficial from that perspective. Not necessarily so much getting healthy. I think they've been relatively healthy up to this point. But the rust part will be really interesting. I think BYU's offense in both of these games, it's been a little slow out of the gates, and that's got to be a little concern at East Carolina. You want to get off to a good start. Last time they went down there in 2017, nothing went right, and having a slow start opens up the door to have your game plan go out the window because you're down 10-0 or 14-0 out of the gates. I don't think that's going to happen for the record, but that's would be the concern offensively out of the bye week is what can you do to avoid the slow start that you had against Portland State. Remember, their first score of that game was a special team score. And then in the Stanford game, it took a minute to get things going as well. So how this team starts offensively out of the bye week is a real question mark.
Matt Baiamonte, studio host for BYU Athletics, and, of course, following this game, East Carolina, BYU. That's a Dowdy Ficklin Stadium, and they go in there. This is a place that the last time they were there, they lost. And it's not an easy place to play in the first place. Do we make too much out of the getting out of town and going 2 time zones type of a deal? I know they leave a day early, but what's the part of this that people don't necessarily know about? Because I feel like people make a lot about the trip out there, but these kids are used to it, I feel like.
Yeah, I think that's overblown. This is a pretty experienced team, too, outside of quarterback. We look at every other position. Your offensive line, there's a lot of experience, not only at BYU, but at previous stops. Defensively, just loads of experience. I don't think that's a concern or an issue at all. To me, it is simply, if there is a concern, it would be how does Bear Bachmeier handle his first true road start? BYU's home advantage right now, guys, is unparalleled. I wonder if you felt the same way as me, Alex, at that Stanford game. But, I've been going to games at LaVell Stadium for a long, long time. And this particular year is the first year that I felt like BYU, their game day atmosphere, and the fan buy-in, that's probably the most underrated part. I got to the Stanford game well before kickoff, and Cougar Canyon was rocking. And that's just not something I'm used to. That's something you expect at a Texas football game or down in the SEC. But BYU has done such a good job of enhancing the in-game feel, the buy-in from the fans, and just really leveling up, which is great. And I think it gives them a big home advantage. We haven't seen Bear on the road yet, though. Yeah. So that's the only thing where you really don't know until you see it. Is how does your true freshman quarterback handle a road environment? And East Carolina is not like a crazy road environment. It's never going to be in the top 25 on EA College Football 27 from a road perspective, but it is still a challenge. You have to work through If it is too loud, how do you handle the non-silent count and making sure everyone's on the same page? So that's really the only challenge to this road game is how does Bear handle that first road start?
You brought up the JoJo Phillips injury, and obviously that's one that people are looking at and going, all right, what happens here the rest of the way? But I know Justin Kirkland's been brought up. I know he was playing. I know he had some appearances at practice at least this week per, Coach Hill talking about it at his press day. But what's the reality on how close he is, or do we not know?
I don't think we know, and I don't think there's a rush because JT, John Tamalpeo, has been one of the revelations of the season for BYU. You add Tanuvasa, and you know what you're getting from him, and then the expectation was Justin Kirkland was going to come in from Oklahoma State and be that next starting defensive tackle, and then rotating in would be JT. But JT has played such good football to where you now have the luxury of waiting with Justin Kirkland. No need to rush him back. You're allowing 1.5 points per game, and your rush defense, you're allowing 7 yards per game. The guys playing right now are more than getting the job done. And JT's been a big part of that rush defense, along with Keanu Tanuvasa. So I would be stunned if we saw Justin Kirkland. Never say never. I would love it if he could make it back, but if you're not 100%, why bring him back? Because JT, Tanuvasa, and I think the ends too, they don't get enough credit for the way that the defense is playing. Tyler Batty goes pro, and you lose Blake Mangelson. There was a lot of departures on the defensive line, guys, and that was a big question mark. And you look now, and Logan Latui, getting him back was huge. Bodie Schoonover, I think, has done a really outstanding job. He's been in the program for a while. He's now getting his chance, and I think he's playing well. So with Justin Kirkland, I think no need to rush him. And then with the wide receiver group, you've got such great depth there. And there's dudes that haven't really made an impact yet that I think will be ready when their name is called. Tay Nakua is a guy who showed well in spring football and fall camp. He might get more snaps now that Cody Hagen's being elevated. And then Reggie Frischknecht is a dude that, for him to come in immediately and be working with the 2s and 3s, I think also speaks to his talent. If Chase Roberts wasn't there and JoJo Phillips wasn't there, is Reggie getting more time? So they've got plenty of depth that I think Cody, Tay Nakua, Frischknecht, and Tiger Bachmeier as well, who we haven't seen a ton of in the wide receiver role. He's a guy that has proven it at the power level that he can come in and compete. So at both of those positions, there's no need to rush anyone back early.
Matt Baiamonte, in-studio host, BYU Athletics. We appreciate you being on the program as always, Matt, and we'll be watching this one this weekend. We'd love to dip in with you again later on in the season, of course, as we get to know the team a little bit better. Thanks, man.
Yeah, anytime for you guys. Appreciate it, Alex.
There you go. Matt Baiamonte, everybody. Hey, joining us in studio right now. Oh boy, we've got samples. We got. You
ready to do a taste test?
Oh yeah, we got some Culligan samples here.
All right, so what you're gonna do? You're gonna take the Culligan water first.
Now which one's which? Now which one's which?
You're gonna figure this out.
One feels warmer than the other.
Oh, okay, now that might be.
One came out of a cooler.
Okay, all right.
I'm guessing that's Culligan.
Okay, switch that around a little bit.
No, I don't need to because this is what I drink. This is what I drink every day anyway now, so I already know about it.
Okay,
all right,
half decent. Now go Now go to the tap.
I did the smell test.
Yeah.
Ugh.
I did the. Yeah, that's tough. That's a tough differential right there. When you really kind of put it up against each other, it's not good.
First of all, I'm from Vegas, so tap water in Vegas is very, very different. But
but now listen,
you could definitely tell the difference.
Again, like I said, I mean, not to show off here, but I got a pretty good schnoz for the bad water. I'm like
wine tasting. I'm gonna take Alex to Napa.
That's what I said. This is I'm like a water sommelier over here.
Yeah.
I'm like,
look at the legs on this one.
We got rust notes coming out of the wall here at KSL Broadcast House. Yeah. So I mean, taste is one thing, but just having the stuff in your water you don't want in the first place is also part of the issue too. And we're talking about purified water from Culligan, and these are out of the bottled ones here in our studios. We have the beautiful black, sleek awesome cooler out here with the Culligan water that's purified with those big 5-gallon bottles. That could be at anybody's home right now that's listening.
I took a sample out of our cooler, and I took a sample out of your guys' just kitchen faucet here in your break room.
Don't say you guys. I don't subscribe to it. Okay.
And
I bring my own.
That's the Culligan difference, right? That's the difference that Culligan's proprietary filtration can really make. We're removing 90 different impurities from that water, guys. 90.
Could have been 100 on this one. I don't know.
Yeah, a lot of people just think because it's clear, right, that it's clean. But that's not the case. Once you get a Culligan system in and you experience the Culligan difference, just give us a call. Let us come out. Let us show you. Let us educate you what's in your water so that you can really experience the difference that proper hydration and real good tasting water can make. Because people say that, oh, yeah, I drink a lot of water. But you would drink a lot more water if it tasted that good, right? So you haven't done that before. You haven't done that taste test before.
No, and you get, like I said,
But I can tell the difference. I actually offended when I go to meetings and people pass me Arrowhead. And I just drink Arrowhead. I just like,
not to name
I'm judging
brands
your
over there,
taste.
but-
You think Arrowhead's good?
Yeah,
Disgusting.
I will tell you, it's interesting too because some other companies will just get you that when they do we got this water, and then you read the back and it's all from the tap in Bedford, Texas, and you're like, oh, they have to say they get it from like some municipality over here, and they don't bother purifying it. They just go, we'll throw some chemicals in there, we'll throw some electrolytes in there for taste, wink, and it's like. They're trying to cover up what you guys have already done, which is taking things out instead of adding more stuff in to try to make a difference. So then there's the part on the out. There's what's going into the body. Then there's the use on the outside of the body. Kent, this is why a whole home system and why giving people $1,500 off today, because that's a huge deal. Describe a little bit of what that means, because it's not just about having a water softener. It's about having a whole home system.
Yeah, a whole home system. So you've got a carbon filter that's going to filter out the microplastics, and most importantly, the chlorine that's entering your house, right? Municipalities are going to make your water safe by adding chlorine. Make sure it removes the bacteria. We want to make sure that we remove the chlorine coming into the house. So you got that carbon filter that's going to remove it for all of the water entering your house. We're going to soften your water. Plus, we're going to give you that reverse osmosis system. So you've got clean, purified drinking water, like we talked about, which has all kinds of flexibilities. You can do alkaline water, mineral boost, all of the different aspects of water that you may currently enjoy.
You can dial it in.
You can dial it in.
That's awesome.
But you got to call us right now, 801-509-9602. Book that free water test, and we can hook you up with that deal for $1,500 off.
Just have them test the water in your home, and and then you'll want to get the deal, because the $1,500 off on top of it is insane. Plus, there's financing options you guys also offer as well. There's all sorts of great stuff that people can get with you guys on. But ask the questions.
Yeah.
Have Culligan come to your home. Have them test the water. Every municipality is different, so have them just test that water, see what you're dealing with, and how they can help you. 801-509-9602. That's 801-509-9602. CulliganSLC.com is the website. Gentlemen, thanks. We'll chat with you in a few minutes. What do I do with this one?
Throw it away.
Okay, all right. I don't want to drink that one at all. All right, we'll come back. We got more to go around the corner. Stay here, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Northbound and southbound I-15 slowing heading out of Murray, with the southbound side slow in large segments all the way to Utah County. It's tightening up and getting slow too eastbound on the I-215 South Belt from Redwood Road over to I-15, and southbound Bangor from the Glendale neighborhood down to 41st South. Bad weather and parking lots love GoPave Utah. GoPave Utah loves snow. Don't wait for bad weather. Schedule your snow removal services with GoPave Utah. Visit GoPaveUtah.com. With your traffic update, I'm Alex Napolis here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's game week for the Cougars, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. It's the first road trip of the year for the Cougars as they make the long flight east for a showdown against East Carolina. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Cougar football. Then catch a special early edition of College Football Saturday starting at 8 a.m. with a postgame show immediately following the game on KSLSports.com. Your home for the best coverage of BYU football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Right now at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown, you can get any new 2025 Mazda CX-50 for 0% financing for 60 months. Yes, 0% for 60 months. Or extended to 72 months for only 1.9%. You heard right. As low as 0% for 60 months. It's happening now at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown. APR OAC. Not available with any other offers. See dealer for complete details.
Five guys walk into a JCW's and order burgers. A pastrami, a mushroom Swiss, a guacamole bacon, a hickory barbecue, a ribeye steak, 2 onion rings, 3 French fries, a strawberry, mint, peanut butter, chocolate, and marshmallow shake, and not one left to tip. Because at JCW's, we don't ask for it. We think the price you see should be the price you pay. And all that, would you like to leave a tip stuff, is for the birds. JCW's. Quality and a lot of it. Open in American Fork, Lehigh, Provo, South Jordan, and Harriman.
Cougar fans, game day isn't just for the players, it's for you. Power every tailgate, every high five, and every play with bucked up energy. Clean energy, bold flavors, zero crash. Whether you're charging the stadium steps or locking in for the post-game show, Bucked Up keeps you laser focused and ready to roar. Find it at 7-Eleven, Maverick, Harmon's, and Dick's Sporting Goods. Visit your local Bucked Up retail store today or go to buckedup.com and use code ZONE to claim 20%. Now go out and get bucked up.
Do Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keep coming back? Tremfya, guselkumab, may help, with rapid remission achieved at 12 weeks and lasting clinical remission at 1 year. Some even saw visible improvement of their intestinal lining at 12 weeks and 1 year. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Healing is possible with Tremfya. Approximately 3 out of 10 patients were in endoscopic remission at 1 year, based on areas visualized on colonoscopy, which may not represent the deeper bowel layer or entire GI tract. Individual results may vary. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
Utah Rail Safety Week is Monday, September 15th to Sunday, September 21st. Rail safety signs aren't just symbols, they're lifesavers. Whether you drive, bike, or walk near tracks, safety starts with each of us. Learn more at UtahOperationLifesaver.org.
The KSL Sports Zone and Hercules Credit Union are highlighting people that impact youth sports. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Hercules Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com.
This is your Cougars at 30 update. Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Cougars at 30 update right here, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Raider DeMooney, BYU safety, talking about how he's going to play, how it is going to go across the country trying to play in a different time zone.
Luckily, when we go to a different time zone like this, like 2 hours ahead of us, we go a day before so we can get our bodies used to it. And so I think just trusting what the coaches have for us, they have everything is calculated to them, our strength staff. As long as we follow what they have us do, we feel great for those games. And, you know, last year we played in a couple of those games and we came out feeling good. And so just trusting them, knowing that they're going to get us right. It's going to be fun for us to go out there, North Carolina, in a different crowd, different environment.
Your Cougars at 30 update brought to you by the good folks at the Kenny J's Barbecue. Kenny J's Catering, delivering bold, smoky barbecue no matter the occasion. Check out the catering menu, KennyJ'sBBQ.com for weddings, work, any event. That's KennyJ'sBBQ.com. We've got our weekly winner of our Hercules Hero of the Week contest and also the Big 12 or the Big 12's power rankings that Mitch Harper and I put together this week. We'll dive into those and much more. Stay here, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's another battle for the Aggies, and the KSL Sports Zone has it covered. The Aggies look for a win this Saturday as they take on McNeese State. Your home for all the play-by-play coverage of Aggie football is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. You're locked on to JJ and Alex, presented by G2G Bars on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Welcome back, everybody. JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Thanks for being with us on a Thursday. You know what that means when it's Thursday? It's our Hercules Here of the Week that we're going to roll out for this week. Stevenson, Sylvester, Sly, nice enough to hang out today as JJ's out, but still, regardless, we still roll out the winners. You can nominate the Youth Sports Volunteer you know for the Hercules Here of the Week program, and that happened. Nomination coming in from Michael Dahl for the winner of this week's Hercules Here of the Week program. It is Zach Wilson. Not that Zach Wilson.
Oh, dang, I thought it was.
No. Give that guy. Come on. Although I bet he'd be a pretty good. I bet he'd be a pretty good.
He's
youth
at
coach.
the Ice Lounge.
I think he has. A lot of stuff going on in his life. But this Zach Wilson, as nominated by Michael Dahl, says Zach has been an incredible example to the youth in his area. He's been a coach of my son's football, basketball, and baseball teams over the past 4 years. Shows the desire to have the youth at those levels succeed. This has led to me seeing significant improvement in both the ability of my son in these sports as well as his confidence. My son has learned to love sports and looks both forward to practices and games when they come around. Zach is a great balance for pushing those coaches and expectations that he anticipates in return. Props to Zach for being a great coach and an example to those that he coaches. Your winner of this week, Hercules Here of the Week program, is Zach Wilson. Gets himself a $200 voucher to Beehive Meals and also a gift card from the folks at Hercules First Federal Credit Union. They are the great sponsors of this program, Hercules First and Beehive Meals. It's your Hercules Hero of the Week. So there you go. Mitch Harper and I put together our weekly. We have to. So here's how this works. When Mitch and I put these together for First and 12, which is our program that plays on KSL News Radio, and you can download the podcast, we focus all on Big 12 anything, and we have our weekly. We have to get together and actually have to come together on each one of these. We have to be unanimous on how this poll looks. So sometimes I'll have to argue one way or the other for a team that I want to move up or down. Now, it's hard to do at the front end of the season, Sly, but we still went at it, okay? For the second week in a row, number one on the list is University of Utah. Number two on the list is Texas Tech. So number one versus number two this week of our Big 12 power rankings is pretty darn good. Neither of us have a hard time putting Utah at the top of this one because I think that, and I said this last week, I think Texas Tech has no idea what they're walking into.
Absolutely not.
They say that they do. We've played in big places before. We've played in loud environments before. We play the music loud at the practice facility during the week. I just don't think that they really understand how different it is to play at Rice-Eccles Stadium, especially a team that is not used to, they haven't just not played here before. These teams don't face off against one another
since the 70s.
And I just don't think Utah I just don't think Utah has any kind of thought for Texas Tech as a power coming in, or that they would be nervous or scared at any rate. And Texas Tech, I think, really does downplay the idea of coming into Utah because, well, we've played at Texas before. We played at Oklahoma. We're talking something totally different this weekend up at Rice-Eccles Stadium.
Yeah. For me, I would take that audio clip of Bear Morton talking about it's a big game because we're in it. That would be going in cycles in the locker room. And
they do that kind of stuff to pump guys up?
Gosh, Coach Whittingham loves that stuff. Yes, we do it. We put, in fact, there's more paper stuff all over the walls throughout the locker room.
Really?
Making sure they
so
put
that's
it in
legit.
Your locker. Oh, yeah.
When they talk about bulletin board material, when they talk about.
That's exactly what they're talking about. That's exactly what they're talking about. And the last thing you want to do is give Coach Whittingham any type of ammo because he's going to treat you like Joe Glenn in 2007 and make onside kick when he's up by 40. So, but I'm excited. They have absolutely no idea. This is why I was telling you when I was watching, all these podcasts and these people. I was like, you guys really have absolutely no idea what you're talking about. You don't even know why Utah was bad last year. They have no idea what we were missing last year.
I think, you know what? That's a great point because they look and they just go,
look at the record.
It's a team that wasn't very good.
Yeah. You have no idea why. You have no idea as to what you're walking into. So, again, Utah fans, man, get those breakfast burritos with some Cholula hot sauce. and get ready to go and have the stadium rocking because I'm gonna be freaking lit, and I hope everybody else is.
Well, settle down with the lit part. Jeez.
Great. Oh, come on. Big noon kickoff, baby. Me and Urban Meyer is going to be walking in the stadium.
I love it.
It's going to be absolutely awesome. I cannot wait for Saturday and see how Utah shows up and make sure everybody knows exactly who Utah is.
So our power rankings go Utah 1, Texas Tech 2, Iowa State 3, and I like Iowa State. They've been playing well. They went to Arkansas State. It was a kind of a weird road game, and they only won by 8 points, but at the same time, they had to go play at a weird place. Arkansas State, fine. I haven't been super impressed by Iowa State's offense. I do like Rocco Beck a lot. They've got a great running game. We just haven't seen it yet, really, being able to hit on all cylinders. TCU 4. We've got BYU 5 until proven otherwise. They went up from 6 to 5 because I think we had – and then Arizona State got the big win over Texas State over the weekend. I thought maybe that was going to be a trap game for them.
Is that a big win?
I say it was a big win because they had that loss against Mississippi State, and they needed a bounce back in a big way. And Texas State is not a bad team. They're a team that people overlook because they're like kind of semi-recent into the FBS level, but they put up a lot of points. They gave them a hard time last year when Arizona State went down to San Marcos. I think it was like a 2 or stop it with the Pac-12 stuff. I can't get used to that yet. Yeah, they are going to be a Pac-12 team, by the way. So they've got the word state in their team, in their university, so they're obviously going to be right there. Baylor 7, Houston 8. This is the highest I've had Houston in our power poll the last 3 seasons. Houston's been terrible. They are 3-0 right now. Now, yeah, they haven't opened up, or they got their first win in Big 12 play, although it wasn't technically a Big 12.
All these guys have buys this week. What the freak?
I know, but you know what? Houston, I know everybody's got an early bye. BYU had one last week. Some of these teams have one this week.
Well,
Everybody's
Iowa State, Houston.
Yeah, Arizona.
Yeah.
Cincinnati. Lots of buys this week because you have to sneak in 2 now. So that's what you get. You get an earlier bye and then you get a later bye. Let me see here. Baylor 7, like I said. Houston 8. Arizona 9. I want to see if that win over Kansas State ended up being something that like actually will turn into a reality if they're good or not. Kansas 10, Cincinnati 11, West Virginia 12. Then we get to the bottom of the bottom of the bottom. UCF, I still don't believe in them at all. I don't think Scott Frost has his guys dialed in. Colorado's been absolutely disappointing so far at 1-2 with their start. Kansas State is 1-3, probably the biggest shock of this year's fall off of teams that have had a fall off. This is Kansas State after that week 1 loss to Iowa State in Ireland. They just have not been able to figure this thing out. They barely beat an FCS team, and that's their one win of the season. Then they got beat last week down in Tucson against Arizona. Oklahoma State is your bottom. I only put them at 16 because I can't put them at 17. All right? So that's where they're at. That's how much respect I have for Mike Gundy and his guys right now. Okay, we'll take a break. We'll come back. We have our top 10 next. You don't want to miss any of it. Stay here. Stay dialed in. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Northbound reduced speeds on I-15 from Murray up to downtown to go along with the usual southbound delays on I-15 from Murray down to Bluffdale. Over on the west belt, the flow is slow in both directions of I-215 from the Salt Lake International Airport down to the 201 highway. Advanced Window Products, factory direct, affordable windows. Call today. They're on the way. Financing is available. Save now and pay later at advancedwindows.com. With your traffic update, I'm Alex Napolis here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's game week for the Utes, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. The Utes are undefeated at 3-0, but now the season really begins as the Utes open up Big 12 play at home against Texas Tech. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Utah football and your chance to win tickets to the game. Then catch a special early edition of College Football Saturday starting at 8 a.m. with a postgame show immediately following the game on KSLSports.com.
Let's go then. Let's go, baby.
Your home for the best coverage of Utah football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
SLC Fat Loss and Salt Lake City Fat Loss.com. We really love the folks at Salt Lake City Fat Loss. JJ and I have been on this program for more than a year. I dropped 65 pounds when I first initially started this thing in the first 60 days. That's right. You can lose up to a pound of fat a day with these folks at Salt Lake City Fat Loss. But more importantly, and this has been the big key for me, is keeping it off. Keeping that weight off has been huge for me this year. And then I'm back onto the program now because I've gotten such a good boost that I feel like I'm this second round that I'm going to go into this thing. I'm going to try to lose 100 pounds over the last 2 years. That's where I'm at right now. That's the type of success that I've had, and I want you guys to be able to have that same success. Not just drop weight like you've done in other yo-yo dieting situations before, but to take it off and keep it off. Go to saltlakeCityFatLoss.com. Find out more about the program. It's not injections. It's not pills. It's not all that stuff. What you need to do is just go check out the program for yourself. They will tell you exactly. You can see the success stories right there online. Go to slcfatloss.com. Tell them JJ and Alex sent you. You get $200 off of the program. It's slcfatloss.com.
Tom, I'm on the sideline here with Doug Smith Chevy. Doug, the NCAA has changed its rules regarding NIL money. What do I have to do to land an amazing new 2025 Chevy Silverado?
Just come on down to Doug Smith Chevy in Spanish Fork.
Doug, I'm more than happy for you to use my name, image, and likeness to talk about these amazing new trucks all you want. All I want to know is, how do I get one?
You have to buy it, Scott.
Drop in a Doug Smith Chevy in Spanish Fork. No one knows Chevy like Doug.
It all started with a commitment to comfort. Gillette Heating and Air is proud to be Utah County's go-to team for expert HVAC and plumbing solutions. Need a repair, upgrade, or seasonal tune-up? Don't let cost hold you back. With 0% financing available, it's easy to get the work done now and pay later. Plus, save $100 on any repair over $500 and keep your system running strong with a professional tune-up before the heat hits. Visit GilletteHVAC.com or call 385-GET-COOL to book today. Homegrown service pros, financing made simple, comfort made easy.
Carrier, turn to the experts. A Carrier factory authorized dealer.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025, Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 in monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
The Management Minute is a service of the MBA program in the John M. Huntsman School of Business at Utah State University. I'm Professor Scott Hammond. Nothing since the invention of the internet will change how we do business more than the AI revolution. Both good and bad, but certainly significant. Before the internet, communicating was personal, voice, writing, then email and text added a layer of mediation. Now AI programs will write communication for you, then they will read and summarize communication for you, putting yet another layer of mediation between you and your colleagues. Careful. The nuances of voice and facial expression often communicate very important emotions that are not captured by just text. In the coming weeks, I will discuss how AI will impact the workplace. If you want to know more about how to better communicate in the workplace, consider an MBA at Utah State University. Go to utahstatemba.com. That's utahstatemba.com. I'm Scott Hammond. Hope to see you in one of our classes.
These days, many companies have turned to influencers to tout their products or services. But here at John Watson Chevrolet, the only endorsement we need is from our customers. Because of their feedback, we're proud to be Utah's best reviewed Chevy dealer. Visit us today to see why we get reviews like,
"Buying a car should be a fun experience, like a kid getting a new toy. And at John Watson Chevrolet, it was."
John Watson Chevrolet, your 5-star Chevy dealer. 3535 Wall Avenue, Ogden. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
3, 2, 1. This is your Utes at 50 update. 58! Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Utes at 50 update right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Utah running back Nakari Rogers talking about staying consistent with the big matchup that's going to be happening this weekend up on the hill.
It's going to be great, just showcase what I do every week. Just keep the same thing, and don't change up what I do, and, just keep moving forward.
Your Utes at 50 update brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue. They offer catering. Don't worry about it. You're still going to get that same bold, smoky barbecue no matter the occasion. Check out that catering menu, KennyJ'sBBQ.com. Weddings, work, any event for your family, KennyJ'sBBQ.com. We'll come back. We got a top 10 next. Stay with us, 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone.
Let's go! Complete game coverage of the Cougars is right here on the KSL Sports Zone. The Cougars head east for a huge non-conference showdown against East Carolina. Your home for the best coverage of Cougar football is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. You're locked on to JJ and Alex, presented by G2G Bars on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Woo!
Oh, man, that is some, you know what? That's some darn good music right here.
I'm telling you, man, all I think about is Adam Sandler movies. All of it. You get at least 5 Yacht Rock movies.
This just so happens to be very appropriate considering. I mean, I like this song. Now, this is an 80s tune, obviously.
Oh, yeah.
But you're maybe one of the best pop 1990s guy that we know.
I'll take that honor.
No, I mean,
the best
honestly,
time, best movies,
now this
best
is gonna
music,
be
90s.
this is gonna be a tough top 10. So I'm gonna make the Culligan guys. I'm gonna make Kent and Colson get involved on this.
Because Nap's been struggling helping me out lately. Dang it.
Napolis put his headset on like he's gonna participate, but I don't have high hopes for you. I don't have high hopes for you. So I've got in front of me, well, mostly because now technically our producer Alex Napolis was born in the 90s, but I mean just barely. So I don't know if he can help with this. I have Billboard's top hits 1990 through 1999 on the board here.
Ooh.
You will get absolute kudos if you can get 3 of them.
Top hits, just hits in general.
The best hits of the 19. No, I'm not. I'm saying the number one song from each year. I'm not saying give me, but what you're gonna have to do is just recall, not even necessarily the years individually.
I'm just gonna shout stuff.
Just start shouting some songs because even if you don't know the year,
she thinks my tractor's sexy.
That's
like
not the number one song.
Chumbawamba's got to be like 5 of them.
Hold
right?
on, we gotta get the Chumbawamba. We gotta get the. We got to get the timer going here. I'll get you an official 60 seconds.
Oh,
again, like I said,
something from the Backstreet Boys.
If you guys get it's all, so you've got 10 different songs, obviously, one from each year. So I'm gonna throw it out here. On your mark, get set, go.
Oh, what Celine Dion song do we know?
My Heart Will Go On.
Heart Will Go On.
No,
great guess though. Great guess.
What's that All-Star song? The punk.
Smash Mouth?
Smash
Mouth? Nope. We're talking number
you're talking
one
about,
songs.
That was on Shrek, too. That was money.
We're talking number one songs.
Jeez, I'm brain dead. What was on Lion King?
What was it like?
I was born to be king.
Red Hot Chili.
Are you thinking like bands? Or like maybe Circle of Life? Circle of Life from Elton John?
Yeah.
But I think that's a good guess. That's
California, Tupac?
Hold on, let me look. No, that's a great guess, though. Probably not mainstream enough. You guys are you're not thinking cheesy enough. You're not thinking
it's romantic be that
cheesy? Or cheesy enough.
Like Britney Spears?
Oh, she's more of a 2000s gal.
Okay. Yeah, freak. Alanis Morissette.
Hold on, let me look.
Ooh.
Alanis Morissette's a pretty good pull, but no.
This is horrible.
You guys are
in 60 seconds already?
It's been 60 seconons already.
I couldn't get nothing anyway.
Napolis took his headset off, like acting like he wasn't even related to anybody. Okay, 1990. Like I said, you guys haven't gone cheesy enough and mainstream enough.
Oh, it was on Full House.
Wilson Phillips, Hold On, 1990. Oh, there we go. Bryan Adams, Everything I Do It For You, 1991.
Oh, wow.
That's Robin Hood, Prince of Thieves, in case you were wondering.
Gotcha.
Baby Got Back, Sir Mix-a-Lot. Very disappointed in all of you, by the way.
Baby Got Back?
1992. Very disappointed in all of you. UB40's Can't Help Falling in Love. It's a remix of the King, Elvis Presley's I Swear by All for One. I can't believe a number one hit in 1994. I'm disappointed in all of you.
I didn't think that would be a number one.
Guys, I know. Now this one, I'm also disappointed. Think Left Eye, May She Rest. Don't go chasing waterfalls.
Waterfalls in 95, 96? Okay.
This one also, like I said, mainstream and worldwide. The Bayside Boys mix, Los Del Rio, La Macarena. Come on.
That was in the 90s?
I'll Be Missing You by Puff Daddy and Faith Evans, featuring 112.
That's 98.
That's 97.
Oh.
98 is Brandy and Monica. You couldn't get more cheesy in 1998 than this. The Boy Is Mine.
The Boy Is Mine. That was a great song.
And then Cher's Believe in 1990. Do you believe in love to love?
Oh, I said Celine Dion, not Cher. Dang it. Hey, well.
All right, other notable top hits of the 90s. Smells Like Teen Spirit. No Scrubs by TLC. TLC's on the list twice. Goo Goo Dolls, Iris, and then Gangsta's Paradise by Coolio. Again.
Gangsta's Paradise. Wow.
That's our first 0 out of 10. Annapolis. But I will say that's probably the hardest one we've ever done.
Well, I just didn't even know where to start.
I know. It's a lot of songs. All right. Joining us in studio, Colson. Colson Firmage, of course, a 3 going on 4 generations of water people, as his daughter's going to carry on that torch in the next generation. And then Kent, of course, both from Culligan, SLC, and giving us a little bit of an insight. We had a taste test in the last break. That's the first time we've done this in the studio. We already knew what we were getting into because I could smell the difference in the water. But then there's the taste. And then there's the part that actually affects, when you talk about putting a full home system into somebody's house, what's the biggest difference that they notice right off the bat?
You know, I'll tell you what I noticed. I'm the budget guy in my house.
Oh.
Right?
No.
I didn't realize how much money we spent masking bad water problems.
Oh, yeah.
Right? The laundry doesn't smell good. Like I can't clean the sink. We spent so much money like taking care of problems that are just from bad water.
That's true.
Not only that, we've talked about kids with eczema, right?
Oh, yeah.
We spent a lot of money treating eczema. A Culligan softener and a carbon filter has completely eliminated that for our family. Now, that's not the case for everybody, but it has for us.
It's easy to see, like when scale builds up on stuff and you're like, oh, gross. But then there's the stuff inside your pipes you don't see. You don't see the damage that's going on to the appliances, things like that. But you are replacing those appliances sooner. You're having to go through and do stuff on you're paying more money over time because the water that you're putting through those pipes is just absolutely wearing away at the stuff that you spent thousands of dollars on to put in your home.
Yeah. And I was out at a customer's house the other day, and it was incredible. They said, you know, there are not a lot of products that you can invest in that are going to improve not only your home health, but your physical health.
Yeah, both.
You know, you can put a roof on, but what is that doing to you physically, right? I can put a water softener in your house and a drinking water system in, and not only is it going to protect your pipes and protect your appliances, but it's going to benefit you physically. You're going to drink more water. You're going to be more hydrated.
Feel cleaner.
It's going to feel cleaner. You're going to be healthier, right? And so the overall impact that treating your water can have, not only on your home's health, but on your physical health, on your mental health, on everything in between, is huge. And it goes unstated, but I have to state it because it's so important. And you can't trust water filtration to anybody, right? Trust Culligan. We've been doing this for 90 years. We've pioneered the water filtration industry. We filter more water than any company in the United States.
You guys
Culligan does.
You guys do. I mean, at an industrial scale, from a medical standpoint, people trust you guys. And then there's the part where you can just sort of go like, oh, bring that same technology into your home to make sure you get the best, cleanest water.
That's exactly right. So there's a reason that we have partnered with some of the biggest hospitals, you know, in this state, and we provide clinical grade water, critical grade water for all their sterilizers, for all their appliances, for all their surgical equipment. We are the company that does all of it for them. And you can have that same technology. You can have, you know, the best equipment like Kent was talking about. Not all this equipment is created equally. and you can have it in your home, have what the doctors use, have what, the University of Utah football team drinks, have what Devin drinks, have what Coach Witt drinks, right, in his office. Like, have all of that from a fixture or a faucet in your home. How cool is that?
Let me give you some incentive, too, because when you guys come in, there's usually an extra little bit of offer. We've done the $500 before, but how about today, you guys offering $1,500 off of that whole home system? All you have to do is, it starts with the water test. Just get the water tested at your home, because the water here at Broadcast House is different from the water in Murray, different from the water in the South Valley, different from the water in Davis County. It's all different, and it's different coming into your home, and so you've got to get it dialed in right. Let me give you the phone number. It's easy enough to find. It's you guys are offering the $1,500 off, but you got to call today. So let me give that phone number out again: 801-509-9602. That's 801-509-9602. Just ask about the free water test that they can come out and do, and then they can go from there. But you call today, you get on the books, and then you sign up for that whole home system. $1,500 off because you were listening today to the program. 801-509-9602. That's 801-509-9602. CulliganSLC.com. Fellas, we'll chat with you in a few minutes here. We'll come back. We got more to go around the corner. Let's dive more into both Utah and BYU and their opponents for this weekend, getting you ready for a full weekend of college football. Stay here, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Whether you're stuck in the office,
I believe you have my stapler,
in your car, or at your in-laws.
You want a piece of me? You bet I do.
The Zone is with you every step of the way. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows and access to all the latest updates on your favorite teams. Your home for the best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Ryan from the Dish Pro standing by to get you the best television watching experience. Not just TV watching, but how about an internet service option that is also going to blow out of the water whatever service you're using? Not just from a speed standpoint, but how about saving you money on top of that as well? Ryan, what do you have for the guys?
This is the best opportunity. And, guys, we had a customer today, $135 a month cheaper. Had the cable bill. Thought, I could see what he could do. Heard me on the radio. And, guys, we had a fiber solution we were able to set him up with. That saved him like $40 a month. And then we helped him with the TV side. Guys, about $100 there. So, I mean, that's how it is. It's just so easy. And this doesn't count the 3 months free service you get with Dish's top package, or that you're getting the NFL Red Zone, the multi-sports pack, Showtime, Paramount Plus free for 4 months. We're really dialing you up with such an awesome deal. We've got about 7 different internet providers available. I will guarantee I'll have at least one, but most likely probably 2, 3 different internet solutions available to you, and it'll be cheaper, it'll be faster, you'll get to save money and have a better overall experience with TV and internet. You just got to call us. Let us work our magic. 424-DISH is the number. Call us today, and I'll throw in dinner at JCW's. 801-424-DISH.
Worried about market losses? If headlines are keeping you up at night, it's time to take control. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and I know you've worked hard to save. But in times like these, what if can turn into what now? If you're planning to retire or are in retirement, you need a strategy that helps protect your future. At Trajan Wealth, you can capture market gains, protect your account from losses, and guarantee income for life. Right now, you could receive a bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10% for retirement income. You heard me right. An upfront bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10%, all guaranteed to boost your lifetime income in retirement. Don't leave your future to chance. Plan with confidence. Call Trajan today at 801-899-7600. That's 801-899-7600.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company, DBA, in most states as Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
Discover the exceptional value of Bar W Beef, where quality meets convenience.
convenience. Bar W Beef's dry-aged beef, aged for 14 days, offers rich marbling and tender texture. Perfect for grilling, roasting, or pan-searing. Enjoy the rich flavor and generous size. Shipped directly from the ranch to your door. Now hosting one-day pop-up events, go to barwbeef.com to find a pop-up event near you, or stop into the store in Nephi for weekly in-store specials. barwbeef.com. That's barwbeef.com.
You don't show up to Lavelle Edwards Stadium halfway. Neither should your energy drink. Bucked Up Energy gives you smooth, long-lasting power. No jitters, no crash. Just focus, flavor, and pure Cougar drive. Grab a can of Sour Bucks or Rocket Pop on your way to the game and taste why athletes and fans everywhere get bucked up. Visit your local Bucked Up retail store today or go to buckedup.com and use code ZONE to claim 20%. Bucked Up Energy, built for game day, made for every day.
Show some love to youth sports volunteers with the Hercules Hero of the Week. Let's praise your favorite youth coach, ref, or maybe the parent that pulls the team together. Your nomination could score them a $100 Visa gift card from Hercules First Federal Credit Union and a $200 gift card from Beehive Meals. Listen to see if they win Thursday afternoons with JJ and Alex. The Hercules Hero of the Week with Hercules First Federal Credit Union and Beehive Meals, helping you take the busy work at a family dinner. Get rules, info, and nominate your hero at kslsports.com/contests.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Nobody gets you ready for Utah football more than the KSL Sports Zone.
Ready?
Kyle Whittingham and the Utes open up Big 12 play with a huge game against Texas Tech. Catch a special Ute edition of College Football Saturday starting at 8 a.m. Your home for the best coverage of Utah football is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. You're locked on to JJ and Alex, presented by G2G Bars on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Don't sound so excited. It's the last. Let's get it.
Welcome back. JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Alex Curie, Jeremiah Jensen out today. In comes Stevenson Sylvester. Sly, nice enough to hang out today. Nice enough to bring the dancing moves to the studio, too, if you're watching on the camera. Nobody asked for it, and he brought it anyway. You know what?
Hey, man, you play
I like
good
it.
yacht rock. You know what I haven't heard today? I haven't
What?
heard any Corey Hart, and I'm very, very disappointed. You know, I came in here jamming. I'm like, Nap's got me, and I have not heard my sunglasses.
Let's see. Oh, okay. Yeah.
At all.
It always shows up at some point.
It's got to
during
be
the show.
before the NFL hour. We got to do that.
All right.
You know, I'm just, give you a little plug, Nap. You know, DJ Nap, I need my sunglasses at night. You know,
It'll happen. It'll happen. But because Sly comes in here and doesn't take the sunglasses off, there's not a window in this dang place.
Don't switch the blades on the guy in the shade. Oh, no.
I never know what they say in those words.
For me, I like look at it and I'm like, this was the days of like West Side Story of interpretive dance fighting.
Mm-hmm.
And so
that's what I think too. No, that's exactly what I think of. Interpretive dance.
Yeah.
That's where I go.
Interpretive dance fighting. You got to be fighting. You got to be so mad at each other, but dancing at the same time.
All right, now here's the deal. We've got tons to get through still today. All right, I've got for you a couple pieces of sound out of Provo. Get you ready for this BYU East Carolina game. I've also got some. When I say out of Provo, I mean the opponents of BYU. Blake Harrell's the head coach of East Carolina, and this is a guy who he was on that staff when they beat Kalani back in, I want to say 2000. They came into Provo and beat BYU, and then they also beat BYU there at Greenville, North Carolina, at Dowdy-Ficklin Stadium. I was there for that one back in 2017. That was Kalani's second year. It was not a good year for the Cougs, and And East Carolina, I'm pretty sure that was the year that they had the original mustachioed pirate man, Gardner Minshew, before he went to Wazoo. Now, that being said, our show brought to you by G2G Bars. And also this portion of the show, we're jumping in right here. It's The Cut, and we have a sponsor for that as well. So let's jump in right here.
It's time for the biggest story of the day. This is what made the cut with JJ and Alex on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Trajan Wealth brings you this portion of the program. Trajan Wealth is TRAJAN Wealth.com. TrajanWealth.com. All right. Blake Harrell, he's the head coach of East Carolina and the East Carolina Pirates. They are now 3-0. Their wins have come again. Or no, they're 2-1. Excuse me. They lost to NC State the first week of the season by a touchdown at NC State. Then they beat the Campbell Fighting Camels 56-7.
Fighting Camels.
You got it. And then they just embarrassed Coastal Carolina there at Coastal Carolina in Conway, and it was 38-0. And their quarterback is doing a phenomenal job, but it's BYU's freshman quarterback that Blake Harrell began talking about the challenges that Bear Bachmeier presents.
He's a guy you're going to have the +1 runs. And they've always done that, even going back to when we played out there several years ago. But he's kind of more involved. He's a bigger kid, 215, 20 pounds. Again, looks more like the Army quarterback from last year than maybe a traditional quarterback, a guy that's bigger, can run the football. Doesn't really look like a freshman out there in the first 2 games. Now, it hasn't been a lot of stress, and, everything's been smooth and easy going for him. But he's looked really well and throws the ball really well, too.
You know what I heard there?
What?
Blitz him. We just going to bring all the pressure, and he's going to make him feel us all the way from the East Coast.
So he wants him to run then. Is that what he's saying?
Oh, yeah, that's exactly. He said he's not comfortable, or he hasn't shown that he's uncomfortable in any situations. So let's make him uncomfortable. Whatever I saw in that Stanford game, I'm going to make him uncomfortable. So expect a lot of pressure from Eastern Carolina on Saturday. That's just what I heard.
Tell me your thoughts on Bear so far. It's been early. But he's a big body, and, he won the job because they believe in this guy. What do you think about this true freshman so far, what you've seen on film?
My impressions of Bear is he's a guy that they want to invest in, right? He's a guy that will help them into the future, even with guys that were on missions and missing. I think Bear's going to be there to be able to carry this football team. We all know in college football, you don't have to be able to throw the 50, 60-yard pass to win football games. Tim Tebow's the biggest reason for that. And I think Bear is a guy who can do multiple things. He's the centaur, for crying out loud. But, I think he's extremely talented. I think there's a lot of growth that he needs to do. I think he holds the ball low. As far as technical things, as far as a quarterback, if I'm a defender, I'm just letting you guys know what I'm looking at if I'm a linebacker getting ready to defend him, right? I think that where he holds the ball is opportunity for turnover if I get around him. How late he holds the ball and getting out in his progression. Again, you haven't had competition to be able to test that. But with a guy coming from high school who's been able to do the things that he does, he's going to get defenses that are tight on his receivers, and he's going to hold that ball for that extra second, and that extra second is all the defender, John Henry Daly, is going to need to knock that ball loose. So there's going to be a lot of –
I get you.
There's going to be a lot of learning things this first season. My thing is BYU preparing for when things don't go right? How – because quarterback is such a – it's a mental position, and you got to be on your game. And at the quarterback position, your entire team is essentially wrapped around you. When things go awry, how is BYU going to help Bear keep this football team intact? How are they going to help Bear not put all the pressure on himself and make one situation worse, right? How does it not become a domino effect to continue on throughout the game or into other games when things don't go the right way?
Next up of what Blake Harrell said is something that he had talked about with Bear's first road game. As a true freshman, he hits the road for the first time. And he expects to be able to harass the kid because, hey, this is his first time as an 18-year-old heading outside of LaVell Edwards Stadium.
They've had 2 home games, so when they're on offense, it's been pretty quiet for him. Now it's all of a sudden he's on the road. He's across the country. I think he's originally from maybe California, so he's coming to the East Coast maybe for the first time. So let's make sure we give him a warm welcome. And then defensively, yeah, we got to disguise some looks. We got to make sure we take those first reads away and make him get to a second or third guy, and that'll also give us a chance up front to get home.
I love it.
Like I said,
second or third guy.
They're going to heat him up. They're going to make him hold the ball for that extra second. Watch, the pressure's coming on Saturday.
Well, they had a couple, Stanford, there were some moments that Kalani was pissed after that game because he was like, look, there were a couple of moments where blitzes weren't picked up at all, and you had pressure coming straight up the middle, and he was sacked a couple of times. You know what he did? He held on to the ball and said, you know what, I'm not going to try to mess around with this thing. I'm not going to try to get cute. I'm just going to take the sack. And then on a couple of them, he tries to scramble a little bit. And I think he took a big loss on one of those sacks too because he was just trying to get too cute with it. But
yeah, he doesn't know throwing the ball away.
But Kalani said, like, we did not help him out in those couple of situations there when we blew coverages or when we blew protections because they can't when you bring somebody off of an edge or even more embarrassing, straight up the middle on zero pressure, right? You have a missed assignment, you have a running back who doesn't lay a block down, or you have a center miscommunicating what the read is on what that pickup's going to be. It's a difficult thing to do. And then you ask this kid when somebody's coming straight up the middle, they go, okay, I guess I just have to take the sack here and figure it out. And then finally, Blake Harrell talking about BYU trying to do some different things or similar things to what they've seen previously. But here's what he says about BYU and what they anticipate.
BYU, they'll be similar as far as they're going to put Bear in some similar screen situations of easy throws, getting the ball out to those wideouts. They're pretty athletic. They do a great job blocking on the perimeter. Let them make easy throws and make plays on the perimeter and getting it out of the box. But I think it really comes down to, again, like, can we stop the run and put him in uncomfortable situations and make him be a quarterback and make him have the third and long. And so that'll be the key to it.
Oh, yeah. I like it. I like the way this coach is talking.
Yeah, he's smart. He's been the defensive coordinator at ECU. He became the head coach, and I think he's not just inherited a program, but he's also carried it to the next level. I think he's a really, really good coach. I think ECU is on so many people's upset boards this weekend against a team like BYU, who's trying to get into the top 25. And if they get a win, they're likely going to be it's likely going to be one of these. Yeah, I just think it's going to be a tough challenge for BYU. And I don't know if they lose the game, but I do think it's going to be a more difficult go than most people who are watching this thing from the outside looking in are going to think. Because you see East Carolina, and I think it's one of these programs that you look at and you go, oh, yeah, you don't think much of them. BYU themselves, this is not a program that they haven't been familiar with. They've lost to them at their place. They've lost to them at home.
Right.
This isn't like, oh, don't know anything about this program. They've come in and punched these guys in the mouth before. And that's why it's interesting that, they go out on the road and they're going to honor these back and forths that they've had there. And I get it. They signed up for them and they're keeping them. But, man, it's tough. It's going to be a tough game. And when they have a really, really good quarterback who throws 40-plus times a game, and the defensive backfield is the thing that people are wondering about the most for this BYU defense, I'm not worried about Jay Hill. This is going to be the toughest defense that East Carolina plays probably all season.
All season.
By far. Like, they just don't see the type of toughness and speed and the type of smarts that Jay Hill brings to the field on a defense. They're gonna make it absolutely difficult on this kid. But it's their stadium. It's their place. So I'm interested to see how they do with this one and how they dial it up pressure-wise, and then how they're going to dial up the pressure against Bear. And if this offensive line can figure it out with how – with game 3, and if they can protect this kid, he's got to feel confident, be able to go in there and go, okay, I'm not afraid of what these guys are going to throw at me because my O-line's going to take care of me. And LJ Martin,
he better pass protect.
Well, not just that,
but
not just that. LJ Martin better loosen some things up for him. If they get that ground game going, then who
Here's
cares?
The thing that's going to be dangerous.
Who cares what Bear's going to do? If they're handing the ball off 35 times and they run the ball for 6.5 per, then come on. Like, who cares?
You're not going to run the ball for 6.5 per with the pressure that they're bringing. But I think LJ Martin's going to be the key factor in this game. right? Just from listening to that coach's press conference and understanding mentality, LJ Martin's going to be the key because either pass protection or check down. They're going to cover those in zero coverage in the back end and bring pressure, right? Your check down route, your easy guy, the first guy, your release, he's going to be the most important part. And LJ Martin in the open field is dangerous. LJ Martin's got to be ready. His hands got to be good to catch the football, and he's got to elude that first blocker because he's going to go for big yardage. And then once you do that, that's what you loosen the blitz off. Now the defense gets to abandon their game plan of trying to put pressure on Bear Bachmeier where he's able to get it to all of the other receivers. So it's going to be huge for LJ Martin in the running game, as you said, but also as that first release in the passing game when they bring heat. Can they dump it off to him? And not only can they dump it off to him, can he get yardage off of that?
Let's jump out here. Let's get the guys from Culligan in the studio again, and we've been chatting with them all day about how to improve not just the water that you're drinking at your home, but the water that you're washing your clothes with, the water that you're showering with, the water that you're bathing your kids with. All of it comes into the house through the same source, but it can be purified and made perfect by the folks at Culligan. The whole home system we've been talking about today, Kent, is a big deal. How does that whole process start when you guys come in and do the test, and how does that work with somebody kind of getting that system into their home?
Yeah, it's really simple. If you start by giving us a call, I'll give you that number here in a second. But you give us a call, set up this free test. We'll come out to your house. We'll check out the layout of your house, what you currently have going on. We'll test your water. We'll test the chlorine levels. We'll test the hardness. We'll test for lead. All of those things. And we'll give you the results right then and there. We'll do a little chemistry lesson, right? A little science lesson. Talk about how Colson's talked about the blockchain of water and how it picks up pollutants on the way, and then show you what the system can remove and filter for you.
And when people can see the results of what they have in the water versus what they won't have in the water, which is all that, then that's a huge deal for them, because it's not just, like I said, it's not just about the taste. It's about what you're putting all over your body, what you're putting into your body with your kids, what you're cooking with, all of it.
Yeah. If you've ever been worried about what's in your drinking water, or just even curious, right? If you've ever wondered, I wonder what's in here, right? Like, it's clear, it tastes relatively good, but I don't know what I'm drinking, then give us a call, because we can test it. We can educate you on what's in there. Just because it's clear doesn't mean that it's necessarily healthy, but we can always improve that. We have customized solutions for everybody, and you want to go with a company who's been around for a long time, who you trust, who specializes in water filtration, and Culligan does it better than everybody. We have proven technologies and expertise. You know, we have lifetime warranties. I mean, we don't really come in here and talk about warranties and that type of a thing because, you know, I don't know. I feel like everybody has good warranties. Culligan has factory-backed warranties, which is really nice. You know, we have lifetime warranties on a lot of products. You know, we don't really talk about that because, you know, I think that's something that we come in and educate people on. We want to talk about what's in your water. We want to really educate people on what's in your water. And the only way to do that is to call us and get on our schedule so that we can come out and do that water test for you.
What's the most consistent thing that you've heard from your customers after a year? They had a year of your product. What's the most consistent thing that they've said?
A lot of people say, I didn't realize how life-changing this can be, right? I didn't realize how my skin feels different. I didn't realize how much more water I was going to be drinking. I didn't realize how being properly hydrated can really impact my life, right? From exhaustion, you know, if you're feeling tired, if you're feeling like, you know, weighed down, if you drink water, it is a natural body suppressant. It helps with everything from from everything physically and mentally. And so I think that's probably the biggest takeaway. And that's why I love doing this.
It's a good start to your beauty routine, like getting actual clean, pure water. Like if people, they take seriously all the other things and then they don't care about the water part that comes into their home. Yeah. If it's the water softeners, if it's the whole home
you got
water
kids
filters,
with acne, all of that, start with the water.
Let's go.
Start with the water.
The RO drinking water systems, they can do that for you. They could deliver water to the home with the bottled waters and the coolers. Obviously, they can do that. They have the bottleless coolers as well. So all of it can get taken care of. Let me give you the phone number. If you're thinking about giving them a call today, you can get $1,500 off by saying that you heard it right here on the radio today with the folks at Culligan while they're here in studio. Just say, hey, I heard you guys talking on the radio. I want to get that deal. Get that $1,500 off by giving them a phone call right now. 801-509-9602. That's 801-509-9602. 801-509-9602. It's CulliganSLC.com. All right, fellas, we'll chat with you in a few minutes here.
Thanks.
We'll take a break. We'll come back. We've got more around the corner. We've got our NFL Blitz coming up. We also have, I just have a few more things I want to sneak in since Sly's in studio, so might as well take advantage. More to go around the corner, 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
A couple of new problems on the freeways, like an eastbound crash on I-80 near the State Street exit with delays backing onto I-15. A medical situation on southbound I-15 in Orem, just south of University Parkway, is causing 2 left lanes to be blocked. From system install to fast fixes to deliver award-winning heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical, call Whipple Services Champions for the win today. With your traffic update, I'm Alex Napolis here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's game week for the Cougars, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. It's the first road trip of the year for the Cougars as they make the long flight east for a showdown against East Carolina. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Cougar football. Then catch a special early edition of College Football Saturday starting at 8 a.m. with a postgame show immediately following the game on KSLSports.com. Your home for the best coverage of BYU football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey, Ryan, you remember that trip we took in our tent trailer down to Southern California? Oh, that was the best.
Making memories with Paris RV. Hook up to the 2025 Forest River Rockwood 16 OTG for only $9,195 or $148 per month, 0 down. Or the 2025 Highland Ridge Open Range 177 BH for only $14,995 or $171 per month, 0 down. Or the 2026 Coachman RV Catalina Summit Series 7 134 BHX for only $14,995 or $171 per month, 0 down.
Take your family out RVing with Paris RV.
Paris RV is your locally owned, family-run RV dealership. We strive hard to find the very best RVs for the price. With 4 locations, over 1,000 RVs in stock, 42 service bays, and 4 super parts stores. We're sure to help take your family on the best RV vacation. Check out our perfect family bunkhouse trailer, the 26BH, that sleeps 9 for $19,995 or $227 a month, 0 down. Life is short. Enjoy it. North Murray, South Murray, Payson, and Pocatello. ParisRV.com.
You've been listening to The Zone for decades. Yes! But now you can watch the guys break down your favorite teams.
Some viewers may find the following video disturbing. Viewer discretion is advised.
Catch the video stream of DJ and PK, Jake and Ben, Hanson, Scotty, and JJ and Alex right now at KSLSports.com or by searching KSL Sports on YouTube. Utah's best sports radio is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors. I want to tell you about our famous "You Don't Need a Warranty" warranty. That's right. It's a warranty you don't need, but we give it to you anyway. Let me explain. Most warranty problems for siding, gutters, and windows are caused by not installing stuff right in the first place. If you rush the work, cut corners, or use subpar materials, you're just begging for problems later. At RGS Exteriors, we don't tolerate careless workmanship. We slow down, focus on every detail, and use only the best materials. We prevent warranty work by doing the job right in the first place. That's why the 10-year everything guarantee we give you is also known as our "You Don't Need a Warranty" warranty. We absolutely will be there if you need to use it. But honestly, you probably will never have to. Done right the first time. That's the RGS way. For siding, gutters, and windows, call 801-280-3110 or visit us at rgsexteriors.com.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
Gail Miller always used to use the word stewardship. I used to hear that a lot. And I like that kind of concept because sports franchises do mean more than just businesses. They mean more to the community. They mean more to the members, all the things than just businesses.
Sure.
We're not doing restaurant talk radio at KSLRestaurant.com.
Right.
You know, people are passionate. They're loyal. It hits different. And I do think that you owe it to your fans to run it correctly. That doesn't mean you have to rattle off a zillion championships.
No, of course
that
not.
doesn't mean that you have to have ultimate success all of the time. That doesn't mean any of that. That means that you kind of owe it to be a good representation of the community. So many people, the only thing they know about Cleveland is their joke football team.
Hear Jake Scott and Ben Anderson every every day from 10 to noon on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Attention high schoolers, are you ready to power up your future? The Hercules Scholarship Competition is officially open now through November 1st. You can win up to $2,000 towards your tuition. It's simple. Fill out the application, answer one essay question, submit before November 1st. Don't miss your chance to invest in your future. Apply today at HerculesCU.com for your Hercules Scholarship and make your education unstoppable. Hercules First Federal Credit Union, growing stronger together.
Hey guys, it's Woodrow from Mint Medical Clinic. Are you struggling with ED? Well, you are not alone, and now there's a real solution that treats the root cause, not just the symptoms. Introducing our trifecta approach, a breakthrough combination of acoustic wave therapy, hormone replacement, and cryotherapy, all designed to restore blood flow, boost performance, and rebalance your hormones. Whether it's ED or hormonal imbalance, if you're ready to reignite your love life, this treatment helps bring back your energy, your drive, and your confidence. And right now, when you call, you'll receive a free consultation, a blood flow ultrasound, and an intimacy gift. That's a $650 value, absolutely free. And here's the bonus. The next 20 callers will also receive a 5-night stay at a luxury resort in Hawaii just for taking the first step. But you must call now. With 2 convenient locations in Layton and Sandy, help is closer than you think. Call 801-804-8000 now. That's 801-804-8000. Mint Medical Clinic. We'll get you back to mint condition.
It's game week for the Aggies, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. Bronco Mendenhall and the Aggies are back at Maverick Stadium this week as they welcome in McNeese State. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Aggie football and your chance to win tickets to the game. Then, catch all the play-by-play action beginning with the Aggie pregame show this Saturday at 5 on 1280 The Zone. Your exclusive home for Aggie football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Utah Rail Safety Week is Monday, September 15th to Sunday, September 21st. Rail safety signs aren't just symbols, they're lifesavers. Whether you drive, bike, or walk near tracks, safety starts with each of us. Learn more at UtahOperationLifesaver.org.
Hey, this is Chris with JCW's. Craving something sweet? We do ice cream right. Come in and try one of our shakes, freezes, or an ice cream cone, and you'll see why we say JCW's, quality, and a lot of it.
This is your Cougars at 30 update. Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Cougars at 30 update right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue. Utah's defensive coordinator, Morgan Scally, talking about John Henry Daly, what an effect he's had on not just the pass rush this year, but how much he's... Oh, I'm on the Cougar update now, all right. Hey, it's your Cougars at 30 update right here, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. I'm getting ahead of myself here, dude. Come on. This is JJ's job usually. Come on. BYU's wide receiver Cody Hagan getting a shot now that JoJo Phillips is out, acclimating to the college game out of high school.
There's a big difference in a college game versus a high school game, so it was great last year to be able to be on the field, get some of that game speed, game reps. There's a big, obviously, competition, but skill difference, so it was great to get some practice and be on the field and be able to get some reps in that, and then be able to execute and build on that for this year.
That's Cody Hagan for your Cougars at 30 update. Kenny J's Barbecue and their catering delivers bold, smoky barbecue no matter the occasion. Check out the catering menu, KennyJ'sBBQ.com. That's KennyJ'sBBQ.com. NFL Blitz is next, 97.5 KSL Sports Zone.
All the latest news and notes from the league and the locals in the NFL. JJ and Alex bring you the NFL Blitz on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
All right, everybody, welcome back. JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. That music, of course, means the NFL Roundup. You big, listen. Are you dancing again? Jeez.
Just riding my horse into battle with this song, you know.
Jeez.
My trusty steed.
Sam Spence brings you all these. He wrote all these NFL songs. It's like the only time that you'll listen to a band like with all the brass and all the like horns and everything and all the like strings. I mean, it straight up sounds like it's out of like a Western, but it's so specific to the NFL feel.
Oh yeah.
That's what it is. But yes, also Stevenson Sylvester riding in on his horse.
Yeah,
Big horse riding guy.
Just picture me on an all black horse.
I don't know if I like why you don't have to ride the chair too, like at the same time. I don't like
if you're not getting into it, Alex, you don't have to watch, buddy.
He was like, look, he's like we're in the studio and he's actually like holding fake reins in a chair as we're going on here, just like normal conversation. It's fine. By the way, Hanson Scotty.
You gotta be a visualizer. Visualize me coming into the horse ready to go. No smiling, just ready to go.
Hans and Scotty, by the way, for their Football Friday are going to be at RGS Exteriors tomorrow from noon to 3. 4235 Farm Road in West Jordan. It's RGS Exteriors, noon to 3 with Hans and Scotty. All right. Tonight, Dolphins-Bills on Prime on the Thursday night game.
Ugh.
What was that sound? Was that you talking about this particular matchup, is it just the Dolphins themselves?
The Dolphins. It's probably the Dolphins because anytime you get Josh Allen on the field, it's great. But yeah, but the Dolphins are just
okay. Do you want to guess what the line is?
Players only meeting after week 1.
I hate players only meeting is the worst.
The worst.
Stupid. Hold on, Coach. I want to shut the door.
I believe in players only meeting.
Hey guys.
But when it's this early in the season to call players only meeting
together.
Whoa. I as I said, I believe in players only meetings. I think they're good, they're useful. But you got a lot more problems if you got to host one after week 1 of the football season.
Yeah, and I feel like at the NFL level, you have the higher.
Yes, even more
it's
so.
It's a higher percentage of guys in that meeting that are rolling their eyes who want to die. And listening to some guy be like, "Yeah, listen, we gotta
for
get
sure.
butts in gear."
Just pay me my 6-figure check every week.
Let me move on
and let me go to Tootsie's.
Hey, do you know what the line is on this game? By the way, not that we're into that kind of thing, but
probably freaking 24.
No, come on. You know how the NFL is; they keep it a lot closer than that.
You think it's going to be more close than that?
Oh, well, 24 on any game across the board. The NFL typically, it's hard to get into the double digits, and this is a now 12.5-point game.
The Dolphins are that bad.
12.5-point line. At least the one I'm looking at here.
Is that a big line?
That's a big line. It's huge. They don't do double digits in the NFL because it's so much more. Because I was telling Alex Napoles, our producer, before the show, I go, you watch, though, it's going to be like 21-17. The Dolphins will show up. Like, the Dolphins are
in Buffalo.
Still, I know, but Josh Allen hurt his little nose. He's going to be wearing a visor. See how he does with it. But I'm just saying, I don't think it could very well be more than a 14-point game. However, the NFL surprises me from time to time. I hope it's a better game than we think. These Thursday night games have been dogs so far, and it's not good. Hey, by the way, do you remember the old RFK Stadium? Well, they moved to FedEx Field, of course, for the Washington Commanders back in, I don't know what year that was, early 2000s? 98? Yeah, it's somewhere around there. So they moved from RFK to Landover, Maryland, where FedEx Field is now. I think it's FedEx Field still. I don't know. Is that what they call it? That's what I've been calling it for years. Regardless, they're moving back to Washington, D.C. now. The Washington, D.C. City Council signing off on the Commanders moving to a stadium that is on the exact site where RFK is. They're tearing down the old RFK, and they're putting up some new digs. So there you go. Moving back into D.C. I like that. The old RFK Stadium slide, to me, like remember when we called stadium Soldier Field, RFK Stadium, the Meadowlands, you know? I think that
legendary names.
Before it was
companies.
Gillette Stadium, it was Foxborough Stadium.
Yeah.
Before it was, just Miami Dolphins Stadium. Like now, it's all named everything. Mile High was just Mile High. You know who ruined it? You know who ruined it? And it's unfortunate to say this: my Seattle Mariners or my Seattle Seahawks and the Mariners too. Frankly,
CenturyLink.
dude, and then they called it the Link. It was so stupid, and then it's just like it became, and so now it's T-Mobile Ballpark where the Mariners play, and then it's something else now. I don't know what it is. Like, anyway, bottom line is we started naming all the stadiums a bunch of corporate names, and it's not as fun anymore. But there you go. Carson Wentz getting rave reviews as he prepares for a meaningful start, the first one that he's had in nearly 3 years, taking over for J.J. McCarthy. I feel like that's actually a pretty good shoes to fill because J.J. McCarthy so far has looked like a dang rookie in
Well, he has. He missed all of last
Minnesota.
year.
And, he missed all of last year. I'm just saying he looks really, really young.
He might be Ben Simmonsing this, right? Trying to get Rookie of the Year.
Trying to get no. No, and he's
NFL don't play that.
But I was going to say, you also have to play decent to get that award, and that's not something that he's doing right now.
Hey,
and so the
it's
Vikings
only
need
been 2 weeks of the season.
I know, but the Vikings need a turnaround here, man. They need somebody to.
Well, Carson Wentz has the capability of doing that, especially when you got guys like Justin Jefferson on your football team. You can definitely have talent around you. You just got to be able to throw that football. And Carson Wentz has been on a few different football teams, so I think he has the experience of being a starting cornerback and being able to do that. So he's a capable backup.
We'll see how it goes. Carson Wentz, remember when he was like almost the MVP of the league, like his first or second year at Philadelphia? Nick Foles comes in, wins the Super Bowl for Philadelphia, and they went, oh, actually, I guess he didn't really need that great of a quarterback. He just needed somebody in there to manage the game to win this thing. And then since then, Carson Wentz has just been on, what, is this his fourth team, fifth team? Was he a Ram at one point, too? I feel like he was a Ram. He was a 49er.
I thought he was only on 3 different teams.
Well, I don't know. It's been a lot over the past 5 or 6 years. All right, let me see here. Oh, Ben Johnson sat down with the media and shared an assessment of the Bears' practice habits. They are, quote, yet to reflect a championship caliber team. So they're not practicing well. Isn't that reflective on him, though, as a head coach? Sly,
There's only so much you can do, especially with grown men, right? And so you got to be able to hold these guys accountable. But it starts at the helm. If you got a lackluster quarterback who has terrible emotional control, you got to figure out a way to manage it. Do I have to treat these guys more like college kids? Right? Do I have to make my NFL locker room more like a college locker room? Maybe, guys like Harbaugh knows how to do that stuff and manage that. Like, he understands what's good, and right now at the professional level, calling guys out in the media is more important than calling guys out in the locker room, simply because calling guys out in the media, you can affect their contract. And that's all NFL guys care about, right? You can affect their contract. It's like, look, the coach said that you're not being a team player. Right? You take that right into contract negotiation meetings, and look, this is stated, this is known. And
they bring that stuff up?
When we release this guy, he hasn't been a great guy to contribute to the locker room. So there's no onus on the coach. Because the coach, here's the thing, everybody's job's on the line. Each and every year, Ben Johnson's job's on the line. He hasn't been slated as the ultimate head coach yet, where it doesn't matter if he has a bad year. If he has a bad year, people are going to want him out, especially in the NFC East and NFC North, like the Bears, the Lions, and all that. It's tough sledding up there.
All right, let's take a break. We'll come back. We've got our best and worst next, and then we'll get to the folks at Culligan as well for another time here before the end of the hour. But we've got lots going on our best and worst, including the announcement of another game. Yay! Being played in Europe. Yay! In college football. Oh. All right. Come back. More to go. 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Northbound I-15 is suffering from major delays because of a crash near 33rd South, with the slowing going back to the South Interchange. Southbound I-15 also moving very slowly from Murray down to 106 South, with continued reduced speeds down to Bluffdale. Keep that big event energy big. Take UTA and skip the parking lot. Plan your trip at rideuta.com. With your traffic update, I'm Alex Napolis here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's game week for the Utes, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. The Utes are undefeated at 3-0, but now the season really begins as the Utes open up Big 12 play at home against Texas Tech. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Utah football. and your chance to win tickets to the game. Then catch a special early edition of College Football Saturday starting at 8 a.m. with a postgame show immediately following the game on KSLSports.com.
Let's go then. Let's go, baby.
Your home for the best coverage of Utah football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Go over to slcfatloss.com. I'm there right now at the website, and guess what you can do? You can get yourself a couple of things going on. They show you how it works with the program. They have success stories that you can click on. They have frequently asked questions. These are things that happen with us. People ask us, they go, how does it really work? Is there some kind of a weird secret? And the answer is they have the secret to be able to drop up to a pound of fat a day with Salt Lake City fat loss. I dropped 65 pounds in 60 days on the program, and I've been able to keep it off. The more important thing, I think, is, and the reality is that you don't just learn the secret to do it. You learn the habits that you create to be able to keep that weight off. You can get $200 off right now. They just started up their fall special. Just mention that you heard it right here on the KSL Sports Zone and with JJ and Alex, and you can get $200 off the same program that we dropped weight on. Schedule a free 15-minute phone consultation. Just ask them the questions. They have no problem telling you exactly how this program's going to work, and you can try it out for yourself and see if it's going to work. And you're going to see. You're going to have that success. Just start off the program, and more importantly, like I said, you're going to drop the weight. The question is, can you stay committed and keep it off? slcfatloss.com. That's slcfatloss.com.
If you've ever had to deal with a plumbing problem, you may have felt the pain of realizing you don't know any plumbers. Whether you're trying to stop a leaky faucet, fix a running toilet, replace your old water softener, or install a tankless water heater, the plumbers at Any Hour Services can help. All you have to do is call Any Hour Services or schedule an appointment at anyhourservices.com. Help with plumbing maintenance and repairs is closer than you think. Call Any Hour Services or schedule an appointment at anyhourservices.com. No one helps more homeowners than Any Hour Services.
DJ PK and John from J. Brooks Jewelers. John, whenever someone loses a parent or a grandparent, it's difficult. Things get passed down with inside the family. But if someone doesn't want a watch or a piece of jewelry, what's the next best step?
At J. Brooks Jewelers, we're happy to help you sort through such a collection of things to help you know what is real and what has value. Of course, repurposing the items for the family is always the best solution, but if no one loves or wants the piece, the estate experts at J. Brooks Jewelers can help guide you on the best way to handle the liquidation and, of course, in complete confidentiality. We have buyers all over the country that we've established to get the largest return possible for your jewelry, coins, or watches to retain as much money as possible for the family. So whether you want to repurpose and create a new heirloom or liquidate part or all of the estate, let me and my team help you decide the best way to proceed. Call and make an appointment today at J. Brooks Jewelers in Murray and Lehigh or online at jbrooksjewelers.com. Your trusted custom and estate jeweler.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation, and a regular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduced stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. Stroke risk may increase. Eliquis can cause serious and potentially fatal bleeding. Don't take if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or bleed longer. A spinal injection increases blood clot risk, which may cause paralysis. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding or bruising, or back pain, tingling, numbness, muscle weakness, or incontinence. Aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
It's time. Time for the pro to get everything for the entire job, all from one partner. To get access to over 3 million products, including many products you won't find in our stores. It's time to get delivery on your schedule or next day on over 50,000 products. And time to get dedicated support on the job site or in our stores. From ordering to planning, we've got you. One partner, any job, all in. Ask about all we can now do at the Pro Desk. The Home Depot Pro, it's about time.
You hear that? That's Mike, sleeping soundly on a Sunday night. That's because Mike was smart this time. He took ZzzQuil Ultra to fall asleep fast, stay asleep longer, and get the deeply restorative sleep he needs. So now he wakes up refreshed and ready to conquer Mondays.
Let's do this Monday.
ZzzQuil Ultra.
Not for colds, just for sleep. Really great sleep. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
The KSL Sports Zone and Hercules Credit Union are highlighting people that impact youth sports. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Hercules Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com.
3, 2, 1. This is your Utes at 50 update.
158!
Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Now it's a Utes at 50 update. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Utah defensive coordinator Morgan Scalley talking about John Henry Daly and what he has done to get better in the offseason to get to the spot where he's leading the nation in sacks.
John's been great at seeking feedback. A lot of guys don't want feedback. They want to be told how awesome they are. And John really worked at his flexibility and the things where he was deficient. And his relentless effort, his discipline, his hard work is paying off, and you're seeing it.
I'm going to make you tell that story when we come back. Kenny J's Catering delivers bold, smoky barbecue. No matter the occasion, check out the catering menu. KennyJ'sBBQ.com. That's KennyJ'sBBQ.com. Best and worst next right here, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Wrapping up the hour with our picks for the best and worst moments on today's show. As JJ and Alex want to hear your best and worst of the day.
Welcome back to the program. JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Songs like just good feeling songs.
You know what that music means? Sly's in studio.
I'm in my element.
And he's in his element. And it only took almost 3 hours of radio to finally get to his element. Although he's been dancing, full disclosure, he's been dancing before every segment. So, and he's been wearing sunglasses the entire time, as is the brand. Right on brand with Sly. I've known him for 5-6 years now. I've never seen his actual eyes. Sunglasses have only been worn in the presence of Sly for the last 5 or 6 years that I've known him. So there you go. Best and worst brought to you by Doug Smith family of dealerships in American Fork, Spanish Fork, and in Linden. Nobody knows cars like Doug. Best or worst, I don't know how to think about this one, to be honest. I didn't love that Ireland game.
It's because you're not over there. You got to go over there. Tell Nate you want to go cover the game.
Nate, blow out the budget. I'm going to go cover the Utes. Take it on. Because you know what it's going to be. It's going to be a Big 12 matchup because that's what they do. It's a Big 12 matchup. It's going to be at Wembley Stadium in 2026 between Arizona State and Kansas. Okay, so make a random. Now, if they did Utah and BYU across the pond, I feel like that'd be against the rules, man.
I hate that.
I would too. So it would have to be like a Utah versus West Virginia or Texas Tech in jolly old England.
I can't wait. You got to go there. You got to cover it.
Holiday with Utah.
And fight with your father.
Yeah, that's what we need. A couple guys getting a little bit wasted, fighting. After the end of the game, they're all, I don't know if you saw that or not, but Devin Dampier's family was fighting in the ditch.
Typical Ireland.
That's what happens when you go to Ireland. You become Irish.
Hey, man.
And then the worst is Clayton Kershaw saying that he's going to retire after this season. Is it 18 seasons he's been pitching? I feel bad for him because he hasn't earned much money during that time. I just hope that he's okay.
Okay.
Financially. Hold on, let me look. I want to see career earnings.
Los Doyers did not pay him out.
What do you think the career earnings of
Kershaw?
Clayton Kershaw
I say he's around. I give him about 275.
What, Kent? What was your guess over here?
650.
That's high.
Yeah, he's not Pat
divided by.
He's like old enough. He's like old enough that and starting pitchers get a lot of money, but it's for a shorter amount of time. They won't give him that 15-year contract that they will like a DH guy. It's only $381 million is the career.
I said 270.
Yeah, he did pretty good. Did pretty good. So, but yes, he did get that last.
No, it's been in LA, so that's got to be cut down.
Yeah. And this year he's only earning 40. I mean, what do you do?
What a loser.
What do you do?
40?
Yeah. So 380 million-ish. Not a bad deal for a guy, but he's been awesome for the sport.
In Wyoming, he retired.
I'm sure he's got something like that. Probably get a ranch in every state with that kind of contract. All right, joining us one final time here in studio, Kent and Colson, the guys from Culligan. What do we want to hit up first? We've been talking about the $1,500 off the full home system. That's great. If somebody's looking and they go, I don't know, there are financing options out there, right? How do we help them out when somebody looks and they go, well, help me out here because everything. They hear a lot of deals on the KSL Sports Zone and they get financing to go along with it. Can we kind of get some help there too?
Yeah, absolutely. There's lots of options to get our systems in your place. We rent a lot of systems.
Oh, really?
Sometimes that's a fantastic opportunity for somebody
to test it out.
Yeah, absolutely. We've got financing options, lots of different choices you can choose from. Right now, we've got a great deal where you can get 24 months interest-free financing.
Now that's where my wife perks up, and she's the money person in our house, and she's got the business degree. So here's the 0% for a chunk of time.
You're speaking my language.
Yeah, I'm all about it. So give them a call today. Get the $1,500 off, but you have to call right now. This is our last time we're going to be telling you about it too. So $1,500 off that whole home system, but just get the water tested. It starts with a phone call to these guys at Culligan. CulliganSLC.com is the website, but let me give the phone number out for right now because this is the last time we'll be able to call them today. That phone number is 801-509-9602. That's 801-509-9602. And then there's the drinking water quality of it. Colson, you guys have been delivering water for going on, this is the third generation. You guys have been doing it. And so help me understand here. It'll change the way people approach the way that they drink water every day.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking about this on break. Like, our families just drink water. That's all they drink. And how nice is that to know that my kid isn't going to go reach for a Dr. Pepper or a Diet Coke or whatever from the fridge. All they want to drink is water, and it's because it's satiating. They feel better when they drink it, and they know that they're making a healthy decision. And you can do that for your family, for your pets. We have customized filtration that can turn regular water into your alkaline water, so you don't have to go spend $4 at the grocery store, right? Every time you want pH balanced, high alkalinity water, we can create that on tap in your home. And it's a really fantastic product. Not only do we have the household products like we've been talking about, and you've probably heard us on here a couple of times talking about, but we have the business solutions as well. We have the office solutions. If you are sick and tired of your current water provider, you're not stuck in those contracts. Give us a call. Let us tell you how we can get you out and how we can help provide better water for your employees and for the people around you.
We're doing it here at our office. We've got the Culligan bottled water system outside of our studio right here, and we love it. It's awesome. It provides an awesome drinking water option for us every day. It's pure, and you can take advantage of it too. Let me give that phone number out one more time. 801-509-9602. That's 801-509-9602. Guys, thanks for hanging out today. We appreciate it.
It's been fun.
We'll catch you up. We'll catch up next time. We're doing some science experiments next time. We're doing some chemistry next time we come in here. We're going to show how smart we are. So we'll do that next time. It is 97.5 KSL Sports Zone. More to go.
Want to get the latest info on Utah's newest sports franchise?
Sign up for the Utah Mammoth newsletter.
Get exclusive analysis.
Plus the latest news and notes on the Utah Mammoth.
Sign up today at KSLSports.com
for the Utah Mammoth newsletter.
Stay up to date
with everything Utah Jazz related
with the new Jazz Notes newsletter.
Get draft updates,
analysis,
and be the first to know about every off-season move.
Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the Jazz Notes newsletter.
Do you currently use a CPAP machine to treat sleep apnea? Are you looking for a smaller, more comfortable solution? Consider a custom-fitted oral appliance from Sound Sleep Medical. In many cases, these appliances can be as effective as CPAP, and oral appliances are usually covered by insurance or Medicare. To make an appointment or to learn more, call Sound Sleep Medical at 801-285-9731. That's 801-285-9731, or visit soundsleepmedical.com.
Ticket packages for the Utah Mammoth 2025-26 season are available now. From full season and half-season packages to mini plans and other flexible options, choose the ticket package that fits you best and be part of the action all season long. Call or text 801-325-PUCK to talk with a rep or visit NHL.com/Utah/tickets/season tickets to learn more.
Hi, I'm Michael from the War and Treaty. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. Only Novo Nordisk makes FDA-approved Ozempic. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5 milligram, 1 milligram, and 2 milligrams.
Huge savings on Dell AI PCs with Intel Core Ultra processors are here, and they're newly designed to help you do more faster. They can generate code, edit images, multitask without lag, draft emails, summarize documents, create live translations, and even extend your battery life. That's the power of Dell AI with Intel inside. Upgrade today by visiting Dell.com/deals. That's Dell.com/deals.
Hey guys, it's Woodrow from Mint Medical Clinic. Are you struggling with ED? Well, you are not alone, and now there's a real solution that treats the root cause, not just the symptoms. Introducing our trifecta approach, a breakthrough combination of acoustic wave therapy, hormone replacement, and cryotherapy, all designed to restore blood flow, boost performance, and rebalance your hormones, whether it's ED or hormonal imbalance. If you're ready to reignite your love life, this treatment helps bring back your energy, your drive, and your confidence. And right now, when you call, you'll receive a free consultation, a blood flow ultrasound, and an intimacy gift. That's a $650 value, absolutely free. And here's the bonus. The next 20 callers will also receive a 5-night stay at a luxury resort in Hawaii just for taking the first step. But you must call now. With 2 convenient locations in Layton and Sandy, help is closer than you think. Call 801-804-8000 now. That's 801-804-8000. Mint Medical Clinic. We'll get you back to mint condition.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colbert, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Hey! This is JJ and Alex. I made a name for myself. I told you I won't be denied. As you wrap up your day, it's time to get your fix of the teams you live for and the sports you love. This is JJ and Alex, presented by G2G Bars on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.